Chapter 4189. When Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the scoreboard, the first thing he saw was fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's name. She was still firmly in first place. However, her points were completely different from before. Lang Chunwan, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 1356 points. Duan Ling Tian checked twice before confirming. Fourth senior sister's points have increased to this level in just a few days? Duan Ling Tian then continued to look. He was no longer in second place. His name was no longer in the top 10. Governor Feng? Duan Ling Tian was no stranger to the person in second place on the individual scoreboard. Like him, the person represented the Righteous Divine Nation and was the Righteous Divine Nation's Yunting Prefecture governor. He was an expert in the law of lightning and was very powerful. He was half a step away from the ultimate god realm and was a half-step ultimate god expert. In the past, Jian Wushuang had seen him in action at the banquet hosted by the Righteous Divine Nation's monarch. He was so powerful that even Jian Wushuang knew he could not match him. Jian Wushuang had to at least break through to the middle-level Emperor God realm if he wanted to catch up with him. However, he had to completely consolidate his middle-level Emperor God cultivation base if he wanted to win against him. However, although I'm in second place, my points are much worse than fourth senior sisters. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the points of Feng Xianglei, the Righteous Divine Nation's Yunting Prefecture governor who was in second place, and shook his head. Feng Xianglei, Righteous Divine Nation, 632 points. He was much worse than his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan, who was in first place. As for the people ranked 3rd to 10th, they were not from the Righteous Divine Nation or Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Duan Ling Tian did not know any of them. As he continued to look, before Duan Ling Tian saw his own name, he saw a familiar name. It was temporarily in 17th place on the individual scoreboard. Yun He, Righteous Divine Nation, 357 points. As for his name, not only was he pushed out of the top 10, but he was also pushed out of the top 30. He was temporarily in 39th place. The moment he saw his name, Duan Ling Tian felt a flash in front of his eyes. Then, he saw his name move to the next row. He had dropped one place. I'm actually pushed to 40th place? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. This ranking is a little low. If the monarch knows this, he will probably be disappointed. Although Duan Ling Tian knew there were many higher divine emperors from the Righteous Divine Nation who were stronger than him, the king of the Righteous Divine Nation still had high hopes for him. In his eyes, he was a person with great luck. As for the struggle between divine kingdoms in Destiny Canyon, it had never been dominated by the strong. They only had advantages, but the most important thing was still karmic luck. For example, in the history of the Heavenswell Canyon, the person who set the record for the highest number of points was only a middle god emperor when he entered the Heavenswell Canyon. His strength was comparable to an ordinary high god emperor, and he didn't even have a full soul high-grade god artifact. As for him, he had created an astonishing record of over 8,000 points. Although his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, was ranked first and had more than 1,000 points, they had been in the Destiny Canyon for a long time. According to this trend, his fourth senior sister should be able to get 5,000 points without any pressure. However, it would be extremely difficult for her to get 6,000 points, let alone more. It had to be known that the closer one got to the end of the Divine Kingdom contest, the harder it was to earn points. That was because the life forms in the canyon were rioting and would drive all the foreign survivors to the center of the canyon. Everyone would compete in that area. The strong would always be strong, but they would also be easily targeted by a group of people. As for the weak, it was fine if they could cooperate with others, but if others disdained to cooperate with them, they could only survive in the cracks. If they were lucky, they would be able to leave the Destiny Canyon alive. In short, Heavenswell Canyon was both dangerous and not dangerous at the same time. Once everyone was chased to the center of the valley, more people would choose to cooperate and survive. There were also some who would hide in independent spaces and wait for Destiny Canyon to automatically teleport them out of the valley. Of course, even if it was an independent space, it wasn't easy to find. It all depended on luck. Even if you found an independent space, it depended on whether you dared to enter. That was because there were often tests set up inside. If you couldn't pass, you would die inside. I wonder where I am right now. Has the life forms in the Destiny Canyon started yet? Duan Ling Tian put away the formation disc and removed the formation that enveloped his cultivation. After that, He flew up into the sky and left a secluded cave at the foot of a mountain that was neither too big nor too small. Whoosh! As he flew into the air, Duan Lingtian could feel the boiling divine power in his body. Compared to before, it had improved greatly. He even felt that it had reached the end of the quantitative change. Next, it's time to break through to the Middle God Emperor realm and let my divine power undergo a qualitative change. As he muttered to himself, Duan Lingtian, who was flying into the air, seemed to have discovered something. He raised his eyebrows slightly. That direction. In the distance, thunderous sounds came one after another. It seemed like there were people fighting, and it was a very intense battle. Moreover, it wasn't a one-on-one kind. It was a group battle. Isn't that direction the mountain range that I walked out from earlier? Curious, Duan Lingtian walked over. The whole process was very low-key. Although he was only half a step away from becoming a middle god emperor, he had not broken through yet. It was better to keep a low profile. Otherwise, even an upper god emperor like Feng Xiongli could kill him. Of course, it wasn't impossible for him to escape if he really wanted to. But now, he was going to investigate the situation. If he killed his way over, he might not be able to find out anything. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 2 teleportations, Duan Lingtian arrived near the battlefield. At the same time, he hid his body. The group of upper god emperors who were fighting fiercely didn't check their surroundings. They also didn't expect that someone would dare to come near. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's cultivation, it would be difficult for him to hide his body in front of them. These 2 groups of people. Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, looked at the 2 groups of people who were fighting fiercely. He felt that both parties were very unfamiliar. They weren't the few people from the divine nations that he had observed before entering. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. These 2 groups of people were outsiders like him. They weren't living beings in the Heavens-Will Canyon. Why are they fighting a group battle? From Duan Lingtian's point of view, if the scene before him continued, both sides would suffer great losses. It would affect the performance of both divine nations in this battle of the divine nations. However, when he heard the shout from one of the groups, his eyes lit up. We discovered the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus first. You people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation are too much. These were the words of one of the upper god emperors, whose strength was considered decent, from one of the parties. At this moment, the 2 groups of people were fighting fiercely. There were 6 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation on one side, and there were 7 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation on the other side. However, the 6 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation were evenly matched with the 7 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation. Humph! On the other hand, the person who was fighting the supporting Fall Divine Nation snorted and said disdainfully, "Don't tell me that the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus isn't yours yet. Even if it is, we can still fight for it in the Heavens-Will Canyon. Don't forget that we're participating in the Battle of the Divine Nations in the Heavens-Will Canyon." What's the Battle of the Divine Nations? Isn't it a battle between 2 divine nations like you and me? As soon as the person from the supporting Fall Divine Nation spoke, the battle between the 2 groups of people intensified. Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, overheard the conversation between the 2 people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation. His eyes shone brightly, and his heartbeat quickened. At the same time, his gaze landed on the lofty mountains in front of him. He saw the projection of a flaming lotus shooting up into the sky. It was burning fiercely. There was also a lotus reflected on the vast land. This was the characteristic of the legendary divine herb, the Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus. The Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus was a divine herb exclusive to divine emperors. Even if a divine emperor did not have the innate talent to become a venerable, it would still be able to awaken the venerable talent. It was only a matter of time. Although this divine herb could not raise a divine emperor's cultivation base, it could increase a divine emperor's potential. Even upper god emperors who had no hope of becoming a divine emperor could use this divine herb to improve their innate talent and become a divine emperor. Why was the Battle of the Divine Nations so attractive? The Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotus was the main reason. According to Brother Yun He, at most, 6 Earth and Fire Buddhist Lotuses will appear every time the Heavens-Will Canyon opens. One of them is right in front of me, right in the lofty mountains? No wonder there's a restriction on flying in this area. I thought it was a formation left behind by a supreme expert, but now it seems like that's not the case. There will always be some abnormalities in the places where the earth and fire Buddhist lotus grows. The restriction on flying in this area should be one of the abnormalities that may occur when the earth and fire Buddhist lotus grows. At this moment, Duanling Tian looked at the towering mountain range again. I can't believe I'm so lucky. I've just entered the Heavensville Canyon, and I'm already at the birthplace of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. It's obvious that the earth and fire Buddhist lotus has reached the critical moment of maturity. The restriction on flying in this lofty mountain has also disappeared. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to see the people from the two divine nations fighting fiercely in front of him. A few of them were still flying in the air even though they were above the lofty mountains. They were not restricted from flying in the air. Obviously, the restriction on flying in the air had already disappeared. This earth and fire Buddhist lotus is good stuff. If I can get it, even if I can't use it, I can still exchange it for many good things. Moreover, even if I can't use it, the people around me can use it. Not everyone has the talent to become a divine emperor. At this moment, Duanling Tian thought of his family. Chapter 4190. The appearance of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus surprised and delighted Duanling Tian at the same time. He did not expect his luck to be so good. However, when he thought about the people from two divine nations fighting for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, Duanling Tian calmed down. With my strength, it's not realistic for me to snatch the earthly fire Buddhist lotus from under their noses. It's obvious the earthly fire Buddhist lotus is not fully mature yet. Otherwise, they would have gone over to snatch it. If there's still no winner after the earthly fire Buddhist lotus matures, they'll most likely stop fighting. At that time, it'll be difficult for me to fish in troubled waters. Now, however, there's a chance for us to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. However, there's no point in obtaining it now because the earthly fire Buddhist lotus is only close to maturity and not fully mature. My strength is still too weak after all. Duanling Tian felt helpless when he thought about this. However, when he saw the two people who were still making their way over to him, a strange light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, both of them were still fighting as they moved closer to Duanling Tian without knowing he was there. One of them was from the supporting Fall Divine Nation while the other was from the Xianxia Divine Nation. The person from the Xianxia Divine Nation was the first to discover the heaven and earth phenomenon of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus maturing. However, before the earthly fire Buddhist lotus matured and could pluck it, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation had arrived. There are no other people from the other divine nations nearby? When Duanling Tian thought about how there were more than one or two people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Xianxia Divine Nation, he wondered if there were people from other divine nations hiding nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. I don't care anymore. Although Duanling Tian thought there might be people from other divine nations nearby, when he saw the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Xianxia Divine Nation getting closer and closer to him, he made his move first. Teleportation. With just one teleportation, he appeared even further away. Teleportation. Before Duanling Tian teleported a second time, a powerful aura erupted from his feet, attracting the attention of the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Heavenly Unity Divine Nation. While most of them stopped fighting, Duanling Tian, who had teleported a second time, appeared above the High God Emperor of the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation. Then he directly attacked. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 colored sword rays that filled the sky swept down from all directions. During this process, Duanling Tian did not have any intention of holding back. He also knew that he could not hold back. If he held back, he might not be able to kill the target and put himself in a difficult situation. The High God Emperors of the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Xianxia Divine Nation had already stopped fighting. Instead, they stared at the spot where Duanling Tian had teleported. However, at this moment, Duanling Tian had appeared above their heads and attacked. Although they reacted in the next instant, it was still too late. How dare you! You're seeking death. The two High God Emperors of the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly Divine Nation roared as they attacked. However, they were still too late. Before their attacks were complete, they were crushed by the rain of 7 colored sword rays that covered the sky. Even their bodies were reduced to ashes under the rain of 7 colored sword rays. The scene was dazzling, but it was also terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh. The rewards from the two laws fell on Duan Lingtian. As soon as the rewards from the two laws entered his body, Duan Lingtian casually took the two spatial rings and high-grade divine weapons that were left behind by the two high god emperors before he fled. After teleporting once, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High E Divine Nation still locked onto him. After teleporting a second time, he finally managed to escape. However, even after escaping, Duan Lingtian was still exposed to the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation. It's Duan Lingtian. It's Duan Lingtian from the Righteous Divine Nation. One of the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation said in a low voice. The people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation did not look too good. After all, the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation were not the only ones who had died. Humph. One of the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation stepped forward and glanced at the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation indifferently. He said coldly, "If you don't want to benefit those who want to be the Oriole behind the mantis, I advise you to leave us alone. When the earthly fire Buddha lotus matures, you can rely on your own strength to compete with us." After he finished speaking, he looked at the empty space around him and said, "I didn't pay attention to the surroundings earlier, so I didn't notice. Now that I've checked, it seems like there are quite a lot of people here. Everyone, why are you still hiding at this point?" As soon as the High God Emperor from the supporting Fall Divine Nation spoke, more and more figures appeared in the surroundings. They were all High God Emperors from the other divine nations. However, these High God Emperors from the other divine nations were not stupid. As soon as they appeared, they quickly gathered together and stared at the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation warily. After all, these two divine nations had the most people. If they did not join forces, they would most likely be killed by the people from the two divine nations first. If that happened, not only would they not be able to obtain the earthly fire Buddha lotus, but they might even lose their lives here. Everyone, we don't have enough people, so we can't call for reinforcements. The earthly fire Buddha lotus will mature soon. Even if we leave to look for reinforcements, we might not be able to find reinforcements from our own divine nations. For this reason, I suggest we work together against the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation. When the people from the other divine kingdoms gathered together, someone said what was on everyone's mind. Naturally, his suggestion was accepted by the others. That's right. There are many people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation. We have to be careful of them. Everyone, let's join forces. Although the people from the two divine nations were still at odds with each other, they might join forces to deal with us now. Humph. All of us combined are not any weaker than the people from the two divine nations combined. If they force us into a corner, we'll just fight to the death. In any case, I won't give up on the earthly fire Buddha lotus. We should join forces and wait for the earthly fire Buddha lotus to mature. Then we'll fight for it with our own strength. Initially, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation thought the people from the other divine nations were a sheet of loose sand. They did not expect them to join forces. However, even if these people joined forces, the two divine nations were not afraid. After all, they had more people. When the earthly fire Buddha lotus matured, the advantage of having more people was still huge. For this reason, they knew their biggest enemy was the divine nations that had more people. Currently, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation were more afraid of the people from the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation. It was the same for the people from the High God Emperor of the supporting Fall Divine Nation. As for the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark, how could they not know this? Naturally, they knew this. However, in their opinion, although the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation had more people, they would definitely be at odds with each other. At that time, they would be able to fish in troubled waters. When the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High God Emperor of the Heavenly E Divine Nation stopped fighting. They did not want to suffer losses and let others take advantage of the situation. Although they would still fight for the earthly fire Buddha lotus when it matured, they would still be able to pluck the earthly fire Buddha lotus at that time. Now, even if they won, they would not be able to take the earthly fire Buddha lotus away. After Duan Lingtian made his move, the people from the other divine nations who had been hiding in the dark revealed themselves and stopped fighting. Everyone stared in the direction of the earthly fire Buddha lotus. No one made a move, but at the same time, they were also on guard against the people around them. Do you guys think that Duan Ling Tian from the righteous divine nation has really left? Someone who had some free time brought up Duan Ling Tian, who had made his move earlier. For a time, the quiet crowd broke out into chatter. Duan Ling Tian definitely won't leave so easily. He must have his eyes on the earthly fire Buddha lotus as well. After all, who doesn't want the earthly fire Buddha lotus? I think so too. He'll show himself when the earthly fire Buddha lotus matures. However, he's really strong. Although he used a trick to kill the two high god emperors, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. Even if he hasn't reached the level of a half-step ultimate god, he shouldn't be far from it. It's hard to imagine that a lower god emperor could be so strong. If he's not strong enough, why would the righteous divine nation allow a lower god emperor to enter the Heavenswell Canyon and participate in the divine nation's battle? Although the crowd was talking about Duan Ling Tian, they were not afraid of Duan Ling Tian. Although he was strong, the threat he posed to them was nothing compared to the people from the Xianxia divine nation and the supporting Fall divine nation. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was, naturally, unaware that he had become the topic of conversation for a group of people. After traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles, he found a place to sit down with his legs crossed and began to digest the 2 rewards he had absorbed earlier. Since he had killed people from other divine nations, the 2 rewards were doubled. It was equivalent to killing 4 high god emperors in the outside world. These rewards are more than enough to help me break through to the intermediate god emperor stage. I'll digest a small part of them first. Once I break through to the intermediate god emperor stage, I'll stop cultivating and return to the place where the earthly fire Buddha lotus is born. Now that the earthly fire Buddha lotus has appeared, it won't be long before the living beings in the Heavenswell Canyon erupts. Duan Ling Tian had heard people say that when the earthly fire Buddha lotuses appeared in the Heavenswell Canyon, it was also the time when the living beings would start to riot. After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes and began to cultivate. While he was cultivating, in other places in the Heavenswell Canyon, there were earthly fire Buddha lotuses that had completely matured and were taken away by others. There were also earthly fire Buddha lotuses that were in the final stages of maturing. Chapter 4191. In the sky above the mountain range, the young lady was holding a lotus-like plant surrounded by golden light. Every once in a while, the golden light would condense into a Buddha figure. This is the earthly fire Buddhist lotus? The young lady stared at the lotus in her hand with a calm face. It doesn't feel special. I'll give it to junior brother later. Speaking of which, I haven't given junior brother a proper gift yet. While the young lady was looking at the lotus in her hand, there were many people standing in the air nearby. These people came from various divine nations. If Duan Ling Tian were here, he would be able to recognize one of them. It was one of the upper-level god emperors from the righteous divine nation, Yunhe. Yunhe was the one who was most familiar with Duan Ling Tian among the people who came from the righteous divine nation. At this moment, Yunhe smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that even though I rushed over before the earthly fire Buddhist lotus fully matured, I was still a step too late. I can't believe it's her. If it were someone else, I might be able to fight for it. The young lady in front of him had killed her way into the Feiyang divine nation's capital alone, and killed all the upper-level god emperors there. Moreover, it was said that her strength was comparable to an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. He could not afford to offend such an existence. After taking a deep breath, Yunhe shook his head and turned to leave. There was no point in staying any longer. At the same time when Yunhe left, many others also left. These people, without exception, all knew how terrifying the young lady with the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was. Of course, more people chose to stay. Everyone. Many of them had even reached an agreement to join forces with others to kill the young lady in front of them, and then compete for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus fairly. If we're scattered, the earthly fire Buddhist lotus is destined to be hers. Why don't we join forces to kill her and take the earthly fire Buddhist lotus? After that we can compete among ourselves. Everyone, if you're interested, you can stay. If you're not, please leave so that you won't be implicated. Although she's strong, I don't believe that with so many upper-level god emperors and half-step ultimate gods joining forces, we can't kill her. After the few high god emperors left, there were still close to 30 high god emperors left. These people came to an agreement and surrounded the young girl in front of them. At this moment, The young lady naturally saw the 28 people in front of her approach. 28 higher god emperors. None of them are from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. Killing all of them is equivalent to killing 56 upper divine lords in the outside world. The young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1. At this very moment, while the young girl was being targeted, there were still many people hiding in the distance watching. They all wanted to know what would happen next. Of course, they also knew in their hearts that even if the young girl was killed by these 20 people, it would be difficult for them to get half a cup of soup. Once they stepped forward, these people would target them. These people had also invited them to join forces to deal with the young girl, but they were all rejected. Under such circumstances, after these people joined hands to kill the young girl, they naturally wouldn't give them a chance to compete for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Close to 30 higher god emperors, among which there is no lack of half-step ultimate gods. Even an ordinary lower-level ultimate god would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Yunhe hadn't gone far. As he watched from afar and muttered to himself, he didn't regret his choice to leave. If he stayed, he might have a chance to kill the young girl. However, it was still impossible to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Since it was impossible to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus no matter what choice he made, he might as well not take the risk. After a while, under Yunhe's eyes, the battle in the distance began. Close to 30 higher god emperors didn't even give the young girl a chance to prepare. They attacked almost at the same time, obviously intending to kill the young girl in the shortest time possible. Facing these people's attacks, the young girl also made a move. She put away the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in her hand, and a divine weapon appeared in her hand. Waves of terrifying destructive aura swept over, and one could vaguely see the violent destructive power brewing and exploding. The young girl faced the siege of close to 30 higher god emperors by herself. The young girl looked short and thin. Among the higher god emperors, there was no lack of tall and sturdy people. When they joined forces to deal with the young girl, it felt like a group of adults besieging a child. Kill her. Don't give her a chance to escape. Yunhe stood in the distance and heard some of the higher god emperors shouting fiercely. However, he soon saw that the young girl didn't have any intention of escaping. Instead, she directly faced the group of higher god emperors head-on, and the aura on her body became stronger and stronger. After a while, Yunhe saw a scene that caused him to be in an uproar. Close to 30 higher god emperors besieging a young girl, but in the end, they were killed one after another like moths to a flame. After more than 10 of them were killed, the situation completely collapsed. Run! Damn it! Who said that her power is only comparable to an ordinary lower-level ultimate god? Her power is stronger than many lower-level ultimate gods. After more than 10 higher god emperors were killed, the young girl who was bathed in the light of the rewards of the rules was no different from the Grim Reaper who was holding the Grim Reaper's scythe to reap lives. Their mentality had completely collapsed. Run! 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 No one dared to attack the girl anymore. Everyone was focused on escaping. However, they soon discovered that beams of light filled with destructive power were spreading out from the void. In the end, they turned into a cage that enveloped all of them. This is... Yunhe's pupils shrank. Just now when she killed those people, she was already setting up a trap array? How terrifying. Just now, Yunhe saw that the young girl had taken many unnecessary detours in the process of killing those higher god emperors. At that time, he thought that the young girl was showing off her movement skills, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The young girl was setting up a trap array. She had long expected that the remaining people would escape, so she set up a trap to kill everyone. Let's go. Otherwise, after killing those people, she will still feel that it's not enough and kill all of us who are here to watch the show. Thinking of this, Yunhe's forehead started to break out in cold sweat. Then he left without looking back, almost as if he was fleeing for his life. The remaining onlookers also ran at this time. Obviously, they had the same concerns as Yunhe. Although there was still a big show to watch, they didn't dare to watch it. They were deeply afraid that after watching it, they wouldn't have the chance to leave. And at this very moment, the 23 upper-level god emperors that were able to trap the trapping formation had also been killed. When the remaining 23 upper-level god emperors joined forces to attack the trapping formation, and were unable to break through it in a short period of time, their expressions changed again and again. Damn it! I can't leave. No. I don't want to die. Spare me! Spare me! Among the remaining 23 higher god emperors, there was no lack of mansion masters from other divine kingdoms. They were usually high and mighty, but now, all of them had a look of despair on their faces. There were even some people who didn't care about their dignity and knelt in the void as they begged the young girl for mercy. It's a pity that I can't find little Junior for now, the young girl sighed. Otherwise, I could have left you for him to kill. 23 higher god emperors. Together, the rewards of the rules should be enough for little Junior to enter the realm of a middle god emperor. Now, the young girl was saying these words and not thinking them in her heart. Therefore, after hearing her words, some people suddenly thought of someone. That lower god emperor from the righteous divine kingdom. Duan Tian. Duan Tian was this young girl's junior? Duan Tian, a lower god emperor, was someone who could kill a higher god emperor. This young girl, a higher god emperor, was stronger than an ordinary lower god emperor. What kind of sect could nurture such a person? Madam, I'm the righteous divine kingdom's mansion master and I'm familiar with Duan Tian. Please spare my life for his sake. A middle-aged man's eyes flashed and then he said hurriedly. As he spoke, more and more people began to pretend to be people from the righteous divine kingdom and wanted to beg the young girl to spare their lives. Humph. The young girl snorted coldly. Among those who left just now, there were people from the righteous divine kingdom. As for you, none of you are from the righteous divine kingdom. Since you've stayed, then stay forever. As soon as the young girl finished speaking, she moved. The remaining 23 higher god emperors were like turtles in a jar. In addition to the fact that they were already extremely desperate, not many of them could perform normally. Although a few of them began to fight desperately, they did not pose a threat to the young girl. So many rules and rewards, what a waste! After killing the remaining 23 higher god emperors and absorbing the rules and rewards that they left behind, the young girl sighed. The rules and rewards left behind by the previous dozen or so people are enough for me to enter the ultimate god realm. As for the rest, after I enter the ultimate god realm, they will be of little help to me. I hope I can meet Junior soon. When that time comes, I'll give all the rules and rewards to him. Duan Tian did not know that his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1, had obtained an earthly fire Buddhist lotus. The current him, after spending 1 day and 1 night, had finally successfully stepped into the realm of a middle-level emperor god. My divine power has evolved further. The divine power of a middle god emperor is much stronger than that of a lower god emperor. Now, I'm not afraid even if I have to face those half-step ultimate gods. It's time to go back. I wonder if that earthly fire Buddhist lotus has fully matured. If it's fully matured, I'll have missed it this time. I hope it's not fully matured yet. Without any hesitation, Duan Tian immediately returned to the place where he had seen the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly. When he saw that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly was still there, he heaved a sigh of relief. I've finally made it. However, the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly is a little different from before. Duan Tian saw that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly was beginning to form a golden Buddha shadow. It would form and disperse at times. The appearance of the Buddha shadow means that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus anomaly is fully matured. Chapter 4192. So many people? After retracting his gaze from the heaven and earth phenomenon of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, Duan Tian saw 3 groups of people surrounding the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in 3 different directions. Among these people, there were 2 groups that Duan Tian was familiar with. They were the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and Xianxia Divine Nation. That day, he even took advantage of the intense battle between the 2 divine nations to kill one of their companions. It was also because of the reward he received from the rules that he finally successfully stepped into the Middle Divine Lord realm today. There are also people from the righteous divine nation. In the 3rd group of people, Duan Tian saw a mansion master from the righteous divine nation. He also saw a few familiar faces. There were people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation and Fei Yang Divine Nation. He was representing the righteous divine nation this time. Naturally, he knew the people from the righteous divine nation. As for the people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation and Fei Yang Divine Nation, it was all because of his 4th senior sister, Lang Chun-1. Since his 4th senior sister, Lang Chun-1, had killed all the high-level god emperors in the soaring divine nation's capital, The number of high-level god emperors who came to the Heavenswell Canyon this time was much fewer than the other divine nations. Duan Tian was so focused on this pitiful divine nation that he remembered most of the high-level god emperors from this divine nation. As for the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, it was represented by his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1, so he paid close attention to it as well. It seems like it's because of the arrival of these people that the supporting Fall Divine Nation and Xianxia Divine Nation temporarily stopped fighting. Duan Tian guessed the reason why the supporting Fall Divine Nation and Xianxia Divine Nation stopped fighting. At the same time, he knew this was only the calm before the storm. Once the Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus matured, a chaotic battle would ensue. It won't be easy to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Although Duan Tian had entered the intermediate Divine Emperor stage and possessed strength comparable to a half-step ultimate god from the various divine kingdoms, he did not dare to say that he would definitely be able to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus since there was no lack of half-step ultimate gods present. Not to mention the other divine nations, just the supporting Qiu Divine Nation and Xianxia Divine Nation's experts each had a powerful half-step ultimate god. Below these two half-step ultimate gods, there were a few experts whose strength was on par with a half-step ultimate god. The two people Duan Tian had killed were considered the weakest of the two divine nations. Let's wait. Don't go out yet. I've killed the people from the supporting Qiu Divine Nation and Xianxia Divine Nation. If I show myself now, I'll definitely be targeted. At that time, I'll reveal my strength that's comparable to a half-step ultimate god. When the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus fully matures, I'll definitely be targeted. Now in their eyes, although I'm strong, I'm only a half-step ultimate god. My threat is limited. With that thought in mind, Duan Tian no longer had the intention to show himself. He hid in the distance and waited patiently. Of course, with his current distance, there was no advantage for him to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. When the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus fully matures, the battle royale will definitely begin. At that time, no matter who it is, whoever obtains the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus will definitely become the target of everyone. Therefore, it'll be difficult for anyone to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus within a short period of time. When someone obtains the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus, even if he can withstand the attacks of others, he'll definitely be injured even if he's a half-step ultimate god. I'll just do my best to be the Oriole. Because of that, Duan Tian wasn't in a hurry even if he couldn't show himself in advance or get close to the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. There was no use in being anxious about such things as there might be some unexpected surprises waiting for him. Now, there's probably quite a number of people waiting to be the Oriole like me. Although he was only a middle-level emperor god, his strength wasn't any weaker than a half-step ultimate god. Duan Tian's observation skills were no longer the same as before. He could faintly sense some fluctuations of aura scattered around. Obviously, the three groups of people weren't the only ones present. Let's wait patiently. Duan Tian stared at the heaven and earth phenomenon in the distance. The lotus flower that was transformed from flame stood tall in the sky as it swayed in the air. After swaying about 10 times, the silhouette of a golden Buddha could be vaguely seen before it gradually disappeared. However, as time passed, the golden Buddha shadow appeared before the lotus swayed for more than 10 times. In the end, it only swayed a few times before the golden Buddha's shadow quickly appeared. If the golden Buddha shadow continues on this path, it should completely solidify in the end. The heaven and earth anomaly will no longer appear to refine it. Instead, it will manifest as a complete golden Buddha shadow that will never dissipate. At that time, the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus will most likely be fully mature. Duan Tian speculated in his heart. Although he had heard of the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus before, he knew nothing about the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus' complete maturity. However, he could vaguely see something from the changes in the heaven and earth anomaly. In this mystical world, there were many things that followed a certain pattern. It seems like that's the case. While Duan Tian was speculating, the appearance of the golden Buddha silhouettes became more and more frequent. Although he was still far away, he could clearly sense a strong smell of gunpowder in the air. Many people's divine powers were faintly discernible on the surface of their bodies. It was obvious that they were ready to attack at any time. Even those people who were hiding in the dark around Duan Tian noticed, had their aura fluctuated. It was obvious they couldn't hide anymore. Humph. In the distance, the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god snorted coldly and scanned his surroundings. Everyone, since you're here, Why don't you show yourself? Are you waiting for us to fight before you show yourself and reap the benefits? A group of people who were hiding in the dark with unstable aura were forced out by the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god. Soon, a fourth group of people appeared in the middle of the field. These people did not mingle with the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation, the Xianxia Divine Nation, or the third group of people. At the very least, most of them were not with them. Of course, there were still a few people who recognized that the people from their own divine nations were also there and walked over. To them, although no one was trustworthy, if they really wanted to talk about trust, they would rather trust people from the same divine nation. These people are really impatient. Duan Lingtian shook his head lightly when he saw the group of people being forced out. Unlike these people, he did not hide much. Even though he was only a mid-level god emperor, he was not discovered by a group of upper-level god emperors. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that these people did not use their divine consciousness to probe. Now that more and more people had arrived, coupled with the fact that the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was about to ripen, no one wanted to make another enemy just because they used their divine consciousness to probe others. It would be disadvantageous for them to compete for the earthly fire Buddhist lotus later on. Be careful. There are probably still many people hiding in the dark. The only half-step ultimate god on the supporting Fall Divine Nation side reminded the people around him. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. Those who came out are just impatient people. Don't think that these people are the only ones hiding. Someone from the Xianxia Divine Nation also reminded. The others also agreed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard in his free time, and then he was stunned. His fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-1, was still leading in the individual scoreboard. However, the points at the end shocked Duan Lingtian. Lang Chun-1, Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, 5,826 points. Isn't fourth senior sister's points a little too ridiculous? At this rate, it won't be long before she breaks the record set by that person in the past, right? It's said that in the Destiny Canyon, anyone who breaks the points record of the Divine Nations battle will be rewarded with extra rewards. There's a reward for breaking the individual scoreboard's record. And there's also a reward for breaking the Divine Nations scoreboard's record. However, the former only belongs to one person while the latter is shared equally by everyone from a divine nation. I just don't know what the previous record of the divine nations was. If the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation breaks the record this time, then those high-level god emperors from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation will be in for a treat. They will all receive additional rewards. After looking at the individual scoreboard, Duan Lingtian's eyes fell on the Divine Nation scoreboard. He shook his head as he looked at the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation that was in first place. The Righteous Divine Nation. After that, Duan Lingtian looked at the Righteous Divine Nation's ranking on the Divine Nation scoreboard. To his surprise, the Righteous Divine Nation's ranking had dropped by a few places and was now ranked 9th. Currently, there was no one from the Righteous Divine Nation in the top 10 of the individual scoreboard. Duan Lingtian's points had increased, and his ranking had risen as well. However, it was not by much. Moreover, this was after he had killed the 2 high-level divine emperors from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the High E Divine Nation. However, even though he was rising in rank, the others were rising in rank as well. It was just that they were rising in rank at a faster rate than most of them. Soon, after shifting his attention away from the scoreboard, Duan Lingtian looked at the heaven and earth phenomenon that occurred when the earthly fire Buddha lotus was growing. At this moment, the golden Buddha silhouettes appeared at a much faster rate. They appeared every 2 breaths. Then, they disappeared and reappeared again. After about 15 minutes, the golden Buddha silhouettes appeared every 2 breaths. It's about time. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as the divine energy in his body surged along his 99 heavenly veins. At the same time, many people who were hiding in the dark were exposed. However, because Duan Lingtian had concealed himself well, no one discovered him. In fact, he was confident that as long as no one used their divine sense to probe him, no one would discover him. He had this much confidence in himself. In 15 minutes, the earthly fire Buddha lotus should be fully matured. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, there were others who shared the same thought as Duan Lingtian. Almost everyone had found the pattern. At this moment, the entire place was dead silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Chapter 4193. The Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. It was a divine item that could allow someone who didn't have the talent to become a venerate. The Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus was the most precious item in the Divine Kingdom Battle of the Heavens Canyon. Once the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotuses appeared and were obtained by others, the riot of life within the Heavens Canyon would officially begin. The riot was similar to the riot in the Destiny Canyon, when the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotuses were taken away. Wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass was left alive. Once the riot began in the Destiny Canyon, it usually meant that the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotuses that appeared in the Divine Kingdom battle had already found a master. In the previous Divine Kingdom battles in the Destiny Canyon, not everyone had the opportunity to see the birth of the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Only a small number of people had encountered it. Just like now, Duan Ling Tian had his eyes on the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Although there were many people in the open, there were only a few dozen of them. Including those in the dark, there were no more than 100 people. And this time, quite a few people from the various divine nations had come. Not to mention the other divine kingdoms, just the righteous divine kingdom had a few dozen people. Half of them were prefecture masters of the various prefectures under the righteous divine kingdom. Duan Ling Tian was one of the righteous divine kingdom's prefecture masters. As for those who weren't prefecture masters, they were people like Yun He. Of course, not all of them were like Yun He, who was a direct subordinate of the righteous divine kingdom's monarch. Many of them were upper god emperors from ancient families and sects in the righteous divine kingdom. There were also some royal relatives. This was just the righteous divine kingdom. As for the other 29 divine kingdoms, apart from the Feiyang divine kingdom, which had fewer people, the other 28 divine kingdoms had about the same number of people as the righteous divine kingdom. Even if one divine kingdom had 50 people, 30 divine kingdoms would have 1,500 people. This time, there were actually more than 1,500 people who had entered the Destiny Canyon to participate in the Divine Kingdom battle. Although there was more than one Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus in the Heavens Canyon, only a few hundred people would be able to see it during the clash of the Divine's kingdoms. There were even more people who had no chance of seeing it. The Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus Heaven and Earth Vision would only cover a small area. Although the area covered wasn't small, it was nothing compared to the entire Destiny Canyon. It has matured. A series of exclamations broke the silence of the scene, where only the sound of breathing was left. At the same time, in the shadow in front of him, an indomitable golden Buddha shadow completely solidified. Then, it turned into a ray of golden light and fell from the sky. In a flash, it drilled into the ground. In the next moment, a lotus flower emitting a fiery light soared into the sky. The surrounding fiery light occasionally transformed into a Buddha figure. The lotus soared into the air and floated there, as if waiting for someone to collect it. The Earthen Fire Buddhist Lotus is mine. With a loud roar, a middle-aged man flew towards the Earthen Fire Buddhist Lotus with bloodshot eyes. At this moment, he gave off a deranged vibe. Someone used the mind-bewitching technique on him. Many people exclaimed softly. The art of mind bewitchment referred to the art of bewitching others. It was not useful in a battle between powerhouses, but when used to deal with people who were weaker than them, it was often very effective. In the beginning, Duan Ling Tian was also a little puzzled. Why would someone go crazy and rush towards the lotus alone? Wasn't that seeking death? Even a half-step ultimate god would not dare to do that. He's finished. Almost at the same time Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, the middle-aged man was directly torn into pieces. It only took a dozen people to kill him in the blink of an eye. Even a half-step ultimate god was not needed. After the middle-aged man's death, the scene once again fell into a dead silence. The Earthen Fire Buddhist Lotus was suspended in the void, but no one dared to approach it. It was as if it was not a treasure, but a monster. They're really patient. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation and the Xianxia Divine Nation. Among the people from the various divine nations present, these two divine nations had the most people. Now, more people were on guard against them. They'll make the first move. Duan Ling Tian firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. After a dozen breaths of time, Duan Ling Tian's guess came true. The half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation took the lead and stepped forward to grab the Earthen Fire Buddhist Lotus. At the same time, the other people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation made their moves as well. They surrounded the half-step ultimate god to protect him as they glared at the people around them. Stop! All of you from the supporting Fall Divine Nation must die. As soon as the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation made their moves, not only the people from the Xianxia Divine Nation, but even the people from the other divine nations were taken aback. In an instant, the people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation became the target of everyone. However, the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god was able to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in the end due to the help of a helper. Next, as long as he could escape from the people around him, the earthen fire Buddhist lotus would be his. He's trying to teleport away. Everyone's expression changed drastically when they saw the half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation gradually fading away. However, they heaved a sigh of relief in the next moment. This was because the void only rippled a few times before the half-step ultimate god from the supporting Fall Divine Nation regained his form. It was obvious someone had stopped him from teleporting away. In fact, before the earthen fire Buddhist lotus had fully matured, many people who were skilled in the law of space had already disrupted the space around them. It was impossible to teleport away. Even Duan Tian was not idle. He had been secretly disrupting the space around them. Just like the others, he was worried someone would teleport away after taking the earthen fire Buddhist lotus. As for why he made his move, it was purely to join in the fun. He knew even if he did not make a move, the space around them would not be stable enough for them to teleport away. The chaotic battle has begun. Duan Tian hid in the shadows and watched the scene before him with a calm gaze. The people from the supporting Fall Divine Nation took the initiative to attack the earthen fire Buddhist lotus and became everyone's target. Two of the supporting Fall Divine Nation's high-level god emperors were even killed by a group of people. Naturally, the people from the Xianxia Divine Nation were also involved. The supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god tried to escape several times, but he failed every time. In the end, he was surrounded by three half-step ultimate gods and had no choice but to throw the earthly fire Buddhist lotus away. After the earthen fire Buddhist lotus was thrown away, no one cared about him anymore. The three half-step ultimate gods who were closest to the supporting Fall Divine Nation made the first move to snatch the earthen fire Buddhist lotus. The half-step ultimate god from the Xianxia Divine Nation was one of them. The others from the Xianxia Divine Nation also came forward to help. Some of them even tried to grab the earthen fire Buddhist lotus. However, before they could grab it, they were attacked again. The scene before them could only be described in one word: chaos. These guys are really good at keeping their composure. Duan Tian glanced at the empty space around him and thought to himself. He did not believe there was no one hiding in the surroundings. That was why he felt these people were so patient. They were almost catching up to him. Although the scene before them was chaotic, after the supporting Fall Divine Nation's high-level god emperor died, no one else died. Most of them realized the situation was hopeless and did not continue to persist. Otherwise, there would have been more deaths later on. Because of that, the scene became very chaotic. Even the earthen fire Buddhist lotus was pulled from one side of the void to the other. Although no one else came into contact with the earthen fire Buddhist lotus after the supporting Fall Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god, the earthen fire Buddhist lotus was still affected by many people's attacks. However, no matter how strong the attacks were, the earthen fire Buddhist lotus remained unharmed. It was only pushed to constantly change its position, flashing here and there. Later on, no one dared to touch the earthen fire Buddhist lotus because they would be targeted the moment they tried to do so. Swoosh! Whoosh! Soon after, two figures who had been hiding near Duan Tian finally made their move. They were two half-step ultimate gods. It was obvious they had come together. As soon as they made their move, one of them took the earthly fire Buddhist lotus while the other easily blocked the attacks from the surrounding upper-ranked divine emperors. At that moment, the other half-step ultimate gods were busy fighting and could not care less about the two of them. The two half-step ultimate gods joined hands and took the earthen fire Buddhist lotus. None of the surrounding high-level god emperors could stop them. They could only watch as the two half-step ultimate gods fled. When he saw this scene, Duan Tian's expression was calm as if this matter had nothing to do with him. However, in the next moment, another figure walked out from the void and stopped the half-step ultimate god who took the earthen fire Buddhist lotus. It was also a half-step ultimate god. As for the other half-step ultimate god, he was surrounded by many high-level god emperors. The two of them who were moving quickly were stopped. The earthen fire Buddhist lotus is mine. Like a gust of wind, a figure in the dark rushed towards the half-step ultimate god who was holding the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in his hand. The half-step ultimate god who was fighting another half-step ultimate god was severely injured and had no choice but to throw away the earthly fire Buddhist lotus in his hand. Haha. Thanks. The half-step ultimate god who was proficient in the law of wind laughed and thanked him before turning into a gust of wind and flying away. The surrounding space was chaotic and could not teleport. In addition, the half-step ultimate god who was proficient in the law of wind was extremely fast. No one could catch up with him. It's the son of the Fengling divine nation monarch, Feng Xiaoxiao. At that moment, someone recognized the half-step ultimate god who took the earth and fire Buddhist lotus and escaped. Feng Xiaoxiao. The son of the Fengling divine nation monarch, a high-level god emperor. Although many had heard of him and knew he was proficient in the law of wind, not many knew how strong he was. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao's move stunned everyone. The most outstanding son of the Wind Chime Divine Kingdom's monarch was actually this powerful? A half-step ultimate god? If he took the earth and fire Buddhist lotus, would there not be a second ultimate god in the Fengling Divine Nation imperial family? A clan with two ultimate gods. Chapter 4194. As a half-step ultimate god, Feng Xiaoxiao might not be the strongest half-step ultimate god in the entire Tiannan continent, but he was definitely one of the fastest half-step ultimate gods. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and was escaping. There were only a handful of people who could catch up to him. Moreover, the number of people who could catch up to him was decreasing. Damn it! Feng Xiaoxiao has hidden his strength too well. His wind elemental law has reached such a level. Feng Xiaoxiao was currently riding on his sword and riding the wind. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. Those who were left behind along the way had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, one figure after another, those who were originally hiding no longer hid themselves. One by one, they soared into the sky. Some of them just so happened to be in Feng Xiaoxiao's path, and directly blocked her path. As for some of them, they rushed to Feng Xiaoxiao's side. Together with the pursuers behind them, they trapped Feng Xiaoxiao. However, even though he was surrounded by enemies, Feng Xiaoxiao had no intention of stopping to fight. His figure moved around and dodged all the attacks. His speed was so fast that most of the attacks could not even touch him. The earthly fire Buddhist lotus in Feng Xiaoxiao's hand shone brightly, causing the eyes of the group of upper-rank god emperors to turn red. Feng Xiaoxiao, as the crown prince of Wind Chime Divine Kingdom, do you only know how to dodge? Feng Xiaoxiao, you can't escape. Are there any experts who specialize in confinement laws? Quickly confine him. The group of upper-rank god emperors were flustered and exasperated. Some of the upper-rank god emperors who specialize in spatial laws were easily shattered by the sword under Feng Xiaoxiao's feet, even though they were not half-step ultimate gods. There were also upper-rank god emperors who specialize in earth elemental laws who wanted to combine earth elemental laws with divine power to form a rock prison to stop Feng Xiaoxiao. However, Feng Xiaoxiao managed to escape as the rock prison was too slow. Feng Xiaoxiao had obviously come prepared. Some people tried to use the disc array to set up a formation, but they soon realized that the disc array's speed was extremely slow. It was as if its speed was being reduced by something. In such a situation, it was usually because Feng Xiaoxiao had something on her that could affect the speed of the array disc. It was also because the earth and fire Buddha lotus couldn't be consumed for a day and a night after it had fully matured. Otherwise, with Feng Xiaoxiao's speed, she could have consumed the earth and fire Buddha lotus directly and made the group give up. When that happened, although there would be people who would attack Feng Xiaoxiao out of indignation, there would be even more people who would choose to give up. This was because with the item gone, there was no point in pursuing Feng Xiaoxiao. Their goal was the earth and fire Buddhist lotus, so it did not matter if they killed Feng Xiaoxiao or not. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind rustled like a loach as it swam around the encirclement of a group of high god emperors who had walked out from the shadows. Before the pursuers behind it had completely caught up, it finally escaped the encirclement. Then he continued to flee. The people behind him were slowly left behind. When the last person chose to give up, Feng Xiaoxiao, who had been fleeing for some time, finally revealed a look of joy on her face. However, he did not stop. Instead, he chose to continue fleeing. The earth and fire Buddha lotus is mine. Fortunately, I didn't make a move right from the start. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to utilize my speed advantage. Of course, it also has to do with the fact that I've been hiding my strength all this time. If they knew my strength, the half-step ultimate gods nearby would have stopped fighting the moment I appeared and targeted me. It's because they underestimated me that they gave me a buffer and allowed me to succeed. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao was in a very good mood because he knew how lucky he was to have succeeded this time. It was all due to luck. First of all, there was no one among the group of half-step ultimate gods who was good at speed. Secondly, there was no half-step ultimate god among the group of people who had blocked his path earlier. In addition, he was not in the mood to fight, so they could not stop him. It should be safe now, right? After continuing to flee for some distance and even changing directions a few times, Feng Xiaoxiao gradually slowed down and a smile bloomed on his face unknowingly. Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxiao finally had the chance to seriously examine the Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that I can't use it for the time being, I would have taken it immediately. Good stuff. Unfortunately, I have to wait. Then I'll wait a little longer. Feng Xiaoxiao grinned but was not in a hurry to keep the Earth and Fire Buddha Lotus in his spatial ring. Once he kept it in his spatial ring and took it out again, he would have to wait for a full day and night before he could consume it. Suddenly, Feng Xiaoxiao's ears twitched. He who was good at using the law of wind might not be able to sense the minute changes in the distance, but he could still clearly sense the minute changes in the void around him. At this moment, he could clearly sense the changes in the void around him. The moment he sensed the minute changes, his expression changed drastically. He then unleashed his divine power and the law of wind swept out in an attempt to restart his escape. Bang! However, this time around, just as Feng Xiaoxiao was about to move, she was blocked by an invisible barrier that suddenly appeared in the sky. Even though she tried to change direction immediately, she was still blocked by the barrier. At that moment, Feng Xiaoxiao did not try to escape. The power of wind raged around him and swept out everywhere. Finally, a square-shaped barrier appeared around him and blocked all his attacks. An expert who is good at using the law of space. He's trapped me. No, this divine power. Middle God Emperor. When Feng Xiaoxiao realized that the power that was trapping him contained the divine power of a middle God Emperor, his eyes narrowed. Then, a figure appeared in his mind. He was good at using the law of space. A middle God Emperor. It seemed like it could only be him. Duan Tian? Feng Xiaoxiao said in a low voice. At the same time, his consciousness began to scan his surroundings. Almost at the same time that Feng Xiaoxiao's consciousness vaguely detected a figure hiding in the dark not too far away, a purple figure who had been hiding in that place stepped out of the void unhurriedly. It was a young man in a purple robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. His face was handsome and he gave off a peaceful feeling as he stood there. However, Feng Xiaoxiao was not in the mood to admire a man. He asked with a serious expression, "Have you been following me all this time?" He did not actually know the person in front of him. He had only heard of him and had taken a few glances at him before he entered. He was a demon-like lower god emperor who was good at using the law of space and had mastered the way of the sword. He had killed a upper god emperor when he was only a lower god emperor. There were even people who said that his strength far surpassed an ordinary lower god emperor, and was comparable to a half-step ultimate god. At that time, he did not take it seriously and thought that those people were exaggerating. However, now that he realized that his opponent had entered the realm of a middle god emperor and had followed him all the way here, his heart could not help but tremble. One had to know that he had been running at full speed the entire time. Those half-step ultimate gods could only eat the dust behind him and could only watch as he disappeared into the dust. However, this person had been following him all along. Moreover, he did not notice. Yes. In response to Feng Xiaoxiao's question, Duan Tian nodded slightly. He did not waste any time and immediately used the space imprisonment. It was obvious that he did not intend to give Feng Xiaoxiao any chance to catch her breath. In his eyes, Feng Xiaoxiao was already a turtle in a jar. Of course, he was able to successfully use the space imprisonment because Feng Xiaoxiao had stopped to look at the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. It was Feng Xiaoxiao who had given him the opportunity. Now, things have become simple. Once I kill Feng Xiaoxiao, the earthly fire Buddhist lotus will be mine. I really did not expect this. This time, even Duan Ling Tian did not expect things to go so smoothly. One had to know that although he had thought of snatching the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, he was not completely confident that he would succeed. This was because even if his speed was not slower than Feng Xiaoxiao, he would definitely be targeted if he appeared. However, when Feng Xiaoxiao appeared, she was not targeted. In addition, her strength and speed were beyond everyone's imagination. Therefore, she took the initiative and successfully escaped. The moment Feng Xiaoxiao succeeded in her escape, Duan Ling Tian followed her path and moved forward stealthily. As everyone's attention was on Feng Xiaoxiao, no one noticed him. He only made his move when Feng Xiaoxiao managed to escape and stopped moving. Duan Ling Tian, you're just a middle god emperor. You can't stop me. Feng Xiaoxiao growled. After she threw the earthly fire Buddhist lotus into her storage ring, the sword at her feet also appeared in her hand. This was a full soul superior divine sword. In Feng Xiaoxiao's hand, it brought about waves of swift and fierce wind. It was as if thousands of swords were slicing through the void, causing the void to shake and tremble. She defended against Duan Ling Tian's attacks while attacking the spatial imprisonment around her. The spatial imprisonment shook for a while. However, as most of the attacks were blocked by Duan Ling Tian, there was no immediate risk of it collapsing. When Feng Xiaoxiao saw this, her expression changed once again. She did not hesitate and instantly unleashed all of her divine power. The wind law also became louder and louder. Wang, 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 wang. Wind blades wreaked havoc around Feng Xiaoxiao. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire spatial imprisonment, causing the spatial imprisonment to shake and distort as if it could collapse at any time. Idiot! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian calmly spat out 2 words. Then, he shook the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. A rainbow sword ray appeared in the sky and swept down. Then, not only did the sword principle appear, but he also began to control the surrounding spatial energy. This was the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Once the Tao of control was unleashed, not only did the rainbow sword ray change, but even the spatial imprisonment, which was shaking continuously and showing signs of collapsing, solidified once again. What is this? Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed. Then, as if she had thought of something, her pupils shrank rapidly. You've mastered the Tao of control as well. The Tao of control. The other 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Chapter 4195. The Tao of Control. As Feng Xiaoxiao cried out in surprise, Duan Ling Tian continued to strengthen his attacks. The divine power in his body surged out like a vast ocean. If they had fought normally, Feng Xiaoxiao might not have been defeated even if he was facing Duan Ling Tian at his peak. However, he had expended too much of his divine power. Even though Duan Ling Tian had teleported along with him, he had not expended as much energy as Feng Xiaoxiao. Not only did he have to escape, but he also had to destroy some of his opponent's attacks while escaping. How is this possible? How can he master the sword Tao and the Tao of control at the same time? In the history of the heavenly South Continent, I have never heard of anyone who has mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth at the same time. Anyone who has mastered one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth is known as the God of creation. However, he has mastered 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Despite his shock, Feng Xiaoxiao did not forget to defend himself against Duan Ling Tian's attacks. At the same time, he destroyed the space around him because he knew that he could not fight for a long time. If the battle dragged on, he would definitely die. However, he soon realized that he had underestimated Duan Ling Tian. While the divine power in his body was in short supply and was showing signs of exhaustion, Duan Ling Tian's divine power was still as boundless as the ocean. Coupled with the transportation of the 99 heavenly veins, Duan Ling Tian's divine power flowed through his body at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he had combined the spatial law, sword Tao, and Tao of control to attack Feng Xiaoxiao continuously. Feng Xiaoxiao was injured by Duan Ling Tian for the first time under such circumstances. Puffed! Feng Xiaoxiao opened her mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Her face turned pale in an instant and her eyes were filled with a strong sense of unwillingness. Duan Ling Tian, if you kill me, my father will not let you off. Feng Xiaoxiao growled as he sensed danger. He tried to use his father, the monarch of Wind Chime Divine Nation, to intimidate Duanling Tian so that Duanling Tian would not dare to kill him. However, would Duanling Tian be intimidated by him? Idiot! This was the second time that Duanling Tian had called Feng Xiaoxiao an idiot. Did she really think that he was a 3-year-old child? Ignoring the fact that the Wind Chime Divine Nation King might not have the opportunity to attack him, given the current situation, if he killed Feng Xiaoxiao, as long as he didn't say anything, who would know that he was the one who killed Feng Xiaoxiao? Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword beam whistled past, injuring Feng Xiaoxiao once again. This time, Feng Xiaoxiao's injuries were even more severe than before. She was on the brink of death. No! At this time, Feng Xiaoxiao no longer had her previous unyielding attitude. She became extremely humble. Duanling Tian, don't kill me. I have a big secret. As long as you let me go, I'll share it with you when we get out. The current Feng Xiaoxiao could be said to be disregarding everything in order to survive. As for the so-called big secret, it was naturally fake. He just wanted to live. Sorry, I'm not interested. However, what made Feng Xiaoxiao despair was that Duanling Tian was not at all interested in the big secret that she had mentioned. Instead, she continued to kill him, causing him to lose consciousness from despair. You're quite strong. If we were to fight normally, even if I could trap you, it would be difficult to kill you. Being unaware of the aureole behind is indeed the way of the king. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. Then, he casually put away Feng Xiaoxiao's full soul high-grade divine sword and Feng Xiaoxiao's storage ring. The earthly fire Buddhist lotus was in Feng Xiaoxiao's storage ring. Let's go back and take a look. There were so many upper-level god emperors gathered just now and they haven't completely dispersed yet. I'll kill some weaker upper-level god emperors to accumulate some points and consolidate my cultivation base. After killing Feng Xiaoxiao, Duanling Tian did not plan to escape. Instead, he headed toward the place where the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was born. Before he arrived at the scene, Duanling Tian encountered a few upper-level god emperors. Most of them were alone. Among these upper-level god emperors, there were no half-step ultimate gods. Duanling Tian killed them easily. Reward after reward fell from the sky as though they were free, enveloping Duanling Tian. By the time Duanling Tian returned to the place where the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was born, he had already killed close to 10 upper-level god emperors. When he arrived at the scene, he realized that there were still a few upper-level god emperors. There were even a few upper-level god emperors who were fighting with each other. Some of them were fighting 2 against 1, while others were fighting 3 against 1. Obviously, they all wanted to kill each other to obtain the reward points for the Battle of the Divine Nations. So many points. I'll take advantage of the fact that the Living Riot has not started to get more points. Even if I can't catch up to 4th senior sister, I can't fall too far behind her. Otherwise, it would make me look useless as a junior brother. With such thoughts in mind, Duanling Tian shuttled past the upper-level god emperors and killed them one by one. The few half-step ultimate gods had already left long ago. None of the remaining upper-level god emperors were a match for Duanling Tian. In the eyes of those who were targeted by Duanling Tian was a half-step ultimate god emperor. He was so powerful that it was frightening. None of them were a match for him. Duanling Tian has entered the realm of a middle-level god emperor. Some of the upper-level god emperors wanted to escape after witnessing Duanling Tian's power. However, as Duanling Tian was already prepared, they could not escape at all. As a result, those who saw Duanling Tian in action all died. Since I've obtained so many rewards, I'll go into seclusion nearby and try to stabilize my cultivation level as a middle-level god emperor. I'll head to the central area of the Heavens Will Canyon after the Living Riot. Of course, the area I'm in might be the central area of the Heavens Will Canyon. If that's the case, I won't have to worry about the Living Riot affecting this area. The Living Riot in the Heavens Will Canyon would affect the outer area, but not the central area of the Heavens Will Canyon. This was because the Living Riot would stop at the outer area of the Heavens Will Canyon. It was said that this was the law left behind by the Creator God in the Heavens Will Canyon. With so many rewards, as long as I have enough time, it won't be difficult for me to stabilize my cultivation level as a middle-level god emperor. While Duanling Tian was going into seclusion to digest the rewards, the outer area of the Heavens Will Canyon started to become restless. Many giant beings were either walking on the ground or breaking through the air. Their bodies were emitting a murderous aura. Among these giant beings, there were a few humanoid beings that were emitting a powerful aura. They were following these giant beings as they moved towards the inner area. The earthly fire Buddha lotus has been taken away. Kill. Kill those intruders. The living creatures in the heavens will canyon didn't have complete intelligence. They only had the instinct to protect the earthly fire Buddha lotus. After all the earthly fire Buddha lotus had matured and been taken away, they released their shackles and joined hands to kill their way into the heavens will canyon. The weakest of these living creatures were lower-level god emperors, middle-level god emperors, and even upper-level god emperors. In fact, there were even some overlord-level existences among some upper god emperors. Although these living creatures weren't as strong as half-step ultimate gods, they were very close. In the entire heavens will canyon, only half-step ultimate gods from the outside had the ability to kill them. However, in the heavens will canyon, no one dared to recklessly kill these chaotic creatures. It was still fine if they killed lower celestial emperors and mid-celestial emperors, but if they killed too many high celestial emperors, there would be lower celestial emperors and mid-celestial emperors. If a lower-level ultimate god were to fall, a medium-level ultimate god would appear. Once a living riot occurred in the heavens will canyon, there was only one way for outsiders to survive. That was to escape into the inner area of the heavens will canyon. A living riot? Interesting. In the sky above a vast mountain range, a young girl opened her eyes. At the same time, she who was originally sitting cross-legged in the sky looked into the distance. If I kill a few upper-level god emperors, lower-level god emperors will appear? Now, the rewards from killing upper-level god emperors are no longer useful to me. However, the rewards from killing upper-level god emperors are not bad. Thinking of this, the young girl flew into the sky. Soon, she saw a large group of black figures in the distance in front of the vast mountain range. Among them, there were huge demonic beasts and some other living creatures. There were also many humanoid living creatures. When they moved in groups, their auras were domineering as if they could destroy everything. Let's play with them. The young girl's figure flashed, and she charged towards the crowd of rioting creatures. Then, as expected, she was attacked. The group of creatures attacked her one after another. However, against the attacks of these creatures, the young girl easily dispelled them. Moreover, when she attacked, the divine energy that extended from her body was obviously different from the living creatures that attacked her. One should know that there was no lack of upper-level god emperors among the living creatures that attacked her. At this moment, if there was someone with good eyesight present, they would be able to tell that the young girl had already entered the lower-level god realm. In the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon, once a lower-level god realm expert entered the lower-level god realm, they could no longer kill people from other divine kingdoms. However, there was no limit to killing living creatures in Destiny Canyon. Once they killed living creatures from other divine kingdoms, they would be immediately sent out of Destiny Canyon. Of course, once a lower-level god realm expert entered the lower-level god realm, they could directly leave Destiny Canyon if they felt bored staying in there. Bang! The young girl casually punched and killed a upper-level god emperor. Then, with a sweep of her other hand, she took away another upper-level god emperor. The two rewards fell on her at the right time, but they were not useful to her. Because she was already a lower-level god realm expert, the rewards for killing upper-level god emperors were useless to her. After killing a few more high-level ultimate gods, a black shadow solidified in the void and turned into a knight in black armor riding on a steel horse. The black-armored knight held a completely black, 7-foot-long spear in his hand. His entire body was covered in by armor, and even his head was no exception. One could vaguely see that within the black-armored knight's pair of indistinct eyes, there were flames of blood burning. His divine energy fluctuated and a destructive aura spread in all directions, causing the living creatures in Destiny Canyon to retreat as if they respected the knight in black armor. Chapter 4196. You're proficient in the law of destruction as well? The girl was not afraid of the black-armored knight at all. Instead, she was eager to fight. Looks like you're not weak. Very well, I'll let you practice with me. I haven't fought with an ultimate god since I became a lower ultimate god. The girl smiled and faced the black-armored knight head-on. As for the black-armored knight, he shook the black spear in his hand that was filled with a destructive aura and charged toward the girl. He was like a tank that was charging straight at a 3-year-old child. In the next moment, two gigantic figures appeared. It was the girl and the black-armored knight. Both of them had transformed into ultimate god apparitions that were more than 10 meters tall. A lower ultimate god's apparition was more than 10 meters tall, while a medium ultimate god's apparition was more than 100 meters tall. As for a higher ultimate god's apparition, it was more than 1,000 meters tall. This is the ultimate god apparition? I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I used to say that third senior brother's ultimate god apparition was useless. It seems like I didn't understand the mysteries of the ultimate god apparition. No wonder third senior brother didn't bother to argue with me. He only said that I would know how powerful the ultimate god apparition was after I became an ultimate god. The girl was Lang Chun-1. She had become a lower ultimate god Lang Chun-1 and was currently fighting with the black-armored knight. The two 10-meter-tall figures collided with each other. Of course, Lang Chun-1's ultimate god apparition was only slightly more than 10 meters tall. The black-armored knight's ultimate god apparition was nearly 20 meters tall. The two continued to collide with each other. The destructive aura spread and tore apart some of the weaker creatures in Destiny Canyon. After a while, the black-armored knight let out a low roar. In the next moment, the creatures in Destiny Canyon completely ignored Lang Chun-1 and moved toward the center of Destiny Canyon, crushing everything in their path. Only Lang Chun-1 and the black-armored knight were left fighting on the spot. Their aura spread and the void trembled as if it would shatter at any moment. Looks like my luck isn't that good. Before Duan Tian could digest the large number of rules and rewards he had received earlier, he heard a series of roars coming from outside. It was as if thousands of armored horses were galloping over. The momentum was so great that the earth trembled. Even the cave he was in began to tremble. Dust filled the cave walls as gravel rolled down. If it was not for the formation on Duan Tian's body that was supporting the cave, perhaps the cave would have collapsed at this moment. When Duan Tian left the cave, it wasn't hard to guess that such a large commotion was caused by the rioting creatures in Destiny Canyon. Let's see which direction they are coming from first. Soaring into the sky, Duan Tian looked in the direction of the voice. He could vaguely see a large expanse of black clouds sweeping over from his left like a dark cloud. Everywhere it passed, countless birds were sent flying and then turned into a rain of blood and powder. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying force that made them explode and evaporate. Although I have the strength of a half-step supreme god now, killing the upper god emperors in Destiny Canyon is not a problem. But if I kill too many and lower god emperors appear, I will definitely die. After confirming the direction of the rioting creatures, Duan Tian turned around and left without any hesitation. The rioting creatures started from the periphery of Destiny Canyon and directly surrounded the area. As long as the direction of the rioting creatures was the same as the direction of the rioting creatures, there was no need to worry about danger. As long as he entered the inner area, the rioting creatures would not continue to pursue him. So, this is the direction to the inner area of Destiny Canyon. Duan Tian looked ahead as he hurried. Only now did he confirm the direction of the inner area of Destiny Canyon. He was currently not in the inner area. As we head towards the inner regions, the further we go, the more high-level god emperors we will encounter. It is still relatively easy to kill at the beginning, but when the people from the various divine nations gather later, it will not be so easy to kill them. There is not much time left. Duan Tian thought of this as he traveled. For this reason, he killed all the people from the other divine kingdoms he encountered along the way. In his eyes, these people were the rewards of the laws. Although he had not fully digested the laws in his body, they could be accumulated. Even if he had not fully digested them, he could slowly digest them in the future when he had the time. Duan Tian. How is this Duan Tian so strong? Every upper god emperor killed by Duan Tian was shocked before they died. Some felt that they were unlucky to have met Duan Tian, while others were shocked by Duan Tian's strength. During this process, Duan Tian's points soared. Not only had he charged to the second place, but he had also firmly left the third place in the dust. Moreover, the distance between him and the first place was constantly shrinking. There was no doubt that at this moment, Duan Tian's name on the scoreboard was dazzling. Many people's points were also soaring because Duan Tian was not the only one heading into the inner region. Many others were heading in the same direction. No matter if they met upper god emperors from other divine nations who were weaker than them, or if they met the scattered living beings in the Destiny Canyon, they would attack and kill them. Firstly, it was for the points. Secondly, It was for the rewards of the laws. Of course, during this process, there were also many people who were quite strong who were killed by others after they had obtained many points and rewards from the laws. Sooner or later, they would have to pay for what they had done. Why hasn't fourth senior sister's points changed? When Duan Ling Tian killed another upper god emperor who was alone in the Destiny Canyon, he took a look at the scoreboard. It was not difficult to see that fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's points, who was ranked first, had not changed at all. Now, he was only less than 1,000 points away from her. What is fourth senior sister doing? Will she be okay? Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly and could not help but worry. He knew about fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's strength. This time, none of the upper god emperors from various divine nations who had entered would be a match for her. The only thing that could threaten her was the existence of the ultimate god realm. Unless some divine nations people stepped into the ultimate god realm to deal with her, or she killed many upper god emperor living beings in the process of the riot, provoking the lower god venerable living beings. Both situations were possible. However, although he was worried, Duan Ling Tian knew that there was nothing he could do. He could only pray that fourth senior sister was safe. Bang! 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 After moving forward for a while, Duan Ling Tian suddenly heard a deafening roar. At the same time, a shout was heard. Lu Qi, you and I are both half-step ultimate gods. If we continue to fight, both of us will be injured. Aren't you worried that someone will take advantage of us and kill us? Humph! Another angry voice was heard. You killed my son and you still want to persuade me? Dream on. Today, I will kill you even if both of us are injured. If you don't dare to risk your life, you will die in my hands eventually. After the two voices were heard, the roar became softer and softer. It was obvious that they were fighting as they moved deeper into the canyon. Obviously, the person who spoke first did not want to continue the fight and continued to move deeper into the canyon. Behind him, the other half-step ultimate god was in hot pursuit. The two of them continued to fight without stopping. At least, in Duan Ling Tian's ears, it did not stop. Two half-step ultimate gods? Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he followed. Are these two setting up a trap, or do they really have a grudge against each other? Although they had made it clear that they had a grudge against each other for killing their son, who knew if they were working together to set up a trap to kill everyone nearby? After all, it was much more tiring to find someone to kill than to have someone walk right into their trap. Duan Ling Tian did not forget to hide his tracks as he followed them. He was also worried that the two of them were baiting him. However, after following them for a while, he saw that both of them were injured. Even the one who was running away had stopped running and was fighting with the one who was chasing after him. That was when he confirmed that the two of them were not trying to bait him but had a grudge against each other. I didn't expect to be so lucky to have two half-step ultimate gods. Duan Ling Tian smiled. If the two of them were in their prime, he would not be able to defeat either of them. However, he could defeat them one by one if he were to launch a sneak attack now. He might have a chance of winning if he attacked openly, but he was not completely confident. Whoosh! With a teleport, Duan Ling Tian disappeared on the spot and reappeared near the two fighting half-step ultimate gods. Who's there? The sudden teleportation only lasted for a brief moment, but the unusual aura still alerted the two half-step ultimate gods who were fighting. Their expressions changed as they stopped fighting and retreated one after another. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian completed his second teleportation and appeared in front of one of the half-step ultimate gods. The seven-colored sword ray in his hand shot out and pierced the half-step ultimate god's body before the half-step ultimate god could react. Whoosh! The dazzling rainbow sword light exploded as soon as it entered the half-step ultimate god's body. Thousands of tiny rainbow sword light shot out from his body. In the next moment, a half-step ultimate god had fallen. Duan Ling Tian. The other half-step ultimate god recognized Duan Ling Tian and his expression changed. He did not even have the time to think about how he could be so powerful before he turned around and tried to escape. However, in the next instant, a figure covered in golden light appeared in front of him and blocked his path. This time, not only did the injured half-step ultimate god's expression change, but even Duan Ling Tian frowned. He had an impression of the person who had appeared. It was one of the mansion masters of the Flying Yang Divine Kingdom. Moreover, he was a half-step ultimate god. The reason why he knew him was because Yunhe had told him about him when the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation and Feiyang Divine Nation met. At that time, Yunhe had introduced him to the 3 half-step ultimate gods from Feiyang Divine Nation. This person was one of them. Chapter 4197. Bang! The other half-step ultimate god who was already injured was unable to fight against Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god in addition to Duan Lingtian's covetous eyes. In less than 2 breaths of time, the half-step ultimate god from Feiyang Divine Nation was defeated by the half-step ultimate god. He was intercepted. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. He had set his eyes on those 2 half-step ultimate gods, but he did not expect that one of them would be killed by the other at the critical moment. However, Jian Wushuang did not stay idle. Almost as soon as the second half-step ultimate god died, Jian Wushuang pushed his hand and separated the half-step ultimate god's high-grade divine artifact and storage ring. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian pretended to retrieve the full soul prominent divine weapon. When the expression of the half-step ultimate god from the soaring divine nation darkened, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the spatial ring left behind by the fallen half-step ultimate god and casually put it away. The half-step ultimate god from Flying Yang Divine Nation's expression changed drastically as he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overstepping your boundaries? In the instant that the other party came to a halt in rage, Duan Lingtian teleported a second time to the high-grade divine artifact left behind by that person. He waved a hand and was about to collect it as well. If the half-step ultimate god from Feiyang Divine Nation did not show up, those treasures would have been his. He didn't feel that he had snatched the other party's spoils of war. He even felt that the other party had stolen something from him. Even if he were to take the high-grade divine tool and storage ring, he would still give the reward to his opponent. His opponent should be thanking the heavens if he didn't seek revenge. If the other party was not convinced, he was not to be trifled with either. After becoming a middle great god, Duan Lingtian had enough confidence to face a half-step ultimate god. Bang! Just as Duan Lingtian's hand was about to touch the high-ranked divine weapon, the Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god made his move. His divine weapon's golden light burst out as he threw a punch at Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to have been prepared. As soon as he made his move, the 7-colored sword ray whizzed out and blocked his opponent's attack. Then, he put away the full soul high-grade divine artifact that was right in front of him. Duan Lingtian, you're courting death. The half-step ultimate god from Feiyang Divine Nation was an old man. He was enraged and unleashed his divine power. The golden law merged with his divine power and emitted a dazzling light. It was as if he had turned into an even more dazzling sun. The scorching sun was high up in the sky, shining in all directions as if it could burn everything. You have no respect for your elders, Duan Lingtian said calmly. 7-colored sword light rose from his body, and then he attacked the old man with all his might. In the next moment, the 2 forces collided and were evenly matched. In the end, Duan Lingtian retreated a dozen steps in the air, while the old man retreated a full 20 steps. How can a middle-level emperor god be so strong? The old man's face was green and red. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. However, there was more anger in his eyes. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to become my sworn enemy by taking my spoils? Your spoils of war? Duan Lingtian sneered. Old man, you know what's right and what's wrong. If you continue to nag, I'll make you pay me back with a law of war as a reward. If you really push me too far, I'll make you pay with your life. Do you believe me? Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke. The old man's face changed drastically. He just remembered that when Duan Lingtian entered the Heavenswell Canyon, he was only a lower-level emperor god. Now that he was a middle-level emperor god, his strength was comparable to a half-step ultimate god. If he continued to grow, it would not be difficult for him to kill a half-step ultimate god. Humph! Although his heart was trembling, the old man did not show it on his face. He still cared about his reputation. Duan Lingtian, I'll remember what happened today. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of golden light and flew away. I'll remember it too. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man's back and smiled coldly. He would kill the old man who came to steal his spoils of war after he stabilized his cultivation as a middle-level emperor god. There were unspoken rules in the Heavens-Will Canyon. Duanling Tian had heard about this from Yuan He before he entered the Heavens-Will Canyon. In the Heavens-Will Canyon, if he met someone who was as strong as him and wanted to kill him, he could not interfere if the other party did not need his help. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. He would become enemies with the other party. He did not believe that the old man from Divine Nation did not know the rules and acted rashly. He must have thought that Duanling Tian was easy to bully. Perhaps. He did not expect that I would be as strong as him after I became a middle-level emperor god. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess. And he had indeed guessed correctly. At this moment, the old man who was the mansion master of the Soaring Divine Kingdom's mansion still had a grave expression on his face even though he was far away from Duanling Tian. I thought he'd be weaker than me even if he's a medium divine emperor. I did not expect him to be stronger than me. He has just become a middle-level emperor god. He will surpass me when he stabilizes his cultivation. If he wants to kill me, I will definitely die. I should not have been greedy and wanted to take a share of the loot. Forget it. When I get out, I'll tell the monarch that I will not be a prefecture master anymore. I will go to the imperial palace and be the monarch's lackey. In the Flying Yang Divine Kingdom, I'm protected by the king token. No matter how monstrous Duanling Tian's innate talent is, he can't do anything to me. He will not be able to do anything to me even if he becomes an ultimate god. The old man heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of that. At this moment, Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the mansion master of the Flying Yang Divine Kingdom, a half-step ultimate god, was so frightened by him that he was willing to serve the king of the Flying Yang Divine Kingdom. Duanling Tian had gained quite a lot during his journey. As time passed, he discovered that the rioting creatures around Destiny Canyon had actually stopped chasing after him. Instead, they had stopped in their tracks. He guessed that he had entered the inner region of Destiny Canyon. This was the only region that wouldn't be affected by the chaos of the creatures. I should find a place to continue digesting the rewards. I need to stabilize my cultivation as soon as possible. At that time, I might be able to kill a half-step ultimate god. Along the way, Duanling Tian encountered a few more half-step ultimate gods after the Feiyang Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god. Some of them even wanted to kill him, but they did not succeed. Even so, he was still very unhappy. He felt very frustrated because he did not have the strength to kill those people who provoked him. He could only fight them to a standstill because he did not have the strength to do so. His strength was still too weak after all. While Duanling Tian was in seclusion again, various places in Destiny Canyon were not peaceful. It was not because of the creatures' riot, but because of the changes in the individual ranking. The individual ranking was no longer Lang Chun 1 but Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had overtaken Lang Chun 1 by a few hundred points. How did Duanling Tian get so many points? Lang Chun 1's strength is comparable to an ordinary lower-level ultimate god. But Duanling Tian's strength is not at the level of a half-step ultimate god even though he can kill a upper-level ultimate god. Could it be that his strength has increased after he broke through to the middle-level ultimate god realm? It's possible. Although some people knew that Duanling Tian had broken through to the intermediate divine emperor stage, not many people knew about it. Even so, many people still speculated that he had broken through to the intermediate divine emperor stage. At the very least, his strength was comparable to a half-step ultimate god. More and more people were shocked after some of the half-step ultimate gods who had fought with Duanling Tian confirmed it. He just broke through to the middle-level ultimate god realm and already has the fighting strength of a half-step ultimate god. Duanling Tian is a monster. Monster is not enough to describe this, right? In my opinion, this is unbelievable. I never thought that there would be a day where I would be so afraid of a middle-level ultimate god. I'm even afraid that I'll be killed by him if I meet him. While everyone was talking about Duanling Tian in the central area of Destiny Canyon, a young girl finally broke the stalemate with the black-armored knight. You're no match for me. You're just average. However, I can't kill you. If I kill you and a middle-level ultimate god appears, I might not be able to defeat him. Goodbye. The young girl said goodbye to the black-armored knight who she had been fighting for a long time. She ignored the knight who was chasing after her and walked towards the central area of Destiny Canyon. Although I can't kill people from other divine kingdoms, I can still help Junior Brother if he needs it. Just because I can't kill doesn't mean I can't hurt people. The young girl was Lang Chun-Wan. After becoming a lower-level ultimate god, Lang Chun-Wan could leave Destiny Canyon and withdraw from the Battle of the Divine Kingdoms. However, she did not choose to do so. This was because she wanted to help her junior brother become a middle-level ultimate god. However, after entering the central area of Destiny Canyon, Lang Chun-Wan heard that her junior brother had become a middle-level ultimate god. I didn't even have time to look at the individual scoreboard. Junior brother has surpassed me so quickly? After looking at the individual scoreboard, Lang Chun-Wan was a little surprised. She did not expect her junior brother to be so capable and obtain such a shocking amount of points. According to the points, junior brother must have become a middle-level ultimate god since he doesn't lack any rewards. Moreover, junior brother's strength is comparable to a half-step ultimate god? Amazing. He's more powerful than me, third senior brother and second senior brother. Even big senior sister, when she first entered the God Emperor realm, her strength was most likely not as strong as little junior brother. If eldest senior sister and second senior brother see junior brother, they'll definitely like him. Lang Chuanyuan's rosy, harmless little face was smiling like a flower. I wonder, when will eldest apprentice sister and second apprentice brother be able to return from the planar battlefield? Chapter 4198. The rampaging creatures in Heaven's Will Canyon came to the outer perimeter and guarded the inner perimeter, not allowing anyone to leave. This also meant that the rampaging creatures in Heaven's Will Canyon had stopped. At this time, any outsider that entered Destiny Valley wouldn't be attacked by the violent creatures as long as they didn't leave the inner area. However, the central region of the inner circle was very small, and the people from the various divine kingdoms who were scattered throughout the region would often run into each other here. And when they did, unless they were evenly matched, it was almost certain that one side would be killed. The struggle for supremacy in the divine kingdom was a struggle for everything. He had to fight for the treasures in Destiny Canyon, the secret realms, and the double rewards from killing other divine nations members. In the Heaven's Will Canyon, even people from the same divine nation might not be completely trusted. Although killing people from the same divine nation wouldn't give you any points, you would still receive the normal rewards. Before the chaos in Destiny Valley, there hadn't been many clashes between the various divine nations. After the chaos in Heaven's Will Canyon, the people from the various divine kingdoms who had been chased to the center of the canyon began to fight to the death again and again. Some people fell, while others were fortunate enough to survive, obtaining great benefits. Someone from the Luo Ying divine nation has obtained the Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus. It's a half-step ultimate god from the Luo Ying divine kingdom. The Crown Prince of Wind Chime divine nation, Feng Xiaoxiao, also obtained an Earth Fire Buddhist Lotus. A half-step ultimate god from Luo Ying divine nation would be normal since it's not surprising for him to obtain the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. But that Feng Xiaoxiao from Fengling divine nation doesn't seem to be a half-step ultimate god, right? A few upper god emperors from the same divine nation gathered together and carefully walked around. As they discussed, their focus was all on the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. That Feng Xiaoxiao hid her strength in the past. One of them sighed and said, "The Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus I saw was obtained by him." At that time, no one knew that he was a half-step ultimate god, so when he got close to the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus, those half-step ultimate gods who were fighting each other didn't take him seriously. They thought that the high god emperors near the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus could stop him. Who would have thought that he would display the strength of a half-step ultimate god after obtaining the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus? He then used his amazing attainments in the Law of Wind to take the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus away under the noses of many half-step ultimate gods. Hearing that man's words, the others were naturally also shocked. If that is truly the case, then Feng Xiaoxiao is truly capable of enduring. Feng Xiaoxiao, it was worth it to expose your strength this time. That was the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Looks like the Fengling Divine Nation's imperial family will have two ultimate gods in the future. Just as they were sighing with emotion, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "That's not right." This cry of surprise caused all the High God Emperors, including the High God Emperor who had first mentioned Feng Xiaoxiao, to simultaneously look towards the person who had cried out. "What's wrong? Why are you so surprised?" Facing the doubts of the others, the person who exclaimed had a strange look in his eyes. "Look at the individual rankings. Feng Xiaoxiao's name is gone." As soon as he said that, The others narrowed their eyes and shifted their attention to the individual scoreboard. While these people were taking action, someone else asked in confusion, "Did you not notice Feng Xiaoxiao's name?" Feng Xiaoxiao is a half-step ultimate god and is even more proficient in the law of wind. In the entire Heavensville Canyon, other than that young lady, there shouldn't be anyone capable of killing him, right? That's right. Even if he can't beat her, he should be able to escape, right? Very soon, the few of them confirmed that Feng Xiaoxiao's name was indeed removed from the individual rankings. And what this meant, they couldn't be any clearer. Dead. Almost at the same time, some of the Fengling Divine Nations people who had gathered together were shocked when they discovered that Feng Xiaoxiao's name had disappeared from the individual rankings. His Majesty the Crown Prince is dead? Who killed him? Other than the young lady from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chun-Wan, no one else has the ability to do so. As for the others, it's impossible unless several half-step ultimate gods joined forces. It wasn't just the Wind Chime Divine Nations people. Even those who heard that the Wind Chime Divine Nations Crown Prince, Feng Xiaoxiao, had obtained an Earthfire Buddhist Lotus were shocked to see Feng Xiaoxiao's name disappear from the individual rankings. At the same time, they could not help but let their imaginations run wild. One thing was certain. Feng Xiaoxiao was dead. Another thing was certain. Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus. Was Feng Xiaoxiao killed after consuming the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus, or was the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus stolen after he was killed? If it was the latter, then his death was justified. If it was the former, then his death was unjust. He had a high chance of becoming a supremacy after consuming the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus, but he had died in the Heavensville Canyon. How unlucky! Of course, the crowd shifted their attention away from Feng Xiaoxiao after a while. After all, Feng Xiaoxiao was not the only topic in the Heavensville Canyon. Many people were talking about the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation's upper-level god emperor, the young lady who was rumored to have the strength of a lower-level ultimate god, Lang Chun-Wan. I saw Lang Chun-Wan kill more than 10 upper-level god emperors with my own eyes. Moreover, it was when nearly 30 upper-level god emperors were surrounding her. Although I didn't see what happened after that, I'm sure she set up the trapping formation and killed the remaining upper-level god emperors. I know a few of the remaining upper-level god emperors, but their names have all disappeared from the individual rankings. That Lang Chun-Wan is a monster. It's a nightmare for someone like her to enter the Heavensville Canyon. It'll definitely be a nightmare if we encounter her. I just hope we don't encounter her. Perhaps she has already entered the lower-level ultimate god realm. Once she becomes an ultimate god, she won't be able to kill us anymore. That's true. In the Heavensville Canyon, outsiders who have entered the ultimate god realm won't be able to kill the god emperors from the various divine nations. Feng Xiaoxiao. Lang Chun-Wan. After the topic changed for a while, it shifted back to Duanling Tian. Speaking of which, the lower-level god emperor from the righteous divine nation, Duanling Tian, is also very powerful. Previously, I saw him kill 2 upper-level god emperors with my own eyes. I heard about it too. It said that although he's only a lower-level god emperor, his strength is comparable to that of a half-step ultimate god. Humph. You guys are all old news. Did you guys just come out of seclusion? Yes. Why? Did Duanling Tian recently enter the middle-level god emperor realm? That's right. After Duanling Tian entered the middle-level god emperor realm, his strength is comparable to that of a half-step ultimate god. When he entered the inner region, he killed quite a number of people and now he's ranked first on the individual rankings. Didn't you guys notice? Damn. It's true. He's ranked first. Monster. Monster. This person is as monstrous as Lang Chun-Wan. No wonder he's chosen by an ultimate god faction. If there's no accident, both Duanling Tian and Lang Chun-Wan will go to an ultimate god faction after leaving the Destiny Canyon. Killings were everywhere in the Destiny Canyon. Outside of Heavensville Canyon, the 30 monarchs of the divine nation stood there, their faces as calm as an ancient well. It was not because of anything else but because they could not see the rankings in the Destiny Canyon. Whether it was the individual rankings or the divine nation's rankings, they could not see it. They could only wait until the divine nation's battle in the Destiny Canyon ended before they could see the divine nations and individual rankings. At that time, the 2 rankings would be displayed in the form of a mirror image above the Destiny Canyon. Now they were all waiting. All they could do was wait. Everything was calm. Many monarchs of the divine nations sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. No one knew if they were cultivating or just resting. According to past practice, the Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon should be coming to an end soon. Myriad Law Academy. The time in the trial grounds was the same as the time in the outside world. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the trial grounds opened. Although the Myriad Law Academy was calm, many people were constantly paying attention to the situation in the trial grounds. They were all curious about how those who had entered were faring. In the past year, many people's soul orbs had shattered. It was obvious they had died in the trial grounds. In the independent realm where the inner palace was located, a young man was sitting at a stone table in front of a small courtyard, drinking alone. In the blink of an eye, fourth junior sister and little junior brother have been in there for a year. I'm not used to fourth junior sister not being around. I wonder if she'll be able to enter the ultimate god realm this time. As long as she's not too unlucky, it should be fine, right? As for little junior brother, he should be able to enter the intermediate great god realm this time. Inside the divine trials. Tiannan continent. Destiny Canyon. Whoosh. The girl's figure appeared in the core area of the inner circle. It was also the most dangerous place in the entire inner circle with 9 powerful demon beasts guarding it. Each demon beast had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Although they did not have a full soul high-grade divine weapon to rely on and might not be a match for an outsider half-step ultimate god in a one-on-one fight, the 9 of them worked together. Once their natal magic formation was activated, even a dozen or so outsider half-step ultimate gods would not be able to take them down. There were even half-step ultimate gods who had died there. Therefore, the core area had become a forbidden area in the eyes of outsiders. Even if they were forced into the inner circle's central area, no one dared to approach the core area, let alone enter it. However, the girl had entered the core area. I can't kill those who came in with me, but I can still kill the creatures in the Destiny Canyon. I heard that the 9 demon beasts are even stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god after activating their natal magic formation? I wonder if they're as strong as the Black Armored Knight. The Black Armored Knight is too weak. If it's a fight to the death, I'll be able to kill him within 3 moves. I hope these 9 big guys won't disappoint me. If they disappoint me, I'll bring little junior brother here and turn them into the law of baptism for little junior brother. Chapter 4199. The central region of the heavens Canyon was a forbidden area for the people from the various divine kingdoms. Almost no one dared to enter it. At this moment, a huge battle had broken out in the core area. A single young girl was fighting against 9 colossal creatures. There was a ferocious bird that could blot out the sun when it spread its wings, a giant beast that was as big as a mountain, and a giant python that was over 1,000 meters long as it rolled about. 9 completely different demonic beasts. Each of them had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. When they joined forces and activated their natal formation, they were so strong that they could kill some lower ultimate gods. Boom, 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 boom. The young girl was getting more and more excited as she fought against the 9 demonic beasts. Not bad, not bad. The 9 of you are much stronger than the Black Armored Knight. Interesting, interesting. In the midst of the fierce battle, the divine power on the girl's body surged, and then some seemingly subtle changes actually occurred, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. Back then, the fortuitous encounter allowed me to completely consolidate my cultivation after I stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm. Although I've consolidated half of my cultivation base after entering the lower Ultimate God realm, I'm still a little far from fully consolidating my cultivation base. I didn't expect my cultivation base to be fully consolidated after the battle with you. Come on. Let's continue. Although the young girl's body was small and weak, she seemed to carry an unparalleled divine power. She was fighting against the 9 demonic beasts with an earth-shattering battle. Naturally, the people in the outside world also heard the rumbling sounds from the core area and sensed it. However, no one dared to enter to watch the battle. What's going on? Someone's fighting inside? I can feel the aura of the 9 demonic beasts in the core area. Who's fighting against them? It's been so long, but they haven't lost yet? Although most people noticed this, no one dared to enter to watch the battle. They were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. After watching the battle from afar for a while, the crowd dispersed and went about their own business. Now that the demonic beast's rebellion had ended and the people from the various divine kingdoms had gathered in the core area of the Destiny Canyon, it meant that the battle between the divine kingdoms was coming to an end. They didn't have much time left. I'll try my best to find as many secret realms as I can. Even if I'm unlucky and can't find any, I'll have to kill a few more of the inhabitants of Heavensville Canyon or those from other divine nations. Don't provoke that young girl from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chun-won. If you see her, just run. If you can't run away, then you can only accept your bad luck. Try not to provoke that freakish Duan Ling Tian from the righteous divine kingdom. Although there were still many half-step ultimate gods in Destiny Canyon, none of them were willing to provoke Duan Ling Tian. That was someone who had just stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm and had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Perhaps if they were to fight now, they might not be able to do anything to them. But what happens after that? Duan Ling Tian was young and had unlimited potential. If they were to provoke him now, it wouldn't be good for them in the future. As for the young girl from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Lang Chun-won, not only did they not dare to provoke her, they even prayed in their hearts that they wouldn't encounter her. Duan Ling Tian was very likely to have stepped into the lower-level ultimate god realm. Even if she hadn't stepped into the lower-level ultimate god realm, it would be easy for her to kill them. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the current situation in the core area of Destiny Canyon. Right now, he was fully immersed in absorbing the rewards of the laws and consolidating his cultivation base. He was completely focused on nothing else. He only woke up when his cultivation base was fully consolidated. My strength has improved a lot. Now, ordinary half-step ultimate gods are no match for me. Duan Ling Tian stood up with a smile on his face. At the same time, an old figure flashed in his mind, causing his eyes to gleam fiercely. That old man from the Flying Young Divine Kingdom. If I meet him again before I leave this place, I'll definitely kill him. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew that if he didn't meet the old man in the Destiny Canyon, it would be difficult for him to kill the old man after he got out. That was because the monarch of the Feiyong Divine Nation would definitely protect him. A few days have passed. Now, it's almost time for the Destiny Canyon to send us out, right? I should try to get as much as I can in the remaining time. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he decided to leave the secret closed-door cultivation spot that he had found. He no longer bothered to conceal himself and openly flew through the air. Right now, in the entire Heavensville Canyon, the only person who could suppress him was his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-yuan. As for the others, even if there were some half-step ultimate gods hiding their true strength, they were only half-step ultimate gods whose strength was comparable to the weakest ultimate gods. Even if he could not defeat them, it would be difficult for them to defeat him. After all, they weren't real half-step ultimate gods and were not much of a threat to him. If they were real half-step ultimate gods, even if they had the same strength, the difference in cultivation base was enough to make Jianghu suffer. That was the natural suppression of cultivation base. It's Duan Ling Tian. Wherever Duan Ling Tian passed by, the 6 people who were gathered together saw him. Their eyes narrowed in unison. There's a half-step ultimate god among us, and he's alone. Should we join forces to take him down? I think it's feasible. Under Duan Ling Tian's shocked gaze, the 6 higher god emperors flew forward and surrounded him before he could even make a move. They delivered themselves to his doorstep. Do they think they can kill me? Duan Ling Tian saw the 6 of them attacking without saying a word. There was even a half-step ultimate god among them. They wanted to join forces to kill him. There was even a high-level great god who was good at the law of space who shook the space and sealed it so that Jianghu couldn't teleport. I'll use you to test my saber. Duan Ling Tian's body was surrounded by a spatial storm. Rays of colorful sword light formed a circle around him to form a defense. He then ignored the other 5's defense and casually stabbed at the half-step ultimate god among them. Boom! Rumble! The 5's attacks first landed on Duan Ling Tian, but they were all annihilated by the colorful sword light around him. The sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Huang had also become more powerful after Duan Ling Tian's strength had improved. She helped Duan Ling Tian defend wholeheartedly. The 5 high-level great gods couldn't break through Duan Ling Tian's defense. How is this possible? While the 5 of them were shocked, Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword had already met the half-step ultimate god's attack. The half-step ultimate god was good at the law of water. As soon as he attacked, an earth-shattering wave appeared. It then condensed into a blue saber light in the void and attacked Duan Lingtian. There was a faint blood-red glow in the saber light. A faint blood-red soul was faintly discernible. It was the sword soul of the half-step ultimate god's blood saber. The blood saber was dim. In addition to the blood-red glow, there was also a black mist surrounding it. It was like a demonic weapon. In his hand it was extremely powerful. It shook the void and merged perfectly with the law of water. Hum! The saber light appeared and met the rainbow sword light from Duan Lingtian's 7 orifices exquisite sword. In the next moment, the two collided. The saber light and the sword light collided. At first, they were in a stalemate. Then they exploded together. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The aftermath of the terrifying power spread out like a shockwave, shaking the void. At this moment, some fine visible spatial cracks appeared in the space. The 5 high-level great gods who were very close to Duan Lingtian and had just attacked him were hit by the shockwave. Even if they blocked it in time, they were still mercilessly sent flying. Pfft! Wah! Blood spurted out from their mouths. Their faces were as pale as paper. At the scene, only the half-step ultimate god was unharmed. However, at this moment, his face was unusually solemn. His heart was in turmoil. This Duan Lingtian was so strong? He was on par with him while defending against the other 5? No. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed. When he attacked just now, the sword soul of his divine sword was still helping him defend. It did not merge with his attack. He knew very well what this meant. This meant that once the sword soul merged with his attack, it could easily crush his attack. One should know that in order to kill in one blow, he had used all his strength without holding back. I am no match for him. Just as this thought appeared in the half-step ultimate god's mind, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. It made the half-step ultimate god's heart tremble. In the next moment, he saw a rainbow sword light silently whizzing out from behind Duan Lingtian. It then made a circle and killed his 5 companions. They were the other 5 high-level great gods in his divine kingdom. Run! Without any hesitation, the half-step ultimate god suppressed the fear in his heart and turned around to escape. Waves rose under his feet and carried him away. However, the purple figure was 1 step ahead of him and blocked his path. He instinctively wanted to turn around and run, but he found that the space around him was confined. He could only give up on running and attack the confined space with all his strength again. Only by doing so could he have a chance to escape. As for fighting against Duan Lingtian, it would be a sure death situation. He was not that stupid. Too weak. With a sigh, Duan Lingtian appeared at the side of the confinement space. With a wave of his hand, the 7 orifices exquisite sword flew out and merged with Huang Er, who was clad in a 7-colored robe before they entered the confinement space. After about 2 breaths of time, a half-step ultimate god had fallen. My luck is not bad. With the reward of the principle of laws in his body, Duan Lingtian continued to move forward. He encountered a few more groups of people and similarly, he swept through them. During this process, Duan Lingtian's ferocious reputation had spread out through the scattered high-level great god emperors that Duan Lingtian could not catch up with. Duan Lingtian of the righteous divine kingdom has consolidated his cultivation base and is invincible. He can kill half-step ultimate gods like dogs. Chapter 4200. Duan Lingtian was a lower-rank god emperor from the righteous divine nation. After entering the Destiny Canyon, he first stepped into the realm of a middle-rank god emperor and then completely consolidated his cultivation base. He was invincible. Now, I'm afraid only Lang Chunwan from the Yuhong divine nation can suppress him. Of course. Lang Chunwan's strength is comparable to a lower-rank ultimate god. Most likely, he has already stepped into the realm of a lower-rank ultimate god. If Lang Chunwan enters the realm of a lower-rank ultimate god, he won't be able to kill the people from the other divine nations. Of course, he can still injure or even seriously injure them. If Lang Chunwan is willing to help me, I'm not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Within the Destiny Canyon, everyone was shocked as Duan Lingtian's invincible reputation spread. especially the group of upper-rank god emperors from the righteous divine nation, who entered the Destiny Canyon with Duan Ling Tian. They were shocked when they heard the news. Duan Ling Tian not only stepped into the realm of a middle-rank god emperor, but also completely consolidated his cultivation base? How did he do it? Is this a joke? Duan Ling Tian broke through so quickly? And his strength is even stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god? I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. He wasn't even a half-step ultimate god before he came in, but now he has the strength to suppress a half-step ultimate god. Especially Yun He, who was closer to Duan Ling Tian. He was shocked when he heard about Duan Ling Tian's battle record. Duan Ling Tian is so strong now? Yun He had watched Duan Ling Tian grow step by step with his own eyes. In the past, Duan Ling Tian fought for the position of acting mansion master in the righteous divine nation's heaven's spiritual mansion. Although Duan Ling Tian was not very strong at that time, Yun He did not think Duan Ling Tian could defeat him. This was because his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god. Even before entering the Destiny Canyon, Duan Ling Tian was not as strong as him. How long had it been? Not only had Duan Ling Tian surpassed him, but he had also left him behind. Could it be fake news? Due to his close contact with Duan Ling Tian, when Yun He received the news, he even suspected that it was fake news. However, while the news could be fake, the individual rankings could not be fake. Yun He. At some point in time, a figure appeared in the air and blocked Yun He's path. When Yun He saw this person, his face darkened. Wang Chuani, why are you staring at me? You and I have already fought twice since we entered. You can't do anything to me. Yun and Yun He's Heaven Divine Nation's Heaven's Realm. Yun He and Yun Yun's king had had a fierce battle. Both of them could only give up trying to kill each other because they could not defeat each other. Later on, the creatures in the Destiny Canyon rebelled. They were driven to the inner area of the Destiny Canyon. The two of them met again and another great battle broke out. The reason why the battle broke out again was because the strength of the two of them had increased during this period of time. Their confidence had risen, and if they were not convinced, they would fight. The result was a draw. This was the third time they had met. The last time they met was the day before yesterday. Yun He did not think Duan Ling Tian's strength had improved by much. Wang Chuani, if you have time to waste on me, why don't you explore other places? Maybe you'll find some opportunities. He. Wang Chuani stared at Yun He and chuckled. Yun He, you're right. However, you don't think I'm alone today, do you? Yun He seemed to have thought of something when Wang Chuani said that. His eyes narrowed and his expression changed. Just as his expression changed, a figure appeared silently behind Yun He. Teleportation. A heaven divine emperor who was proficient in the law of space. Hu Bo. Yun He's heart sank when he saw the other party. Hu Bo was also from the Pushun divine kingdom. His strength had always been on par with Wang Chuani, and he was Wang Chuani's junior. If Hu Bo and Wang Chuani teamed up, he would definitely die. Run! Without any hesitation, the first thing Yun He did when he came to his senses was to flee. However, just as he was about to run, he realized that the space around him had been confined by a powerful force. It's the space imprisonment. Yun He was struggling to break the space imprisonment. He had a bitter expression on his face. Previously, he had heard that Duan Ling Tian had used the law of space's restraining profundity to kill all those who were targeted by him and turn them into rewards from the law of space. Now, he had encountered someone who used the space imprisonment ultimacy to imprison him. Chi! After shattering Hu Bo's spatial shackles, Yun He, whose internal organs had been shaken by the joint attack of the two men, did not forget to mock them. Hu Bo, do you think you're Duan Ling Tian? Do you think you can seal me with your spatial shackles? What a joke! As soon as he finished speaking, Yun He's figure did not stop at all and immediately slipped away. However, at the same time as he fled, his complexion turned pale like a sheet of white paper. After that, he even spat out a mouthful of congealed blood that shot through the air like an arrow. After him. Wang Chuani's face turned cold as he chased after him. He can't escape. As for Hu Bo, his figure flashed and chased after him. In the central region of the Heavensville Canyon, on a barren plain, an elderly figure flew across the sky with a gloomy expression. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian managed to consolidate his cultivation as a medium emperor in the Heavensville Canyon. He was worried that it would happen. Initially, he thought that Duan Lingtian would have to wait until they left the Heavenswell Canyon to consolidate his cultivation as a medium emperor. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to consolidate his cultivation so quickly. He could imagine that Duan Lingtian would not let him go if they met again. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone out to fight with him for the reward. It's not worth it to offend such a monster just for a reward. The old man was the one who had snatched food from Duan Lingtian's hands and killed a half-step ultimate god expert. He was a governor of Feiyang Divine Nation, and was also a half-step ultimate god expert. Previously, although he had snatched food from Duan Lingtian, he could not do anything to him and could only let him leave. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's power after becoming a medium emperor, the old man regretted offending Duan Lingtian. He even thought of a way out. After he left the canyon, he would follow the monarch of Feiyang Divine Nation to the capital and become his lackey. As for the governor of Feiyang Divine Nation, he did not dare to be one anymore. He was afraid of death. He was afraid of being killed by Duan Lingtian. However, he did not expect to hear news about Duan Lingtian not long after. It was news that he had consolidated his cultivation as a medium emperor. This was definitely bad news for him. There's no way I can leave the canyon before I reach the ultimate god realm. There's not much time left. I'll find a place to hide. I'll hide and wait for the Destiny Canyon to open. I don't want to meet Duan Lingtian here. Duan Lingtian is an expert in the law of space. He's fast and can imprison people. If I meet him, I won't even have the chance to escape. The old man became more and more frightened as he thought of this. He ran all the way forward, wanting to leave the barren plains as soon as possible. He wanted to find a place with complicated terrain to hide and wait for the Divine Kingdom battle to end before the Destiny Canyon would send him out. As long as he could get out safely, his life would be saved. Whoosh! After running at full speed for half a day, the old man saw a forest in front of him. His eyes lit up. The forest is right in front of me. I just need to find a place to hide and I won't have to worry about Duan Lingtian finding me. Humph! Duan Lingtian, so what if you've consolidated your cultivation and are stronger than me? If you can't find me, you can't do anything to me. Once I get out, you won't be able to do anything to me. The old man snorted coldly and muttered to himself as if he was seeking comfort. At the same time, a purple figure flashed across the sky above the forest and entered the barren plains in the blink of an eye. There's such a barren land in the inner area of the Destiny Canyon? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He didn't expect to walk out of the forest and enter a barren land that stretched as far as the eye could see. There shouldn't be anyone wandering around in a place like this, right? It's not easy to hide here. Just as Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself, he seemed to have noticed something. He raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. There was a small black dot that was growing bigger and bigger. There's someone here? Coming to a place like this, even if I kill you, you won't be wronged. With a thought, Duan Lingtian teleported twice and approached the other party. He appeared not far from the other party and stopped him. When Duan Lingtian saw the other party's appearance, he couldn't help but be stunned. It's you? At this moment, the old man opposite Duan Lingtian had a drastic change of expression when he saw Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! How could I meet you here at this time? Impossible! Although the old man said it was impossible, he didn't hesitate and wanted to leave. However, the moment he moved, Duan Lingtian moved as well. The power of space swept out in all directions. The speed at which the 99 heavenly veins activated divine power was incomparable to that of an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, an imprisonment space appeared and stopped the old man. After being imprisoned, the old man's expression changed again. He took out his high-grade divine artifact and attacked with all his might in an attempt to break free. However, it was destined to be useless. With Duan Lingtian's interference, the old man's attacks were not enough to break the imprisonment space. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon. Duan Lingtian crossed his arms before his chest as he stared at the old man with a smile on his face, and the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Chapter 4201. Duan Lingtian. At that moment, The old man who was trapped in the confinement space, Feiyong Divine Nation's half-step ultimate god, did not continue to attack as he could see that it was pointless to continue attacking as it was impossible for him to escape. He knew that his life and death depended entirely on the purple-clothed young man in front of him. I'm very sorry about what happened last time. I can help you kill a high-level divine emperor and return that law reward to you. I owe you one, so I'll return you 2. No, 3. What do you think? I'll return you 3 high-level divine emperor law rewards. In addition, as long as you don't kill me, I'll definitely help you if you need my help after we get out of here, as long as it's something that I can do. He was really scared in the face of death. Once he died, he would lose everything. He regretted that he had offended Duan Lingtian by stealing Duan Lingtian's food. Do you think I need you to help me get the law reward? Faced with the old man's apology, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and said unhurriedly, "However, I really didn't expect to meet you again. The inner area of the Heavens Will Canyon is so big. You and I are really fated. Since we're fated to meet, then go ahead." As soon as his voice fell, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold and he immediately attacked again. The old man also resisted with all his might at the first moment. However, his resistance was negligible in front of Duan Lingtian's destructive attacks and was annihilated in the blink of an eye. He was also annihilated by Duan Lingtian's attacks very quickly. Whoosh! A law reward appeared and announced the death of a half-step ultimate god. Continue. The day of the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian did not plan to waste the remaining time in there. He was fully focused on obtaining more things. Even if he could only obtain the law reward, he would not let go of any opportunity to obtain it. The people from Zhengming Divine Nation could stay put and do a favor to the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation, Chu Youngjun and Yun He. However, he did not have any relationship with the people from other divine nations. In addition, the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon was a platform for the various divine nations to compete. Regardless of life or death, he did not feel guilty about killing those people. In other words, if he was weak, he would be the one to die. It was the law of the jungle. Duan Lingtian didn't continue walking towards the desolate plain ahead. He turned around and walked along the vast mountain ridge to head in another direction. He had not gone in that direction before. However, he had not walked far when he saw a scene of 2 people chasing after one person. Most importantly, he knew one of them. Brother Yun He? Yun He was Duan Ling Yun He was Yun He who was Yun He who was Yun He. He was Duan was Yun was he? Was he? Was Yun was? As for the other 2 people who were chasing him, he did not know them. They were obviously from other divine nations. At this moment, Yun He's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with despair. He could not hold on for much longer. After a while, the 2 people behind him would catch up. At that time, he would be dead for sure. The 2 people from Pushun Divine Nation who were chasing after Yun, he looked at him with disdain and mockery. They felt that Yun He was doing something useless. No matter how hard he struggled, it would be useless in the end. Yun He, you can't escape. Yun He, you will die today. As the 2 of them spoke, they were like 2 death gods deciding Yun He's life and death. I didn't expect to die here. Yun He lamented. Yun He felt a sense of loss in his heart. However, being able to meet a monster like Brother Lingtian before I die, it can be said that my life was not in vain. It's a pity that I won't be able to see Brother Lingtian again before I die. As he thought about it, Yun He felt a sense of regret. Just as he thought about it, he seemed to have seen something. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he laughed at himself. I didn't expect to see illusions before I die. At this moment, Yun He saw the purple-robed Duan Lingtian standing not far away, looking at him. The first thought that came to his mind was that his consciousness was muddled. That was why he was seeing illusions. However, he soon realized that there was something strange behind him. The 2 people from Pushun Divine Nation who were chasing after him also stopped in their tracks and did not continue to chase after him. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the 2 people from Pushun Divine Nation stood far away, staring at the purple-robed figure. They felt their throats dry. They did not expect to meet each other here. Duan Lingtian. a medium god emperor from righteous divine nation. Moreover, it was said that he had already consolidated his cultivation base as a medium god emperor. Before he had consolidated his cultivation base as a medium god emperor, he already had the strength of a half-step ultimate god. Run! The two of them looked at each other and immediately turned around to flee. They had completely given up on chasing after Xianxia. If the heavens gave them another chance, they would definitely not chase after Xianxia. They would not even provoke Xianxia. Damn it! Why is Duanling Tian here? Isn't it impossible to use communication jades in Tianming Canyon? Xianxia is so lucky to meet Duanling Tian. At this moment, the two of them were cursing in their hearts as they turned around. However, as soon as they turned around, Hu Bo, who was skilled in the law of space, wanted to teleport away. However, he quickly realized that he could not teleport away. Moreover, they could not go far away. This was because a large area of space around them had been sealed. The power that sealed the space was very strong. Even if they reacted and attacked with all their might, they still could not move the sealed space. Brother Xianxia, you're in a difficult situation. Duanling Tian flew up to Xianxia and teased him. Xianxia was naturally embarrassed when he heard that. However, his eyes immediately focused. Brother Ling Tian, don't let the two from Pushan Divine Kingdom escape. They are upper-level god emperors. Killing them is equivalent to killing 4 upper-level god emperors outside. Brother Xianxia, don't worry. They won't be able to escape. Duanling Tian said as he glanced at the two who were still attacking with all their might in an attempt to break the sealed space. At this moment, Xianxia also turned around and saw that the two people who had been aggressively chasing after him were now attacking the air. To be more precise, they were attacking the space that was shrouding them. However, no matter how they attacked, they could not shake the space. Finally, the sealed space was shaken by their attacks. However, as Duanling Tian casually struck out with his divine power, the space stabilized again. At this moment, the two from Pushan Divine Kingdom stopped their attacks in despair. Xianxia. Wang Chuanyi took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia. He grinned and said, "Just now, the two of us were just joking with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? The two of us were chasing after you. If we didn't go easy on you, you wouldn't think that it would be so difficult for us to catch up with you, right?" Now, Wang Chuanyi's words were twisting the truth. It was a joke. It was really just a joke. It was just a joke. You can't kill us, right? It was just a joke. As he spoke, even Wang Chuanyi was convinced by his own words. It was really just a joke. Hu Bo, who was at the side, came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Xianxia, we were just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." Joking? Xianxia smiled coldly. Do the two of you take me for a fool, or do you take Brother Ling Tian for a fool? Duanling Tian, on the other hand, stood at the side and watched their performance quietly. As for whether they were joking with Xianxia, what did it have to do with him? In his eyes, this was a reward for 2 laws. It was double the reward for killing 2 upper divine emperors outside. Brother Xianxia, do you have anything else to say to them? From the beginning, Duanling Tian did not look at Wang Chuanyi and Hu Bo. He looked at Xianxia and asked with a smile. Xianxia was startled at first and then shook his head. Wang Chuanyi and Hu Bo seemed to have realized something and their expressions changed. Wang Chuanyi was the first to kneel in the void and kowtow to Duanling Tian, begging for mercy. Hu Bo, on the other hand, kept saying that he knew the location of a secret realm in the inner area of Destiny Canyon. However, he did not have the ability to open it and needed the strength of a half-step ultimate god to open it. As long as he was not killed, he could bring Duanling Tian there. However, on Duanling Tian's side, what responded to them was not a single word but a merciless killing move. The two of them died in the blink of an eye in despair. From the beginning until the end, Duanling Tian's purple robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a god who looked down on the common people. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this. He did not expect Brother Ling Tian to have grown so much in just one trip to the Heavenswell Canyon. He had entered the realm of a middle divine emperor and consolidated his cultivation base. It seems, Brother Ling Tian was already so confident before he came in? At that time, not many people believed that he could do it. Xianxia suddenly remembered that before he came in, Brother Ling Tian had boasted in front of the people from the ultimate god forces that he might have entered the realm of a middle divine emperor and consolidated his cultivation base after leaving Destiny Canyon. However, not many people believed him. It was obvious that the people from the ultimate god forces did not believe him. I'm really curious about the expressions of the people from the ultimate god forces after Brother Ling Tian left this time. According to their agreement, if they want Brother Ling Tian to join the ultimate god forces, they must first help Brother Ling Tian to enter the upper divine emperor realm? Thinking of this, Yunhe's gaze became even more profound. In other words, Yunhe looked at the young man beside him. Brother Ling Tian has a chance of entering the upper divine emperor realm soon? At this time, Duan Ling Tian also looked at Yunhe and suggested, Brother Yunhe, now that everyone is in the inner area, I think it's safer for you to find a place to hide. Chapter 4202. Yunhe did not think much of it when he heard Duan Ling Tian telling him to hide. He even felt that Duan Ling Tian was being considerate. As for the matter of Duan Ling Tian bringing him along and allowing him to take advantage of the situation, he did not dare to have wishful thinking. Not to mention his friendship with Duan Ling Tian had not reached that stage. Even if it was, he would not take advantage of it. What was the difference between that and taking advantage of someone else? Brother Ling Tian. Yunhe suddenly thought of something and said to Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression, I know that with your current strength, there are very few people who can match you in the Destiny Canyon. However, I still have to remind you. Don't lose your mind because you're ranked first on the individual leaderboard. You're ranked first on the individual leaderboard, but that doesn't mean you're the strongest among the people from the various divine nations. If you say that you're ranked in the top 3 among the people who entered the Destiny Canyon, I'll believe it. However, the first place is definitely Lang Chun-Wan from Yuhong Divine Nation. Lang Chun-Wan had previously obtained the Earthly Fire Buddhist Lotus and killed nearly 30 upper-rank ultimate gods, including a few half-step ultimate gods. She had yet to enter the ultimate god realm at that time. She's most likely in the ultimate god realm now. Moreover, even if she hasn't entered the ultimate god realm, I'm afraid she's stronger than you, Brother Ling Tian. In Yunhe's opinion, the strength displayed by Lang Chun-Wan from Yuhong Divine Nation was not even comparable to the current Duan Ling Tian. If they really wanted to compete, they would have to wait until Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base had entered the upper-rank ultimate god realm. He also felt that Duan Ling Tian had the ability to kill a lower-rank ultimate god once Duan Ling Tian had entered the upper-rank ultimate god realm. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Yunhe. Duan Ling Tian seemed to be thanking Yunhe on the surface, but in reality, he did not think much of it. Yuhong Divine Nation's Lang Chun-Wan? That was his 4th senior sister. No matter how strong she was no threat to him. After bidding farewell to Yunhe, Duan Ling Tian continued his invincible journey. Almost everyone he encountered was killed by him and turned into rewards. Of course, the people of the Righteous Divine Nation were an exception. During this period of time, many people from the Righteous Divine Nation witnessed Duan Ling Tian's attack with their own eyes. Each and every one of them was astonished. Duan Ling Tian's strength is so strong now? Monster. Monster. Back at the Manor Head's banquet, it was like yesterday. Back then, his strength was far from this level. All the upper divine lords of the Righteous Divine Nation were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. At the same time, they rejoiced that they were from the same divine nation as Duan Ling Tian, so Duan Ling Tian did not attack them. Duan Ling Tian's points have exceeded 10,000. Not only did he break the previous record, he even surpassed it. When many people's attention shifted to the scoreboard, it was not difficult to see that Duan Ling Tian, who was ranked first on the individual scoreboard, had more than 10,000 points. As for the Divine Nation scoreboard, the Righteous Divine Nation had unsurprisingly reached first place due to Duan Ling Tian's amazing performance. However, they were not far away from Yuhong Divine Nation. They were only 2,000 points behind. This was also because Yuhong Divine Nation had Lang Chun-Wan. Her individual points were only 2,000 points behind Duan Ling Tian's. These two are worthy of being chosen by our Southern Heaven Continent's godly venerable rank forces. They're both so outstanding. I was still unconvinced earlier. Why didn't any godly venerable rank forces come looking for me? Now, I'm convinced. 2 monsters. Although Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun-Wan were fellow disciples, No one in the Destiny Canyon knew about it. Therefore, while they were shocked by their skills, they did not connect the two together. Some people were even looking forward to the two meeting in the end and having a fierce battle. The core area has been very lively during this period. The big movements have never stopped. Some people speculate that Lang Chun-1 has entered the core area after entering the ultimate god realm and is fighting with the 9 great demons. The 9 great demons are not simple. When they join forces, even a lower ultimate god might not be their match. There have been similar invincible existences in the Destiny Canyon for generations. In the past, to defeat such existences, one would need to consume the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and enter the ultimate god realm before joining forces. Otherwise, it's almost impossible to defeat them. Before meeting a few people from other divine kingdoms and killing them, Duan Ling Tian heard some useful news. His 4th senior sister, Lang Chun-1, might be in the core area of the Destiny Canyon. Moreover, she was fighting with the 9 great demons. The 9 great demons can form a natal magic formation and are stronger than an ordinary lower ultimate god? Duan Lingtian's face turned slightly solemn. Such existences were not something he could deal with. At the very least, there was a high risk of him dying if he encountered them. Unless there was no one among the 9 great demons who was proficient in the law of space. Otherwise, once the space was affected, he would not have a chance to escape if he was no match for them. However, I still have to go and watch the show. If it's really 4th senior sister, I'll see if she needs help. With that thought, Duan Ling Tian began to walk toward the core area of the inner area. There was still some distance between here and there. The core area of the inner area. Somewhere in the canyon. Boom! With a loud bang, the canyon collapsed. Then, a figure rose into the air. The tall figure stood there with a 10-meter-tall shadow condensing around him and gradually solidifying into a solid body. I, He Yulin, have finally entered the ultimate god realm. It was a tall young man with a cold face. His black robe fluttered without wind. He was originally a half-step ultimate god. Some time ago, he was lucky enough to obtain an earthly fire Buddhist lotus. After consuming it, he had the talent to become an ultimate god. Since he had accumulated enough strength, he went into seclusion and broke through to the ultimate god realm. Entering the ultimate god realm also meant that he could no longer kill the divine emperors from other divine kingdoms. If he tried to kill them, he would be sent out immediately. I'm not in a hurry to go out. Although He Yulin could go out now, he was not in a hurry. With the strength of an ultimate god, he could continue to wander around the Destiny Canyon. Just like him, he could not kill the outsiders, but it did not mean that he could not kill the creatures in the canyon. They were all points. Moreover, suddenly, He Yulin seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. If the 9 great demons in the core area join forces, I'm no match for them. However, there might be other ultimate gods nearby. I can join forces with them to fight against the 9 great demons. That's the ultimate challenge in every divine kingdom battle. I heard that once the challenge is successful, although the points won't be much, they'll be rewarded handsomely by the god of creation. He Yulin's eyes lit up even more when he thought of that. That's right. Let's go there. While He Yulin was rushing towards the inner area of the Destiny Canyon, 2 lower ultimate gods were also heading towards the inner area from 2 other directions. Obviously, they were thinking of the same thing. Both of them were like He Yulin. They had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus some time ago and successfully entered the ultimate god realm after consuming it. The fact that they were able to obtain the earthly fire Buddhist lotus was enough to prove their strength. They were both upper-rank great gods who had been accumulating strength for many years. If they did not make a breakthrough soon, they might be seriously injured in the next millennium tribulation. Of course, there was another person who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Although he was also trying to break through to the ultimate god realm, he had yet to make a breakthrough. The 3 lower-rank ultimate gods who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus were heading towards the inner area. Every time the Destiny Canyon opened, there would be a maximum of 6 earthly fire Buddhist lotuses. This time, among the 6 people who had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotuses, 3 of them had entered the ultimate god realm. It was not an exaggeration in the Destiny Canyon's history. There was once a divine kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon where 5 people had entered the lower-rank ultimate god realm before they came out of the canyon. The 3 lower-rank ultimate gods belonged to different divine kingdoms. As they were heading towards the inner area, They met some people from their respective divine kingdoms. These people were originally hiding in the dark and only came out when they sensed their auras or saw them. Why are all of you hiding? The three of them were puzzled to see the people of their respective divine kingdoms hiding. There's only a few days left until Destiny Canyon sends us out. Why aren't you taking advantage of the last few days? Why are you hiding instead? Are you waiting for the Destiny Canyon to send you out? Faced with the puzzled looks on their faces, the person who had hidden smiled wryly. You might not know this, but during this period of time, Duan Tian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom has completely consolidated his cultivation base as a medium divine emperor. His strength is above that of a half-step ultimate god. He has been killing people from various divine kingdoms. Many of our people have died in his hands. If we don't hide, we'll definitely die if we meet him. We know that this is a rare opportunity, but we don't dare to go out. The three Divine Kingdoms experts who had just become lower-rank ultimate gods felt invincible in the Destiny Canyon after becoming lower-rank ultimate gods. They were enraged when they heard the people from their respective Divine Kingdoms' grievances. Follow me. I'd like to see if Duan Tian dares to attack you. Humph. Even if he doesn't, I'll injure him severely and send him to your deaths. Duan Tian was only a middle-rank ultimate god. According to the Destiny Canyon's rules, they were not allowed to kill Duan Tian after becoming ultimate gods. However, although they were not allowed to kill Duan Tian, they could injure him severely. The eyes of the people from the three divine kingdoms lit up when they heard the words of the lower-rank ultimate gods from their respective divine kingdoms. Why would they be afraid of Duan Tian if they had a lower-rank ultimate god with them? Although Duan Tian's strength was above that of a half-step ultimate god, they did not think that he could fight against a lower-rank ultimate god. Even the weakest lower-rank ultimate god was not someone that Duan Tian could fight against. Chapter 4203. The three lower ultimate gods led the people from their respective divine kingdoms to the core area. They did not forget their plan. They would join forces with the other lower ultimate gods to kill the 9 great demons in the core area. As for Duan Tian, if they met him along the way, they would injure him severely and let the people from their divine kingdoms kill him. Duan Tian did not know that he was being targeted by the 3 lower ultimate gods who had successfully become lower ultimate gods after consuming the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. He had successfully arrived at the core area of Destiny Canyon. From a distance, he could hear the roaring sounds coming from inside. The closer he got, the more he felt the earth-shattering vibrations. It's right in front. It's so loud even from such a distance. Even a battle between lower ultimate gods wouldn't be so intense, right? Who's fighting with the 9 great demons? Could it be 4th Senior Sister? 4th Senior Sister can only be so strong after becoming a lower ultimate god, right? Duan Tian already had some guesses in his mind. He guessed that it was his 4th Senior Sister who was fighting with the 9 great demons. If it's not 4th Senior Sister, then it should be the other people who have obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and have entered the ultimate god realm working together to fight against the 9 great demons. Of course, Duan Tian was not sure if it was his 4th Senior Sister, Lang Chun-1, who was fighting with the 9 great demons. There were other possibilities. Let's go closer and see. Duan Tian went deeper into the canyon and encountered some demonic beasts in the core area blocking his way. Some of them were even half-step ultimate gods. However, they were all killed by him one by one. Many people who were hiding in the dark showed themselves when Duan Tian went deeper into the canyon. Duan Tian is as strong as the rumors say. The 2 demonic beasts that he killed almost killed us. I didn't expect him to kill them with just one strike. It's hard to believe that he's just a medium emperor god. He's really a medium emperor god. I sensed his divine power just now. Currently, the group of people who were hiding in the periphery of the core region were all upper divine lords. Although Duan Tian was strong, his consciousness was still inferior to that of a upper divine lord. If a upper god lord were to really hide, it would be hard for his divine consciousness to discover them. Unless it was very close. Due to the distance between them, the difference in their cultivation realms and the difference in their divine senses, he was unable to find the high-level god emperor who was hiding. Of course, if a higher god emperor were to investigate him, he would be able to discover the location immediately. Even though he did not discover any high-level divine emperors, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that there were definitely some high-level divine emperors hidden in the surroundings. The reason why he did not attack them was entirely because he did not want to waste time looking for them. At the same time, he was anxious to go in and see who was fighting fiercely with the 9 great demons. Fourth senior sister? Duan Lingtian continued for a while and finally arrived at the scene of the fierce battle. The surrounding forest had been completely razed to the ground. 9 colossal beings were currently working together in a strange blood formation. The strength they displayed caused Duan Lingtian's heart to tremble. He even felt that if he were to face these 9 colossal beings together, he would definitely die. On the other side, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan stood there, her face slightly pale. It was obvious that she had suffered a certain amount of damage. However, compared to the 9 colossal beings who were riddled with wounds, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's current state was much better. Amen. When Duan Lingtian saw Lang Chunwan, who was temporarily avoiding the 9 great demons after another confrontation, also saw Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother? For a moment, Lang Chunwan's eyes also lit up. In the next instant, as if she had sensed something, Lang Chunwan said, "Little junior brother, you came at the right time. Later, help me restrain one of the demonic beasts, so that they can't use the natal blood formation for a short period of time. Then, I will take advantage of this opportunity to kill one of the other 8 demonic beasts. As long as one demonic beast dies, even if the demonic beast that you're restraining can free up its hands, it won't be able to reverse the situation." Lang Chunwan didn't waste any time and directly asked Duan Lingtian to help her. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian didn't hesitate in the slightest. Practically at the same time that Lang Chunyuan erupted once again and charged towards the 9 demon beasts, he flashed out at the same time, and the 7 orifices exquisite sword flashed in his hand as he charged towards one of the demon beasts. The demonic beast that was targeted by Duan Lingtian was a mountain-like beast. Facing Duan Lingtian's attack, its emotions became restless, and its aura fluctuated. However, it didn't block Duan Lingtian's attack. This was because it couldn't afford to be distracted. Once it was distracted, the blood formation that it and its 9 brothers had formed together would lose its effect. By then, they wouldn't be a match for the female human. Whoosh! Although it didn't block Duan Lingtian's attack, a wave of divine power rose from the surface of the demonic beast's body. It merged with the precept ultimacy to form a layer of defense, giving off a sturdy feeling as if it was indestructible. "You're ignoring me? Then I'll kill you." Seeing this, Duan Lingtian was surprised. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and the sword radiance on the 7 orifices exquisite sword surged. Originally he was holding back, but at the same time, he attacked with all his might. At this moment, the 7-colored sword radiance pierced through the air, and at the same time, it posed a great threat to the demonic beast targeted by Duan Lingtian. The demonic beast that was targeted suddenly shrank its huge pupils, and its body started to tremble. It even let out a series of hurried howls from its mouth. The other 8 brothers also felt the danger at this moment. They either roared, or their eyes turned cold. Then, they all abandoned Lang Chunwan and charged towards Duan Lingtian. The 8 demon beasts charged at him in unison. Coupled with the demon beast that he had his eyes on, Duan Lingtian instantly felt a powerful aura pressing down on him, causing him to almost suffocate. However, under such circumstances, his eyes were cold. He didn't care about the pressure at all, and the sword in his hand continued to stab forward. Whoosh! The 7-colored sword radiance successfully broke through the demonic beast's defense and penetrated its body. "Go to hell!" Then, as Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart, the 7-colored light suddenly surged within the demonic beast's body. Then, the demonic beast let out a series of desperate howls. "Woo woo! Ah woo!" The shrill scream shook the void, and it was extremely ear-piercing to the group of upper divine emperors outside the core area. At the same time, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A demonic beast was unlucky? Was it one of the 9 demonic beasts? Duan Lingtian went in, and a demonic beast was unlucky. Did he do it? If it was one of the 9 great demons, it means that he has teamed up with someone. I don't know if it's one person or a few people who are fighting against the 9 great demons. It could be one person, or it could be a few people. If it's one person, it can only be Lang Chunwan, and it has to be Lang Chunwan who has entered the ultimate god realm. I think so too. If it's a few people, it should be the other few who have entered the ultimate god realm. Deep in the core area, Duan Ling Tian teleported away from the spot after his successful attack. However, it was still a little too late. Among the remaining 8 great demons, there was an existence who was skilled in the law of space. Long before Duan Ling Tian teleported away, it vibrated the space, making it impossible for him to teleport away. Damn it! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed, and he continued to retreat. If he couldn't teleport away, he would run. At the same time when Duan Ling Tian's consciousness was about to retreat, the demon beast's huge eyes that were glowing with 7-colored light became lifeless. Then, thousands of 7-colored lights shot out from the surface of its body. A rule reward fell from the sky and enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Little junior brother. At this time, Lang Chunwan wanted to save him, but it was a little too late. Although Duan Ling Tian retreated at the first moment, he was still hit by the 8 demonic beasts. His entire body flew out like an arrow from a bow. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian flew out with blood gushing out of his mouth. His heart trembled and at the same time, there was still some lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he managed to kill one of the demonic beasts so that the remaining demonic beasts could no longer form the natal blood formation. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. The 9 demonic beasts had used the natal blood formation and could erupt with strength exceeding that of an ordinary lower ultimate god. However, when the 8 demonic beasts joined forces, even if they were angry, their strength was only close to that of an ultimate god. However, Duan Ling Tian did not have time to defend himself after killing the demonic beast. Therefore, even if he hastily covered his body with the spatial energy, he still could not avoid the fate of serious injury. That was close. Although he was heavily injured, Duan Ling Tian still heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as he was not dead. You're all courting death. At this moment, Lang Chunwan had also arrived. Her eyes were glowing red and the destructive energy on her body was surging with murderous intent. The current Lang Chunwan was like a young Shura, giving off an extremely bloodthirsty feeling. Then in the next moment, Duan Ling Tian saw his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan transform into a 10-meter-tall giant and casually kill a demonic beast with a punch. After that, seeing her kill another demonic beast, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly said, "4th senior sister, don't kill them. Just don't let them leave this place. Leave them until I recover so that I can kill them." Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the red in Lang Chunwan's eyes dissipated. Okay. Lang Chunwan responded and then restrained the remaining 7 demonic beasts, pinning them to the ground so that they could not break free. They were only 7 half-step ultimate god realm demonic beasts. With 2 dead demonic beasts, they could no longer form the natal blood formation and were equivalent to 7 scattered half-step ultimate gods. They were pathetically weak to her. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was sitting cross-legged in the void, frantically consuming healing elixir pills and absorbing the hidden lore reward in his body. Although it was a little wasteful, he still did it as he could not wait to recover and kill the remaining 7 demonic beasts with his own hands. Previously, he had heard that the ultimate challenge in this Destiny Canyon was most likely the 9 demonic beasts that could form the natal blood formation. Killing these 9 demonic beasts would give him an additional reward from the Creator God. I need to recover quickly. Compared to the additional reward left by the ultimate god, consuming this little bit of lore reward is nothing. Now, Duan Ling Tian could not wait to find out what the so-called additional reward was. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. At this time, Duan Ling Tian's injuries were already half healed. Suddenly, Lang Chunwan raised her eyebrows. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 3 figures appeared in front of Lang Chunwan like ghosts and stared fervently at the 7 demonic beasts that were restrained. Chapter 4204. The 3 people who appeared were none other than the 3 who had entered the ultimate god realm with the help of the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. They belonged to 3 different divine kingdoms. At that moment, they withdrew their gazes from the 7 bound great demons on the ground and looked at their surroundings. They saw Lang Chunwan who had restrained the 7 great demons. They saw Duan Ling Tian who was sitting cross-legged in the void to recover from his injuries. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and regained his senses when he saw the 3 of them. Duan Ling Tian. The three of them recognized Duan Ling Tian immediately. The monstrous genius from the righteous divine kingdom had attracted a lot of attention even before he entered the Heavenswell Canyon. Even they had been paying attention to him. Therefore, they recognized him at a glance. In the next moment, the three of them shouted at the same time, "All of you, come in!" As the three of them spoke, the eyes of the people from the three divine kingdoms who were originally stationed outside the core area lit up as they entered the core area together. The people from the other divine kingdoms could only look at them enviously but did not dare to follow. What a joke! The people from the three divine kingdoms dared to do so because they had the support of an ultimate god. I didn't expect the three of them to enter the ultimate god realm after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. Since they just arrived, the one fighting with the 9 great demons in front should be Lang Chun-Wan from the Yuhong divine kingdom. Duan Ling Tian and Lang Chun-Wan should be able to suppress the 9 great demons together. I just don't know what the situation is now. I really want to go in and take a look. I advise you to give up on that idea. If you go in rashly, they might mistake you for someone who wants to take advantage of the situation and kill you. The people from the three divine kingdoms entered the core area after the 3 lower ultimate gods shouted and saw Duan Ling Tian, Lang Chun-Wan, and the 7 bound great demons. Duan Ling Tian. However, their gazes were more focused on Duan Ling Tian at that moment. This was the person who had killed many people from their divine kingdoms. Anyone who encountered him was killed by him. His points were also increasing rapidly. Now he had more than 10,000 points, breaking the record of those who had entered the Destiny Canyon in the past. The people from the 3 divine kingdoms were glaring at Duan Ling Tian like a tiger watching its prey due to the confidence of having 3 lesser ultimate gods. Scram! A soft shout was heard. It was Lang Chun-Wan. She glanced at the 3 lower ultimate gods coldly. Lang Chuanyuan's soft voice caused the 3 lower-level ultimate gods' expressions to change. Did this Lang Chuanyuan think that they couldn't see that she was already an arrow at the end of its flight? Otherwise, why did she only suppress the great demons and not kill them? There must be only enough power to suppress them and not enough power to kill them. Let's ignore her. Let's kill Duan Ling Tian first. From the 3 lower ultimate gods' point of view, Lang Chun-Wan was going to die sooner or later. They only wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian who was still recuperating. Duan Ling Tian. The 3 of them looked at Duan Ling Tian. He Yulin was the first to speak. Many people from the Lamo divine kingdom have died in your hands. Today, it's your turn. As a lower ultimate god, He Yulin was not afraid of Duan Ling Tian even if he was at his peak. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Duan Ling Tian was severely injured. Duan Ling Tian, you must die today. Humph. Genius? Monster? You're nothing in front of absolute power. The other 2 lower ultimate gods were also looking at Duan Ling Tian with disdain. At this moment, the 3 of them completely ignored Lang Chunyuan because they all felt that Lang Chunyuan was doing her best to suppress the 7 great demons. She was definitely barely able to do so and was no threat to them. Unless she released the 7 great demons. However, if she did that, the great demons would most likely attack her even if they did not escape. Therefore, they did not think that Lang Chun-Wan was a threat to them. 3 lower ultimate gods. Duan Ling Tian stood up and stopped recuperating. Although he had not recovered to his peak, he was not any weaker than a half-step ultimate god. Among the group of god emperors that the 3 of them had brought, there were very few who could be his match. You all want to kill me? Duan Ling Tian asked with a grin. Duan Ling Tian. The 3 lower ultimate gods looked at him coldly. Among the emperor gods they brought, one of them sneered. You should be satisfied that you're still alive after killing so many people. That's right. It's your good fortune to be injured by 3 supreme gods today. Duan Ling Tian, after you're injured by 3 ultimate gods, we'll take all your gains from the Destiny Canyon. The eyes of the 3 divine kingdoms' emperor gods were shining. Although there were close to 20 of them, Duan Ling Tian's gains were too great. Even if they worked together to kill Duan Ling Tian after he was injured, they would still get a lot of Duan Ling Tian's rewards. Since you didn't leave when I asked you to, don't even think about leaving. Lang Chun-Wan flew out while restraining the 9 great demons. At first, her speed was slow, but in the blink of an eye, she was as fast as lightning. Then, he circled around the group of people present. During this process, every time she hit the void, a ray of light flashed and disappeared into the void. By the time the three lower ultimate gods realized what was going on, Lang Chunyuan had already returned to her original position and activated the formation that she had just set up with multiple formation discs. Whoosh! Whoosh! Once the formation was set up, the surrounding void seemed to have an additional layer of restriction, enveloping everyone in it. Not only that, but now in this forbidden void, the space trembled. Even those who were proficient in the law of space could not use spatial teleportation here. Trapping formation. At this moment, other than the three lower ultimate gods who thought that Lang Chunwan was deliberately mystifying, the rest of the emperor gods were shocked. Previously, Lang Chunwan had trapped and killed more than a dozen upper ultimate gods with this formation. At that time, she was only a upper ultimate god. Now she seemed to be a lower ultimate god. Lang Chunwan. At this time, the lower ultimate god from Laremo Divine Kingdom, He Yulin, spoke in an indifferent tone. If you were at your peak, even if the three of us joined forces, we wouldn't dare to say that we could defeat you. Now, you're fighting the 9 great demons and Duan Lingtian's sneak attack on you. Obviously, you're an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, wouldn't you have bet on Lingtian and not kill the 9 great demons? As soon as He Yulin spoke, the other 2 lower ultimate gods agreed. Lang Chunwan, after we kill Duan Lingtian, it'll be your turn. Don't rush. Lang Chunwan, if you know what's good for you, you'd better leave Destiny Canyon with a thought. After entering the ultimate god realm in Destiny Canyon, one could leave Destiny Canyon directly. This was one of the rules of Destiny Canyon. Because of this, the 3 of them did not plan to attack Lang Chunwan in a hurry. Moreover, it was a good thing that Lang Chunwan was suppressing the 7 great demons. It indirectly helped them. Of course, even if Lang Chunwan left now and no longer restrained the 7 great demons, it would not affect their ability to kill the 7 great demons. The 3 of them could not kill the people from the Divine Kingdom who had not entered the ultimate god realm, but it would not affect their ability to kill the natives in Destiny Canyon. Idiots! Lang Chunwan spoke indifferently almost as soon as the 3 lower ultimate gods finished speaking. She no longer restrained the 7 great demons and directly attacked the 3 lower ultimate gods. Her destructive energy shook the sky as Lang Chunwan directly attacked the 3 lower ultimate gods. The energy that erupted from her attack caused the 3 lower ultimate gods' pupils to shrink as their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? They never expected Lang Chunwan to have such strength. If she had such strength, why didn't she kill the 7 great demons and only restrain them? At that moment, they could not figure it out. However, even though they could not figure it out, they did not dare to be careless in the face of Lang Chunwan's aggressive and oppressive aura. They hurriedly attacked. The 3 lower ultimate gods joined forces to face Lang Chunwan, who is also a lower ultimate god. It was as if they were facing a medium ultimate god instead of a lower ultimate god. On the other side, Duan Lingtian had also attacked the group of emperor gods that the 3 lower ultimate gods brought over. Before they could react, the 7-colored sword ray whizzed past and took away the lives of 2 emperor gods. The whole process was as smooth as flowing water. The remaining people only reacted after the 2 emperor gods died. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly attacked Duan Lingtian. Let's attack together. Kill him. He's injured and not at his peak strength. Kill him. There are so many of us. I don't believe we can't kill him. A group of upper ultimate gods joined forces and attacked Duan Lingtian. Among them were 2 half-step ultimate gods. They gave Duan Lingtian a lot of pressure. If he was not injured, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat them. However, he was injured now. Therefore, Duan Lingtian did not fight them head-on. In a flash, he was already on the other side, bypassing 7 half-step ultimate gods' great demons. The 7 great demons were originally attacking the trapping formation. Now that they saw Duan Lingtian coming over, their eyes lit up fiercely as they attacked Duan Lingtian together. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he saw this. He turned around and attacked the group of emperor gods again. Duan Lingtian was very fast. He dodged the attacks of some of the stronger emperor gods and took the attacks of some of the weaker emperor gods head-on. He brushed past the group of emperor gods. Then, this group of emperor gods was exposed to the 7 great demons that were chasing Duan Lingtian. They blocked the path of the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were chasing after the culprit who had broken the blood natal formation of the 9 brothers. Their anger had almost burned away their rationality. Now that they were being obstructed, they were naturally even more furious. They directly attacked the person who blocked their way. The group of emperor gods who were blocking the path were shocked. The two half-step ultimate gods were the first to dodge and shouted at the same time, "Get out of the way! Don't attack them. Their target is Duanling Tian." However, the remaining emperor gods were not as fast as them. Even if they wanted to dodge, they were too slow. In addition, the two half-step ultimate gods did not allow them to attack the 7 great demons. When the 7 great demons attacked, they were like a wave of chives being harvested. In one move, 5 of the 7 great demons were killed and the rest were seriously injured. Then, they continued to chase after Duanling Tian. The scene was filled with the smell of blood. It was extremely tragic. Of the dozen emperor gods, only the 2 half-step ultimate gods were unharmed. The rest were either dead or injured. Chapter 4205. Duanling Tian. At that moment, the injured people from the 3 divine kingdoms were glaring at Duanling Tian. Even the 2 uninjured half-step ultimate gods did not continue to pursue Duanling Tian. They just stood aside and watched the 7 great demons chase after Duanling Tian. Faced with the pursuit of the 7 great demons, Duanling Tian did not continue to be entangled with them. He merely continued to flee. Moreover, in the process of fleeing, he was also analyzing and healing the injuries in his body. As for the little bit of divine power that he had used to escape, it was nothing. He could make up for it with the rewards. The rewards allowed him to convert his divine power directly, but it was a little extravagant. However, Duanling Tian did not care if it was extravagant or not. It was better to use up the rewards than to lose his life. Give me a little more time to recover from my injuries. I'll be able to easily kill these 7 great demons. But I'm afraid I can't wait until then. Duanling Tian glanced at his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan as he ran. At that moment, his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's ultimate god apparition appeared and was fighting with the other 3 lower ultimate gods. The destructive power was earth-shattering. She was not at a disadvantage in the face of the 3 lower ultimate gods' joint attack. This caused the expressions of the god emperors from the 3 holy kingdoms to change. This Lang Chunyuan is actually so strong? No wonder people said she had the combat power of an ultimate god when she was a higher ultimate god. After breaking through to the lower ultimate god level, she can fight against 3 lower ultimate gods alone and not be at a disadvantage. I don't think she's at a disadvantage. I feel like she's slowly gaining the upper hand. The group of emperor gods panicked when they saw that Lang Chunwan seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Especially the 2 half-step ultimate gods who were not injured. They stared at the trapping formation around them, wondering if they could break out of it. The situation was getting worse for them. However, they soon discovered that no matter how they attacked, the trapping formation remained motionless and showed no signs of collapsing. This trapping formation is connected to the divine power in her body. As long as her divine power doesn't run out, the trapping formation will always be there. As long as she doesn't die or her divine power doesn't run out, we won't be able to break this formation. Our strength is too weak. The 2 half-step ultimate gods looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. It's over. If the 3 low-level ultimate gods were unreliable, they would be finished. 4th senior sister's strength is so strong now? Duanling Tian was surprised to see his 4th senior sister gradually overpowering the 3 lower ultimate gods. They were all lower ultimate gods, but the gap between them was a little exaggerated. Unlike him, his 4th senior sister had not mastered the sword Dao and the Dao of control. This 4th senior sister, even now, had only grasped the embryonic form of the Dao of control. The embryonic form was something that he had only mastered recently. Even so, she had the battle prowess of a lower ultimate god when she had just become a lower ultimate god. It's only a matter of time before I defeat the 3 of them. I hope 4th senior sister ends the battle soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to retain much of the rewards stored in my body. Duanling Tian's divine power was rapidly depleting. Although he did not need to replenish it all the time, he would need to replenish his divine power if the 7 great demons chased after him. Of course, the divine power of the 7 great demons was not limitless. There would be a time when it would be depleted. However, they also had the energy stored in their bodies to consume the rewards. Moreover, as the overlords of the Destiny Canyon, there was no telling how many rewards were stored in their bodies. It's a pity that I can't inherit the rewards. Otherwise, I'd be rich if I killed them. Duan Ling Tian sighed to himself as he watched the 7 great demons become more lively. Killing people in the Destiny Canyon could rob them of their points, but the reward for killing them was the normal reward. Even if they had the rewards stored in their bodies, they would not be able to get them. It was the same for killing the natives of the Destiny Canyon. Of course, the reward for killing the natives of the Destiny Canyon was fixed. For example, Duan Ling Tian would get a fixed 100 points for killing any one of the 7 great demons. If he killed the upper divine emperors from the other divine kingdoms, not only would he get 100 points, but he would also be able to keep the points for himself. That was why Duan Ling Tian's points had exceeded 10,000 so easily. Die! About a quarter of an hour later, Lang Chunyuan suddenly roared and appeared behind a low-level ultimate god. Her destructive energy erupted and shrouded the low-level ultimate god. She did not care about the other 2 lower ultimate gods for the time being. She even carried her target with her and flew through the air, avoiding the attacks of the other 2 lower ultimate gods. In the process, she killed the lower ultimate god in front of her. Whoosh! With the lower ultimate god dead, a dazzling reward fell from the sky and entered Lang Chunwan's body. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian and the others saw a flash in front of their eyes. Then, a vision of heaven and earth appeared. It was a huge figure that rose from the place where the lower ultimate god died. It was as if it was standing between heaven and earth. Then, it let out an earth-shattering cry of unwillingness and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Bang! When the figure fell to the ground, the light that swept in all directions and covered more than half of the central area of the Destiny Canyon quickly retracted and disappeared. However, the scene just now had been witnessed by all the living beings in the inner regions of Destiny Canyon. Regardless of whether they were outsiders or natives, they had all seen it. That's the vision of heaven and earth of a fallen ultimate god. A ultimate god has fallen. Duan Ling Tian had heard of the vision of heaven and earth of a fallen ultimate god. He had also read about it in some ancient books, but it was the first time he saw it with his own eyes. He did not expect it to be so shocking. If the fall of a lower ultimate god is so grand, it must be even grander for a medium ultimate god or even an upper ultimate god, right? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. A lower ultimate god had fallen just like that. He did not even get out of the Destiny Canyon before he died. The remaining 2 lower ultimate gods did not continue to attack and retreated temporarily. They looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. He Yulin, now that Zhang Chun is dead, we won't be able to escape death even if we continue to fight her. I think we should break out of the formation and leave. That's what I think too. Let's break the formation together. The 2 lower ultimate gods had lost their will to fight after Lang Chunwan killed a lower ultimate god. They immediately came to a consensus and attacked the formation together. Bang! It had to be said that the 2 of them were very wise. They joined hands and attacked the trapping formation. Instantly, a huge hole appeared at the trapping formation. It was big enough for several people to enter and exit at the same time. Let's go! Without any hesitation, the 2 of them flew out and tried to escape. I said if you didn't leave just now, don't even think about leaving. Just as the 2 of them were preparing to escape, the hole in the trapping formation actually disappeared before their eyes, causing them to pounce on nothing. What's going on? How is this possible? Look behind her. The temporary exit of the trapping formation that we broke through was shifted to behind her. Damn it! How can the formation change like this? At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the hole that He Yulin and Luo Ruoxin had disappeared from its original position and appeared behind Lang Chunyuan. Moreover, the hole was shrinking at an extremely fast speed. In just a few breaths of time, this originally huge hole had completely disappeared, as if it had never appeared. A hole in the formation could be quickly repaired as long as the person who set up the formation had enough divine energy. At that moment, He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god looked at each other and no longer had any hope of escaping. Their bodies drifted and were suddenly sucked into a black hole that appeared out of nowhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! During this process, the 2 uninjured half-step ultimate gods wanted to use the teleportation portal but were mercilessly blocked outside the spatial black hole. They could only watch helplessly as the spatial black hole took He Yulin and the other low-level ultimate god away. He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god had triggered the Law of Destiny Canyon, and were teleported out of the canyon. Once one entered the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon, they could be teleported out of the canyon with just a thought. Of course, no one would do that unless they had no other choice. It was a good thing to be able to stay in the Destiny Canyon as they might be able to gain something before they left. Earlier, He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god realm thought the same and decided to break out of the formation. Otherwise, they would have triggered the Law of Destiny Canyon and been teleported out of the canyon. They actually left. Duan Ling Tian felt it was a pity to see He Yulin and the other lower ultimate god run away. However, he also knew that his fourth senior sister Lang Chun-Wan could kill a lower ultimate god. But why didn't he ask the Destiny Canyon to send him out when fourth senior sister was about to kill him? In fact, Duan Ling Tian was not the only one who could not figure it out. Even the others could not figure it out. Only Lang Chun-Wan herself knew that she had used some tricks to confuse the other party at the crucial moment. That was why the other party did not have time to ask the Destiny Canyon to send him out. It's over. The two unharmed half-step ultimate gods and the injured high-level god emperors looked hopeless when they saw one low-level ultimate god dead and the other two low-level ultimate gods fleeing. Bang! 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 A series of loud noises reverberated in the air as the 7 great demons who were pursuing Duan Ling Tian were suppressed by Lang Chunyuan again. They could not move at all. All they could do was to let out a series of indignant roars. You're too impulsive. Do you think it's safe with a lower ultimate god? At this time, Duan Ling Tian, who was no longer being chased by the great demons, stopped and looked at the two half-step ultimate gods. He shook his head and sighed. Why didn't you hide somewhere else? Why did you have to come here to die? Humph. One of the half-step ultimate gods snorted and stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, do you think you're any better? We're going to die today because of her. Do you think you can live? In his opinion, not only would they die when Lang Chun-Wan attacked, but Duan Ling Tian would also die. The remaining half-step ultimate god stared at the 7 great demons and could not help but frown. He felt that something was not right. Why didn't Lang Chun-Wan just kill the 7 great demons? She would not be sent out of the Destiny Canyon if she killed them. After all, she was not from the Divine Kingdoms. Also, if Lang Chun-Wan was so powerful, why did she allow Duan Ling Tian to live and let Duan Ling Tian recover? Chapter 4206. They reached an agreement to cooperate? The half-step ultimate god felt his scalp go numb at the thought of this. At the same time, he felt a little unwilling. Although Duan Ling Tian is stronger than me, he doesn't deserve to cooperate with someone like her, right? Could it be because Duan Ling Tian helped her kill the other 2 great demons? Previously, someone had fought the 9 great demons to a standstill and had even fought for several days. This was something that he knew. It was also because of this that he knew that the 9 great demons were defeated after Duan Ling Tian arrived. However, even if they reached an agreement to cooperate, they might not be of one mind, right? Lang Chun-Wan will let Duan Ling Tian go in the end. The half-step ultimate god felt a little better when he thought of this. The way he looked at Duan Ling Tian also became a lot more indifferent. Duan Ling Tian, most of the time, the so-called cooperation is only temporary. Do you really think that you can still live after we die? Ridiculous. Now the 2 half-step ultimate gods felt that even if they were to die, Duan Ling Tian would definitely be buried with them. Lang Chun-Wan would not let Duan Ling Tian live. The remaining half-step ultimate gods who were injured also felt the same way. Although we will definitely die. With a demon like Duan Ling Tian accompanying us, we can die in peace. That's right. With Duan Ling Tian accompanying us, we won't be lonely. Duan Ling Tian, you will not be the final winner. These half-step ultimate gods also knew that they would definitely die. Even if Lang Chun-Wan could not attack them, she could still borrow the hands of Duan Ling Tian or the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were still suppressed by Lang Chun-Wan and had not been killed. Perhaps, Lang Chun-Wan wanted the 7 great demons to kill them. As for the 7 great demons being suppressed by Lang Chun-Wan and not killing Duan Ling Tian, it must be because of Lang Chun-Wan. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not be alive. You all thought that I would definitely die? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the crowd's words. Then, he could not help but laugh. A bunch of idiots. At this moment, Lang Chunwan spoke with a mocking smile. This is my little junior brother. My only junior brother. I can't wait to protect him. And you all think I will kill him? Do you know why I attacked the three of them first and not the three of you first? Because they want to kill Duan Jr. Duan Lingtians? Idiots! Lang Chunwan did not forget to scold them at the end of her sentence. As soon as Lang Chunyuan finished speaking, all the upper divine emperors from the three divine kingdoms, including the two half-step ultimate gods, were stunned. After that, those who were the first to regain their senses had a huge change in expression. How is this possible? Duan Lingtian is Lang Chunwan's junior brother. Aren't they from different divine kingdoms? How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed. Everything that Lang Chunwan said was something that they did not dare to imagine. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan had such a relationship. If this was true, then their previous thoughts were just wishful thinking. Duan Lingtian could not possibly die. Kill him. Let him be our scapegoat. One of the half-step ultimate gods was the first to speak. Then, he flew towards Duan Lingtian without caring about his injuries. His eyes were completely red and it was obvious that he was desperate. However, Duan Lingtian killed him with a casual swing of his sword. At the same time he said calmly, two half-step ultimate gods and a group of crippled soldiers. Even if all of you attack together, it would still be difficult to kill me. A mere injured half-step ultimate god who is not even a half-step ultimate god wants to kill me. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Lang Chunwan snorted coldly and immediately attacked. A group of ants. How dare you target my junior brother? In the next moment, a terrifying destructive power vibrated across the air and injured the two half-step ultimate gods. Then, in the instant that the two half-step ultimate gods' faces changed, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! His figure floated and directly swept towards the group of half-step ultimate gods. In the next moment, he was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Every time he attacked, there would be half-step ultimate gods falling. Even the two half-step ultimate gods who had been injured a moment ago could not fight back against Duan Lingtian. Together with the group of half-step ultimate gods, they were killed by Duan Lingtian. In less than 15 minutes, the half-step ultimate gods of the three divine kingdoms were all killed by Duan Lingtian. In the sky, the rewards fell as if they did not cost money and enveloped Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was initially feeling heartache over the loss of the rewards stored in his body. Now, there was a large pile of rewards that were even more than before. For a moment, he could not help but smile. Junior brother, continue to recover from your injuries. Once you've recovered, you can kill these demonic beasts as well. It is said that if you pass the ultimate challenge in Tianming Canyon, you will receive additional rewards from the strongest experts. I wonder if I can enter the realm of a middle-level ultimate god and you can enter the realm of a half-step ultimate god if we pass the ultimate challenge together. Lang Chunwan's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears at the right time. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch violently. This fourth senior sister was too greedy, wasn't she? She wanted to enter the realm of a middle-level ultimate god when she had just entered the realm of a low-step ultimate god? But then again, did he have a chance to enter the realm of a half-step ultimate god? Duan Lingtian sat down cross-legged and continued to heal while thinking about this question. In the end, he guessed that it should be impossible. It would be good enough if he could walk halfway to the realm of a half-step ultimate god. Of course, it was just that it should be impossible. After all, he did not know what kind of rewards the strongest experts would give. The more he understood the methods of the strongest experts, the more he felt that it was terrifying. They could actually make people grow so quickly. Did they create the rewards themselves? If that was the case, their descendants should also be very powerful and terrifying. The only thing he did not know was if there was a limit. However, he had a feeling that there was a limit. Otherwise, why would those who were related to the strongest experts still stay in the Devata realms? Wouldn't it be fine to send them to the realms of gods and enter the realm battlefield or the trial of gods to enjoy the rewards? If there's a limit, I wonder what it is. Duan Lingtian was even more curious about the rule reward now. This was because the places where the rule reward appeared were basically related to supreme powerhouses. However, in the realms of gods, which were the little worlds in the bodies of the strongest experts, there was no such thing as a reward. In the various divine planes, even if a godly venerable killed a godly emperor, there would not be any rewards. I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. Maybe one day, I'll be lucky enough to meet a supreme expert and they're willing to talk to me. Then, I'll know how the rewards are formed. I don't think it's that simple. Otherwise, why isn't there such a rule in the realms of gods? Currently, Duanling Tian only knew of 3 places where the rule reward existed. The first was the realm battlefield. The second was the trial of gods created by the few strongest experts in the realms of gods. The third was the ruin of a supreme expert in the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner court. Apart from these 3 places, Duanling Tian did not know of any other places where the rewards existed. Due to the lack of such rewards in the realms of gods, he felt there must be a limit to how many rewards a world could receive. Even a supreme expert would not be able to casually bestow such a rule to a world. There must be a certain condition. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. It's useless to think about it. I should make the most of my time to improve my strength. When I become a supreme expert one day, I'll naturally understand all of this. Duanling Tian had never doubted that he would become a supreme expert in the future. He was certain he would become a supreme expert. Perhaps, only then would he be able to truly retire. In the past, he did not have such high aspirations. He felt he could bring his wife, Ker, and his children away from the divine offering land and live in seclusion in the mountains. However, the more he traveled in the realms of gods, the more he felt the mysteriousness and power of a supreme powerhouse. He felt insecure as long as he did not become a supreme powerhouse. Perhaps, only by becoming a supreme expert could he truly transcend worldly desires and desires. At the same time, he would be able to better protect his loved ones. Outside Destiny Canyon. RIP. 2 spatial rifts tore open outside Destiny Canyon almost at the same time. Then, 2 figures were pushed out of the spatial rifts by a huge force. When the 2 of them appeared, all the monarchs outside, whether they were chatting in a daze or resting with their eyes closed, all focused their gazes on them. Lin Yu, you've made a breakthrough? The Lamo Divine Kingdom Palace Master looked at one of them with bright eyes and an excited expression on his face. At the same time, the monarch of the other divine kingdom also looked at the other person in surprise. Mansion Master Han, you've become an ultimate god? However, unlike the monarchs of the 2 divine kingdoms, the monarchs of the other 28 divine kingdoms were frowning slightly. They knew what it meant. It meant 2 of the 6 earthly fire Buddhist lotuses that appeared in Destiny Canyon were obtained by the 2 people in front of them. These 2 people knew it was almost impossible for them to become an ultimate god in their lifetime without the help of the earthly fire Buddhist lotuses because they were close to the end of their lifespan. For example, He Yulin of the Lamo Divine Kingdom could only survive 3 or 4 millennium tribulations at most. It was almost impossible for him to survive the 5th millennium tribulation. The other person was about the same. However, He Yulin and Mansion Master Han who came out did not look too good. After all, they did not come out voluntarily. What's wrong? Noticing that something was wrong with their expressions, the monarch of their divine nations narrowed his eyes and asked them curiously why they were behaving like this. Monarch. He Yulin looked at the monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom and said bitterly, "This time, I'm afraid more than half of our people in the Lamo Divine Kingdom have died in there." Half was He Yulin's conservative estimate. The monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom's expression changed drastically when he heard that. Chapter 4207. More than half of the people had died in the Destiny Canyon? Upon hearing He Yulin's words, the joy on the monarch's face disappeared and was replaced with disbelief. As for the situation in Heavenswell Canyon, those outside had no way of knowing. If they wanted to know, they could only wait for the people inside to come out. Furthermore, in the history of the Destiny Canyon, there had rarely been a case where more than half of the people from a divine kingdom had died. Even in 10 divine kingdom battles, there might not even be one such case. Therefore, the monarch's expression changed when he heard He Yulin's words. "Yulin, why do you say that? Speak clearly," asked the monarch anxiously. At this moment, everyone's attention was on He Yulin. They were curious as to why He Yulin would say that. At the same time, they began to mourn for the monarch. This time, the monarch divine kingdom doesn't seem to be in a good situation. Although they have a lesser ultimate god, the price they paid is rather high. Many monarchs thought to themselves. At the same time, they felt a little better. At this moment, another lesser ultimate god who had come out with He Yulin, the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's mansion master, Han Shaokuan, said bitterly to the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom, "Monarch, our Rockrise Divine Kingdom is in a similar situation. At least more than half of our people have died in there." From what he knew, many people had died at the hands of Duan Ling Tian. In addition to the people he had brought to the center of the Destiny Canyon, almost half of them had died. In addition to the others who had died, more than half of them had died. As soon as Han Shaokuan finished speaking, all the monarchs of the Divine Kingdom shifted their gazes to Han Shaokuan and the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom. Even the monarch of the Lamo Divine Kingdom was looking at Han Shaokuan in astonishment. Originally, when he heard He Yulin's words, he had already prepared himself for the worst. However, it seemed that another divine kingdom was as unlucky as them. Even the monarch of Ramo Divine Kingdom didn't know why, but at this moment, the discomfort in his heart lessened. Losing half of their people didn't seem so strange or shocking anymore. Another divine kingdom was in a similar situation to their Ramo Divine Kingdom. What's going on? The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom was originally mourning for the Lamo Divine Kingdom, but when he heard Han Shaokuan's words, he immediately panicked. His face became extremely grave and ugly. Han Shaokuan didn't immediately respond to the king of Rockrise Divine Nation. Instead, he looked at the king of another divine nation who was obviously trying to hold back his laughter. In just a moment, the king's expression changed. He was no longer trying to hold back his laughter. His expression became calm and collected as if he could maintain his composure even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. I was calm. I'm really calm. I wasn't happy that so many people from the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom had died. He really didn't. It shouldn't be that obvious, right? If it was too obvious, the kings of the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom would definitely view him as an enemy. But why was Han Shaokuan from the Rockrise Divine Nation looking at him? Could it be that the loss of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom had something to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom? At this moment, even the other monarchs thought the same. Could the loss of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom have something to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom? If that's really the case, isn't the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom a little too ruthless this time? Could it be that the Rockrise Divine Kingdom paid the price of half of their forces to obtain the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus? If that's the case, then it's hard to say what the gains and losses are. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is a little too ruthless. Even the monarch of the Rockrise Divine Nation, who was directly involved in the matter, had the same thought. He glared at the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom and growled, "The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is really something this time." In the face of the Rockrise Divine Nation's monarch's wrath, the monarch of the Xuanheng Divine Nation remained calm and unhurried. "Monarch Yuan, the rules of the Heavenly Mandate Canyon have always been that life and death don't matter. Even if the loss is related to the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom, it can only be said that your people fought too hard. They were willing to fight to the death for the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus. However, it's not a loss for the Rockrise Divine Kingdom to obtain the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus and have a lower-level ultimate god." The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom suddenly frowned as he thought of something. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people must have paid a heavy price for the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's losses, right? Moreover, the Earthfire Buddhist Lotus was taken away by the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people. As for why the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's lower-level ultimate god in the Destiny Canyon, it was most likely because the lower-level ultimate god wanted to kill the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's people and was forcefully sent out by the canyon's rules. At this time, many monarchs of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom also thought of this problem and started chatting. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must have suffered a heavy loss this time. The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom frowned after hearing the monarch's words. He wasn't as angry as he was before. That's right. Why didn't he think of this before? The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must have suffered a heavy loss as well. "Monarch, you've misunderstood." Han Shaokuan, who had been wanting to speak but never had the chance, finally had a chance to speak. He looked at his monarch with a bitter smile and said, "Our Rockrise Divine Kingdom's sudden loss has nothing to do with the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom." Nothing to do with it? The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom was stunned. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was also stunned. The other monarchs were also stunned. What was going on? Before Han Shaoquan could speak, He Yulin, the lower-level ultimate god who was sent out of the Destiny Canyon with Han Shaoquan, spoke first. He looked at the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom and said, "Monarch Wu, your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's Lu Shaofeng also obtained an Earth-Fire Buddhist Lotus and stepped into the ultimate god realm." The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was stunned at He Yulin's words. Then he was pleasantly surprised. Their Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom also had an ultimate god? Pleasantly surprised. Too pleasantly surprised. Moreover, the lesser ultimate god from Xuanheng Divine Nation had not been sent out, which meant he was still inside. Not bad, not bad. Lu Shaofeng was stronger than the Rockrise Divine Kingdom's Han Shaoquan and the Lamo Divine Kingdom's He Yulin. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom straightened his back. Since his subordinate was so capable, he had to pay attention to his image and not act so casually. At this moment, the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms looked at the monarch of the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom with envy. Someone from the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom had also obtained an Earth-Fire Buddhist Lotus and stepped into the ultimate god realm. Moreover, he hadn't come out yet. If he hadn't come out, even if he couldn't kill people from other divine kingdoms, he could still help his own divine kingdom's people gain points and opportunities. At this moment, they weren't so envious of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and the Lamo Divine Kingdom. The Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom was the one that made them envious. He Yulin, who didn't have time to continue, was also shocked by the sudden change in front of him. That wasn't what he meant. He Yulin looked at Han Shaoquan, and the two of them looked at each other in confusion. How could this be? Why couldn't these people hear them out? Congratulations, Monarch Wu. Monarch Wu, your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom is in the limelight this time. Monarch Wu, I didn't expect your Lu Shaofeng to be so powerful. He's already in the ultimate god realm and still hasn't come out. Although the monarchs of the other divine kingdoms were jealous of the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom, they still said nice things to show their magnanimity. I'm not jealous of your Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom's amazing performance in the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon. I even congratulate you. This is the magnanimity a monarch should have. This is the magnanimity I should have. Should we continue? He Yulin sent a voice transmission to Han Shaoquan. Right now, he really didn't know if he should continue speaking. If he really did, he was worried that he would be beaten to death by the Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's monarch. The monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom must be immersed in surprise right now, right? Why don't you tell him? He Yulin probed. I won't. Han Shaoquan immediately refused. He Yulin, if you hadn't taken over the conversation just now, it wouldn't have been a big deal for me to continue. Now that you've taken over the conversation and caused this situation, it's entirely your fault. Don't expect me to take the blame for you. I won't take the blame for this. Han Shaoquan wasn't stupid. If he continued, what if the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom vented his anger on him? Even if he was protected by the monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and wouldn't die, it was very likely that he would be injured. There's nothing wrong with what I said just now. He Yulin was helpless and speechless at Han Shaoquan's refusal. That was just the beginning. What I want to tell him next is that Lu Shaofeng has been killed. Lu Shaofeng was the unluckiest one this time. He could have come out at any time after entering the ultimate god realm, but he still died in there. Lu Shaofeng was the other lesser ultimate god who had fought Lang Chun-1 with He Yulin and Han Shaoquan in the core area of Destiny Canyon. However, unlike He Yulin and Han Shaoquan who had survived unscathed, Lu Shaofeng was dead. He had been killed by Lang Chun-1. Due to Lu Xiaofeng's death, He Yulin and Han Shaoquan realized they couldn't break through Lang Chun-1's trap formation and decided to use the Destiny Canyon to send them out. However, they didn't expect the situation to turn out this way as soon as they came out and started talking. I still have to make things clear. Otherwise, it'll be even more terrifying if the monarch of the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom gets angry after being happy for a long time. He Yulin's forehead began to break out in cold sweat when he thought of this. I should inform the monarch about this through voice transmission. Tell him to keep an eye on the other party and don't let him make a move on me. Chapter 4208. Your Majesty. He Yulin didn't dare to wait any longer. If he did, the Xuanheng Divine Nation's monarch's joy would turn into sorrow. He immediately transmitted a message to his monarch, informing him of the situation. The monarch of La Mo Divine Nation was originally a little unhappy. After all, although they had a lower ultimate god, he was sent out in advance and more than half of his people had died. On the Xuanheng Divine Nation side, a lower ultimate god had yet to come out. Now, after hearing He Yulin's words, his heart was at peace. He even felt that his La Mo Divine Nation situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. In the Xuanheng Divine Nation, a lower-level ultimate god had fallen. Xuanheng Divine Nation's loss in Destiny Canyon was no less than that of La Mo Divine Nation and Rising Rock Divine Nation. I'll tell him about this. The monarch of the La Mo Divine Kingdom said to He Yulin, you don't know how angry that guy will be later. Although I can protect you, once he targets you, you might be injured even with my protection. I'll tell him. He won't dare to vent his anger on me. Hearing his monarch's words, He Yulin's eyes lit up. Thank you, Your Majesty. At the same time, the monarch of Rising Rock Divine Nation, who was standing on the other side, heard from Han Shaoquan about the Xuanheng Divine Nation's upper ultimate god Lu Xiaofeng's encounter in Destiny Canyon as well as the Xuanheng Divine Nation's people's encounter. For a moment, he didn't feel that his Rising Rock Divine Nation was in a bad situation. Our Rising Rock Divine Nation didn't seem to be in a bad situation compared to the Xuanheng Divine Nation. At the same time, the monarch of Rising Rock Divine Nation looked at the Xuanheng Divine Nation's monarch who was still smiling brightly amidst everyone's congratulations. He couldn't help but shake his head and think to himself, this Wu Yu will probably go crazy when he finds out the truth. Almost at the same time, the monarch of La Mo Divine Nation spoke. His voice was loud and clear, drowning out everyone's voices. Everyone, don't be in a hurry to congratulate Wu Yu. He Yulin didn't finish speaking just now. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Nation, Wu Yu, couldn't help but change his expression. Didn't finish? What did that mean? For a moment, Wu Yu looked at He Yulin. At this moment, the Lamo Divine Kingdom's monarch sighed. Monarch Wu, my condolences. Hearing this, Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition rose in his heart, but he couldn't help but comfort himself. Impossible. It was impossible. After reaching the ultimate god realm, even if they were no match for the others, they could still come out alive. He could come out with a single thought. As for the other kings of the divine kingdoms, they were also at a loss. At the same time, their gazes fell on the king of the divine kingdom. What is this King Yuan trying to say? My condolences to the Wu Emperor? Could it be that the Xuanheng Divine Nation also suffered heavy losses in there? No matter how bad the situation is, with Lu Xiaofeng alive, it's still better than the Ramo Divine Kingdom and the Rockrise Divine Kingdom. Most of the sovereigns of the divine kingdoms were whispering to each other. Just as the Mystic Eternity Divine Kingdom monarch Wu Yu was fantasizing, the monarch of Liamo Divine Kingdom's next words mercilessly shattered his fantasies. Lu Xiaofeng has fallen. That one sentence caused Wu Yu's expression to change instantly. His aura suddenly became restless as he said in disbelief, Impossible! Lu Xiaofeng has reached the lower ultimate god realm. He can come out with a single thought. How could he have fallen? Impossible. Wu Yu couldn't believe it. At the same time, he glanced at He Yulin. It's best not to joke around. Otherwise, even if you're a lower ultimate god, I, Wu Yu, am not someone to be trifled with. He Yulin could only smile bitterly when he heard this. There was nothing he could do if the monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom did not believe him. Monarch Wu. The monarch of the Rockrise Divine Kingdom sighed and said, He Yulin is not joking. I also heard from Han Shaoquan that Lu Xiaofeng has indeed fallen. They witnessed Lu Xiaofeng's death with their own eyes. They even joined forces to deal with a person who killed Lu Xiaofeng. Then, they decided to leave Destiny Canyon with a single thought when they realized they were no match for their opponent. If the monarch of La Mo Divine Kingdom was the only one who spoke, some of them wouldn't dare to believe him completely. However, Now that the monarch of Rockrise Divine Kingdom had spoken, they had no choice but to believe him. Even the monarch of Xuanhing Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu, was no longer as exasperated as before. His expression was as dark as it could get. How could this be? Lu Xiaofeng had reached the ultimate god realm, but he was still dead? Who killed him? Was it one of the living beings inside? Many of the monarchs were curious about this. Lu Xiaofeng is dead. As long as the rest of the Xuanhing Divine Kingdom survives a little longer, their losses won't be too great. After all, more than half of the people from the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and Laremo Divine Kingdom are dead, said one of the monarchs. Wu Yu's gloomy expression improved slightly when he heard the monarch's words. That was right. Although Lu Xiaofeng's death was a great loss, as long as the others survived, the total losses might not be as great as the Rockrise Divine Kingdom and Laremo Divine Kingdom. It was Lang Chunwan who killed him. At the same time, the monarch of Laremo Divine Nation looked at the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu, and said with a complicated expression, Monarch Guan, your Jade Rainbow Divine Nation has really stolen the limelight this time. In an instant, everyone's gazes shifted to Guan Baoyu. Guan Baoyu was a little stunned. He'd been thinking about how one of the three lesser ultimate gods had been killed even after joining forces. Could this be the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? However, he was completely stunned when he heard the monarch of Laremo Divine Kingdom's words. Lang Chunwan? She had fought three lesser god emperors, killed one of them, and scared off the other two? She broke through? Asked Guan Baoyu as he looked at He Yulin behind the monarch of Laremo Divine Kingdom. He completely ignored the monarch of Xuanhing Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu's cold gaze. A battle between divine kingdoms in the Destiny Canyon was a matter of life and death. Death could only be attributed to lack of skill. In the past, many of the Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom's people had died at the hands of the Xuanhing Divine Kingdom's people. Yes. He Yulin smiled bitterly. She entered the lesser ultimate god realm and fought to a draw with the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon alone. Then, with the help of Duan Ling Tian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom, she broke through the final challenge. Duan Ling Tian from the Righteous Divine Kingdom. This was the first time Duan Ling Tian's name had been mentioned after He Yulin and Han Shaokuan had come out. Many people subconsciously looked at the monarch of Righteous Divine Kingdom, Chu Youngjun. Chu Youngjun was also a little stunned. He'd thought that this had nothing to do with the Righteous Divine Kingdom, but he hadn't expected it to be related to them. At the same time, he was also a little curious. How did Duan Ling Tian, that little fellow, end up working with Lang Chunwan from the Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom? Was he coerced? Or was he really working together? Would Lang Chunwan burn the bridge after crossing it? Now, Chu Youngjun was really worried. After all, he'd placed a lot of hope on Duan Ling Tian and had even given him some investment. If Duan Ling Tian died in there, he'd really suffer a great loss. Before Han Shaokuan and I came out, the three of us wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. He Yulin continued, however, Lang Chunwan chose to protect Duan Ling Tian and stop the three of us. This time, before He Yulin could finish, he was interrupted by a monarch of a divine kingdom. Why are you targeting Duan Ling Tian? No matter how strong he is, he's just a lesser god emperor. Could it be that he obtained some amazing opportunity inside that made them all green with envy? As soon as this question was asked, the group of monarchs looked at He Yulin expectantly. He Yulin smiled bitterly when he heard this. Duan Ling Tian was indeed a lesser god emperor before he went in. However, he's already a medium god emperor now. Moreover, he's completely consolidated his cultivation as a medium god emperor. He's even stronger than a half-step ultimate god and might even be comparable to an ordinary lesser ultimate god. He killed a half-step ultimate god dog butcher in the Heavensville Canyon and is ranked first in the individual rankings. Before I came out, his points had already exceeded 10,000. Now, it must be even higher. He Yulin thought of the three divine kingdoms' upper god emperors that he, Han Shaokuan, and Lu Xiaofeng had brought along. He felt that they would most likely be killed by Duan Ling Tian to help Duan Ling Tian. As for Duan Ling Tian, unless Lang Chunwan wanted to kill him, he would definitely live a better life than anyone else. As soon as He Yulin finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Duan Ling Tian had entered the realm of a medium god emperor. In fact, many people were not surprised by this news. However, When they heard that Duanling Tian had completely consolidated his cultivation as a medium god emperor, everyone was shocked. Even when Duanling Tian had said this in front of the ultimate god emperor's emissary, they had thought that Duanling Tian was joking. Who would have thought that it would actually come true? Moreover, there was still some time before the kingdom battle in the Heavenswell Canyon ended. There was still time, which meant that there was still time for him to improve further. Perhaps there was no hope for him to become an upper god emperor, but he would definitely be able to improve further after thoroughly consolidating his cultivation as a medium god emperor. Duanling Ten. Chu Youngjun was also stunned. He never thought that the young man he had placed such high hopes on would not only not disappoint him, but also give him such a big surprise. But will he be able to come out? With so many points, won't Lang Chunwan be jealous? That's not right. Lang Chunwan is now a lower ultimate god. Unless he can kill Duanling Tian before the power of laws in the Heavenswell Canyon sends her out, there's no way he can kill Duanling Tian. Within the Heavenswell Canyon, if a person who had entered the ultimate god realm wanted to kill an emperor god who was participating in the kingdom battle, the power of laws in the Heavenswell Canyon would interfere before he could succeed. It was very, very difficult to succeed. Also, while everyone was shocked by the news regarding Duanling Tian, they did not care whether He Yulin had done it on purpose or not. Lu Xiaofeng of the Xuanheng Divine Nation is the same as us. He also brought a group of people from his own divine nation to kill Duanling Tian. This time, the Xuanheng Divine Nation's losses will not be smaller than the Laomo Divine Nation and the Rising Rock Divine Nation. End of chapter. Chapter 4209. Our Lamo Divine Kingdom and Rockrise Divine Kingdom also lost a large number of divine emperors in the process of killing Duanling Tian. He Yulin did not hide anything as there was no need to. The Divine Kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon was a stage for all the divine kingdoms to compete with each other. Even if a divine kingdom's entire army was wiped out, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Therefore, he did not hide the fact that he and two other lesser ultimate gods had led people to kill Duanling Tian. Even if Duanling Tian had succeeded and the King of the Righteous Divine Kingdom found out about it, the King of the Righteous Divine Kingdom would not be able to say anything. This was because Duanling Tian had bet his life on the Heavenswell Canyon battle. Similarly, the Lamo Divine Kingdom, Rockrise Divine Kingdom, and Xuanheng Divine Kingdom's people who had died because of Duanling Tian were the same. No matter how angry they were when Duanling Tian came out, they could not say anything as everything was in accordance with the rules. If the monarchs of the three divine kingdoms really wanted to take action, not only would the monarch of the righteous divine kingdom protect Duanling Tian, but even the monarchs of the other 20 divine kingdoms would also join in to protect Duanling Tian. There was no reason other than to protect the rules. If they allowed Duanling Tian to be killed, wouldn't it mean that their people could only accept their fate after killing a few more people in the divine kingdom battle at Destiny Canyon in the future? Some things could not be started. Once a bad start was started, there was no turning back. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Under normal circumstances, no matter how angry the monarchs of the Lamo Divine Kingdom, Rockrise Divine Kingdom, and Xuanheng Divine Kingdom were, they could not openly attack Duanling Tian. As for what happened behind their backs, no one could control them. The monarch of Xuanheng Divine Kingdom, Wu Yu, who was filled with joy and excitement not long ago, was so angry at He Yulin's words that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body tensed up. The Xuanheng Divine Kingdom had suffered such a heavy loss this time. So many people had died. Moreover, a person who had just ascended to the ultimate god realm had died. How could this be? How could this be? Wu Yu couldn't accept it. My condolences, Emperor Wu. My condolences, Emperor Wu. At this time, the various monarchs who were congratulating Wu Yu, the Black Hung Divine Country's monarch, suddenly changed their words and started comforting Wu Yu. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. The Xuanheng Divine Nation was really miserable this time. Even if someone obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus and entered the hierarch realm, he still couldn't come out. At this moment, they silently remembered a name in their hearts. Duanling Tian. That Duanling Tian was definitely someone with great luck. What a joke! If it wasn't for his great luck, how could a lower god emperor enter the Heavenswell Canyon and consolidate his cultivation not long after entering the god emperor realm? Ruler Zhu, Your righteous divine nation is in the limelight this time. Many monarchs looked at the righteous divine nation's monarch, Xianxia, and sighed. There was no lack of envy in their words. Although it was obvious that Duan Lingtian couldn't stay in the righteous divine nation, as long as Duan Lingtian didn't die, the righteous divine nation would definitely get the most of the rewards from the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Canyon when he came out. Based on Duan Lingtian's points, as long as there were no accidents, the righteous divine nation would definitely rank first in the God Kingdom battle in the Heavens Canyon this time. This time, the righteous divine nation will probably break the previous record in the God Kingdom battle. At that time, there will be additional rewards for breaking the record. As soon as one of the monarchs mentioned this, the group of monarchs looked at Xianxia again. Their eyes were no longer filled with envy but jealousy. Jealousy! They were really jealous. Xianxia and the righteous divine nation were too lucky. A god of creation wouldn't be stingy with the rewards for breaking the record. At this moment, Wuxia, who had just recovered a little, felt his chest heave up and down in anger when he heard the words of the monarchs around him. He almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If the righteous divine nation received additional rewards for breaking the record, it would be due to the efforts of the god emperors and a lesser ultimate god from the Xuanheng divine nation. In other words, it would be due to the help of the people from the Xuanheng divine nation who had perished in the Heavens Canyon. No one knows what will happen until the end. In my opinion, the Jade Rainbow divine nation will surpass us at any time. Xianxia said humbly as he looked at the monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation, Guan Baoyu. The strongest person in the Heavens Canyon was undoubtedly Lang Chunwan from the Jade Rainbow divine nation. At this moment, the monarch of the Feiyang divine nation, Shaoyi Yuan, was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Lang Chunwan had stepped into the ultimate god realm. Judging from the profundities of the laws that Lang Chunwan had mastered, he might not have been a match for Lang Chunwan after stepping into the ultimate god realm without the help of the monarch token. When he thought of the possibility that Lang Chunwan's strength was due to the fact that she had massacred all the higher god emperors from the Feiyang divine nation, Shaoyi Yuan felt extremely resentful. He looked at the monarch of the Xuanheng divine nation, Wu Yu, and sympathized with him. Monarch Zhu, you must be joking. The monarch of the Jade Rainbow divine nation, Guan Baoyu, smiled faintly. Although Lang Chunwan has stepped into the ultimate god realm, it also means that she can no longer kill the people from the other divine nations. It's very difficult for her to surpass Duan Lingtian by killing the living beings in the Heavens Canyon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, still has time. I only hope that when he encounters the people from our Jade Rainbow divine nation, he will hold back a little for Lang Chunwan's sake. Now, I only hope that at least half of the people from our Jade Rainbow divine nation who walk out of the Heavens Canyon will survive. As soon as Guan Baoyu finished speaking, the expressions of the other monarchs changed as well. That's right. They had completely forgotten. Duan Lingtian was so terrifying that he could kill the people from the other divine nations in the Heavens Canyon, including those from their own divine nations. I hope they'll know what's good for them and hide. As long as they've heard of Duan Lingtian's strength or witnessed it with their own eyes from afar, they shouldn't be so foolish as to go head-to-head with Duan Lingtian. I hope they'll be smarter. Currently, the monarchs of the other divine nations were praying in their hearts that the people from their divine nations who were still in the Heavens Canyon would be smarter and not provoke Duan Lingtian. It would be best for them to hide and be teleported out after the divine nation battle in the Heavens Canyon ended. By then they would be safe. As they waited, some of the monarchs could not help but ask the two lower ultimate gods, He Yulin and Han Shaokuan, if they knew anything about the people from their divine nations. Many of the monarchs of the other divine nations did not look too good when they learned that their divine nations had suffered heavy losses. As for the monarch of Wind Chime divine nation, he was initially very happy when he heard that his son had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. However, his expression changed drastically when he heard Han Shaokuan's words. His son, the crown prince of Wind Chime divine nation, Feng Xiaoxiao, had died in the Heavens Canyon after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. The other monarchs of the other divine nations were also shocked when they heard that Feng Xiaoxiao had obtained the earthly fire Buddhist lotus. They did not expect Feng Xiaoxiao to have hidden his strength so well. If it were any other time, they would definitely have ridiculed the monarch of Wind Chime divine nation for hiding such a huge trump card. Now that they knew that Feng Xiaoxiao had died after obtaining the earthly fire Buddhist lotus, No one had any thoughts of ridiculing the monarch of Wind Chime Divine Nation, as they did not want to get into trouble. Only a few monarchs of the Divine Nations who had a good relationship with the monarch of Wind Chime Divine Nation comforted him. At this moment, many people were guessing if Feng Xiaoxiao had died in Duanling Tian's hands or Lang Chuanyuan's hands. Or perhaps, she had been killed by the joint attack of many half-step ultimate gods. If it was just a single half-step ultimate god, there was a high probability that it would be impossible to kill Feng Xiaoxiao. Inside the Heavens Will Canyon, Duanling Tian was unaware of the situation outside. He had successfully recovered from his injuries under the protection of his senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Duanling Tian then opened his eyes and looked at Lang Chunwan. Fourth senior sister, I've recovered. Good. Lang Chunwan replied with a smile. Since you've recovered, you can kill these guys while you're at it. There won't be much reward for killing them. However, they and the other two great demons that died earlier are considered the ultimate challenge of the Divine Kingdom battle in the Destiny Canyon. I heard that there will be additional rewards if you defeat them. Now, I just hope that the few supreme experts left behind in the trial grounds won't be too stingy. Lang Chunwan said. Only outsiders like them who saw this world as the trial grounds of God knew that the so-called creator of this world was actually the supreme experts of the outside world. The Heavens Will Gorge was only a hidden space within the trial grounds. I'm looking forward to it too. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard that. He then said, Fourth senior sister, let them go. You can just watch my performance next. Hee hee. Lang Chunyuan giggled. All right, then I, your senior sister, will watch your performance next, junior brother. Then, she casually let go of the 7 great demons. The 7 great demons were actually intelligent, but now that they were trapped in Lang Chunwan's trap formation and couldn't do anything to Lang Chunwan, they targeted Duanling Tian. They were almost certain to die. Now, the only thing they could do was to kill this purple-clothed human youth before they died and avenge their 2 fallen brothers. Roar! Oh woo! The 7 great demons attacked Duanling Tian at the same time. The greater demon swept through the sky, causing space to tremble. It caused the trapping formation that Lang Chunyuan had set up to shake and sway. Ripples that were like water ripples appeared in space, and it was extremely beautiful. However, no one appreciated this at the moment. Duanling Tian faced the 7 great demons again, but this time, he didn't avoid them like before. Instead, he directly faced them and prepared to meet them head-on. The reason he avoided them in the beginning was because he was heavily injured at that time. Now that his injuries were healed, he was fearless. The 7 half-step ultimate gods had lost their natal blood formation and were like a plate of loose sand. As long as he had time, he could kill them one by one. Chapter 42:10. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of the sword whistling could be heard as the rainbow-colored sword radiance scattered across the sky. It looked dazzling as if countless rainbows were intersecting with each other, but in reality, it contained a cold, murderous intent. Every strike of the sword caused the void to tremble as if it would collapse at any time. Even if the 7 half-step ultimate god great demons joined forces, without the natal blood formation, they would not be able to communicate telepathically. In the beginning, they were still in a stalemate with Duanling Tian for a while. However, after Duanling Tian found an opportunity to kill one of the great demons, the situation became one-sided. Duanling Tian spent more than half an hour to kill the first great demon. Killing the second great demon took less than a quarter of an hour. The third great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. Killing the fourth great demon took less than 10 breaths of time. As for the remaining 3 great demons, it took him less than 10 breaths of time to kill them all. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, the rewards fell and covered Duanling Tian's body. They were the rewards given to Duanling Tian by the heaven and earth after each great demon's death. I've absorbed the normal rewards. Next, should be the reward for killing the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? After Duanling Tian absorbed the rewards, he could not help but look up at the sky again. Even Lang Chunwan was looking up at the sky. The sky was originally calm and tranquil. However, in the blink of an eye, something strange happened. First, the blue sky and white clouds turned into dark clouds. Then, within the dark clouds, Thunder and lightning intersected. No one knew where it came from, but it was very sudden. After that, 9 streaks of lightning intertwined with each other and gradually revealed themselves. They were the 9-headed great demons that were killed by Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan. The 9-headed great demons looked down, 9 pairs of eyes staring at Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan with hatred. Then, they opened their mouths as if they were roaring with unwillingness and hatred. Boom! Rumble! There was no beast roar. Only the deafening sound of thunder could be heard from the sky. After a while, the 9-headed great demon's shadows dissipated and turned into light spots that sprinkled down from the sky. When they reached the sky, they turned into a 9-colored light pillar and fell on Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan. The 9-color light pillar was so huge that even though Duanling Tian and Lang Chunyuan were quite a distance away, they were still shrouded by it. This is the reward for the final challenge of the Destiny Canyon? Duanling Tian could feel the reward from this law was even more amazing than everything he had obtained in the Heavenswell Canyon. As soon as it shrouded his body, the law energy in his body dissipated and turned into specks of light that entered his body. It was as if this rule reward was extremely overbearing and did not wish to be placed together with the other rule's rewards. As for the shattered reward, although it seemed to have merged into Duanling Tian's body, it did not bring much benefit to Duanling Tian. Most of the essence dissipated into the air, which made Duanling Tian's heart ache. I hope you can give me a bigger upgrade. Otherwise, I'll suffer a great loss this time. If Duanling Tian was not confident that he would be able to enter the upper-level Emperor realm in this trip to the Destiny Canyon, at this moment, he was excited again. I'm not greedy. Just help me enter the upper-level Emperor realm. Duanling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Lang Chunyuan was also absorbing the reward from the law. Moreover, the speed at which the reward from the law entered her body was much faster than when it entered Duanling Tian's body. After all, she was a lower-level ultimate god. Moreover, she was a lower-level ultimate god who had completely consolidated her cultivation base. 9 great demons died one after another. In addition, one of the lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms died and 2 fled. Although the people from the divine kingdoms outside the core region of the Destiny Canyon did not witness all of this with their own eyes, the chaotic reward still vaguely informed them of the danger inside. I don't know what's going on. However, the people from the 3 divine kingdoms came with great ferocity. They will most likely clash with Duanling Tian and the others. So many people have died. It must be the people from the 3 divine kingdoms who died. In other words, the 3 lower-level ultimate gods from the 3 divine kingdoms did not protect the others? Maybe they've already left before us. After all, once you enter the ultimate god realm, you can leave the Destiny Canyon with just a thought. I'd better not stay here and watch the show. I'll find a place to hide and wait for the time to come before leaving the Destiny Canyon. I think so too. Most of the people from the divine kingdoms who had gathered outside to watch the show had left. The remaining small group of people did not leave. At that moment, they were all hoping that the people from the 3 divine kingdoms were eliminated. Even if Duanling Tian survived, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. They might be able to take advantage of the situation. Moreover, there was still Lang Chunwan. Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan were currently first and second on the individual scoreboard. One of them had more than 10,000 points and the other was close to 10,000 points. Even Lang Chunwan, who was second, had more than double the points of the person in third place. If they could kill either of them, then they would be rich. These people waited patiently. A few days later, Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan indeed appeared. However, what they waited for was Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan in their prime. The result was self-evident. These people from the divine kingdoms who had wanted to take advantage of the situation, as long as they did not leave, all died in the hands of Duanling Tian without exception. These people, before they died, naturally regretted not leaving with the others. However, it was useless to regret. It's gone again. Duanling Tian was speechless. The reward for killing this group of people had not even entered his body before it was shattered by the reward stored in his body. Although it helped him to digest some of it, most of it was wasted. 4th senior sister. Duanling Tian looked at Lang Chunwan with a bitter smile. The reward I received just now was too deceptive. It actually made it so that I can't store any other reward in my body. Lang Chunwan smiled. Little junior brother, why don't you finish digesting it? If you finish digesting it, even if you can't enter the realm of Upper God Emperor, you should be close, right? Lang Chunwan had gained a lot this time and was in a good mood. How can it be so easy to digest? Duan Lingtian sighed. Fourth senior sister, there's not much time left. I plan to find a place to go into seclusion to digest the reward and wait for the Destiny Canyon to send me out. What do you plan to do? Do you want to come with me or go out first? Duan Lingtian asked. Naturally, I'll go with you. Lang Chunwan giggled. This way, little junior brother, you can cultivate here alone and put your heart and soul into it. This way, you'll be able to digest the reward faster. It's useless for me to rush out. Lang Chunwan had completely digested the reward. In fact, although the reward was extraordinary, Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan only took half a day to absorb it into their bodies. The reason why they came out a few days later was that Duan Lingtian was digesting the reward while waiting for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan was also digesting the reward. Moreover, after a few days, Duan Lingtian had only digested a small portion of the reward while Lang Chunwan had completely digested it. Although she didn't say anything, Duan Lingtian could vaguely feel that his fourth senior sister had become stronger. Fourth senior sister. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something. Say, do you think the master of the Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake, Nangong Su-yi, will still want you to enter the Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake after you leave? Do they have enough resources to help you enter the realm of medium supreme gods? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. Previously, not only did no one think highly of him, no one thought highly of his fourth senior sister. He'd only said that he had a chance to enter the realm of medium supreme gods in the Heavens Will Canyon and consolidate his cultivation. Of course, he'd already achieved that. As for his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, she'd said that she could enter the realm of lower supreme gods and consolidate her cultivation. Moreover, she'd also achieved it. Then, according to the previous agreement, if the ultimate god force Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake wanted to give up, there should be. Lang Chunwan smiled when she heard her fourth junior brother mention this. Before I came in, I asked the ruler of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation. He said that Frozen Mountain Heavenly Lake can still take out resources to help me enter the realm of medium supreme gods after I enter the realm of lower supreme gods and consolidate my cultivation. Duan Lingtian was startled when he heard this, then smiled wryly. He hadn't expected his fourth senior sister to even ask about this beforehand. Now, I'm just afraid that they'll go back on their word. Lang Chunwan continued. In any case, after we leave, we'll stick to our principles. If they're willing to fulfill their promise, it's fine for us to join them. Little junior brother, you don't have to feel any psychological burden, thinking that we won't be able to give them what they want because we'll be leaving the trial grounds in 2 years. When Duan Lingtian heard Lang Chuanyuan's words, he shook his head and interrupted her. Fourth senior sister, as you said, this is the trial of gods. Everything here is arranged by a supreme powerhouse. Why would I feel burdened? That's for the best. Lang Chunwan nodded. I knew that little junior brother wouldn't be so pedantic. However, third senior brother told me to find an opportunity to tell you this before we came in. Since I've said it, it can be considered that I've completed the task he gave me. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled when he heard this. Warmth flowed through him. Third senior brother. During the last period of time in the Destiny Canyon, Duan Lingtian found a place to cultivate in seclusion, digesting the rewards from the laws in his body. His fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, stood guard by his side, allowing him to fully immerse himself in cultivation. In this state, the efficiency of digesting the rewards from the laws was also much higher. Little junior brother, we should be leaving soon. Finally, there was a change in the Destiny Canyon, and Lang Chunwan reminded Duan Lingtian at the right time. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and felt the world spinning before him. When light reappeared in front of him, he discovered that he had left the Destiny Canyon and appeared outside the canyon, where he had been before entering. The figures of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms also appeared in front of him at the right time. Now, he also discovered that there was a group of people around him who had followed him out. They're out. The gazes of the monarchs of the various divine kingdoms all turned to Duan Lingtian and the others. Chapter 42:11. As soon as Duanling Tian and the others came out, they were immediately led over by the monarchs of the divine nations. Every king possessed strength comparable to a higher ultimate god with the king token in their hands. As soon as Duanling Tian came out, he felt an invisible force coming toward him before it brought him far away. During this process, he could even feel that the divine power in his body that was not deliberately suppressed had become much slower. A sense of powerlessness enveloped him. Is this the strength of a higher ultimate god? Duanling Tian was shocked. He had seen the strength of a lower ultimate god. Although he was not as strong as a lower ultimate god now, the gap was not that big. He was confident that he could crush an ordinary lower ultimate god if he entered the realm of a higher ultimate god. However, he was shocked when he faced the monarch of Zhengming Divine Nation, Chu Youngjun's strength that was enhanced by the monarch token. He felt that a lower ultimate god was just so. In his opinion, there was a world of difference between a higher supreme god and a lower supreme god. No wonder it said that a higher ultimate god can kill a lower ultimate god with just a finger. The gap is too big. Duanling Tian was so shocked that he was still in a daze when he reached Chu Youngjun's side. He only came back to his senses when he sent him a voice transmission and said, "Brother Ling Tian, His Majesty is talking to you." After he came back to his senses, Duanling Tian could see that the other people from Zhengming Divine Nation had also come out. Moreover, they were all very well. Even if he did not count them, he could see that the Zhengming Divine Nation had lost less than 10 people who went in this time. Monarch. Duanling Tian looked at Chu Youngjun. What did he say to him just now? Chu Youngjun was smiling as usual when he saw Duanling Tian spacing out. He was not angry at all. Mansion Master Duan, you've really made our Zhengming Divine Nation proud this time. He was first in the individual rankings. He had broken through 10,000 points. He had broken the personal record of the Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon. Not only that, but he'd also helped the Righteous Divine Nation break the record of the Divine Nation tournament in Destiny Canyon. Congratulations, Manor Head Duan. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The group of survivors from the Righteous Divine Nation also congratulated Duanling Tian and Chu Youngjun. Many people looked at Duanling Tian with eyes full of gratitude. They had met the Duanling Tian in Heaven's Will Canyon. They had thought that the Duanling Tian would treat them like the other Divine Nations people, but they didn't expect that the Duanling Tian didn't have any intention of targeting them. The more people from the other Divine Nations died, the more they were grateful to Duanling Tian. The people from the other Divine Nations seem to have suffered the least losses. More than a dozen of them are trapped inside forever. Suddenly, a manor head from the Righteous Divine Nation looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Many people's gazes subconsciously fell on Duanling Tian. The people from the other Divine Nations had suffered heavy losses this time, and it was all related to the youth in front of them. However, no one thought that Duanling Tian was a murderer. After all, even if they were strong enough, they would have done the same thing as Duanling Tian. The Divine Kingdom contest in Destiny Canyon was a competition for the individual rankings. It was a competition for everything one saw inside, including points, wealth, and the rewards one would receive after killing the other party. In particular, the fact that killing someone from another Divine Nation would result in double the rewards of the rules made it very tempting. Unlike the Righteous Divine Nations people who were in high spirits, the rest of the Divine Nations, including the manor heads, didn't look too good. Their losses this time were too great. Of course, there was a manor head whose face was gloomy for a moment, but he recovered quickly. It was the manor head of the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation, Guan Baoyu. Little girl, thank you. Guan Baoyu looked at Lang Chunwan and thanked her through voice transmission. At the same time, a smile bloomed on his face as he bluntly said, "Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm." At this time, the other people from the Jade Rainbow Divine Nation also reacted and repeatedly congratulated Lang Chunwan. Even if they weren't familiar with her, they still did their best on the surface. As for the rest of the Divine Nations, those who had suffered less losses and whose own Divine Nations had also made it into the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings quickly recovered. As for those who had suffered greater losses, such as the Mystic Eternity Divine Nation, Ramo Divine Nation, and Rockrise Divine Nation, their expressions didn't look good from beginning to end. This time, they had suffered great losses and naturally wouldn't be able to enter the top 10 of the Divine Nations rankings. Let's go! Soon, The 3 divine nations people left under the lead of their manor heads. They didn't even say goodbye to the others. Following that, another divine nations person left. It was someone from the Feiyang divine nation. This time, the top 10 of the divine nations rankings had nothing to do with the Feiyang divine nation, so there was no point in staying. If they entered the top 10 and stayed, they could still wait for the Destiny Canyon's rewards. If it was any other time, even if their divine nations didn't enter the top 10, they could wait and see what the other divine nations' rewards were. But this time, they weren't in the mood. Before the Feiyang divine nation's manor head, Shaoyi Yuan, left, he glanced at the young lady who was surrounded by the Jade Rainbow divine nations people. While killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes, there was also a hint of helplessness. The young lady had entered the ultimate god realm. If he entered the Feiyang divine nation, he could kill her with the manor head token. Once he left the Feiyang divine nation, he knew that he might not be a match for the young lady. Soon, more than half of the remaining 20 divine nations people left one after another. Since they didn't enter the top 10 and had suffered great losses this time, they weren't in the mood to stay. Soon, only 12 divine nations people were left. Among them, 10 of the divine nations had obtained the top 10 rankings. As for the other 2 divine nations, they had stayed because someone from those 2 divine nations had killed their way into the top 10 rankings. According to the usual practice, the final ranking rewards would be calculated one day and one night after the divine nation battle in the Destiny Canyon. Although they didn't know why they had to wait for such a long time, they still waited patiently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At some point in time, 3 elderly figures had appeared. They were none other than the 3 scorpion elders from the ultimate god sect, Yinyuan Tianzong. The 3 medium ultimate gods could fight against an ordinary high-level ultimate god if they joined forces. The 3 of them had appeared earlier to try to rope in Duanling Tian and Lang Chun-Wan. However, Lang Chun-Wan decided to join the Hanshan Heavenly Lake in the end, so they had no choice but to target Duanling Tian. However, what they didn't expect was that their second-best target would have such a stunning performance in the Destiny Canyon's Divine Nation battle. First on the individual rankings. He had even helped the righteous Divine Nation obtain first place in the Divine Nation rankings. His performance in the Destiny Canyon was astounding. Most importantly, Duanling Tian had broken through to the intermediate Divine Emperor stage in the Heaven Fate Canyon. Moreover, he had even consolidated his cultivation base. This was something they had never expected. Monster! Although the 3 of them had lived for a long time and had seen many geniuses, they couldn't help but exclaim at the same time when they looked at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, our Yinyuan Tianzong will help you enter the high-level ultimate god realm. At that time, you can officially go through the formalities and join our Yinyuan Tianzong. One of the 3 scorpion elders said loudly to Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian heard Elder Mo Scorpion's words, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding people, he smiled faintly and said, "Senior, my gains this time are beyond my imagination. My body contains the rewards from the final challenge in the Destiny Canyon, but I haven't fully digested them yet. In addition, I'm about to receive the rewards from the individual rankings. Perhaps, these alone will be enough to help me enter the high-level ultimate god realm." When Duanling Tian finished speaking, he looked deeply at the other party. The other party's expression froze in an instant. Then, he exchanged glances with the other 2 of the 3 scorpion elders. After communicating through voice transmission, he said to Duanling Tian, if you enter the high-level ultimate god realm on your own before joining our Yinyuan Tianzong, our Yinyuan Tianzong can help you completely consolidate your cultivation as a high-level ultimate god realm. In addition, our Yinyuan Tianzong will also give you. As the old man continued speaking, the monarchs of the 12 divine kingdoms were shocked. They didn't expect that Yinyuan Tianzong would be willing to pay such a huge price to rope in Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian also felt Yinyuan Tianzong's sincerity because the things the old man promised were also things he desperately needed. They were all treasures that could help him enter the ultimate god realm faster. If Senior can really represent our Yinyuan Tianzong and fulfill your promise, I'm willing to join the Yinyuan Tianzong. Duanling Tian agreed without hesitation. He would be a fool if he didn't agree. As for Yinyuan Tianzong's request, it was nothing more than hoping for a great person to appear in their sect to take charge of the sect. This person could attack from the outside and defend from the inside. Duanling Tian wasn't someone who was willing to be tied down. However, once he entered the hidden Yuan Sky sect, He did not need to worry about being restricted because he would be sent out of the trial of gods after casually staying there for 2 years. He would return to the outside world, to Myriad Arts Academy. Congratulations to the 3 elders. Following Duan Lingtian's agreement, the monarchs of the divine kingdoms expressed their gratitude to the 3 demon scorpion elders. Lang Chun-1. The scholarly middle-aged man reappeared. It was the master of Hanshan Heavenly Lake, Nangong Su-yi. The moment he appeared, he approached Lang Chun-1 and looked at her with a smile. Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm. My previous promise is still valid. If you enter the ultimate god realm, Hanshan Heavenly Lake can help you completely consolidate your cultivation before you enter. Nangong Su-yi straightforwardly promised. However, almost as soon as Nangong Su-yi finished speaking, the divine power on Lang Chun-1's body surged. That condensed divine power was freely manipulated as if it was her own arm, without any sign of instability. Noticing this, the monarch of Jade Rainbow Divine Kingdom who was closest to Lang Chun-1 narrowed his eyes in shock. How is this possible? End of this chapter. Chapter 42:12. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms present were either lower ultimate gods or medium ultimate gods. The weakest among them were lower ultimate gods who had completely consolidated their cultivation base. Therefore, they were very familiar with the aura of a lower ultimate god, who had also consolidated her cultivation base. It was precisely because of this that as Lang Chun-yuan released her divine energy, the familiar aura that came over caused them to be indescribably shocked. Not only has Lang Chun-1 entered the ultimate god realm, but she has also completely consolidated her cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. How did she do it? How is this possible? It seems like she was so confident before she went in. That's why she said it. But no one believed her. If it wasn't for the reality, I wouldn't have believed it even if my father came back to life and told me. The monarchs of the divine kingdoms were shocked. Everything that had happened to the girl in front of them had completely overturned their understanding of the world. They would believe it if the Destiny Canyon had an opportunity to help someone enter the ultimate god realm. However, they did not believe it could help someone enter the ultimate god realm and also help them consolidate their cultivation base. This was because they had all entered the Destiny Canyon before. Many of them had even entered the ultimate god realm in the Destiny Canyon. I remember. You promised me that if I entered the lower ultimate god realm and consolidated my cultivation base, you would give me a medium ultimate god as a welcome gift? Lang Chun-1 looked at Nangong Su-yi with a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Later, I will be rewarded with 2nd place on the individual ranking. It should help me move forward a little. Hanshan Heavenly Lake can save some money by helping me enter the medium ultimate god realm. Lang Chun-1's words left the monarchs and others speechless. Compared to the path from a lower ultimate god to a medium ultimate god, the reward for 2nd place on the individual ranking was nothing. Even if it was helpful, it would be very little. In the Destiny Canyon, only the Divine Kingdom rankings rewards would be of great help to ultimate gods. The individual rankings rewards were mainly for emperor gods. Of course, it would also be of some help to ultimate gods, but it was very little. Monster. Monster. Terrifying. Yinyuan Tianzong's 3 Devil Scorpion elders looked at Lang Chun-1 with mixed feelings. They felt that they had misjudged her. This girl was even more monstrous than they had imagined. However, if he really wanted the girl to enter Yinyuan Tianzong, he would have to pay a huge price. This price was not something they could decide. And even if they sent a message back, it would still be too late, unless the Heavenly Lake of Mount Han did not want girls. However, they felt that this possibility was very small. As it turned out, their guesses were correct. The master of Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, the higher supreme god Nangong Su-yi, looked at Lang Chun-1 after a short moment of shock. His originally calm face was replaced with a look of surprise. Lang Chun-1, I expected that you would become a lower supreme god in there. However, I really didn't expect you to not only enter the lower ultimate god realm but also completely consolidate your cultivation base. Nangong Su-yi exclaimed repeatedly. Then do you still want me to enter Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake? Lang Chun-1 asked. Hearing this, Nangong Se smiled faintly. Of course. After all, I made such a promise to you from the start. Now, follow me back to Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will do all it can to help you enter the Middle Supreme God Realm as soon as possible. Once you've entered the Middle Supreme God Realm, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will accept you as a disciple. Nangong Sui said. All right. I'll go with you. Lang Chunwan agreed straightforwardly, then moved to Nangong Suyi's side. Nangong Sui nodded to Inyuan Tianzong's 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, then nodded to the Master of Jade Rainbow Divine Nation before leaving with Lang Chunwan. Going to Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake. This girl is destined to soar. Many people sighed with emotion. In the future, Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake's third higher supreme god might be this girl. Someone else said. Even after Nangong Sui left with Lang Chunwan, the people present were still sighing with emotion. There was no lack of people who envied the girl, but almost no one was jealous. There was no point in being jealous. I hope 4th Senior Sister can enter the medium-level Ultimate God Realm before leaving the Divine Trial Grounds. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He didn't think that Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake would go back on their word, but even if Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake wanted his 4th Senior Sister to enter the Middle Supreme God Realm as soon as possible, they still needed time. Was 2 years enough time? Now, there were only 2 years left before they, the outsiders, would be sent out of the trial grounds of the Divine Lands. His 4th Senior Sister was like this, and so was he. So was everyone else. Duan Lingtian. Soon, Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders' gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. It's time for us to leave. Although the individual rewards for the Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon hadn't been announced yet, they didn't need to wait outside the canyon to obtain them. They could be obtained anywhere in the world. Only the rewards of the Divine Kingdom rankings could be obtained outside the Destiny Canyon. This was because the aura of the Ruler of Destiny's medallion had to be sensed within the canyon. Your Majesty, Brother Yunhe, farewell. After responding to the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, Duan Lingtian immediately bid farewell to Chu Youngjun and Chu Youngjun, the righteous Divine Kingdom's ruler, and Yunhe, who was following behind Chu Youngjun. He then nodded to the others, and under their envious gazes, he followed Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders out of Destiny Canyon. After Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan left in succession, many of the people present began to compare Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. Duan Lingtian is also a monster. Although Lang Chunwan is more outstanding than Duan Lingtian based on the current situation, that might not necessarily be the case in the future. Perhaps. No matter what, I'm afraid no one will be able to break the record they set in the Divine Kingdom battle in the future. This time, it wasn't just Duan Lingtian who broke the record in the Divine Kingdom battle. Lang Chunwan's final score also broke the previous record. However, because Duan Lingtian had broken the record first, she couldn't enjoy the additional reward for breaking the record. This time, Duan Lingtian's reward will definitely be greater. Coupled with what he obtained in Destiny Canyon, he might actually have a chance of becoming a higher god emperor. Amidst the exclamations of the people from the various divine kingdoms, Duan Lingtian followed Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders into the distance. However, not long after they left, Duan Lingtian was still hurrying on his way when the sky rumbled. Then, 2 beams of different colors descended from the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the 2 beams of light. The 3 Devil Scorpion Elders stood by the side and looked at Duan Lingtian who had stopped before them. Their eyes flashed. This time, Duan Lingtian didn't just get the reward of ranking first. He should also be rewarded for breaking the record. Duan Lingtian is the biggest winner of this Divine Kingdom battle in Destiny Canyon. I just don't know how Lang Chunwan managed to break through to the lower Ultimate God Realm and completely consolidate her cultivation base. In my opinion, even if Duan Lingtian gets all the rewards, she might not be able to reach that stage. Under the watchful eyes of Inyuan Tianzong and the 3 Devil Scorpion Elders, Duan Lingtian successfully received the 2 rewards that fell from the sky. One of the 2 rewards was for ranking first in the individual rankings. The other was a reward for breaking a record. Of the 2 rewards, the latter one was obviously better. Originally, Duan Lingtian was still worried that the 2 rewards would be dispelled by the domineering reward in his body. After all, the reward that came from the final challenge in Destiny Canyon would repel the normal rewards. In fact, he had even shattered and wasted quite a few of the rule law's rewards before that. However, when he saw the two rewards enter his body and coexist harmoniously with the one rule reward, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and completely relaxed. If I fully absorb these three rewards, even if I still can't enter the upper ultimate god realm, I'm sure I won't be far from it. At that time, with Yinyuan Tianzong's help, I'll consolidate my upper ultimate god realm cultivation base. I hope I can consolidate my upper ultimate god realm cultivation base before I go out. Duanling Tian knew very well that the main reason he went to Yinyuan Tianzong this time was to cultivate. Relying on the three rewards in his body to cultivate, relying on Yinyuan Tianzong's help to cultivate. In the next 2 years, if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for him to improve as quickly as he did in Destiny Canyon. He could only rely on himself to obtain the reward that required quantity. I wonder how the others are doing except for me and fourth senior sister. However, there's a high probability that they're not as good as us. When Duanling Tian and Lang Chunwan went to Yinyuan Tianzong and Hanshan Heavenly Lake respectively, the people who entered with them were also in the Heavenly South Continent and Earthly North Continent, seeking their own opportunities. Some of them had perished. Some people survived and became stronger at the same time. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. In the outside world, 10,000 Arts Academy, outside the formation that originally only had one expert left to guard, figures gathered one after another. Clearly, they were all here to watch the show. The 3 years are almost up. They're coming out. It's said that many people have died this time. That's right, many people's soul orbs have shattered. Now, the people who had gathered here were the teachers and students of the Myriad Arts Academy. Do you think someone has entered the godly venerable realm this time? One of the legacy students suddenly looked at the person beside him who was also from the legacy branch and said softly. The surroundings fell silent for a moment before someone said, "If someone has entered the godly venerable realm, then there's a high chance it's the one from the inner branch." Chapter 42:13. If nothing unexpected happened, the group of monstrous geniuses from Myriad Law Academy who had entered the trial ground would come out in the next few days. It was precisely because of this that a group of people had already gathered outside the teleportation array before anyone came out from it. Of course, these people weren't purely here to watch the show. Some of them were from godly venerable rank factions. They were waiting outside for the people from their respective factions to come out. At the same time, they would spread the news back to their respective factions as soon as possible. Although they were students in Myriad Law Academy, that was all they were. Staying in Myriad Law Academy was also to better serve the factions behind them. Moreover, they had been given a mission to stay in Myriad Law Academy. They could enjoy some of the Academy's things, but at the same time, they could also receive some preferential treatment from the factions behind them. This time, only one person from our Mon-Origin Divine Sect has fallen. Apart from Senior Brother Hu Lanqi, Senior Brother Meng Yu and Senior Brother Murong Haitang are both alive and well. I just don't know how their cultivation is now. Have they stepped into the upper Divine Lord realm? A Myriad Law Academy student from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect muttered to himself as he stared at the transportation formation in front of him. Murong Haitang and Meng Yu were the two holy princes of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. As for Hu Lanqi, he was the most outstanding Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciple in Myriad Law Academy before the two holy princes of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect had arrived. Of course, it was thanks to Duanling Tian that he was able to become the most outstanding Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciple in Myriad Law Academy. Before Duanling Tian had killed another Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciple, Wang Yunxing, Hu Lanqi had only been the eternal second among the Mon-Origin Divine Sect disciples in Myriad Law Academy. After Wang Yunxing's death, he had picked up a bargain. However, this time, Hu Lanqi's soul pearl had shattered. It was obvious that he had died inside. However, although Hu Lanqi was dead, the two stronger holy princes of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, Murong Haitang and Meng Yu, were still alive. Therefore, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect was looking forward to seeing their cultivation bases after they came out. Have they come out? The disciple of the Monarch Spirit Sect suddenly received a message. His heart trembled, and he didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly replied, Vice leader, they haven't come out yet. The one who sent him the message was none other than the vice leader of the Mon-Origin spirit cult, Lu Tianfeng. Still not out? In the Mon-Origin spirit sect's encampment, Lu Tianfeng frowned slightly when he received the reply. After a while he said, "In addition to keeping an eye on the two holy princes, keep an eye on that Duan Lingtian. I'm very curious if he died in the trial grounds." Lu Tianfeng added. "Yes, vice sect leader." The disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect who was in the Myriad Arts Academy responded. At the same time, he thought to himself, there has been a rumor in the sect for the past 2 years that this deputy leader and Duan Lingtian are mortal enemies. Could it be true? I heard that vice sect leader destroyed Duan Lingtian's hometown, the mundane realm? I'm afraid many of Duan Lingtian's relatives and friends have perished as well, right? The disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect speculated. If Duan Lingtian isn't dead, vice sect leader will have a headache. Such a person has heaven-defying talent and comprehension ability. Given enough time, he'll grow stronger sooner or later. At this thought, the disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect suddenly recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Wang Yunxing, the holy prince of the Mon-Origin spirit sect, and he shuddered. If Duan Lingtian really grows stronger, should I also plan to leave the Mon-Origin spirit sect? If he grows to the point where he doesn't fear the Mon-Origin spirit sect, he'll definitely settle the score. Who knows, maybe he'll settle the score with everyone in the Mon-Origin spirit sect. The disciple of the Mon-Origin spirit sect began to make plans in his mind. In fact, Lu Tianfeng was also thinking of the same thing. It'll be best if Duan Lingtian dies in there. If he's not dead and has become a medium god emperor, then I'll have to be careful. Lu Tianfeng's expression darkened when he thought of this. Duan Lingtian was clearly an ant that he could easily crush. However, Duan Lingtian was hiding in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, rendering him powerless. Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. In a spacious courtyard, an old man was playing chess with a young man. They're coming out soon. Aren't you going to stand guard over there? The old man asked the young man with a smile as he put down a chess piece. The young man smiled faintly when he heard the old man's words. I've already waited for 3 years. There's no need to rush now. All I know is that they're safe. That's enough. You're quite patient. The old man shook his head, and his eyes flashed. This time, I wonder what the little girl and the kid have gained. If both of them have made breakthroughs, the inner palace will be in the limelight this time. The old man was none other than the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Su Baili. As for the young man, he was the 3rd senior brother of the internal palace, Yang Yuchen. I believe they won't disappoint you, palace master. Yang Yuchen smiled. The old man nodded. Then, he seemed to have recalled something and could not help but ask, is there still no news from your eldest senior sister? No. Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn. Looking at the time, eldest senior sister should be back soon. She must have encountered some unexpected situation in the extraterrestrial lands. That's why she hasn't returned yet. The extraterrestrial lands, the old man sighed. Looking at the time, it's almost time for me to be on duty. I don't know if I'll be able to return safely this time. Boy, can't you just let me be at ease and accept the palace master's position? Asked the old man as he stared at Yang Yuchen with blazing eyes. Palace master. At that moment, Yang Yuchen showed a rare serious expression in front of Su Baili. I really have no intention of becoming the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. I'm still waiting for my 4th junior sister to enter the ultimate god realm. Then, I'll leave the burden of the internal palace to her. Eldest senior sister has gone to the extraterrestrial lands and 2nd senior brother has gone to the dimensional battlefield. I don't want to waste my time in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. There's still about 100 years left in the dimensional battlefield. I want to make use of the remaining time to make a trip to the dimensional battlefield and see if there's any opportunity for me to improve myself. Yang Yuchen expressed his thoughts. He had no intention of becoming the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. This was also something he had not mentioned to the palace master of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Su Baili's eyes narrowed when he heard that. You mean, if your 4th junior sister comes out of the trial grounds and enters the ultimate god realm, you'll leave Wanda Law Palace? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. Others may not know the reason for the existence of the planar battlefield, but Palace Master and I are well aware of it. I don't want to waste the last 100 years. The extraterrestrial lands. I can't wait for 9,000 years. Yang Yuchen said. As expected. I still don't understand the thoughts of geniuses like you. Su Bailey sighed. Forget it. I won't mention this again. If you had told me this earlier, I wouldn't have forced you. Su Bailey was speechless at the end of his sentence. Why couldn't this kid have said it earlier? If you had said it earlier, I wouldn't have forced you to do this. It's not that I didn't say it earlier. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, it's the rules of the inner palace that forced me to do this. Before the ultimate god takes over the inner palace, I can't leave. If I leave without permission, I'll be violating the rules of the inner palace. When eldest senior sister returns, she'll hold me accountable. Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. The transportation formation of the trial grounds. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several figures gradually appeared. It's the prodigy of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, Zhang Tianjiao. That's Murong Haitang from the Mon Origin Divine Sect. Yuan Fu from the Kue Yuan Divine Sect is also here. This is. As the figures appeared, many people recognized them, especially those who belonged to the same sect. They immediately transmitted their voices to each other to ask if they had made any breakthroughs. They had to report back to their sects as soon as possible. It was unknown how long it would take for the people who had just come out to report back to their sections. After all, they had just come out and were affected by the surroundings. They might not immediately report back to their sections. Duan Lingtian is here. His senior sister, Lang Chunwan, is here as well. When the figures of a man and a woman appeared in front of everyone, everyone's attention simultaneously fell on the two of them. The people who had just appeared were none other than Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan. At this moment, compared to before, both of them had a completely different aura. Even the onlookers who had seen them before noticed the subtle changes in them. I feel like they're different. I feel the same way too. I can't tell what's different about them. Their aura is different. And that thing seems to be different too. At this moment, the Myriad Arts Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yun Mengshan, who was in charge of the transportation formation of the trial ground, had a change of expression on his face. Then, he looked at Lang Chunwan and let out a long sigh. The inner palace sure has good seedlings. Congratulations on entering the ultimate god realm. Yun Mengshan stood up and cupped his hands slightly at Lang Chunwan. Entering the ultimate god realm meant that one had truly stepped onto the stage of the strong in the Xiangang land. In the eyes of the ultimate god experts in the Xiangang land, only those who had entered the ultimate god realm were considered strong. Everyone below the ultimate god realm was just an ant. As soon as Yun Mengshan spoke, the noisy scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Ultimate god? In the next moment, the crowd came back to their senses and inhaled sharply. At the same time, their gazes fell on Duan Lingtian's side. Their gazes fell on Lang Chunwan's body. Lang Chunwan has entered the ultimate god realm? Oh my god! She's not even 10,000 years old and she's already an ultimate god? She's even more monstrous than Vice Palace Master Yang Yuchen. Chapter 42:14. Lang Chunwan had walked out of the Trial of Gods and entered the ultimate god realm, stunning everyone. Compared to her, the Ni Chong Phoenix Pavilion's Zhang Tianjiao, the Monarch Divine Cult Saint Child Murong Haitang, and the other hierarch-level forces geniuses were all overshadowed by her. They were not even worth mentioning. Even Duan Lingtian, who stood next to her and had an equally shocking achievement, was temporarily ignored. This time, Duan Lingtian was only a high-level divine emperor when he entered the Trial of Gods. Now, when he came out, he was already a high-level divine emperor. However, no one paid attention to it. When the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy, Yun Mengshan, said that Lang Chunwan had entered the ultimate god realm, for a moment, whether it was the group of onlookers or those who had just come out with Duan Lingtian and Lang Chunwan, all eyes fell on Lang Chunwan. Even Duan Lingtian was affected by the crowd and subconsciously looked at his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, who was not far from him. Fourth senior sister. Have you entered the intermediate god realm? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. 2 years ago, in the trial of gods, he and his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, separated. He went to Yinyuan Tianzong while his fourth senior sister went to the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain. At that time, the master of the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain, Nangong Su-yi, promised his fourth senior sister that when they arrived at the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain, he would do his best to help her enter the intermediate god realm. At that time, she would officially enter the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain. Not yet. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's transmission, she immediately replied with some annoyance, that Nangong Su-yi is not very reliable. I went to the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain for 2 years and used up a lot of resources. Moreover, I have various methods to improve my cultivation, but 2 years is still too short. I have already urged them repeatedly, and that Nangong Su-yi also said that the heavenly lake of Cold Mountain has already done their best to help me as quickly as possible. However, I still need at least 3 years. Therefore, I am now only 2/3 of the way from the lower ultimate god realm to the intermediate god realm. In the end, that Nangong Su-yi is not reliable. Heavenly Lake of Cold Mountain is not reliable. Otherwise, I could have come out this time to fight with third senior brother. As she said this, there was no lack of sarcasm in her tone. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard this. He felt his fourth senior sister was too greedy. Shilang, zzz. That Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake was probably doing everything they could to nurture his fourth senior sister. Now that fourth senior sister has suddenly left, the people from Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake will probably vomit blood, right? That's not right. That Cold Mountain Heavenly Lake, and even everything in the divine trial grounds, should be arranged by the supreme experts. Since we have come out, that place should no longer exist. After all, according to what third senior brother said earlier, every time the divine trial grounds opens, it is different. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt relieved again. In that case, Yinyuan Tianzong should also be gone. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Thinking back to the past 2 years in Yinyuan Tianzong, it could be considered comfortable, enjoying the resources of Yinyuan Tianzong, until a month ago, when he officially entered Yinyuan Tianzong. However, after entering Yinyuan Tianzong, the 2 great supreme gods of Yinyuan Tianzong both wanted to take him as a disciple. They argued incessantly about this, and even wanted him to make his own decision. They even gave him an ultimatum. Fortunately, he had come out, otherwise he would not know how to deal with it. However now, that Yinyuan Tianzong, and everything in the divine trial grounds, should no longer exist. Thinking back to his experience in the divine trial grounds, Duan Lingtian felt as if it was a dream. If his cultivation had not increased by a lot, he would have thought that it was really just a dream. Little junior brother, your harvest in Yinyuan Tianzong is not bad. You are already a high god emperor. At this time, fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan's voice transmitted to Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. Obviously, his fourth senior sister had already probed him. A supreme god's probing, and there was no malice. He did not notice at all. Did you consolidate your cultivation base? Lang Chunwan asked. She did not probe too deeply, otherwise, she would have been able to find out if her little junior brother had completely consolidated his cultivation base as a high god emperor. I consolidated it a month ago. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Amazing! Lang Chunwan exclaimed. I didn't expect Yinyuan Tianzong to be so reliable. If I had known, I would not have gone to Yinyuan Tianzong and not to Hanshan Heavenly Lake. If I had gone to Yinyuan Tianzong, I might have already become a medium supreme god. Lang Chunwan said. Lang Chunwan's words made Duan Lingtian feel helpless and speechless. Fourth senior sister, it's not that simple. I was able to break through because I had a great harvest in Destiny Canyon, and I am only a supreme god. You're a supreme god. It's already amazing that you could improve so much in just 2 years. He really felt that his fourth senior sister's expectations of Hanshan Heavenly Lake were too high. Judging from the current situation, Hanshan Heavenly Lake definitely did not hide anything. They must have put in a lot of effort for his fourth senior sister. Lang Chunwan has actually become a supreme god. A supreme god who's not even 10,000 years old. Amazing. From now on, Vice Palace Master Yang's title as Myriad Arts Academy's #1 genius will have to be given to someone else. Actually, it's not a big deal for Vice Palace Master Yang to give up this title because she's his junior sister. Too amazing. Everyone in the surroundings was amazed by Lang Chunwon's improvement in cultivation. She had stepped into the Supreme God realm in one trial. The biggest winner this time was probably her. What's the big deal about the Supreme God realm? However, Lang Chunwon did not seem to be affected by the exclamations and exclamations around her. There was even some disgust in the depths of her eyes. She really did not like the feeling of being watched. She was not a monkey. What's the big deal about the Supreme God realm? Hearing Lang Chunwon's words, many people were stunned. Wasn't this person's tone a little too big? However, in the next moment, Lang Chunyuan spoke up again. I was originally a high god emperor and had long since consolidated my cultivation. I was only a step away from the Divine Venerate realm. Entering the Divine Venerate realm in the Divine Venerate realm is very normal and within expectations. Instead of paying attention to someone like me who spent 3 years to enter the Supreme God realm from the High God Emperor realm, why don't you pay more attention to my junior brother? At this point, Lang Chunwon looked at Duan Lingtian. Under Duan Lingtian's astonished gaze, she continued, 3 years ago, my junior brother was only a High God Emperor when he entered the Trial of God. And now, he's already a High God Emperor. Isn't this improvement greater than mine? A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. At the end of her sentence, Lang Chunwon smiled disdainfully and then left with Duan Lingtian. Before leaving, no one knew if it was intentional or not, but she pushed Duan Lingtian and at the same time, pressed down on Duan Lingtian's body. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's divine power burst out of his body. Only Duan Lingtian knew that his divine power was purposely drawn out by his fourth senior sister. When Duan Lingtian's divine power swept out, the pure and stable divine power instantly caused the entire place to fall into a dead silence. Myriad Art Academy's Vice Palace Master, Yun Mingshan's expression changed in an instant. As a medium ultimate god, he had a more sensitive spiritual sense than the rest of the people present. He could clearly sense that Duan Lingtian's divine power was the divine power of a high god emperor, who had completely consolidated his cultivation. A low-level divine emperor, after 3 years, stepped into the upper-level divine emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation? At this moment, Yun Mengshan felt as though he was about to suffocate. He was so shocked that he was about to suffocate. This kind of advancement, let alone Myriad Art Academy, even in the entire history of the mysterious gangland and the various divine planes, there was probably no one who had achieved this kind of advancement. It was too exaggerated. It was too frightening. After a while, the others also regained their senses one after another. Duan Lingtian really broke through to the realm of a high god emperor. Isn't this too exaggerated? 3 years ago, he was just a high god emperor. 3 years later, he's already a high god emperor? Duan Lingtian is the real monster. Oh my god. He's not even 3,000 years old now, right? You're wrong. He's not even 1,000 years old now. In the past 2 to 3 years the news has already spread. Haven't you heard? Someone used the godly space-piercing shuttle to return to the lower planes and confirmed that Duan Lingtian is not even 1,000 years old. To be precise, Duan Lingtian is not even 900 years old now. Monster. Originally, only a few people knew that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. However, when the Mon-Origin spirit sect got to the bottom of the matter and spread the news, more and more people knew that Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old. By now, the majority of the people in the Myriad Art Academy already knew about this matter. It was because they knew that it was even more shocking. Why do I feel that Duan Lingtian might be able to defy the heavens in the future? If he continues to grow, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an omnipotent, let alone a high god. After all, he has mastered the sword Dao and has great attainments in it. It's equivalent to obtaining a pass to become an omnipotent. If he really becomes an omnipotent in the future, our Myriad Art Academy will probably become a giant godly venerable level force. Everyone exclaimed. Most people were still in shock. There were also a few people whose expressions changed drastically. These people were from the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Many messages were sent to the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Elder. Quickly send an expert to bring us back. Duan Ling Tian has become a high god emperor. If we go back on our own, we might be stuck on the road forever. Elder, quickly inform the sect master. Myriad Art Academy's student Duan Ling Tian has entered the trial grounds for 3 years. He has advanced from a high god emperor to a high god emperor and consolidated his cultivation. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Ling Tian has come out. He has advanced to a high god emperor and consolidated his cultivation. Lord Vice Sect Master, Duan Ling Tian is a monster. If I'm not mistaken, his current strength is no weaker than an ordinary low god. Chapter 42:15. Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he was taken away by Lang Chun-Wan. It was one thing for his fourth senior to dislike being the center of attention, but why did she have to drag him down with her? Did she think he liked to be the center of attention? He still remembered that when fourth senior sister followed him out for the first time, she was quite envious when she saw that he had become the center of attention and the focus of discussion. Women were too fickle. Little junior brother, let's go back quickly. I just sent a message to third senior brother to ask him to come back. He received my message but didn't reply for a long time. It seems like he was shocked by our progress in the trial grounds. I didn't expect third senior brother to have such a day. Little junior brother, you have to work hard. Now, among the 5 of us in the inner palace, you're the only one who hasn't reached the ultimate god realm. When he followed Lang Chun-Wan back to the inner palace, Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard Lang Chun-Wan's last sentence. How old are you? You want to compete with me? Aren't you embarrassed? However, Duan Ling Tian did not say it out loud in the end. When they returned to the inner palace, Duan Ling Tian heard Lang Chun-Wan still talking about it like a senior educating a junior. He finally could not hold it in anymore. Fourth senior sister, I'm not even 900 years old. Lang Chun-Wan was speechless when she heard that. She muttered after a while, I forgot. You're not even 900 years old. All right. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's ears could finally be considered to be in peace. However, not long after, third senior brother Yang Yuchen returned. When Yang Yuchen returned, the first thing he did was not go to Lang Chun-Wan but to Duan Ling Tian. He paused for a moment and praised, Amazing! In 3 years, you've gone from the Upper Divine Emperor realm to the Upper Divine Emperor realm. What's more, you've consolidated your cultivation base. Little junior brother, since the trial grounds appeared, you're probably the one who improved the most. Yang Yuchen sighed. Just now, when he heard his fourth junior sister say that this little junior brother had stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm and even consolidated his cultivation, he was really shocked. He ran back immediately. After confirming it, he was shocked, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he had really picked up a good seedling for the inner palace. Such a good seedling is destined not to stay in the Wanda Law Palace for long. It's difficult for her to be restrained by the internal palace. It seems that fourth junior sister will be in charge of the internal palace for a long time in the future, until there is another ultimate god in the internal palace after little junior brother. Yang Yuchen thought to himself. Of course, he didn't dare to say those words out loud. Otherwise, his fourth junior sister beside him wouldn't agree to it. I was just lucky. Duan Ling Tian smiled. With my current strength, compared to third senior brother, I still have a long way to go. What's there to compare with me? Yang Yuchen shook his head. When I was your age, I couldn't even compare to your pinky finger. Even the most outstanding eldest senior sister among our senior brothers and senior sisters couldn't compare to you at your age. It wasn't the first time Duan Ling Tian heard Yang Yuchen mention eldest senior sister's talent. It sounded even more exaggerated than fourth senior sister Lang Chun-Wan. Third senior brother. Did eldest senior sister enter the ultimate god realm at fourth senior sister's age? Yang Yuchen was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's question at first, then smiled faintly. When eldest senior sister was fourth senior sister's age, she was already a lower ultimate god who had killed many medium ultimate gods. Duan Ling Tian's heart trembled when he heard that. Eldest senior sister was also so incredible? Little junior brother, I can't compare with senior sister. The gap is too big. At that moment, Lang Chun-Wan also began to shake her head. When she mentioned senior sister, a hint of fanaticism flashed in her eyes like a little fangirl. Fourth junior sister, you don't have to belittle yourself. Yang Yuchen smiled. At least, you're stronger than me and second senior brother. It's a good thing that there's an additional little junior brother in the inner palace. Otherwise, second senior brother and I, two men, would really be embarrassed in front of you and eldest senior sister. In Yang Yuchen's opinion, in terms of talent and comprehension, his little junior brother was definitely the first among the 5 in the inner palace. The second was eldest senior sister. The third was fourth junior sister. As for the fourth, it was him. Second senior brother was at the bottom. Before him, the inner palace had always been managed by his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng. Eldest senior sister had never officially managed the inner palace, and she had basically never appeared before the eyes of the people of the Myriad Law Palace. Thus, very few people knew of her existence. Therefore, everyone said that Yang Yuchen's talent was incredible and that he was a rare genius in Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. When fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan, appeared, many people said that fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan's innate talent and comprehension were not inferior to his. In fact, she might even be better than him. Naturally, he knew that after this trial of God, the title of the #1 genius in the history of Myriad Jurisprudence Palace would undoubtedly fall on his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother is amazing. Lang Chunwan snorted. However, no matter how amazing he is, he's still my little junior brother. Little junior brother, when you're stronger than fourth senior sister in the future, you must protect her well. Lang Chunwan looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke like an elder. In fact, with her age, she was more than qualified to be Duan Lingtian's elder. However, she looked like a young girl, so it was strange. However, Duan Lingtian was used to it. Of course. Whoever dares to bully fourth senior sister is going against me. I won't let them off. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lang Chunwan immediately beamed with joy. She felt that she didn't dote on her little junior brother for nothing. Little junior brother, fourth junior sister, tell me about your experiences in the trial of God. Under normal circumstances, Yang Yuchen wouldn't be so curious. However, this time, his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian's cultivation had indeed increased by an exaggerated amount. It made it difficult for him to suppress his curiosity. As for asking about fourth junior sister, Lang Chunwan, it was actually just in passing. He was worried that she would get jealous if he only asked about his little junior brother and not her. If possible, he didn't want to anger this little Mississippi. After all, he still had to coax her to take over his position and take charge of the internal palace. He planned to go to the dimensional battlefield. I'll speak first. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to speak, Lang Chunwan beat him to it. Duan Lingtian only smiled slightly when he saw this. Then, he patiently looked at his fourth senior sister and waited for her to tell him about her experiences in the trial of God. Of course, there were some things he knew. For example, his fourth senior sister had gone to the heavenly South Continent's Feiyang divine nation and slaughtered all the upper god emperors in that divine nation. In his opinion, this was a very dangerous thing to do. Fortunately, nothing happened to his fourth senior sister. Another example was that during the divine nation battle in Heavensville Canyon, he also knew what happened after he met his fourth senior sister. While the 3 from the inner palace were chatting, the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the senior divine emperor stage had spread throughout the Myriad Arts Academy. For a time, everyone in the Myriad Arts Academy was shocked. A upper god emperor had only spent 3 years to enter the upper god emperor realm. Moreover, it was said that he had completely consolidated his cultivation base. What did this mean? It meant that he was going to directly break through to the ultimate god realm. While the entire 10,000 Arts Academy was in a state of shock, all the major ultimate god forces with people in 10,000 Arts Academy also received the news. Many people who received the news thought it was impossible at first and thought it was fake news. They did not even report it. It was only after repeated confirmation that they believed it to be true. Myriad Arts Academy's Duan Lingtian is actually so monstrous? If I knew he was so monstrous, I would have personally gone to Tunglang Province's Chunyang school and invited him to join our sect. I missed it. The Mon-Origin Divine sect seems to have a lot of conflict with him. I'm afraid they won't be able to sit still this time, right? The Mon-origin divine sect might take the initiative to ask for peace. After all, this Duan Ling Tian is too monstrous. He might not be a big threat to the Mon-origin divine sect now, but who can guarantee that he won't be a big threat in the future? Give Duan Ling Tian enough time, and I feel that it's only a matter of time before he becomes an omnipotent. When the people from the various major forces learned about Duan Ling Tian's gains in the trial of gods, they were shocked. Not only that, but they were shocked as well. As one of the major forces in the Xiangang land, the Mon-origin divine sect also received the news. After receiving the news, the Mon-origin divine sect leader immediately contacted the other vice sect leaders except for Lu Tianfeng, and decided to capture and imprison Lu Tianfeng. If there was no way to find an opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian in the future, they would wait for Duan Ling Tian to grow stronger and send Lu Tianfeng out to vent their anger on Duan Ling Tian. Of course, if there wasn't an opportunity to kill Duan Ling Tian, they wouldn't act rashly. If Duan Ling Tian survived, he would definitely be the Mon-origin divine sect's mortal enemy in the future. Right now, it was only Lu Tianfeng who had a deep grudge against the other party. He ran away. However, when the Mon-origin spirit sect leader and the others wanted to secretly capture Lu Tianfeng, the vice sect leader of the Mon-origin spirit sect, they discovered that the other party had already left the Mon-origin spirit sect. It wasn't that someone had tipped him off that the Mon-origin divine sect had decided to target him, but that he had chosen to leave as soon as he received the message from the Myriad Arts Academy. He knew what that message meant. He knew better than anyone how great the potential of a higher god emperor, who had consolidated his cultivation before the age of 1,000 was. Even in the history of the Xiangang land and the various planes of gods, there had never been such a monstrous genius who had achieved so much at such a young age. He even guessed that once the news reached the Mon-origin divine sect leader's ears, he would be targeted and used. Therefore he fled in advance. Damn it! That Duan Ling Tian didn't die in there. Not only did he not die, but he also had such a great opportunity. He didn't believe that Duan Ling Tian didn't have a fortuitous encounter to advance from a higher god emperor to a higher god emperor in 3 years. Chapter 42:16. As the vice leader of the Mon-origin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng naturally knew the moral character of the Mon-origin spirit sect. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Of course, it was the same even for him. If another vice leader of the Mon-origin spirit sect had provoked the Duan Ling Tian and offended the Duan Ling Tian, he would also take the lead to support the capture of the other party and apologize to the Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was not the Mon-origin spirit sect that had directly offended the Duan Ling Tian. However, the problem was that he had offended the Duan Ling Tian this time. He was also the one who had ordered the destruction of the Duan Ling Tian's hometown, the mundane plain, and the killing of the family and sect members of the Duan Ling Tian's group of relatives and friends. In the beginning, the Mon-origin spirit sect was unaware. It was entirely his idea. Therefore, there was room for maneuver between the Mon-origin spirit sect and the Duan Ling Tian. And he was the key. If I don't run, I'll almost certainly die. If I still stay in the Mon-origin spirit sect, then I'm really crazy. After leaving the Mon-origin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief and resentment at the same time. Damn it! I actually let the Duan Ling Tian gain the upper hand. It'll be difficult to kill him in the future. However, this time, because of him, I can only leave the Mon-origin divine sect and betray the Mon-origin divine sect. From now on, unless I hide, there will be no place for me, Lu Tianfeng, to hide in the profound Handle land. Lu Tianfeng was very clear that after this time, as the Duan Ling Tian's achievements in the Myriad Law Palace's divine trial ground spread, not only would the major ultimate god forces be shaken, but even the giant ultimate god forces would also pay attention to the Duan Ling Tian and even try to rope in the Duan Ling Tian. It was to the extent that some people and forces would target Lu Tianfeng in order to befriend Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. You forced me to do this. Before you came to the Myriad Law Palace, you were from the Chunyang school. I'll start with Chunyang school. Lu Tianfeng's eyes flashed with a cold light. After destroying the Chunyang school, I'll leave the mystic Handle land, change my name, and find another realm of gods to live in. The world is so big, there will definitely be a place for me, Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng had made up his mind. He would leave after destroying Chunyang's school. If he didn't leave and wanted to destroy other forces that were related to the Duanling Tian and that he had the ability to destroy, there would be a certain amount of risk. After all, after Duanling Tian knew that Chunyang's school was destroyed, he would definitely be prepared. It was even possible that his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would personally go and hide in a force that was related to him. If he rashly charged in, he might be left behind there. He knew that he was no match for Yang Yuchen. Furthermore, Yang Yuchen's speed was very fast. He did not have the confidence to escape under Yang Yuchen's nose. Destroy Chunyang's school. Then leave. I won't miss it. As for the other forces that are related to the Duanling Tian, in the future when the limelight dies down, and after a few hundred or 1,000 years, there won't be any traps anymore, I'll come back and kill them all. Lu Tianfeng was very rational and clear-headed. He knew what he should do and what he should not do. Sometimes, a wrong decision would often ruin a person's life. Chunyang's school. With anger towards Duanling Tian in his heart, Lu Tianfeng's eyes were burning with anger. He directly flew towards Chunyang's school. Chunyang's school was also the sect in Tonglang province where Duanling Tian had stayed before going to Myriad Law Palace. It was one of the top forces in Tonglang province. In Chunyang's school, he also had people that he cared about. For example, Zhen Pingfan of Yun Peak. For example, Yi Chenfeng of Hidden Sword. Of course, now, Yi Chenfeng was most likely no longer in Chunyang's school. Myriad Law Palace. After the geniuses of the major forces came out of the trial grounds, they were personally picked up by the experts of the forces behind them. In particular, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect had sent several medium-level ultimate gods, as if they were afraid that their people would not be able to return and die on the way back. Many people were well aware of this. Although Duanling Tian was also famous in the past, it was far from what it is today. After today, in the entire Shengang land, I'm afraid that almost everyone will know about him. A medium-level ultimate god from the Nikhang Phoenix Pavilion this time. A beautiful woman with a beautiful face, said with emotion. At this moment, several geniuses of the Nikhang Phoenix Pavilion were by her side, including Tuoba Xiao and Zhang Tianjiao. Although Tuoba Xiao had also improved after entering the trial grounds this time, she had not broken through her current cultivation base. Zhang Tianjiao had broken through to the upper Divine Emperor realm, but there was still a long way to go before she could completely consolidate her cultivation base. Yes. Zhang Tianjiao nodded with emotion. 3 years ago, he was only an upper Divine Emperor, 2 levels lower than me. Although many people said that he had the ability to fight against a medium-level ultimate god, I didn't think that he would be able to win against me. Now, not only is his cultivation base not weaker than mine, it has even surpassed mine. Judging from his past achievements, he might be able to kill an ordinary ultimate god now. Zhang Tianjiao said with a bitter smile. Originally, I was wondering if I could develop a relationship with him. But now, I feel that I'm not good enough for him. At the side, Tuoba Xiao did not say anything and remained silent. However, deep in her eyes, there was a flash of sadness. Unknowingly, the distance between her and that young man had widened to such an extent that it was difficult to cross and made people feel despair. Let's go, the beautiful woman said and then left with Zhang Tianjiao, Tuoba Xiao and the others. At the same time, the medium-level ultimate gods from the major ultimate gods factions also left Myriad Doctrine Palace with their disciples and returned to the factions behind them. Only the medium-level ultimate gods from the Mon-Origin Divine Sect were not in a hurry to leave with their disciples. Marshal Granduncle, are we still not leaving? Meng Yu, one of the 2 Mon-Origin Divine Sect's holy sons, frowned. He really did not want to continue staying in Myriad Doctrine Palace. Some people here were too abnormal. First, there was Lang Chun-Wan. Then there was Duanling Tian. Moreover, their senior brother, the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Doctrine Palace, Yang Yuchen, was also not simple. In the past, although Duanling Tian had killed Wang Yunsheng, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's holy son, he did not take it seriously because he did not think that Duanling Tian had the ability to kill him. However, now that Duanling Tian had come out of the trial grounds, the difference in cultivation level between him and Duanling Tian had surpassed him in one leap. In the divine training grounds, he had only consolidated his cultivation as a middle god emperor. Furthermore, He had advanced a little and could only be said to be not too far away from the upper God-Emperor realm. However, what about Duanling Tian? Not only had he stepped into the upper-level ultimate God realm, but he had also consolidated his cultivation level. He was a monster. There was no comparison. Meng Yu was worried that he would feel inferior if he were to compare. Vice Sect Master Li has something to do. We'll leave when he's done. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect's medium-level ultimate god answered Meng Yu's question. At the same time, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's Vice Sect Master, Li Donghui, a medium-level ultimate god with impressive strength, had arrived at Myriad Doctrine Palace Master Su Baili's residence. Palace Master Su, Li Donghui pays his respects. Li Donghui appeared to be very respectful in front of Su Baili, and even bowed to him. After all, the person in front of him was not only the Palace Master of Myriad Doctrine Palace but also a powerful upper-level ultimate god. Even the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's upper-level ultimate god was not confident in defeating him. What's the matter? Su Baili seemed a little impatient in front of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's Vice Sect Master. Although Li Donghui could sense the other party's impatience, he did not show any dissatisfaction or dare to show any dissatisfaction. Palace Master Su, I'm here to meet Vice Palace Master Yang's junior brother, Duanling Tian. I wonder if it's convenient for you? You want to meet Duanling Tian? Su Baili looked at him deeply. What? You still haven't given up? You still want to avenge Wang Yunsheng? You've misunderstood, Palace Master Su. Li Donghui quickly shook his head and smiled bitterly. I'm here to meet Duanling Tian in hopes that he can bury the hatchet with the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. I'm not here to pick a fight. Bury the hatchet. Su Baili laughed and sneered. You know very well what the Mon-Origin Divine Sect has done. Now that Duanling Tian is about to soar, you're here to bury the hatchet? Ridiculous. Previously, when a teacher attacked Duanling Tian in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace, Su Baili was completely enraged. He could guess that it was the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's doing. If not for the lack of evidence, he would have personally gone to the Mon-Origin Divine Sect to denounce them. Even so, it did not affect his dislike of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Palace Master Su, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect has targeted Duanling Tian many times because of our former Vice Sect Master, Lu Tianfeng. It has nothing to do with the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Li Donghui said. Former Vice Sect Master? Su Baili raised an eyebrow. Li Donghui said, Palace Master Su, before we set off, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect expelled Lu Tianfeng from the sect. If he had not escaped first, he would have been a prisoner of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect by now. I'm here mainly to ask for your help in introducing me to Duanling Tian. Let me make things clear so that he doesn't misunderstand the Mon-Origin Divine Sect. Of course, even if he doesn't have a direct conflict with the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, it's a fact that he has a conflict with Lu Tianfeng. After all, Lu Tianfeng is a member of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, so we're willing to compensate him. Li Donghui explained patiently. Su Baili understood the meaning behind his words. He wanted to give Duanling Tian some benefits to resolve the conflict between the Mon-Origin Divine Sect and the Duanling Tian. I'll help you contact his senior brother, Yang Yuchen. As for whether he's willing to meet you, it's not up to me to decide. Su Baili said indifferently. He could not make the decision for Duanling Tian. Of course. Li Donghui said. A member of the Mon-Origin Divine Sect? A truce? Chapter 42:17. The Mon-Origin Divine Sect was a heavyweight ultimate god force in the Mystic Handle Land. With a high-level ultimate god, they would not compromise with a high-level ultimate god. Even if this high-level ultimate god had the ability to kill an ordinary ultimate god. However, when this high-level ultimate god was a peerless genius and even had a powerful force protecting him, everything was different. Duanling Tian knew very well that the Mon-Origin Divine Sect wanted to make peace with him only because they realized that his talent and comprehension were monstrous and that he would rise in the future. In addition, with the Myriad Law Academy as his backing, he was not worried that the Mon-Origin Divine Sect would dare to send people to kill him. Under such circumstances, as long as he did not run around, it would not be difficult for him to grow. It was also under such circumstances that the Mon-origin divine sect would feel threatened. A high-level ultimate god who was not even 1,000 years old and had mastered a high-grade ultimate god weapon and the 4 Daos of heaven and earth might be able to kill an ordinary ultimate god. How could the Mon-origin divine sect not be worried when such an existence grew up in the future? I'm not interested in meeting him, Duan Lingtian said. However, hearing this, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, Little junior brother, I suggest you meet him, and then make some requests. If the Mon-origin divine sect can do it, it's fine for you to bury the hatchet with them. If they can't do it, then there's no need for peace talks. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly at Yang Yuchen's words. As Yang Yuchen continued to speak, his expression became solemn as he realized that he had been rash earlier. When you meet the vice leader of the Mon-origin divine sect, your first request is for the Mon-origin divine sect to capture Lu Tianfeng and send him to you. Although I'm not very familiar with Lu Tianfeng, I've heard some of his deeds. He's a vengeful person. Right now, he's escaping from the Mon-origin divine sect. Although it's not directly related to you, it's indirectly related. He might even think that it's all because of you. Under such circumstances, he'll definitely target you. However, you're in the Myriad Law Academy, so he can't target you even if he wants to. Under such circumstances, he can only target people or forces related to you. This kind of person, you should beat him to death with a stick. If you keep him alive, sooner or later he will be a disaster. As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's expression completely changed. Chunyang School. He immediately thought of Chunyang School. Then, she thought of the places where she had stayed before she went to Chunyang School. To be more precise, it was those forces. For example, the Linghu family. For example, the Tianlong clan. Since Lu Tianfeng was a native of the realms of gods, he was not worried about Lu Tianfeng causing trouble in the lower realms. After all, Lu Tianfeng was a native of the realms of gods. His strength would be restricted in the lower realms. If Lu Tianfeng himself dared to go, one of his law's avatars could easily make him stay. Now the only thing he couldn't guarantee was the safety of the people of those forces he had stayed in after coming to the Profound Handle land. He might not have much of a sense of belonging to those forces, but there were some people he cared about. If something happened to those people because of him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp tingle. Don't worry. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's expression had changed greatly and seemed to want to leave Myriad Arts Academy, Yang Yuchen smiled and said, Before this, of my 3 law's avatars, one went to Chunyang School, one went to the Tianlong clan, and the last one went to the Linghu family. If Lu Tianfeng shows up, even if my law's avatars can't make him stay, it'll be difficult for him to succeed. The main reason I asked you to make a request to the Mon-origin spirit sect is to get them to cooperate with my law's avatars to make Lu Tianfeng stay. If I'm here, it won't be difficult to make him stay. However, my law's avatars can at most stop him from attacking the Chunyang school and the Linghu family. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was shocked. His third senior brother had 3 law's avatars, and he was confident that he could stop Lu Tianfeng from attacking the forces he cared about? Didn't that mean that his 3 laws avatars had extremely high attainments in the laws they corresponded to? That the other 2 laws were not weaker than the one he was most proficient in? Amidst the shock, Duan Lingtian thought of his trip to the trial grounds and the other laws that had strengthened and improved, and he felt somewhat relieved. His third senior brother might have also improved his other laws through a similar route. It was normal for some of the more common laws to improve faster. For example, the 5 elemental laws that he mastered had improved the fastest during this trip to the trial grounds. It had even surpassed the time law and life law that he was more proficient in previously. As a reward, the laws had not only improved his divine power but also his laws. Those laws were mostly the 5 elemental laws. Currently, the law that he was most proficient in was the space law, however. Below that were the 5 elemental laws. Of course, the 5 elemental laws also had differences in strength. For example, the fire law and the earth law that he had come into contact with earlier were stronger than the other 3 laws. I'll go see him. After listening to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and immediately went to see the Mon-origin sect's deputy leader, Li Donghui. Li Donghui greets brother Duan. Although it was Li Donghui's first time meeting Duan Lingtian and he was the deputy leader of the Mon-origin sect, he was very humble in front of Duan Lingtian. This also made Duan Lingtian sigh in his heart. After all, the Mon Origin sect was a heavyweight ultimate god-level force. Not everyone in it was reckless and incompetent. Of course, Duan Lingtian met Li Donghui under the accompaniment of the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Baili. This was also Su Baili's request. He did not dare to let anything happen to Duan Lingtian. In particular, now that Duan Lingtian had displayed extremely monstrous talent and strength, if something really happened to him in the Myriad Law Academy, he was not afraid of the other three people in the inner palace, including Yang Yuchen, however. He had to be wary of the strongest person in the inner palace, the eldest senior sister of the inner palace. If something happened to Duan Lingtian and that person really made a scene, it was uncertain whether the Myriad Law Academy could continue to exist. At the very least, no one in the current generation of the Myriad Law Academy, including himself, could control that person. Unless there was a supreme expert who took action to protect the Myriad Law Academy. However, if there was no accident, there was also a supreme expert behind that person. I've already heard the reason for your visit from my third senior brother. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Donghui and said indifferently, "It's not impossible for the Mon Origin sect to bury the hatchet with me." When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Li Donghui's eyes brightened. "Brother Duan, if you have any requests, feel free to state them." The sect leader also said that as long as it's within the means of the Mon Origin sect, we won't refuse. I won't mention the other requests for the time being. We'll talk about them after you've fulfilled the first one. Duan Lingtian stared deeply at Li Donghui and said, "Since you said that Lu Tianfeng was the instigator of all this, you should capture him and bring him to me first. If you can't even fulfill this request, there's nothing left for me to discuss with the Mon Origin sect. As for whether I'll settle the score with you in the future, that'll depend on my mood." After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he turned and left, not giving Li Donghui a chance to speak again. Li Donghui was left standing on the spot, his expression fluctuating. After a while, he shook his head and bid farewell to Su Baili. "Palace Master Su, I'll take my leave first. Please reply to Duan Lingtian and tell him that the Mon Origin sect will do everything in their power to capture Lu Tianfeng." After Li Donghui left, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he learned from Yang Yuchen that Li Donghui's reply had been relayed by the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. "Third senior brother, I didn't tell him that Lu Tianfeng might cause trouble for the Chunyang school, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family. Would they have thought of this?" Yang Yuchen shook his head and smiled. "Little junior brother, you're underestimating the Mon Origin sect too much if you think that way. Since Lu Tianfeng used to be the vice leader of the Mon Origin sect, do you think there are few people who know him? Don't worry. The Mon Origin sect will definitely send people to those three forces." Duan Lingtian was relieved to hear this. At the same time, a cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. If Lu Tianfeng was defeated this time, then so be it. If he wasn't, then he would have to find him eventually. Otherwise, leaving him alive would be a disaster. The Mon Origin sect. Before the few medium-level ultimate gods who had gone to pick up Duan Lingtian from Myriad Arts Academy returned, the Mon Origin sect leader ordered the other medium-level ultimate gods in the sect to gather. Then, orders were issued one after another. The medium-level ultimate gods were quickly divided into two groups and headed to the Chunyang school and the Linghu family respectively. As for the Tianlong clan, they were naturally not left out. The medium-level ultimate gods who had gone to pick up Duan Lingtian from Myriad Arts Academy were to change their route halfway and head directly to the Tianlong clan. If they found Lu Tianfeng, they were to capture him and bring him back. If they could not capture him, they were to kill him and bring his corpse back. At the very least, they had to bring the corpse back. I hope everything goes smoothly. Otherwise, I'll have to think of a way to get rid of Duan Lingtian. After all the orders were issued, the Mon Origin sect leader stepped into the air and hovered above the Mon Origin sect's encampment. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself. However, this kind of heaven-defying monster usually has great luck and won't be so easy to kill. No one would have thought that the monarch god cult sect master, a high-level god venerable, would be so fearful of a high-level god emperor. It was as if he wasn't facing a high-level god emperor, but a high-level god venerable. At the same time, Lu Tianfeng had also arrived in Tonglang province and was near the Chunyang school. Chunyang school. a sect that has only produced one higher ultimate god in recent years. I'll destroy your entire sect within 2 hours. At this time, Lu Tianfeng was full of murderous intent and directly rushed into the Chunyang school. His violent power was like an exploding sun as it crashed into the Chunyang school's protective formation. In the next moment, the Chunyang school's protective formation was directly shattered without even trembling. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the entire Chunyang school shook as if doomsday had arrived. Chapter 42:18. The entire Chunyang school was shaken. In the next moment, figures from all the branches of Chunyang school rose into the sky. Their auras were powerful, and their divine powers were overwhelming. Who are you? How dare you destroy our Chunyang school's outer defensive formation? Who are you? What grudge do you have with our Chunyang school? You're a godly venerable expert. Chunyang school shouldn't have any grudges with you, right? At that moment, the people from all the branches of Chunyang school rose into the sky. They were the leaders of all the branches, including Zhan Yunfeng from Yunfeng's branch. Everyone from Chunyang school had come out. The Chunyang school's sect master also came out. The arrival of a godly venerable expert and the destruction of Chunyang school's outer defensive formation made them feel a great threat. At the same time, they were a little flustered. On the horizon, Lu Tianfeng stood in the air with a mocking smile on his face. How dare you call yourself a godly venerable rank sect when I easily destroyed such a great sect protection formation? Ridiculous! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng struck again with his palm. His aura was as powerful as Mount Tai. Bang! In the next moment, his palm also landed on Chunyang school's encampment. This palm was even more powerful than his previous attack. He wanted to kill some of the people in Chunyang school. However, the next moment, the scene caused Lu Tianfeng to be involuntarily stunned. He saw that a second defensive formation barrier had appeared in Chunyang school and blocked Lu Tianfeng's attack. Although the formation shook a few times, it was not destroyed. This was Chunyang school's inner defensive formation. Chunyang school's defensive formation was divided into an inner formation and an outer formation. The outer formation was used to defend against ordinary enemies. It could not be destroyed by those below the level of a godly venerable. Only those above the level of a godly venerable could destroy it. At the same time, the outer formation did not consume much energy. Even if it was continuously activated, the amount of energy consumed was like a drop in the bucket for Chunyang school. As for the inner formation, it was able to defend against the attacks of godly venerable rank experts. Once the inner array was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. It could even shake the foundation of Chunyang school. The inner array could withstand a lesser ultimate god. However, a medium-level ultimate god could only hold on for a short period of time. Moreover, there was also the danger of being breached after a period of time. In the meantime, the Pure Sun sect could make use of the connections established by their ancestors to seek help from some godly venerable rank experts. Humph! It's actually divided into 2 formations. Lu Tianfeng's expression changed, and he attacked again. The formation only shook slightly, and there were no signs of it shattering. At the same time, he began to curse in his heart. This sect that doesn't even have a high god emperor actually has such a great sect protecting array. Damn it! In his opinion, such a great sect protection array should not exist in such a weak sect. Who are you? Sir, how did our Chunyang school offend you? At that moment, a group of medium-level ultimate gods in Chunyang school, including the Chunyang school sect master, rose into the air and stared at Lu Tianfeng with a gloomy expression. During the last 7 prefectures feast, although Duan Ling Tian had helped Chunyang school obtain many places to enter the Sacred Land's secret territory, the Sacred Land's secret territory had not opened yet. Therefore, although Chunyang school had many medium-level ultimate gods, they did not have the opportunity to enter the realm of Upper God Emperor. However, although they were only medium-level ultimate gods, under the protection of Chunyang school's sect protecting formation, they were not afraid of the existence in front of them who was obviously an ultimate god. After all, it was the other party who had been rude to them first. Go ask Duan Ling Tian. Lu Tianfeng laughed coldly and then attacked Chunyang school's sect protecting formation again. Even if you have enough time to wait for reinforcements before that, I can still attack your Chunyang School's sect protecting formation and make your Chunyang School suffer heavy losses. Your Chunyang School's sect protecting formation's inner formation must have consumed a lot of energy, right? After saying that, Lu Tianfeng continued to attack with a mocking smile on his face. Now he was in a bad mood, very bad mood. He had thought that he could destroy Chunyang School, but he did not expect the Chunyang School to have such a powerful sect protecting formation. It could hold on until the other party sent a message to Duanling Tian, and then Duanling Tian would call for reinforcements. At this moment, Lu Tianfeng was actually a little regretful in his heart. If I had known, I would have chosen the Tianlong clan or the Linghu family. When he was still in the Monorigin spirit sect, Lu Tianfeng had investigated Duanling Tian's background thoroughly. Naturally, he also knew that Duanling Tian had entered the Tianlong clan after leaving the Linghu family, then went to Chunyang School, and finally to Myriad Arts Academy. This time, he chose Chunyang School as his target mainly because he felt that Duanling Tian had just left Chunyang School. Destroying Chunyang School would be more painful for him. However, he did not expect Chunyang School to be such a tough opponent. Chunyang School's sect protecting formation was definitely not something that only 1 or 2 godly venerables, or even less than 10 godly venerables, could possess. He was sure of that. However, according to his investigation, Chunyang School had indeed never had more than 10 godly venerables in the history of the school. Moreover, he had never heard of a medium-level godly venerables. It should have something to do with the founder of Chunyang School. That person is more mysterious. When Lu Tianfeng thought of this, he was both depressed and helpless. He knew that he had made the wrong choice. Moreover, he only had this one chance to make a choice. From the moment he attacked Chunyang School, he had alerted the enemy. Now, Duanling Tian must have received the message, and perhaps someone had already come here to kill him. The only thing he could do now was to attack Chunyang School's sect protecting formation more and make Chunyang School bleed more. In this way, he could find some psychological balance. Duanling Tian's enemy? At some point, Zhan Pingfan had also flown up from Yunfeng's branch and came to the side of his father, Zhan Yunfeng. He looked at Lu Tianfeng, who was still attacking Chunyang School's sect protecting formation again and again. Trash. Suddenly, Zhan Pingfan spoke in an indifferent tone. As a godly venerables, you can't do anything to Duanling Tian, so you came to Chunyang School to vent your anger. Doing this today. In the next millennium tribulation, a cowardly piece of trash like you won't even be able to survive the inner demon tribulation, right? As soon as Zhan Pingfan spoke, every word hit the nail on the head. It also made Lu Tianfeng's expression change drastically. Originally, he had never thought about this. He also did not think that there was anything wrong with targeting Chunyang School when he could not do anything to Duanling Tian. However, now that he had been exposed in public, he was a little angry at this moment, no matter how thick-skinned he was. That was because he was struck in the heart. Boy! Lu Tianfeng attacked Chunyang School's sect-protecting formation while everyone looked on with ugly expressions. At the same time, he looked at Zhan Pingfan with lightning eyes. You called me trash. Do you dare to come out? If you dare to come out, as long as you can survive one blow from me, I'll let Chunyang School off the hook. Do you dare to? At the end of his sentence, Lu Tianfeng's face was full of contempt. At this time, Zhan Pingfan did not pay attention to Lu Tianfeng. Instead, he directly said to the people around him, Father, senior brother, I just asked Duanling Tian. This person is the former vice leader of the Monorigin sect, Lu Tianfeng. He's just a stray dog. Now the Monorigin sect, a heavyweight godly venerables force, has taken the initiative to seek peace with Duanling Tian. He can't compare to Duanling Tian at all. It's because of this that he came to Chunyang School to attack Duanling Tian. He's just a coward and trash. He won't dare to stay for too long. Duanling Tian has already informed the Monorigin sect to send people to kill Lu Tianfeng. Now, someone should be arriving at Chunyang School soon. Zhen Pingfan said. Of course, the last sentence was added by Zhen Pingfan himself. At this moment, Yang Yuchen, or to be precise, Yang Yuchen's law clone, who was hiding in the dark on the horizon, could not help but frown slightly. At the same time, Yang Yuchen's original body, which was with Duanling Tian in Myriad Arts Academy, sighed. Little junior brother. Were you the one who told Zhen Pingfan to say that someone from the Mon-Origin sect is arriving at Chunyang School? No. Duan Lingtian was stunned at first, then shook his head. I just told him that the Mon-Origin sect promised me that they would target Lu Tianfeng, so he didn't have to worry. Then he must have added those words himself, hoping that Lu Tianfeng would retreat as soon as possible. Yang Yuchen sighed. Originally, this Lu Tianfeng should still be able to stay for a while. But now, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay for long. This time, it'll be a little difficult to kill him. Yang Yuchen said. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian frowned, and at the same time, his expression changed slightly. Yang Yuchen told Duan Lingtian the situation at the scene. Duan Lingtian also smiled bitterly in an instant. It's my fault for not being too high profile and scaring the other party away. I didn't expect that he would still say something to scare the other party. Now, I can only hope that the other party won't be frightened by him. Although Duan Lingtian was not present at the scene at Chunyang School, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's law clone was present. Therefore, the moment Lu Tianfeng attacked the Chunyang School, he knew that Lu Tianfeng had gone to Chunyang School. Lu Tianfeng was frightened by him. Yang Yuchen shook his head. Duan Lingtian was also somewhat helpless at this time. In his anxiety, he sent a message to Zhen Pingfan, asking him to deliberately pretend to be guilty so that the other party would lower his guard. After receiving Duan Lingtian's message, Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed with a trace of regret. He had screwed up the big picture. It turned out that Duan Lingtian and his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, the vice palace master of Myriad Arts Academy, had planned to use the Chunyang School's protective array to buy time and wait for the Mon-Origin sect to arrive. Then, Yang Yuchen's law clone would join forces with the Mon-Origin sect to detain Lu Tianfeng. However, just now, he had scared Lu Tianfeng, and it was very likely that Lu Tianfeng would leave early. In this way, the Mon-Origin sect would not be able to arrive in time, and Yang Yuchen's law clone would also have a hard time detaining the other party. Elder Zhen, you must find a way to detain Lu Tianfeng. If we don't kill Lu Tianfeng this time, it'll be difficult to kill him again. Duan Lingtian's message also made Zhen Pingfan anxious, but at the same time, he tried to calm himself down and pretend to be guilty. However, he soon found that Lu Tianfeng was not paying attention to him. When he attacked the Chunyang School's protective array again, he was obviously distracted. Was he really frightened by me? Chapter 42:19. Zhen Pingfan really wanted to cry. This guy, can't you see my guilty conscience? I lied to you. I really lied to you. Now, he really regretted it. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have scared this guy. He was so scared that he was attacking Chunyang School's sect-protecting formation absent-mindedly. Trash. In a moment of desperation, Zhen Pingfan looked at Lu Tianfeng with contempt and disdain. It's definitely a wise move for the Mon-Origin spirit sect to remove you from the sect. A trash like you doesn't deserve to be the leader of the Mon-Origin spirit sect. Trash. If you have the ability, break our Chunyang School sect-protecting formation and then kill me. Zhen Pingfan deliberately angered Lu Tianfeng, thinking that as long as Lu Tianfeng hated him enough, maybe he would stay for a while longer. However, what he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Lu Tianfeng's face was full of disdain as if he had seen through his thoughts. Kid, when I used reverse psychology on others, you weren't even out of your mother's womb. Don't worry, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill you. As for this time, I'll spare your life for the time being. The moment his words left his mouth, Lu Tianfeng no longer attacked the Pure Sun sect. Instead, he looked at the people from the Pure Sun sect and sneered. Tell Duan Lingtian that I'll leave the Profound Handle land immediately. He can protect you for a while, but he can't protect you forever. There will be a day when I, Lu Tianfeng, will return. At that time, all of you will die. And you. Finally, Lu Tianfeng looked at Zhen Pingfan. The corner of his mouth was even colder. Kid, live well until I come again. At that time, as you wish, I'll kill you. As soon as Lu Tianfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan realized that he was going to run away and immediately said, Trash, if you want to kill me, do it now. You said that in the future. When that time comes, Duanling Tian will probably be able to crush you with one finger. Who do you think you are? Zhan Pingfan tried to provoke Lu Tianfeng further. However, Lu Tianfeng didn't pay him any attention. He directly stepped into the air and unleashed his divine energy, preparing to leave. Kid, enjoy the remaining time you have. Before leaving, Lu Tianfeng looked at Zhan Pingfan and said, I will remember you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng didn't wait for Zhan Pingfan to speak again before he moved, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that intended to ride the wind and leave. However, at this critical moment, just as Zhan Pingfan's expression turned ugly, whoosh! A ray of fire suddenly scattered across the sky, enveloping Lu Tianfeng within it, causing his fleeing figure to pause for a moment. Who are you? Being blocked, Lu Tianfeng's expression changed slightly. Were they from the Mon origin divine cult? So fast. In the next moment, a young man in fiery red robes blocked Lu Tianfeng's path. He stared at Lu Tianfeng indifferently. The moment this person appeared, many of the higher-ups of Chunyang School could not help but exclaim in surprise. It's Vice Palace Master Yang. Vice Palace Master Yang. The Vice Palace Master of Myriad Art Academy. In the past, he had personally come to Chunyang School to welcome Duanling Tian, so many of the higher-ups of Chunyang School had seen and recognized him. Among the higher-ups of Chunyang School, Lu Fenggu's eyes suddenly lit up. Vice Palace Master Yang is here personally. Lu Tianfeng has nowhere to run. Although Yang Yuchen was a medium-level ultimate god like Lu Tianfeng, he was not an ordinary medium-level ultimate god. It was said that he was one of the top among medium-level ultimate gods. Some of the weaker higher-level ultimate gods might not even be as strong as him. Martial Uncle. While the eyes of many of the higher-ups of Chunyang School lit up, Zhan Pingfan said with a wry smile, Martial Uncle, Vice Palace Master Yang is only here with a law doppelganger. And it doesn't seem to be the strongest law doppelganger. Almost at the same time Zhan Pingfan finished speaking, Lu Tianfeng, who was preparing to leave, was once again stopped by Yang Yuchen. However, Lu Tianfeng didn't pay him any attention. He just didn't want to meet force with force, and he was focused on escaping. Yang Yuchen, this is only a law doppelganger of yours. You can't stop me. Lu Tianfeng sneered. Yang Yuchen also smiled. Lu Tianfeng, this is indeed my law doppelganger. Moreover, it's mainly my law of fire and not my law doppelganger which I specialize in. Under such circumstances, are you not going to fight me? Humph. Lu Tianfeng snorted. Yang Yuchen, you don't have to provoke me. You want to restrain me and wait for the Mon origin divine cult to come, right? You can't stop me. Lu Tianfeng was not a fool. When Zhan Pingfan spoke earlier, he realized that he had forgotten something. That was, while the Mon origin divine cult had abandoned him, they could have made peace with Duanling Tian. They could even hit it off and target him. Many people in the Mon origin divine cult knew his character. It was not difficult to guess that he would take revenge on Duanling Tian after leaving the Mon origin divine cult. At that moment, he was even a little afraid. Fortunately, someone had reminded him. Otherwise, when the Mon origin divine cult arrived, he might have really stayed here. The Mon origin divine cult would definitely send people who were confident in dealing with him. At least 2 medium ultimate gods would be able to firmly hold him down. Therefore, he was ready to leave at that time. However, he did not expect that when he was ready to leave, he would be intercepted by Yang Yuchen's law doppelganger. Obviously, Yang Yuchen had also guessed that he would take revenge on Duanling Tian. His law doppelganger had arrived in advance. He could even guess why Yang Yuchen only had one law doppelganger here. The other law doppelganger who could stop him from attacking another force was most likely in the Tianlong clan or the Linghu family. Because of this, he did not underestimate Yang Yuchen's law of fire doppelganger just because it was the law doppelganger he was most proficient in. For Yang Yuchen to be able to send this law's avatar over, it was definitely not to send him to his death. Subsequently, Yang Yuchen repeatedly intercepted him and made him realize this point. At the same time, he was quite shocked. Yang Yuchen is really a monster. Just a law of fire doppelganger is so powerful. An ordinary medium ultimate god is definitely no match for his law of fire doppelganger. The more this was so, the more Lu Tianfeng's desire to live was stimulated. After chasing Yang Yuchen's Law of Fire doppelganger for a while, he finally got rid of it. Go to the realm battlefield immediately and leave the Xiangang land. After escaping from Yang Yuchen's Law of Fire doppelganger, Lu Tianfeng did not dare to stay any longer and immediately prepared to enter the realm battlefield. He would then leave the Xiangang land through the realm battlefield and go to other realms of gods. With his strength, it would be easy for him to go to other realms of gods. He got away. Myriad Art Academy. Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian and sighed. That Lu Tianfeng is not weak. My Law of Fire doppelganger can't stop him. What a pity. If Lu Tianfeng wanted to kill Chunyang School, his Law of Fire doppelganger could stop him. However, if he wanted to escape, it would be difficult for him to stop him. It is a pity. Duan Lingtian also sighed and at the same time, repeatedly comforted Zhen Pingfan, who was sending him a message to apologize. Elder Zhen, let him escape. He's just a stray dog. One day, I'll find him and kill him. Although Duan Lingtian said so, he could not help but feel a little worried. After all, it was not that easy to kill a mid-level god emperor who wanted to hide. Moreover, he could not let his third senior brother's Law of Fire doppelganger stay in Chunyang School, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family forever. If Lu Tianfeng made a comeback in the future and attacked them again, how would he deal with it? But it won't be that soon. He must be worried that I'll send some experts to guard them this time. He'll definitely make a comeback in a certain period of time. Before that, I just need to send a few mid-level ultimate gods to guard Chunyang School, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family. Although his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would not reject Duan Lingtian's request and would allow his clones to stay in the Pure Sun sect, the Heavenly Dragon sect, and the Linghu clan, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother would not reject him. However, that was not realistic. Moreover, he did not have the face to ask for this favor. What had he done for his third senior brother? What right did he have to do so much for him? On the contrary, Yang Yuchen had done so much for him that he felt like he owed him a huge favor. Little junior brother. Yang Yuchen spoke at this time. For the next period of time, my 3 Law of Fire doppelganger will stay near Chunyang School, the Tianlong clan, and the Linghu family. Until I go to the planar battlefield. The moment Yang Yuchen's words left his mouth, apart from feeling touched, Duan Lingtian was also slightly shocked. Third senior brother was going to the planar battlefield? This idea happened to coincide with his. Third senior brother, you're going to the planar battlefield? If you leave, what will happen to the internal palace branch? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. The internal palace branch had a rule that someone had to be there at all times to prevent them from being unable to do anything when Myriad Arts Academy was in trouble. In the past, his third senior brother could go out to the planar battlefield because his second senior brother was there to oversee the internal palace branch. Later, his second senior brother took all his Law of Fire doppelganger and entered the planar battlefield, leaving the internal palace branch to his third senior brother Yang Yuchen, who was already an ultimate god. Since then, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had been bound by the internal palace branch. Third senior brother, you can't be. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of a person who had just broken through to the divine venerable stage. That person seemed to fit the requirement of being in charge of the inner palace. Don't tell me he's planning to hand over the inner palace to fourth senior sister? Why not? Yang Yuchen was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had guessed this. He smiled faintly and said, Fourth junior sister, since you've already entered the ultimate god realm, you should take on the responsibility of overseeing the internal palace branch. As a disciple of the internal palace branch, while enjoying the various benefits of the internal palace branch, it is also their duty to take on responsibilities. Yang Yuchen spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, but Duan Lingtian knew that he was just trying to pass on the responsibility. Who said that every disciple of the internal palace branch had to take on the responsibility of overseeing the internal palace branch? As far as he knew, his first senior sister had never really taken charge of the internal palace branch. Even when she was still in charge of the internal palace branch, she had always passed on the responsibility to his second senior brother. This was what his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had told him. Third senior brother. Is this reliable? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. His third senior brother was really careless. Was he not afraid that his fourth senior sister, as the current overseer of the internal palace branch, would turn the Myriad Arts Academy upside down? I believe in fourth junior sister. Yang Yuchen smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Little junior brother, what do you plan to do next? My suggestion is for you to explore the planar battlefield and train yourself. The planar battlefield is very similar to the Trial of Gods, but it's crueler and better for training. Chapter 42:20. Back then, I entered the realm battlefield and broke through to the ultimate god realm. So did eldest senior sister. So did second senior brother. Yang Yuchen said, although little junior sister didn't make her breakthrough in the realm battlefield, she made her breakthrough in the trial lands of gods that are similar to the realm battlefield. It won't be easy for you to break through to the ultimate god realm. The realm battlefield is the best option for you to break through to the ultimate god realm as soon as possible. Yang Yuchen's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. Third senior brother. Duan Lingtian smiled. When I was still in the trial lands of gods, I planned to go to the realm battlefield as soon as I came out. What you said is exactly the same as my thoughts. Yang Yuchen was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled and said, I'm overthinking. I thought you'd enjoy a more peaceful life. However, now that I think about it, you must have gone through countless life and death situations to achieve this at such a young age. Since you're going to enter the realm battlefield, let's travel together. I'll bring you along for a while and let you travel alone, Yang Yuchen said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard this. Third senior brother, I can follow you around the realm battlefield and learn from you. However, I don't plan to stay in the realm battlefield where the Mystic Handle Land and the Pilgrimage Ground meet. I want to go to the realm battlefield where the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land meet. Ever since the first realm of gods appeared, the second and third realms of gods appeared one after another. However, there were no more realms of gods after the 18 realms of gods appeared. Since ancient times, the number of realms of gods had remained at 18. Every 10,000 years, 2 realms of gods would meet and form a realm battlefield. The 18 realms of gods would meet in pairs and form 9 realm battlefields. Moreover, each realm battlefield had a name. For example, this time, the Mystic Handle Land and the Pilgrimage Grounds intersected to form a plain battlefield, and that plain battlefield was called the Mystic Zen Battlefield. The realm battlefield where the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land met was called the Battlefield of Divine Judgment. You want to go to the God's Judgment Battlefield? Yang Yuchen raised an eyebrow. The planar battlefield is more or less the same. In there, most of them are alone. Even if they occasionally cooperate with others, it is only a temporary cooperation for the sake of profit. You went to the God's Inquisition battlefield for your wife. Yang Yuchen had heard about Duan Lingtian from Hualao, when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Yuchen muttered to himself for a moment, and then said, I won't waste too much of your time. Follow me into the profound handle grounds and explore for 10 years. After 10 years you can begin to travel alone. Thank you, third senior brother. Duan Lingtian thanked Yang Yuchen profusely. At the same time, he knew that he could learn a lot by traveling with Yang Yuchen. He could even be more tolerant of mistakes. Even if he provoked some powerful ultimate gods, he would not be afraid. It was said that his third senior brother was one of the best medium-level ultimate gods, a top-level medium-level ultimate god. He even suspected that his third senior brother might be able to kill a higher ultimate god. Naturally, it was only a suspicion. After all, a higher ultimate god's divine power was much stronger than an intermediate ultimate god's. It was difficult to overcome that gap with other means. Moreover, a person who could cultivate to the higher ultimate god must have high innate talent and comprehension. There were no mediocre higher ultimate gods. If one lacked innate talent and only relied on external help, even the son of a supreme expert would be stuck at the lower ultimate god realm at most. When one reached the ultimate god realm, even in places like the realms of gods and the divine trials, one would need to have sufficient innate talent and comprehension to absorb the rewards. If one did not have innate talent and comprehension, The rewards would disappear if they did not absorb the rewards for a long time. In the following period of time, I will find an opportunity to greet fourth junior sister, and then set off with you to the planar battlefield. After leaving the 10,000 Laws Palace, before heading to the planar battlefield, if you want to meet anyone, I can accompany you to meet them.
Don't go alone,
Yang Yuchen said.
I know.
Duan Lingtian nodded with a bitter smile.
If I go out alone now, the Mon Origin sect will be the first to come after me.
Moreover, even if the Mon Origin sect doesn't make a move, I'm afraid the other heavyweight ultimate gods won't sit still. Especially those who have a grudge against the Mon Origin sect or don't like them. They won't miss such a good opportunity to frame them.
Duan Lingtian saw through it.
It's good that you understand. Yang Yuchen was relieved. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought it would not be easy for his third senior brother to deal with his fourth senior sister. He did not expect his third senior brother to be able to do it in just 3 days. When his fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-won, came to him and told him, Duan Lingtian realized his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, was using him as an excuse. Yang Yuchen's original words were, "Fourth junior sister, you see, youngest junior brother's cultivation base has improved too quickly recently. Even if he has consolidated his cultivation base, his mentality and foundation must be unstable. I plan to take him to the realm battlefield to train. After I leave, the internal palace can't be without a leader. I'll pass the position of Myriad Doctrine Palace's deputy palace master to you, and let you represent the internal palace to oversee the Myriad Doctrine Palace. What do you think?" It was also because Yang Yuchen had brought him up that the fourth senior sister, Lang Chunyuan, did not reject too much and agreed after some persuasion. This made Duan Lingtian feel both helpless and touched. Helpless to be used. Touched by his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's sacrifice for him. Third senior brother isn't a good person either. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He obviously wants to go out and have fun, but he's using him as a shield. How inhumane. In any case, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, had dealt with his fourth senior sister, which meant he would soon leave the Myriad Doctrine Palace. Next, I'll just wait for third senior brother to complete the connection with fourth senior sister. Everything went smoothly after that. There were no obstructions throughout the entire process. The deputy palace master of the Legacy Palace, who had always opposed Yang Yuchen, not only did he not cause trouble for Yang Yuchen this time, he even seemed to support Yang Yuchen. The reason was that he felt that Yang Yuchen would not compete with them for the palace master position after he left. In addition, they had a vague understanding of what kind of person Lang Chunwan of the internal palace was. As long as they did not provoke her, she could stay in the independent realm of the internal palace and not come out. She was just a figurehead in name. They could not wait to welcome such a deputy palace master from the internal palace, so how could they cause trouble for her? Third senior brother, come with me to the Linghu family, then we'll go to the realm battlefield together. After Yang Yuchen finished his business, he impatiently took Duan Lingtian and slipped away. His first stop was to visit the Linghu family, where Duan Lingtian wanted to go. Apart from the Linghu family, aren't you going to meet anyone else? Yang Yuchen asked on the way to the divine artifact. Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He didn't know when he would return this time. If Linghu Renjia had been the head of the Linghu family in the past, he would have sent him a message and slipped away. But the problem was that the current Linghu Renjia was the uncle of his wife, Kerr. Even if he had been Kerr's uncle in her past life, now that Kerr had recovered her memories, he was still her uncle, her relative. With such a relationship, it would be more appropriate to say goodbye before leaving. As for Yi Chen-feng, Zhen Pingfan, Shui Haichuan, and the others, he only sent a message once. Among them, Zhen Pingfan, Shui Haichuan, and the others replied. Only Yi Chunfeng's message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. However, Yi Chunfeng's wind soul pearl was intact, which meant that he was alive and well. He was either in secluded cultivation or in the realm battlefield. Coming to the Linghu family again, Duan Lingtian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Back then, when he had just arrived at the Linghu family, he had needed the protection of the Linghu family in front of the God Emperor. And now, he was already a God Emperor who was above the God Kings. Moreover, he was the strongest God Emperor amongst the God Emperors. Seeing Linghu Renjia again, Duan Lingtian hadn't changed at all. In fact,
This was normal. After all, it hadn't been many years since Linghu left the Linghu family.
Be careful. Don't act rashly.
Knowing that Duan Ling Tian was going to the realm battlefield, Linghu Renjie warned him with a grave expression. After Duan Ling Tian acknowledged and left, Linghu Renjie looked at Duan Ling Tian's back as he entered the divine artifact ship. His gaze couldn't help but become somewhat absent-minded. How long has it been? He's already a god emperor.
It seems that my niece's matter has really stimulated him greatly.
It's my niece's fortune to have such a husband.
I wonder how my stubborn sister is doing now. I hope she's safe and sound. Unknowingly, 2 soul pearls had appeared in Linghu Renjie's hands. One of them belonged to his sister, Duan Ling Tian, while the other belonged to Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, it was the soul pearl that Duan Ling Tian had given him before leaving. To be more precise, he had asked Duan Ling Tian to give it to him. After all, the soul energy in the soul pearl would dissipate. According to Duan Ling Tian, he didn't know when he would return. Therefore, Linghu Renjie had asked him for another soul pearl. From now on, there's one more person I have to worry about. Linghu Renjie sighed. He had a very special feeling towards Duan Ling Tian. It was a feeling that ordinary nephews and sons-in-law could not compare to. Before he found out that Duan Ling Tian was his nephew-in-law, he had been very fond of this monstrously talented and ambitious child. Later on, when he found out that Duan Ling Tian was his nephew-in-law, he loved him even more. If he really had to make an analogy, he would treat Duan Ling Tian as his own son. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Linghu Renjie's thoughts. Currently, he was completely focused on the realm battlefield. It was the place he had been to when he snuck into the realm of gods. At that time, he had been very careful and cautious. It was as though he was walking on thin ice. This time, he was confident and fearless. Chapter 42-21. The realm battlefield where the pilgrimage grounds and mystic gangland collided was called the Mystic Zen Battlefield. The last time Duan Ling Tian came here, he had been on tenterhooks all the way until he finally met Elder Yi Beiyuan of the Heavenly Illumination sect. With Yi Beiyuan's protection, they arrived at a military camp safely and arrived at the mystic gangland through the military camp's teleportation formation. Yet this time, when he and his third senior brother entered once more, not only did they not have the perturbed mood from all those years ago, they even had slight anticipation. After you come in, you'll be given a battle merit token in the realm battlefield. As soon as they arrived at a military camp, Yang Yuchen said to Duan Ling Tian, "You'll be given a battle merit token based on the realm of gods you came from." As soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking, a token appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. It shone with a faint yellow light. The battle merit tokens in the realms of gods don't have any inscriptions on them. They only show the color. Yellow represents the mystic gangland. As for the pilgrimage grounds, it's red. Every battle merit token is unique. If you die, your battle merit token will shatter. The battle merit tokens you've accumulated will become the battle merit token of the person who killed you, increasing the battle merit tokens. A person's battle merit token only has one battle merit token. Moreover, if a person with a higher cultivation base kills a person with a lower cultivation base, the person with a higher cultivation base won't be able to obtain any battle merit tokens when the battle merit tokens shatter. For example, if I kill you now, I won't be able to obtain any battle merit tokens no matter how many battle merit tokens you have. On the other hand, if you kill me, you'll be able to obtain double the battle merit tokens in my battle merit tokens. This is an additional reward for killing an enemy with a higher cultivation base in the realm battlefield. If you kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base than you, you'll be able to obtain double the battle merit tokens. If you kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base than you, you'll be able to obtain triple the battle merit tokens. Naturally, there's a condition to kill an enemy with a higher cultivation base than you. The enemy can't fight another person within a day. This is also to prevent some people from taking advantage of the situation. If you don't fulfill this condition, you'll only be able to obtain battle merit tokens even if the enemy has a higher cultivation base than you. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of the realm battlefield's battle merit tokens. Third senior brother, This battle credit is something that's unique to the battle credit medallion. I've heard that when you accumulate enough battle credit, you can open a mystic realm in the planar battlefield. Is there any other function? Yang Yuchen's Journey Tokens S. Battle Gods Divine Tokens. Gods Divine Tokens and Grounds. Divine Tokens are useless tokens. S Divine God Tokens, Divine Tokens, of the Divine God Tokens God. Divine God Gods the God token Divine God token. It's God Divine God. Divine. God Divine Power with Divine Power. Divine Power. A lower ultimate god could wield the divine power of a medium ultimate god with just one drop of the supreme god's divine power. A mid-level ultimate god could transform one's divine power to that of a high-level ultimate god in a short period of time. As for the upper-level ultimate gods, their divine powers were further enhanced after using the supreme expert's divine powers. Of course, he had yet to reach the level of a supreme expert. It was impossible for him to reach the level of a supreme expert. After all, the ultimate powerhouse's divine power was created by the ultimate powerhouses. Moreover, any ultimate powerhouse had the ability to create it. Third senior brother, do you have the divine power of an omnipotent? Duan Tian looked at Yang Yuchen and asked curiously. In his opinion, his third senior brother was already one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. If he used the supreme expert's divine power and transformed his divine power to the upper ultimate god realm in a short time, there would be very few upper ultimate gods who could be his match. Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. The supreme expert's divine power in my hands was given to me by eldest senior sister and second senior brother. Little junior brother, you're now a upper god emperor. Who knows when you'll enter the ultimate god realm in the future? I'll give you 2 drops of the supreme expert's divine power when we leave the military camp later. I happen to have 4 drops in my hands. Yang Yuchen said. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard that. Third senior brother, you only have 4 drops of the supreme expert's divine power. It's better for you to keep them for yourself. I won't be able to use them even if I take them. As for after I enter the ultimate god realm, when that happens, I'll rely on my own efforts to obtain the supreme expert's divine power. Duan Lingtian said. It's better for you to keep them. Exchanging them for the supreme expert's divine power requires a lot of battle merits. Yang Yuchen continued. After all, for some people, the supreme expert's divine power is a life-saving item. At a critical moment, when the divine power explodes, even if you can't beat your opponent, you can still run. I know that. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. That's exactly why. I can't take them. Just take them. I didn't get them myself. They were given to me by first senior sister and second senior brother. If they were here, they would definitely support me giving them to you. Yang Yuchen insisted. In the end, after a stalemate, Yang Yuchen chose to give in to Duan Lingtian's insistence. Then I'll give you 1 drop. If you don't want 1 drop, do you want to withdraw from the internal palace? Duan Lingtian could only compromise when he saw that his third senior brother had put it this way. Let's go. Let's leave the barracks. Following that, Duan Lingtian also left the military camp in the Mystic Handle Land under Yang Yuchen's lead. This was a relatively small military camp. There were not many people here, and they were scattered around. Fighting was not allowed in the barracks, so it was peaceful and quiet. After Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen left, only a few people glanced at them casually. No one paid much attention to them. After all, countless people had come to the dimensional battlefield over the years. Those who came were all here to improve themselves. They were all brave. Those who were timid did not dare to come in. One could choose to wear the dimensional battlefield's merit token on their waist or fuse it with their body. Wearing it at the waist would cause it to shine. After fusing it with their body, the waist would no longer shine. However, there would still be a faint glow around their body. This was also used to identify their identity. Just like now, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen wore their merit tokens on their waists. There was a faint yellow glow around their waists,
proving their identity as people from the Xiangang land. Back then, Elder Yi Beiyuan was the same. Duanling Tian recalled that Elder Yi Beiyuan of the Heaven Illumination sect, who had brought him to the barracks and indirectly saved his life. When they first met, there was a faint yellow glow around Yi Beiyuan's body. It was obvious that the merit token had fused with his body. Back then, I saw some people with a red glow around their waists. There were also some people with a faint red glow around their bodies. There were also some people with a yellow glow around their waists, just like me and third senior brother. The scene of the first-dimensional battlefield was still vivid in his mind. Little junior brother, this is the omnipotent divine power. Under Yang Yuchen's lead, Duanling Tian arrived at a secluded valley. Then, Yang Yuchen raised his hand and a drop of liquid appeared in the air above his palm. This drop of liquid looked crystal clear. There was no light around it, but the moment it appeared, it gave him a suffocating feeling. It was as if this drop of liquid was a great threat to him. The omnipotent divine power can be stored anywhere in the storage ring. However, once it is taken out, it cannot come into contact with your skin. Once it comes into contact with your skin, the omnipotent divine power will enter your body through your skin. Remember this. Unless you really need to use it, don't let it come into contact with your skin. Yang Yuchen warned before he passed the Supreme Powerhouse's divine energy to Duanling Tian. At this time, Duanling Tian also carefully reached out his hand and took it through the air. He used his divine power to guide the omnipotent divine power and then stored it in his storage ring. He didn't feel safe even if this thing was placed outside. Let's continue forward. Let's see if we can meet some good opponents. Yang Yuchen continued. Ordinary lower ultimate gods and upper god emperors will be killed by you. If you can't beat them, then I'll take action. As for existences below upper god emperors, it's meaningless for us to kill them. We won't be able to obtain their battle merits. Moreover, basically everyone is wearing self-destructing storage rings, so we won't be able to obtain everything in their storage rings after they die. Speaking of this, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, you can't rely on luck because of this. There are many people who don't care if there's anything to be gained from killing. Your cultivation level is low, so there's no benefit in killing you. However, it doesn't mean that they won't kill you. Sometimes those people will think that by killing you, you can kill fewer people from their realm. Duanling Tian deeply agreed with Yang Yuchen's words. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cautious and fearful when he first came to the profound Zen grounds all those years ago. Even if it was not because of the difference between different realms, there might still be people who would attack him. Also, Yang Yuchen continued. Many people say that the formation of the realm battlefield is caused by the collision of two realms of gods. However, that's not the case. At least 4 realms of gods collided to form the realm battlefield. However, the area that encompasses all the realms of gods is usually not open to the public. That area is open to the public for 10 years every 100 years. In that area, there are no less than 4 realms of gods. Therefore, it's the most chaotic and dangerous place. However, it's also a place with more opportunities. However, there's still a period of time before the next opening. You won't be able to make it in time when you're with me. Yang Yuchen continued. No less than 4 realms of gods. Duanling Tian's eyes shone brightly. Will the other 2 realms of gods that are connected to the mysterious Zen land have a divine offering land? Regardless, Duanling Tian would have to go to the realm battlefield of the divine offering land no matter what. End of chapter. Chapter 42-22. There's someone over there. Yang Yuchen's voice reached Duanling Tian's ears not long after they crossed the canyon. In the next instant, before Duanling Tian could even react, he had already brought Duanling Tian to the side of a cliff on a mountain. They just happened to stop a person whose expression had changed instantly and whose eyes were filled with panic. It was a middle-aged man and his face was ashen. Divine venerable expert. Don't worry, I won't attack. Yang Yuchen looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, My junior brother is also a superior divine emperor. If you can last 10 moves against him, you can leave immediately. The middle-aged man's eyes fell on Duanling Tian as soon as Yang Yuchen finished speaking. Then, he extended his divine consciousness and checked Duan Lingtian's cultivation level in disbelief. He heaved a sigh of relief after he was certain Duan Lingtian was only a higher divine emperor. He was also a superior divine emperor, and his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god. He did not think that he could not last 10 moves against a superior divine emperor. Even if his opponent was a half-step ultimate god, he could last 10 moves if he gave it his all. While the middle-aged man was sizing up Duan Lingtian was also sizing him up. Superior divine emperor? Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly when he heard Yang Yuchen's words and saw how relieved Yang Yuchen was. Even if this person was a half-step ultimate god, he could not last more than 3 moves against him. Let alone 10 moves. Go ahead. Yang Yuchen stepped aside to give Duan Lingtian space to fight. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, "You don't need 10 moves. You just need to last 3 moves against me and my senior brother and I will let you go." 3 moves. The middle-aged man was confident that he could last 10 moves. Now, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the middle-aged man felt that Duan Lingtian was extremely arrogant. He even felt that he had been humiliated, and he couldn't help but feel angry. However, he did not dare to offend the other party when he remembered that there was a godly venerable rank expert by his side. Hence, he could only attack with an embarrassed look on his face. 3 moves? You're looking down on me. Even the ultimate god beside him thought highly of him. Forget it. 3 moves is fine. I don't want to get injured after 10 moves. Since the ultimate god is so confident in this person, he must be a half-step ultimate god. Kill. A faint red glow flickered on the middle-aged man's body. In the blink of an eye, it was covered by a monstrous divine power. What was covered was the appearance of his battle merit token as a member of the pilgrimage grounds. The middle-aged man made his move, causing the void to tremble. A gigantic axe flew across the void, bringing with it blazing flames. Clearly, this was an expert from the pilgrimage grounds who was proficient in the law of fire. The axe tore through the air as if it could tear the heavens and earth apart. Divine power fused with the law of fire, and it was like a prairie fire, burning and whistling. Not a half-step ultimate god? At that moment, Duan Lingtian shook his head. Without any fanfare, he casually pointed his finger and the law of space fused with his divine power shot out. The finger beam pierced through the air and turned into a sword light in the blink of an eye, as it met the middle-aged man's aggressive attack. Compared to the middle-aged man's aggressive attack, Duan Lingtian's attack was very casual, as if it was just a casual move. At first, the middle-aged man sneered as he thought his opponent was being arrogant. However, when that ray of sword light that had evolved from the finger ray touched his attack, his expression instantly changed greatly. No. Whoosh! In the next moment, the sword light extinguished the flames as it struck the middle-aged man's high-grade divine weapon, destroying the weapon's soul before entering the middle-aged man's body. The 7-colored sword light did not break out of the middle-aged man's body. Instead, it bloomed within his body as thousands of tiny 7-colored sword lights shot out from his body. Under such circumstances, there was no chance of survival. And the moment he died, the moment his body turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky and dissipated with the wind, this middle-aged man had been waiting for a pair of eyes. Even until his death, he could not understand how a similarly strong high god emperor could be so strong. Without using a divine weapon, Duan Lingtian destroyed his full-powered attack with just a finger. The light of the law of space is faintly discernible. I really did not expect Junior Brother's mastery of the law of space to have reached such a level. Yang Yuchen, who was nearby, had a complicated look in his eyes. One should know that even he was most proficient in the law of space. At that moment, before and after Duan Lingtian attacked, there was a faint ray of light that dissipated in the sky, forming a strange phenomenon that spread out and covered the entire land. Third Senior Brother, what is that? After killing his opponent, Duan Lingtian also noticed this and could not help but ask Yang Yuchen curiously. It's the light of the law of space. Yang Yuchen sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When one's mastery of the law of space reaches a certain level, the realm battlefield's heaven and earth will resonate with it. For example, when you attacked earlier, the light of the law of space appeared. Under normal circumstances, only those at the ultimate god realm and above can master the law of space. Even for me, I only reached this level when I was about to enter the medium ultimate god realm. Upon hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Then, it won't be like this when I attack in the outside world? It won't. Yang Yuchen shook his head. If it's the realm of gods in the outside world, although there will be strange phenomena, it won't be as exaggerated. In places like the realm battlefield and the realm of gods, the sensitivity of the law of space is very sensitive. If it's the outside world, although your mastery of the law of space is strong, it's not at the level where it can produce strange phenomena. After listening to Yang Yuchen's explanation, Duan Lingtian understood some of the differences between the outside world, the realm battlefield, and the realm of gods. In places like the realm battlefield and the realm of gods, when one's mastery of the law of space reached a certain level, one could better manifest strange phenomena in front of others. If your mastery of the law of space improves further, you'll be able to illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Yang Yuchen sighed. Illuminate 1,000,000 miles? Duan Lingtian was stunned. What do you mean? When I use the law of space, there will be strange phenomena of the law of space covering 1,000,000 miles. Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. For any law of space, before it reaches perfection, there will be strange phenomena in the realm battlefield. The first is when your law of space is faintly discernible. It may seem faint, but within 100,000 miles, as long as one pays attention, they'll be able to see some clues. After that, it'll illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Within 1,000,000 miles, even 10 people will be able to see the strange phenomena of the law of space. After that, it'll illuminate 1,000,000 miles. That's the sign that the law of space is about to reach perfection. Generally, those who can achieve this are the best of the best among the higher ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen explained. What's third senior brother's level now? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. About the same as you, Yang Yuchen said. However, he'll be able to illuminate 1,000,000 miles and catch up to second senior brother. Catch up to second senior brother from before. Second senior brother's mastery of the law of space is not as good as mine, but his comprehension of the law of space is better than mine. Duan Lingtian was naturally surprised by Yang Yuchen's words. That second senior brother whom he had never met had the law of space that illuminated 1,000,000 miles? Moreover, according to Yang Yuchen's words, second senior brother's law of space might be even stronger now. What about first senior sister? Duan Lingtian asked again. First senior sister. Yang Yuchen's gaze turned strange. When first senior sister left, her cultivation base was only at the medium ultimate god realm, but her mastery of the law of space had reached the point where she could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. The last time I saw her was the last time she brought fourth junior sister back. It seemed like she was about to break through to the higher ultimate god realm at that time. As for the law of space, it should be even stronger now. Yang Yuchen then changed the topic. First senior sister's strength is not limited to the law of space. For example, her mastery of the law of space is beyond my reach. Duan Lingtian was even more shocked when he heard Yang Yuchen's words. That first senior sister was so powerful? If she entered the higher ultimate god realm, she would be unrivaled among the higher ultimate gods, right? For a moment, Duan Lingtian was looking forward to meeting his first senior sister in the future. Ever since he entered the inner palace, Duan Lingtian noticed that both his third senior brother Yang Yuchen and fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan were more casual when they talked about second senior brother. However, when they talked about first senior sister, they were serious with a hint of reverence. It was as though she was not their first senior sister, but their master. I've never heard of anyone who has mastered the law of space to such an extent when they're only at the higher ultimate god realm. Moreover, your law of space is one of the 4 supreme laws. Yang Yuchen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression and sighed. Next, I'll see if I can find you some lower ultimate gods to fight against. Yang Yuchen did not expect his little junior brother's cultivation base to improve so quickly, and his comprehension of the law of space had reached such a level after the trip to the trial ground. He was almost catching up to him. It's really stressful to have such a little junior brother. If he really overtakes me, first senior sister will definitely make fun of me in the future. Even now, Yang Yuchen was thinking if he shouldn't have taken Duan Lingtian as his little junior brother. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. After following Yang Yuchen for a while, Duan Lingtian killed a few upper ultimate gods from the pilgrimage grounds. After gaining some battle merits, he finally met his first ultimate god from the pilgrimage grounds. A lower ultimate god. A medium ultimate god from the mysterious gang grounds? When the lower ultimate god saw Yang Yuchen blocking his way, his expression changed drastically. In the next moment, he wanted to escape. However, under Yang Yuchen's watch, there was no way for him to escape. It's over. While the lower ultimate god was in despair, Yang Yuchen said calmly, "As long as you can defeat my little junior brother who's at the upper ultimate god realm, I'll let you go." Upper ultimate god? The lower ultimate god looked at Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 42-23. The lower ultimate god from the pilgrimage grounds that Duan Ling Tian and Yang Yuchen had their eyes on was an old man. Although he looked old, his body was very strong and sturdy. He was even stronger than Duan Ling Tian and Yang Yuchen. His eyes were bright and full of vigor. At this moment, the old man who was originally in despair turned his attention to Duan Ling Tian after hearing Yang Yuchen's words. At this moment, he no longer had any concerns and immediately scanned with his divine consciousness. In the next moment, he confirmed that the young man in front of him was indeed only a higher ultimate god. Are you serious? The old man looked at Yang Yuchen. The one he was really afraid of was the medium ultimate god from the Xiangang grounds. He felt that he was invincible just by standing there. This was also something that ordinary medium ultimate gods could not give him. Therefore, he concluded that Yang Yuchen's strength should be relatively strong even among medium ultimate gods. It's up to you to believe it or not. Yang Yuchen replied indifferently. The old man's expression changed for a while before he finally took a deep breath. I believe you. At this moment, he had no other choice. He was not confident that he could escape from this person's eyes. Then, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and narrowed his eyes. Make your move. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Ling Tian knew that the old man was going to go easy on him. It seemed that the old man was looking down on him as a higher ultimate god. If I were you, I wouldn't go easy on you. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and said indifferently, Besides, I don't need you to go easy on me. Although I'm a higher ultimate god, few half-step ultimate gods can survive one move from me. Duan Ling Tian laid all his cards on the table in front of the old man. I've just entered the higher ultimate god realm and my strength is already stronger than most half-step ultimate gods. Once I've completely consolidated my cultivation as a higher ultimate god, killing half-step ultimate gods will be as easy as slaughtering dogs. I haven't killed a lower ultimate god. Perhaps, you'll be the first lower ultimate god I kill. Duan Ling Tian said bluntly. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the old man's expression changed drastically. However, he did not doubt him because there was no need for him to lie at this time. He had just entered the upper divine emperor realm, but his strength was already stronger than a half-step ultimate god? Killing a half-step ultimate god was as easy as slaughtering a dog after completely consolidating his cultivation base as a high divine emperor? His strength was comparable to an ordinary lower ultimate god. His strength was not considered top-notch among the lower ultimate gods and was at most in the middle. At this moment, the old man's expression changed greatly and became much more solemn. I have underestimated you. In the next instant, the old man's body glowed brightly, and the divine venerable phantom appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a small mountain at this moment. In front of him, Duan Ling Tian, who was 1.8 meters tall, seemed so small. Even if they were standing on the same level, the top of Duan Ling Tian's head would only reach the other party's calf. That's right. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and immediately attacked. The spatial storm raged around him as the 7 orifices exquisite sword quickly formed in his hand. Whoosh! The sword pierced out. He only used the law of space and the power of the divine weapon. He did not use the power of the sword principle or the power of control Tao. In the next moment, a spiritual pearl appeared in front of the old man. It emitted an earthy yellow luster and easily blocked Duan Ling Tian's attack. The old man was an expert in the law of earth. The object that looked like a spirit bead was his complete soul high-grade divine artifact. On top of the spiritual pearl, there was a strand of soul that was wandering around. It gave off a mysterious and profound feeling. Go all out. The old man spoke. His voice was loud and clear like thunder. Your attack is only slightly stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god. You can't kill a half-step ultimate god like slaughtering a dog. Indeed. Duan Ling Tian did not use any of the 4 principles of heaven and earth. He only used the law of space and the divine weapon. Even if his attainment in the law of space was not low, it was only slightly stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god. In addition, Duan Ling Tian still had some strength left in his attack. He was just testing the waters. If he had used his full strength, the power of his attack would not have been weak even if he did not use the 4 principles of heaven and earth. His opponent would not have thought that it was only slightly stronger than an ordinary half-step ultimate god. The old man judged it based on the full strength of an ordinary half-step ultimate god. Of course, although the old man said that, his heart was still trembling. Where did this monster come from? He's only an upper divine emperor, and has comprehended the law of space to the point where his law of space is weak. Just now, when Duan Ling Tian attacked, there was a faint law of space that covered an area of 100,000 miles. Even if it was not obvious, the old man could still feel it. Therefore, the old man's heart was far from being calm on the surface. Throughout his life, he had met many geniuses in the pilgrimage grounds, 10,000 years ago, and even 20,000 years ago when he entered the planar battlefield. However, he had never seen anyone who could comprehend the laws of the universe to the extent of 100,000 li radius when they were still in the God-Emperor realm. Even if they had heard of it, there were only 1 or 2. Moreover, the law he comprehended was only one of the 5 elemental laws, not any of the 4 supreme laws. The person in front of him comprehended spatial law. In the realm of high God-Emperors, he had comprehended the laws of space and reached the level of weak light that could reach a distance of 50,000 kilometers. This kind of talent and comprehension could be said to be monstrous amongst monstrous geniuses. Now, he also realized that the middle-level supreme god who was watching the battle from afar was not joking. He really did have a certain level of confidence that the higher god emperor in front of him had the ability to kill him. Of course, although he realized this, he did not panic. No matter what, he was an expert in the laws of earth. Even if he was no match for his opponent, as long as his opponent was unable to break through his defenses, it could only end in a draw. At that time, he would still be able to leave alive. As you wish. When Duan Ling Tian spoke again, his tone had become stern. As a lower-level supreme god, you're an expert in the laws of earth. Among lower-level supreme gods, your defense is considered to be the best. Today, I'd like to see if I can break through your defenses. A lower-level supreme god who was an expert in the laws of earth was usually only good at defense. If his defense was broken, it basically meant that he was defeated. Such an existence could only find time to counterattack while defending. With a strong defense, he could restrain his opponent's fierce attacks and then look for an opportunity to break through his opponent's defenses. This was also a common tactic used by experts who were experts in the laws of earth. In other words, this was the only way. At least, this was the case for most people. The reason why it was said to be most people, and not all people, was because there were experts who were experts in the laws of earth who took a different approach and used the laws of earth as their strongest attack instead of just defending. Of course, experts like this were very, very few. The higher one's cultivation, the harder it was to achieve this. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian swung his sword again. This time, it did not seem much different from the previous attack. However, his divine energy had increased, and he had even integrated the Tao of control into it. The Tao of control allowed him to control space. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have become the owner of the space around him. The space around him was under his control. In this space, the air resistance disappeared instantly. All possible resistance, such as wind and water vapor, disappeared without a trace. This allowed the sword to move without any hindrance. Moreover, the law of space had integrated the profundity of the space around him, greatly increasing his strength. Bang! A loud noise rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian's sword collided with the old man's spiritual pearl's defense. Unlike before, it did not destroy the old man's defense. Instead, it directly repelled the old man's defense. In the next moment, the old man's defensive light gradually solidified, turning into a wall-like iron wall surrounded by a bloody aura. At this critical moment, The old man had even used the unique bloodline energy of the natives of the realms of gods. He had to use it. If he did not use it, he might not be able to withstand it. Crack, crack. However, as soon as the impenetrable wall appeared, cracks began to appear on it. It looked terrifying, but it still managed to block Duan Lingtian's attack. Barf. Although the old man managed to block Duan Lingtian's attack, he was injured as well. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Impossible. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "Your law of space has definitely reached the stage where it can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Why isn't there any phenomenon?" "There's only a phenomenon that can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. That's impossible." In his opinion, the law of space that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier was one of the strongest among those who could illuminate 1,000,000 miles with the law of space. If that was the case, why was the law of space's phenomenon still illuminating 1,000,000 miles? "You're blind," Duan Lingtian said calmly. "I'm just using other means to amplify the law of space. Under such circumstances, the amplification of the law of space is naturally not the original law of space." The old man was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he seemed to have thought of something as his pupils shrank sharply. You've mastered the Tao of control of the four heavenly Tao?" At that moment, he completely understood. It was no wonder that he felt a sense of insecurity when he was standing in the void earlier. It was as if this area was the territory of some powerful demon, and he had accidentally entered it. However, that feeling was fleeting and he did not think much about it. Now that he thought about it, that feeling appeared when Duan Lingtian launched his attack. At that moment he understood. Duan Lingtian had used the Tao of control of the four heavenly Tao to temporarily control the surrounding space to support his sword attack. That's what he's relying on? His cultivation level is not weak since he's able to illuminate 1,000,000 miles with the law of space. Coupled with the Tao of control, an ordinary lower ultimate god would have died. Cold sweat broke out on the old man's forehead when he thought of this. Fortunately, he was skilled in the law of earth. It's over, right? In the old man's opinion, this might be the full strength of the young man in front of him. He heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. However, in the next moment, a thought flashed in his mind. His expression changed abruptly as though he had thought of something. No, he hasn't used his bloodline energy yet. His instincts told him that Duan Lingtian was also a native of the plains of gods. In his mind, it was almost impossible for someone as monstrous as Duan Lingtian to come from a lower dimension. He was most likely a native of the plains of gods. If he uses his bloodline energy, I might be able to withstand it if it's not too strong. If it's too strong, I'm afraid I'll die. The old man began to panic. Chapter 42-24. I don't care anymore. Let's defend with all our might. I have no other choice now. The old man panicked when he thought about how the young man in front of him still had the bloodline power as his trump card. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down and started to defend with all his might. The aura emitted by the impenetrable wall before him grew even more majestic and heavy. His expression also turned incomparably grave at this moment. If you can withstand this attack, you can leave. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, the old man instinctively thought that he was going to use the bloodline power. However, in the next moment, when Duan Lingtian attacked, he was completely stunned. It was not the bloodline power? Swoosh! Another rainbow-colored sword light whizzed out. This time, it not only contained the way of control, but it also contained an extremely sharp sword intent. The murderous sword intent seemed to be invisible between the heavens and the earth, and it gave him a terrifying sense of threat. This is sword principle. The old man's solemn expression changed completely at this moment. This person had mastered another of the four principles of heaven and earth, the sword principle of the weapon principle sect. Was he really just an upper-rank emperor god? He could not imagine how such an existence could be born in this world. He was only an upper-rank emperor god who had mastered both the Tao of control and the sword principle at the same time. Moreover, both of them were in their embryonic forms. He had never even heard of such an existence before, let alone seen one. Bang! When the seven-colored sword ray came into contact with the old man's defense, there was another loud bang. This time, the loud bang was earth-shattering. The void trembled as if it would crack open at any moment. In the next moment, the iron wall in front of the old man shattered into pieces. Then, the seven-colored sword ray pierced into the old man's body before he could even summon his divine power again with a look of despair on his face. At the same time, tiny seven-colored sword rays shot out from all parts of the old man's body. The old man died as well. At the same time, a strange phenomenon appeared. A tall figure appeared in the void as if it was standing between heaven and earth. Then, it let out an unwilling cry and fell to the ground with a loud crash. At this moment, the scene of this figure crashing to the ground with a loud bang could be seen from extremely far away. The phenomenon of a supreme god falling. Duan Tian had heard his third senior brother mention this before, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. It was said that this was a phenomenon unique to the planar battlefield. In the outside world, the death of a lower ultimate god or a medium ultimate god would not cause any abnormalities. Only the death of a higher ultimate god would cause such a phenomenon. If an utmost powerful being were to fall, the phenomenon would appear in all the realms of gods, Devata realms, and mundane realms. However, it had been many years since an ultimate powerhouse had fallen, and Duan Tian, who had only lived for close to 900 years, naturally could not see the phenomenon of an ultimate powerhouse falling. How spectacular! Duan Tian looked at the phenomenon above his head and sighed. This is only the phenomenon of the death of a lower-level supreme god. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. If it were a medium-level supreme god, it would be even more exaggerated. Higher supreme gods can cover a large area and cause a commotion. Even in the planar battlefield, the death of a higher ultimate god was extremely rare. First of all, a higher ultimate god was extremely powerful. Moreover, at that cultivation level, one would have an extraordinary sense of danger and would usually choose to dodge when they sense danger. In addition, in this planar battlefield where normal communication was not possible, higher gods could use their own methods to call for help from nearby friends and allies. Therefore, it was very difficult to kill a higher ultimate god. Whoosh! Before Duan Tian could collect his spoils, the law reward fell from the sky and enveloped him before he gradually absorbed it into his body. Not far away, Yang Yuchen looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. Little junior brother, if you use your full strength, I'm afraid there won't be many lower ultimate gods in this world who are a match for you. He knew very well that his little junior brother did not use his full strength until he killed the lower ultimate god from the pilgrimage grounds who was skilled in the law of earth. After all, he did not even use his law avatar. Even so, he still did not think that his little junior brother could kill all the lower ultimate gods in this world because some of the lower ultimate gods had also comprehended the four Tao of heaven and earth and were extremely powerful. For example, when he was a lower ultimate god, he did not think that he would lose to his little junior brother. He was more than 90% sure that they would be evenly matched. Of course, even so, he was still shocked. After all, his little junior brother seemed to have just become a higher ultimate god not long ago. If he had such combat power when he was a lower ultimate god, it meant that he was about to become a medium ultimate god. If little junior brother becomes a lower ultimate god, he'll definitely be invincible among the lower ultimate gods. On this point, Yang Yuchen was absolutely certain. Besides, with your strength, even if you encounter a weaker medium ultimate god, you might still be able to fight. Yang Yuchen said again. For the next period of time, Duan Tian followed Yang Yuchen and wandered around the mysterious Zen battlefield, killing people in the pilgrimage grounds and digesting the rewards in his body. During this process, Duan Tian's strength and survival experience in the dimensional battlefield had also improved rapidly. Days passed by. It was getting closer and closer to the 10-year period that he had agreed upon with third senior brother Yang Yuchen. At this time, Duan Tian was constantly obtaining and digesting the rewards. His upper ultimate god cultivation base was gradually approaching the ultimate god realm. During this process, Duan Tian had also consumed 2 heavenly Tao fruits that he had obtained in the Emperor God's secret realm in the trial grounds under the guidance of third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Previously, in the trial grounds, he had entered the Emperor God realm and the Emperor God's secret realm appeared. After that, he had obtained 3 heavenly Tao fruits. The heavenly Tao fruit was one of the top 3 treasures that could assist a upper ultimate god to enter the ultimate god realm in this world. According to his third senior brother, in the trial grounds, it was very rare for 3 heavenly Tao fruits to appear in the Emperor God's secret realm after entering the Emperor God realm. As for the ultimate God's secret realm that appeared after entering the ultimate God realm, there was no heavenly Tao fruit in it. This was because the heavenly Tao fruit was for Emperor gods, not ultimate gods. Third senior brother, in the trial grounds, breaking through the Emperor God realm can open the Emperor God's secret realm. Breaking through the ultimate God realm can open the ultimate God's secret realm. Does this happen in the dimensional battlefield? Duan Ling Tian asked his third senior brother Yang Yuchen but received a negative answer. The dimensional battlefield will not have the Emperor God's secret realm and ultimate God's secret realm. The trial grounds were created by a few supreme experts by imitating the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, there's a big difference between the dimensional battlefield and the dimensional battlefield. There's life in the dimensional battlefield and the structure of the world, while the dimensional battlefield only has people from the outside. It's because fourth junior sister knows this that she managed to break through to the ultimate god realm even though she was in the destiny canyon of the trial grounds. If she had broken through to the ultimate god realm outside the trial grounds and opened the ultimate god's secret realm, she wouldn't have been able to gain much from it with her strength. In the past, Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chun-Wan, had broken through to the ultimate god realm in the trial grounds destiny canyon. At that time, the ultimate god's secret realm had appeared, but they couldn't open it because they didn't have enough people. Lang Chun-Wan, on the other hand, had planned to give up right from the start and didn't even guard the ultimate god's secret realm. Now, you have 2 heavenly Tao fruits to assist you. In addition to an endless stream of heavenly Tao fruits entering your body and digesting them, your cultivation path will be unimpeded. When you feel that you can't make any more progress, you can take the last heavenly Tao fruit. If I'm not mistaken, when you reach that stage, you'll be just a step away from the ultimate god realm. After taking that heavenly Tao fruit, you'll either directly enter the ultimate god realm or be just a step away from the ultimate god realm. You'll be able to break through at any time. Yang Yuchen was very clear about his junior brother's current situation. However, Yang Yuchen paused for a moment before continuing. If nothing goes wrong, you won't be able to reach that stage in the next 2 years. You'll have to rely on your hard work in the dimensional battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land meet to reach the ultimate god realm. Yang Yuchen's eyes were filled with anticipation as he said that. If his junior brother also entered the ultimate god realm, then there would be a total of 5 ultimate gods in this generation of the Inner Palace. It was a grand occasion that had never happened in the history of the Inner Palace. In the past, there were at most 4 ultimate gods at the same time. Understood. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. Then, he continued to explore the dimensional battlefield with his third senior brother Yang Yuchen. Next, we'll go deeper into the inner area. I hope we'll meet a medium ultimate god from the mysterious Zen land for you to practice. Of course, you'll only be able to fight with some weaker medium ultimate gods now. You're no match for slightly stronger medium ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen said. A medium ultimate god. Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen had met many ultimate gods in the 8 years since they entered the dimensional battlefield. However, they were all lower ultimate gods. Finally, as they went deeper into the inner area, Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen finally met a medium ultimate god from the mysterious Zen land. Moreover, it was not a medium ultimate god. It was 2 medium ultimate gods who were traveling together. One was a young man while the other was a middle-aged man. The young man was dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The middle-aged man was dressed in a light white robe. He was tall and burly with a faint curly beard on his face. Duan Lingtian and Yang Yuchen met the 2 men. Before they could move, the 2 men had already surrounded them. A medium ultimate god and a high-level ultimate god. Do you people from the mysterious Zen land like to have your seniors bring your juniors around? The young man beside the middle-aged man spoke as well. Do you have a grudge against us and brought us to die in the inner area? Chapter 42-25. 2 medium ultimate gods had come knocking on his door. Yang Yuchen could not help but laugh. He tilted his head slightly and said to Duanling Tian, "Junior brother, your sandbag is here. Pick one." Yang Yuchen remained calm and composed in the face of 2 medium-level ultimate gods. Duanling Tian's eyes fell on the bearded middle-aged man. "This guy looks stronger. I'll pick him." The young man and the curly-bearded middle-aged man didn't even have the time to react to what Yang Yuchen was talking about when Duanling Tian had already made a move and directly charged towards the middle-aged man. Yang Yuchen was not idle either. He raised his hand and a terrifying force swept out and shrouded the other man. "Let's play over there." The next moment, the young man's expression changed completely. Although the person in front of him was also a medium ultimate god, he felt like he was no weaker than a higher ultimate god. Did I encounter a top-tier medium-level ultimate god? Someone comparable to a higher ultimate god? Yang Yuchen did not hold back when he attacked. The terrifying divine power that contained the power of law merged with the Tao of control and took the young man away. During this process, the young man tried to resist, but he was powerless. At the same time, the heavenly vision of dimly illuminated 100,000 miles was faintly discernible. In addition, Yang Yuchen's power of law had clearly fused with another kind of power. Just the power of law alone was stronger than the young man's. In addition to the Tao of control, Yang Yuchen completely crushed his opponent. During this process, the young man had even taken out his high-quality god artifact, but it was still useless. He was still easily crushed by Yang Yuchen. Even the bloodline power was useless. Is he really only a medium ultimate god? The young man's expression changed completely as he panicked. He had never thought that one day he would be at such a disadvantage in front of a medium ultimate god. He did not even have the strength to fight back. His opponent was too strong. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw Duanling Tian's sudden attack. Because he realized that the High God Emperor in front of him was no ordinary High God Emperor. As soon as he attacked, the sharp 7-colored sword light made him feel a great sense of danger. It was as if he would be killed if he didn't use his full strength. One had to know that this was only a High God Emperor. He was a medium ultimate god. Whoosh! As the middle-aged man dodged, he glanced to the side and saw his companion being taken away by the other middle-level ultimate god like an eagle catching a chick. During this process, his companions were completely powerless to fight back. Who the hell is this person? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man felt his scalp go numb. When he faced Duanling Tian's attack again, the first thing he thought of was not to deal with it, but to escape. So what if he killed this High God Emperor? Next, he would not be able to escape death. That medium-level ultimate god was too strong. One had to know that his strength was on par with his companion. His companion was completely powerless in front of his opponent, and he was no exception. However, just as he dodged Duanling Tian's attack and wanted to escape, he was stopped by Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen's supreme god apparition was over 100 meters tall. He raised his hand and a waterfall like the Milky Way flew across the sky and stopped the middle-aged man. At the same time he said indifferently, "If you can defeat my junior brother, I'll let you live. If you run, you'll die." As soon as Yang Yuchen said this, the middle-aged man who was originally in despair had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. After that, they no longer fled and charged towards Duanling Tian. The same 100-meter-tall supreme god apparition appeared. The middle-aged man raised his hand and a long staff appeared in his hand. The staff's weapon spirit was faintly discernible. "You're the strongest High God Emperor I've ever seen. Even among the lower ultimate gods, I'm afraid there aren't many who can be your match. However, I'm a medium ultimate god." The middle-aged man had pinned all his hopes of survival on defeating Duanling Tian. Therefore, he didn't hold back when he attacked and didn't underestimate his opponent just because he was a High God Emperor. Firstly, his opponent was indeed powerful. Secondly, his life was at stake and he didn't want to take the risk. Kill. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The bloodline power in his body surged and blood chi filled the air. At this moment, he didn't even think about the medium ultimate god seeking revenge for killing Duanling Tian. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was very powerful and could definitely save the High God Emperor in front of him at a critical moment. Duanling Tian didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a medium ultimate god. Not only did he no longer hold back, he even summoned his space law clone. He's not a native of the Xiangang land. When Duan Tian summoned his space law clone, not only was the middle-aged man shocked, but even the young man who was imprisoned and could only watch the battle was shocked. They didn't expect such a monstrous existence to not be a native of the realm of gods. This didn't make sense. Could it be that the experts of the Xiangang land found a genius from a lower realm and brought him to the Xiangang land to be nurtured since he was young? For a moment, all of them subconsciously thought so. However, the middle-aged man quickly regained his senses and continued to charge toward Duan Tian, aiming for his main body. Good timing. Faced with the menacing medium ultimate god, Duan Tian's eyes turned cold. Both his space law clone and his space law clone attacked at the same time. 7 colored sword rays whistled in his space law clone's hand. A superior grade divine sword with an artifact soul appeared in his space law clone's hand. This superior grade divine sword came from a lesser ultimate god he had killed earlier. At that time, his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had acted first and imprisoned the artifact soul so that it wouldn't be killed by the lesser ultimate god. The artifact soul was originally loyal, but after its master died, it chose to submit under Yang Yuchen's coercion and temptation. In the end, it became the weapon of Duan Tian's space law clone. This allowed Duan Tian's strength to increase by another level. 2 7-colored superior grade divine swords, one for each of his space law clone and the other for space law clone. However, the current Duan Tian seemed small in front of the middle-aged man who had transformed into a 100-meter-tall ultimate god illusory body. The middle-aged man's palm could easily cover him. Humph! The middle-aged man suddenly snorted and slammed the staff in his hand down. The void trembled and the space seemed to show signs of shattering at that moment. It brought about billowing airwaves and swept away the clouds. Duan Tian, on the other hand, teleported twice and left the place. This time, the middle-aged man intentionally shook the space when he attacked again. Although he wasn't proficient in the space law and could not stop Duan Tian from teleporting, it still slowed down the speed of Duan Tian's teleportation. For a moment, Duan Tian was forced to meet force with force. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 7 colored sword rays bloomed in the void and looked unusually bright. Bang, 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 bang. The long staff was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Every time it slammed down, there would be a deafening sonic boom in the air. Fortunately, there was no one around to watch. Otherwise, even an ordinary emperor god would be affected and injured by the sonic boom. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Yuchen and the imprisoned young man, Duan Tian fought with all his might without holding back. He was evenly matched with the middle-level ultimate god. Yang Yuchen smiled when he saw this. The other young man's eyes shrunk and his face was filled with shock and disbelief. A high-level ultimate god was evenly matched with a middle-level ultimate god? Although it seemed like the middle-aged man was at a disadvantage, he was still shocked. One should know that his companion was not someone who had just entered the realm of a middle-level ultimate god and had yet to consolidate his cultivation base. His companion had long since consolidated his cultivation base. Among the middle-level ultimate gods, his companion could be considered average. However, after a few dozen moves, he was finally able to make a high-level ultimate god fall into a disadvantage. There's such a monster in the Xiangang land? The young man felt his scalp go numb. Before this, he would never have dared to dream that there would be such a terrifying existence in the world. Even the middle-level ultimate god who imprisoned him would not be able to match up to the purple-clad young man after he entered the realm of a middle-level ultimate god. His opponent might not even need to consolidate his cultivation base as a medium-level ultimate god to be able to suppress and imprison such a terrifying person. Each is more abnormal than the other. Did he just call the other person his junior brother? Are they a pair of martial brothers? What kind of sect could produce 2 monsters like them? The young man's heart was filled with regret. If he had known that the 2 of them were so terrifying, he would have run as far as he could when he first saw them. He even took the initiative to let the other party practice with him. I'm not as good as him. After a few dozen moves, Duan Tian was drenched in cold sweat. His opponent was too strong. Even if he had 99 heavenly veins, he would not be able to keep up with the middle-level ultimate god's divine power. After all, the difference was too great. The divine power of a middle-level ultimate god was not only stronger, but also more durable. He was only a high-level ultimate god. I'm afraid I can't even last 100 moves. After another dozen moves, Duan Ling Tian felt more and more powerless and sighed in his heart. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He was so close to defeating the purple-clad young man in front of him and leaving this place alive. However, almost at this moment, "No!" A shrill cry resounded through the sky. At the same time, a tall figure soared into the sky and let out a cry of unwillingness before falling to the ground. A strange phenomenon appeared. The young man who was imprisoned by Yang Yuchen was killed by Yang Yuchen. After killing the young man, Yang Yuchen reached out to the middle-aged man. "No!" The middle-aged man's expression changed when he saw this. "You can't go back on your words. You promised me that as long as I defeated your junior brother, you would let me go." "I didn't go back on my words," Yang Yuchen said indifferently. "Have you defeated my junior brother?" "I don't think so." "Since you haven't, why should I keep my promise?" Chapter 42-26. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen's terrifying attack followed like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was obliterated like a millstone. No matter how hard the middle-aged man tried to resist, it was futile. The gap between them was too big. The feeling was no different from when Duan Ling Tian killed those half-step ultimate gods. At this moment, when Duan Ling Tian heard his third senior brother's words and saw his third senior brother's decisive action, he could not help but be stunned. He had originally thought that his third senior brother would really let his opponent go after defeating him. He did not expect his third senior brother to kill his opponent before he could defeat him. It seemed like he did not go back on his promise. There was nothing wrong with that. "Ah!" Another scream reverberated in the sky as a huge shadow rose into the air. It was the middle-aged man with the curly beard who had just fallen. The heaven and earth anomaly of a middle-level ultimate god's death appeared again. At that moment, the experts who were rushing over after witnessing the heaven and earth anomaly of a middle-level ultimate god's death turned pale. A second middle-level ultimate god had fallen. Moreover, it happened at the same place. Another 2 middle-level ultimate gods have fallen at the same time. Could it be that the one who died this time is from the same realm of gods? It's also possible that they will perish together. The experts who rushed over were all middle-level ultimate gods and above. Among them, the middle-level ultimate gods were the ones who were confident in their own strength. Otherwise, they would not have dared to join in the fun in the realm battlefield. A few years ago, 2 middle-level ultimate gods from the pilgrimage grounds had been killed together. Now, another 2 middle-level ultimate gods had fallen at the same time. What was going on recently? Usually, there would not be any middle-level ultimate gods who had fallen even after a few decades. At that cultivation level, they would be very vigilant. If they could not win, they would run to the nearest military camp to ensure their safety. "Little junior brother. Let's go." Yang Yuchen remained calm after killing 2 middle-level ultimate gods. He took the divine weapons from the 2 middle-level ultimate gods and left with Duan Ling Tian. On the way out, he did not forget to tell Duan Ling Tian, "The divine master has fallen, and the heaven and earth anomaly has covered a wide area. I'm sure many people will come to join in the fun. There might be some higher ultimate gods among them. That's why it's best to leave as soon as possible after killing a godly paragon in the planar battlefield. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for you to leave if more powerful experts arrive." Previously, Yang Yuchen did not react so strongly to the death of a lower ultimate god. That was because the place where a lower supreme god died was usually not in the inner circle. There were not many experts in the inner circle and not many people dared to go there to watch the show. Even if there were people who wanted to join in the fun, they were at most mid-level ultimate gods. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen was not afraid of most medium-level ultimate gods. He was confident that he could escape with his little junior brother Duan Ling Tian, even if he could not defeat a top-tier mid-level ultimate god. Duan Ling Tian nodded when he heard his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's words. In fact, he had thought about this problem a long time ago. Killing a godly paragon was equivalent to telling the people around that a godly paragon had fallen. There was always a risk if they stayed behind. Little junior brother, you're not a match for that middle-level ultimate god. Don't be discouraged. Yang Yuchen continued to comfort Duan Ling Tian. With your current strength, you can defeat an ordinary middle-level ultimate god. You're only slightly inferior to those who have consolidated their cultivation base. At least, with your current strength, you might not lose to fourth junior sister if you were to fight her. In Yang Yuchen's opinion, although his fourth junior sister was also very talented, his little junior brother was even more monstrous. If they were to fight now, it would most likely end in a draw. Third senior brother, you don't have to comfort me. Duan Ling Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. I'm not discouraged. After all, I'm only a high-level ultimate god. Yang Yuchen was completely speechless when he heard that. At the same time, he felt a little tired. Yes, his little junior brother was only a high-level ultimate god. Was he worrying too much? A high-level ultimate god could kill most lower-level ultimate gods. What was there to be dissatisfied about? When he was a high-level ultimate god, he could only kill ordinary lower-level ultimate gods at most. He was no match for stronger lower-level ultimate gods. Pretend I didn't say anything. Yang Yuchen was a little annoyed. I don't need you to remind me that you're only a high-level ultimate god. I know that. He used to think that his little junior brother was quite sensible and obedient. Why did it feel like he was not being sensible now? Didn't he know that this would upset him as a senior brother? Forget it. He was just a kid who didn't know any better. In the 8 years since he entered the dimensional battlefield, other than the things that his third senior brother Yang Yuchen had told him to take note of, Duan Ling Tian was most impressed by his battle with the mid-level ultimate god. In that battle, he gave it his all and did not hold back. However, he was still at a disadvantage. This was only against ordinary experts who were good at material attacks. If he had encountered experts who were good at soul attacks, even if they were only mid-level ultimate gods, he would not have been a match for them. He was not afraid of mid-level ultimate gods with his soul-type defensive divine weapon. Of course, this was also because the profound divine metal, one of the 5 divine elements, was still in hibernation. Otherwise, even a mid-level ultimate god who was good at soul attacks would not be able to hurt him. For the next 2 years, Duan Ling Tian followed Yang Yuchen around the inner region. During this time, they met another mid-level ultimate god who had not completely stabilized his cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian gave it his all and killed him after a few dozen moves. When the mid-level ultimate god died, he did not die in peace. Perhaps, until his death, he could not figure out why he died in the hands of a mid-level ultimate god. Since when could a mid-level ultimate god kill a mid-level ultimate god? Time passed quickly. 10 years had passed since Duan Ling Tian and Yang Yuchen came to the mysterious Zen battlefield together. At this time, it was time to part ways. Yang Yuchen did not directly say goodbye to Duan Ling Tian in the mysterious Zen battlefield. Instead, he personally escorted Duan Ling Tian to a weak point in the mysterious Zen battlefield and entered another dimensional battlefield. After that, they passed through a few dimensional battlefields and successfully arrived at the battlefield of the Divine Judgment formed by the intersection of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land. The battlefield of the Divine Judgment was also the dimensional battlefield where Duan Ling Tian's wife, Ker, was. Even the mid-level ultimate gods in the Divine Offering Land such as the Xia clan and the Yun clan would enter the battlefield of the Divine Offering Land when their clansmen entered. Little junior brother, you can take the battle merit token of the Shengang land and wander around here. However, you'll have to face the siege of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land at the same time. My suggestion is that you leave the battlefield of the Divine Judgment temporarily and choose to enter the Divine Offering Land or the Sanctioned Land before entering the dimensional battlefield from there. That way, you'll be able to obtain the battle merit token of the Divine Offering Land or the Sanctioned Land. The formation of the battle merit token depended on the person who entered and where they came from. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was someone who had smuggled over from another realm. His battle merit token was from the Mystic Handle Land. The battle merit token would only disappear after leaving the dimensional battlefield. Third senior brother, you should go back first. I can go to the Divine Offering Land or the Sanctioned Land by myself. You don't have to worry. Duan Ling Tian said to Yang Yuchen with a smile. Although Duan Ling Tian said so, Yang Yuchen was still worried. He followed Duan Lingtian around the battlefield of the Divine Judgment, and only left when he was certain they were not in the inner area. Of course, before he left, he did not forget to warn Duan Lingtian about some things he should be careful of. Duan Lingtian felt helpless and touched by Yang Yuchen's earnest advice. Duan Lingtian continued to stand in the same spot as Yang Yuchen until they found a weak spot in the spatial barrier. He watched as Yang Yuchen left and did not turn around for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with gentleness. Third senior brother. Fourth senior sister. It's my fortune to have met the two of you. Duan Lingtian had completely regarded Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan as his family. After all, they treated him like family and made him feel the warmth of a family. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he turned around. At the same time, his gaze turned cold. This is the dimensional battlefield of the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land. The Divine Offering Land. The Yun clan. The figure of an arrogant young man appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. In the past, he was high and mighty in the mundane realm and easily suppressed him. At that time, he could only feel despair and helplessness. It was useless no matter how unwilling he was. In front of him, he was no different from an ant. If Kerr had not risked her life to protect him, perhaps he would have been killed at that time. Duan Lingtian had always been a man with strong self-esteem. Although he did not say anything about it when Kerr risked her life to protect him, he was still very concerned about it. Of course, he also knew that he was indeed weak at that time. At that time, he secretly swore that one day, he would seek revenge from Yun Qingyan, the first young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, for the humiliation he suffered in the past. Third senior brother is right. With my identity in the Xiangang land, it's indeed too risky to stay here. Let's make a trip to the Divine Offering Land first. Let's go and have a look. The place where Kerr grew up in her past life, the Xia clan, a giant godly venerable rank family in the Divine Offering Land. Let's go and have a look at the Yun clan. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian went directly to a nearby military camp and prepared to head to the Divine Offering Land. On the way, he was intercepted by two upper-rank god emperors who were surrounded by a faint gray light. The two upper-rank god emperors from the Divine Offering Land were easily killed by him. After killing one of them, the other tried to escape but failed. Chapter 42-27. The Divine Offering Land was also one of the plains of gods. It was not much different from the Xiangang land. Although it was an indiscriminate teleportation to an unknown place, it was the same for Duan Lingtian as it was his first time in the Divine Offering Land and he knew nothing about it. I wonder, how far is this place from the Xia clan and the Yun clan? Duan Lingtian found a nearby city to settle down. Only then did he find out that the place he was in was also under the control of an ultimate god-level faction and that faction was not weak. It was one of the heavyweight ultimate god-level factions in the Divine Offering Land and was on par with the Myriad Arts Academy and Monorigin Divine Sect in the Xiangang land. In the Divine Offering Land, this heavyweight ultimate god-level faction had more than a dozen other heavyweight ultimate god-level factions that were second only to the few heavyweight ultimate god-level factions. The Xia clan and the Yun clan were the heavyweight ultimate god-level factions in the Divine Offering Land. If it was a small place, it was natural that no one would know where they were. However, in this heavyweight ultimate god-level faction territory, Duan Lingtian still managed to find out where the Xia clan and the Yun clan were after paying some small bribes. The Xia clan was located in the extreme north of the Divine Offering Land. It was rumored that it was a paradise among the glaciers. It was like spring all year round. It was like a miracle. As for the Yun clan, it was located in the northwest of the Divine Offering Land. It was rumored that it was a barren Gobi desert. However, the Yun clan was located in an oasis rich in resources. The two heavyweight ultimate god-level factions were far away from populated areas as if they were secluded from the world. Let's go to the Xia clan and have a look. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat and immediately left the city. Although there were some people who thought that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person when he asked about the Xia clan and the Yun clan's whereabouts. Even if he was not from the Xia clan and the Yun clan, he should be related to them in some way. Such a person should not have a simple background and might have a lot of treasures on him. However, after following Duan Lingtian out of the city and witnessing Duan Lingtian's speed, they all gave up on the idea of robbing him. This was an expert that they could not afford to offend. I thought it was a fat sheep, but it turned out to be a fierce dragon. Some people looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's departure and sighed. If the other party was weak, they would not be afraid even if they knew that the other party might be related to the two ultimate god forces. They would not have to worry about the two ultimate god forces finding them as long as they did not leave any traces after killing the other party. Moreover, his death might not be enough to make the other two ultimate god forces put on a show. They had even thought of how to destroy the corpse and leave no trace behind after they had succeeded. They had even thought of how to leave this area. However, they did not expect that the other party was someone they could not afford to offend. Before they left the city, someone was following them. Duan Lingtian noticed it. If it were any other time, he wouldn't mind waiting for them to come up and play with them after leaving the city. But now he wasn't in the mood. Now what he wanted to do the most was to visit the Xia family and the Yun family, and see if he could find out anything about Ker. Moreover, if he had the chance to kill Yun Qingyan, it would not be a bad thing. Although he could not tell how strong Yun Qingyan was back then, based on the current situation of the ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods, Yun Qingyan was at most a medium ultimate god. It was impossible for him to be a higher ultimate god. Duan Lingtian even felt that he had overestimated Yun Qingyan by saying that he was only a medium ultimate god. Yun Qingyan might not even be a medium ultimate god. If I can kill Yun Qingyan, Ker's matter in the divine offering land will come to an end. Now, I just have to find Ker. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian used the flying ship to travel at the speed of a higher ultimate god. As he traveled, he cultivated and digested the large amount of rewards he had accumulated. Currently, there were still many rewards he had not digested. There were no rewards for killing in the plains of gods. Only killing in the plains of gods and other places like the plains of gods could earn rewards. However, he could bring the rewards out of the plains of gods. After leaving the plains of gods and the plains of gods, the rewards would evaporate at twice the rate compared to when he was in the plains of gods and the plains of gods. However, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Now that the rewards were gone, he could just go back to the plains of gods and get more. Moreover, the rewards he had accumulated in his body were enough to last him for a period of time. Perhaps when he entered the plains of gods again, the rewards would still be there. The flying ship traveled at the speed of a higher ultimate god. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary person. On the road, ordinary bandits would not easily provoke this kind of existence. After all, this kind of person was very likely to be a steel plate. Of course, ordinary bandits would not dare to provoke this kind of person. However, this did not mean that some powerful bandits would not dare to provoke this kind of person. It was to the extent that some powerful bandit forces were specifically targeting this type of fat sheep. Lord Deputy Leader, I have an Emperor-grade flying ship with me. It's heading north at the speed of a higher ultimate god. A middle god Emperor realm bandit who was hiding in the dark looked at the divine artifact flying ship that was flying across the sky. He sent out a message at the right time. All right. The other side only responded faintly. I'll inform the leader now. This bandit force was an ultimate god level force. The leader was a lower ultimate god and the deputy leaders were all half-step ultimate gods. Below them, there were also many small leaders in the upper god emperor realm. The weakest among this ultimate god-level bandit force was usually in charge of cleaning up the battlefield and doing odd jobs. They were all lower ultimate gods. A bandit force like this could be considered one of the top bandit forces in the entire divine offering land. It was even to the extent that there wasn't a second bandit force that stayed in the large area around them, because they didn't dare to offend them and had all retreated. Whoosh! Soon, after Duan Lingtian's flying ship had flown for a while, an ultimate god-level flying ship caught up with it at the speed of a lower ultimate god. In the flying ship, a well-built middle-aged man stood there. His eyes were sharp as he stared ahead calmly. That person is heading in this direction, right? Yes, Lord Deputy Leader. The middle ultimate god bandit who had been hiding in the dark and was now on the flying ship quickly replied respectfully. Very good. The middle-aged man nodded. According to the rules,
We'll give you 1% of the loot this time.
Thank you, Lord Deputy Leader.
The middle ultimate god bandit expressed his gratitude as he was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he could not help but look forward to it. He hoped that it was a fat sheep. If that was the case, even if he only got 1% of the loot, it would still be a huge profit for him.
I see it.
About 15 minutes later, the middle-aged man, who was also the bandit leader, saw a small black that was getting bigger and bigger.
Same rules. Our flying ship will intercept him directly. I'll intercept him from the front.
The rest of you, surround him from the other directions. The bandit leader then looked at the other people beside him and said, "These people were the deputy leaders of this bandit force." They nodded when they heard the bandit leader's order. Ordinary people would not bother to rob this bandit force. They would only attack when they met a fat sheep. Once they attacked, they would attack in full force. Because of this, they had even killed a lone lower ultimate god. They had even killed a low-level ultimate god who had completely consolidated his cultivation base. If it was only their leader, they could only fight to a draw with that person. It was because of the help of others that they could kill the lone lower ultimate god.
At the same time,
in the flying ship in front.
"Master, there's an ultimate god flying ship behind us."
Duan Ling Tian, who was still cultivating, suddenly heard the voice of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang-er. She reminded Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner.
"Master, they are not friendly."
At the same time, another voice was heard. It was also a woman's voice, but compared to Huang-er's, it was more charming and enchanting. This was the sword soul of another full soul superior divine sword in Duan Lingtian's possession. He obtained it from killing a lower ultimate god with the help of his third senior brother Yang Yuchen in the profound Zen battlefield. He usually gave it to his Maxim doppelganger to use, but it also merged with his Maxim doppelganger at the same time. Almost at the same time when the two women reminded Duan Ling Tian, the flying ship behind them suddenly burst out at an amazing speed and directly caught up with them. It was the ultimate god flying ship that suddenly burst out at the speed of a medium ultimate god. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with Duan Lingtian's flying ship and blocked its way. During this process, many figures flew out from it and swept in all directions. In the flying ship directly in front, a strong figure appeared and punched out at the same time. It shook the void and a vast airwave swept out, directly overturning Duan Lingtian's flying ship. A lower ultimate god. In the flying ship, Duan Lingtian was floating in the air. The overturning of the flying ship did not affect him at all. He stared ahead with a cold gaze.
So many people. Are they from a bandit faction?
An ultimate god bandit faction. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that his luck seemed to be quite good. He had just arrived at the Divine Offering Land and he had already encountered an ultimate god bandit faction. It should be noted that godly venerable rank bandit forces were extremely rare in the Mystic Gangland and other realms of gods. The Divine Offering Land was no exception. Duan Lingtian kept the flying ship and stood in the air, exposing himself in front of more than 30 bandits. Other than a few lower god emperors and medium god emperors who were patrolling outside who did not have time to board the flying ship, the entire bandit faction had turned out in full force. Only one person? However, after Duan Lingtian appeared, many of the bandits frowned slightly. A hint of disappointment appeared on their faces in unison. Only one person meant that the harvest this time was limited. Only one person? The medium god emperor bandit who had his eyes on Duan Lingtian was the most disappointed at this time. Robbing and killing one person was already very little to begin with. Now that the harvest was reduced by 99%, it was even more insignificant to him. Chapter 42-28. Kid, remove the ownership of the storage ring and we'll spare your life. The lower ultimate god bandit leader stepped into the air and stared at Duan Lingtian silently as he spoke in a cold tone. This was also their usual tactic. If they killed him directly, he would destroy his storage ring and they would get nothing. The best course of action was to appease the other party and force the other party to hand over the storage ring in his hand. As for what would happen after that, they would have the final say. Spare my life. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard the bandit leader's words.
If I remove the storage ring seriously, are you really willing to spare my life? Of course. The bandit leader affirmed. In that case, how about you all make a heart demon blood oath? As long as you all make a heart demon blood oath, I can remove the ownership of my storage ring. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, he seemed to be serious, but there was a hint of mockery in the depths of his eyes. In the next moment, before the bandit leader could speak, a deputy leader beside him sneered. We don't have time to waste here with you. You have no right to make conditions. Another deputy leader said coldly. Now, you only have two choices. Either you die or you remove the ownership of the storage ring. At this moment, an unfriendly aura locked onto Duan Lingtian. How insincere. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. However, I don't seem to have any other choice now. Then I'll remove the ownership of the storage ring. I hope you can keep your promise. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already beside the bandit leader. As for the bandit leader, because Duan Lingtian had agreed to remove the ownership of the storage ring, and because he saw that Duan Lingtian was only an upper-level emperor god, he was not too wary of him. As a result, he did not even have time to react when Duan Lingtian made his move. The result was self-evident. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, there were few lower ultimate gods who could match him if he went all out. Even some powerful lower ultimate gods were no match for him. Although the bandit leader was strong, he was only an ordinary lower ultimate god. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the rainbow-colored sword light entered the bandit leader's body, countless tiny rainbow-colored sword lights whizzed out of the bandit leader's body, dazzling and resplendent. At the same time, an illusory figure rose from the ground and let out a cry of disbelief before crashing to the ground. It was the heavenly anomaly of a lower-level ultimate god's death. However, this was not the dimensional battlefield after all. The fall of a lower-level ultimate god only covered a small area. No one would be able to detect it if they were further away. Lord Chief! Lord Chief! Only when their leader fell did the group of bandits come back to their senses. Then, their expressions changed one after another. They turned around and fled at the first moment. However, even though they were fast, the seven-colored sword rays were even faster than them. Whoosh! 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 A seven-colored sword ray chased after one person. Except for the few half-step ultimate god deputy leaders, the rest were killed by Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword ray with just a thought. Although the seven-colored sword ray was not enough to kill the half-step ultimate god deputy leaders, it was enough to block their escape route. Then, Duan Lingtian killed them one by one. They did not even fight back during the entire process. What a joke! He could even kill their leader, a lower-level ultimate god. Killing them would be child's play for him. Therefore they only cared about escaping. Why bother? After killing all the bandits and collecting their divine weapons, Duan Lingtian shook his head and directly boarded the ultimate god spaceship left behind by the bandit leader. The storage rings had self-destructed. However, there were still many divine gems in the ultimate god spaceship. In addition, Duan Lingtian also had a large number of divine gems in his possession. Therefore, he did not save them and directly rushed on with the speed of a medium ultimate god. During the process, the divine gems were constantly burned out. When they arrived near the Xia clan, a giant ultimate god clan in the world of divine remains, Duan Lingtian had used up a large number of divine gems on the ultimate god spaceship. Next, Duan Lingtian had to pay for the divine gems to travel to the Yun clan from there. The Xia clan. Duan Lingtian stood on top of the vast glacier and looked at the oasis in the distance. His eyes were misty. This is Ku'er's home in her past life? My parents, little Fei and the others were imprisoned here? Third uncle is inside. In a trance, Duan Lingtian thought of the sloppy middle-aged man he met in the secular realm who claimed to be Ker's third uncle in her past life. The other party was called Xianxia. Last time, his parents, his wife, Li Fei, and the others were able to escape from here. It was also Xianxia who took the opportunity to save them. For a moment, Duan Lingtian wondered if he should visit his third uncle to see if he was there. However, after thinking about it for a while, he dispelled this thought. It was meaningless. So what if he met his third uncle? In the end, he still had to go to the dimensional battlefield to look for Kerr. Now, Kerr shouldn't be back yet, right? When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed in the vicinity for about 10 days before he finally caught a lone member of the Xia clan. Who are you? The Xia clan member who was imprisoned by Duan Ling Tian and had even sealed his communication with a formation was a young man. His face was pale as if doomsday had arrived. Don't be nervous. Duan Ling Tian looked at the person in front of him and said calmly, I'll ask you a few questions. As long as you don't lie to me, I'll let you go immediately. Go ahead, the young man said repeatedly. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was not going to die, it was fine. Do you know the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, Xianxia? Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man and asked. When the young man heard Duan Ling Tian's words, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he sized up Duan Ling Tian and asked cautiously, Why are you asking this? Humph. Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly. I'm asking this because I want to save your eldest daughter of the Xia clan. Don't tell me you don't know that she entered the dimensional battlefield and has yet to return? Duan Ling Tian asked again. I know. The young man nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, his expression changed. You kidnapped our eldest daughter and are here for ransom? Pah! The moment the young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian gave him a slap on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? I am the husband of your eldest daughter. How could I kidnap her? Duan Ling Tian did not intend to hide his identity and spoke frankly. So what if the Xia clan knew? Hunt him down? Wait until they found him. Impossible. However, as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the young man shook his head. It is said that the eldest daughter's husband is only an ordinary person from the mundane plane. How could he be as powerful as you? You are not the eldest daughter's husband. Hearing the young man's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled. I didn't expect you to know so much. How are you related to the Xia clan? Duan Ling Tian asked. Hearing this, the young man said proudly, My father works for the third master of the Xia clan. He has followed the third master since he was young and was given the surname Xia by the great ancestor. The third master of the Xia clan? Duan Ling Tian raised his eyebrows. Are you talking about Xiajie? Don't call the third master by his name. When the young man heard this, he frowned and reprimanded in a low voice. I'm not as strong as you. If my father was here and heard you call the third master by his name, he would not let you off. Duan Ling Tian smiled. So he was on the same side. No wonder he knew about him. Is the third master in the clan? Duan Ling Tian asked again. No. The young man shook his head. The third master has gone to the realm battlefield. He was worried when he saw the eldest daughter had not returned for a long time, so he went in to look for her. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded and patted the young man's shoulder. I'm sorry for the offense earlier. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian removed the formation that enveloped the young man. Then, with 2 teleportations, he disappeared before the young man's eyes and left. Duan Ling Tian? The young man was left standing on the spot. He frowned slightly. This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard father mention it before. Let's go back and ask father. After the young man returned to the Xia clan, he immediately looked for his father and told him that he had been imprisoned outside the clan and that he had called himself Duan Ling Tian. Impossible. The young man's father, a sturdy middle-aged man, shook his head. You said that person could easily restrain you. You're an intermediate god emperor. It's impossible for someone with such strength to be the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm. That's not right. Then why does he have the same name as the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. As he spoke, he was confused. What? The young man was shocked. The eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm is called Duan Ling Tian. No wonder I thought it sounded familiar. Father, that's not right. A few hundred years ago, didn't you say that the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm did not even have a divine body? How long has it been since then and he already has such terrifying strength? The young man found it hard to believe. I also think it's impossible. It's a pity that the third master is not here. He's someone who has seen the eldest daughter's husband in the mundane realm. He knows what he looks like. The middle-aged man shook his head. After leaving the Xia clan, which was located in the center of the glacier, Duan Ling Tian headed west. His destination was the Yun clan. The Yun clan. If I have the chance to kill Yun Qingyan, I'll be able to solve many problems. Once I kill him and find Kerr, everything will be over. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself in the godly supreme grade spaceship. The speed of the divine weapon grade spaceship was very fast. The divine crystals that Duan Ling Tian had stored in the spaceship had all been used up when they were heading to the Xia clan. They were still traveling at the speed of an intermediate god. Duan Ling Tian did not feel any heartache at all. After all, he had the laws to help him with his cultivation, so he did not need divine crystals. Chapter 42-29. If it was said that Duan Ling Tian's mood was perturbed and slightly excited when he arrived outside the Xia clan's door, then he was extremely excited. However, outside the Yun clan's entrance, Duan Ling Tian's mood was only gloomy. In fact, it even carried a monstrous rage. Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were burning with anger as he stared at an oasis in the Gobi Desert in the distance. Faintly discernible groups of sect leaders could be seen there. It was the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. Let's see if I can find a chance to kill Yun Qingyan. Before arriving at the Yun residence, Duan Ling Tian had been to a bustling city at the edge of the desert. It was one of the Yun clan's subordinate cities. While he was there, he had inquired about Yun Qingyan. It was not difficult to find out that Yun Qingyan's cultivation level was at the lower ultimate god realm. It was said that he was about to enter the medium ultimate god realm. This rumor had been circulating for a long time. It was very likely that he had already entered the medium ultimate god realm. As for the law that Yun Qingyan was good at, it was not said that he had reached the level of 100,000 miles dim light in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, the possibility of that was very low. It's not difficult to kill him if I fight him one-on-one. After learning about Yun Qingyan's strength, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel restless. If there was one person he wanted to kill the most in the world, it would be the young master of the Yun clan, one of the most powerful ultimate god clans, Yun Qingyan. I need to think of a way to sneak into the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian stared at the Yun clan from afar before returning to the bustling city he had been to earlier. He wanted to see if he could find a chance to sneak into the Yun clan and lure Yun Qingyan out. Of course, it would be even better if he did not have to risk his life. After that, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the city for more than 10 days before he finally found an opportunity that did not require him to put himself in danger. 2 months later, the ordinary ultimate god clans under the Yun clan would send people to pay tribute to the Yun clan. Duan Ling Tian planned to do something to the Yun clan's people. Next, I need to find a suitable target. Duan Ling Tian was not a rash person. After a few hundred years of wandering, he had become more mature and calm. He patiently searched for a target among the people from the godly venerable rank forces who would be paying tribute to the Yun clan in 2 months' time. In the end, they locked onto one person. A high god emperor. He was also the leader of one of the godly venerable rank forces who was going to pay tribute to the Yun family in 2 months' time. That person was a half-step ultimate god. He's the one. After Duan Ling Tian locked onto his target, he began to plan. The Hongyu Sacred Clan was an ultimate god-level faction with one ultimate god expert in the current generation. It was subordinate to the giant ultimate god-level clan, the Yun clan. Furthermore, the younger sister of the only ultimate god expert in the Hongyu Sacred Sect was married to the second master of the Yun family. She was the official wife and had quite a high status in the Yun family. Because of this relationship, even some forces stronger than the Hongyu Sacred Clan did not dare to underestimate them. Yu Chengshu was the second elder of the Hongyu Sacred Clan. He was also one of the 3 strongest people in the Hongyu Sacred Clan after the lower-level ultimate god. He was usually in charge of the external affairs of the Hongyu Sacred Clan. Since many years ago, every time the Hongyu Sacred Clan went to pay tribute to the Yun clan, Yu Chengshu would be the one leading the team. Yu Changshu was a middle-aged man who usually dressed like a scholar. However, those who knew him well knew that he was not very knowledgeable. He just liked to dress like a scholar. That was because he wanted to be a scholar the most. Even his name was later changed to Yu Changshu, because he felt that it made him look more scholarly. He was, in fact, a bloody butcher. He became famous through killing. Later, he joined the Hongyu Sacred Clan and became the second elder of the Hongyu Sacred Clan. He was also the head of the enforcement elders and was in charge of the enforcement hall. When I was outside, I saw a woman being held hostage. I thought that woman looked familiar. Look, have you seen her before? That day, Yu Changshu walked past the door of a hall in the Hongyu Sacred Clan and saw a few people gathered in groups of 3 to 5. One of them raised his hand and copied the appearance of a woman in the void. After all, he was a divine emperor and had a deep memory. His divine power filled the void and the woman's appearance was vividly portrayed. Originally, Yu Changshu just took a casual glance. However, when he saw the woman's appearance in the void, his expression changed drastically. It was impossible for him not to know this woman. Wasn't this the daughter of the Xia clan, who was also a supreme-level ultimate god clan like the Yun clan, Xianxia? Back then, this daughter of the Xia clan chose to die and reincarnate in order to break the engagement with the Yun clan's young master, Yun Qingyan. That was a path that had a slim chance of survival. Originally, he thought that she would definitely die. Unexpectedly, many years later, he heard that she had successfully reincarnated and survived. Moreover, she was brought back to the divine offering land by the Yun clan's young master, Yun Qingyan. However, it was said that she entered the dimensional battlefield not long after and her fate was unknown. Now, someone had seen her? Moreover, it was a disciple of the Hongyu Sacred Clan? Moreover, he had seen her being held hostage? What happened? Yu Changshu frowned. However, he quickly went forward and dispersed the other disciples of the Hongyu Sacred Clan, leaving only the disciple who said he had seen the Xia clan's eldest daughter, Xianxia. You said you saw her being held hostage? What kind of person was it? Yu Changshu asked. It was a blue-robed middle-aged man. I don't know if that's his true appearance. The disciple of the Hongyu Sacred Clan said. Where did you see them? Yu Changshu asked for directions and confirmed the direction that they had left in. Without any hesitation, he left the Hongyu Sacred Clan and headed in that direction. After searching for a few days, Yu Changshu finally found the person that the disciple of the Hongyu Sacred Clan mentioned. A blue-robed middle-aged man was with a woman. Even though they were far apart, he could still recognize the white-robed woman in the canyon. She was the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, Xianxia, whom he had met many years ago. However, although he had seen her, he did not dare to use his divine consciousness to probe. He was afraid that he would be exposed and alert the enemy. I wonder how strong this person is. Just as he was feeling doubtful, he suddenly saw Xianxia attack violently. After that attack, she fled out of the canyon. The eldest daughter of the Xia clan has recovered her cultivation level as a high-level god emperor? Just as Yu Changshu was feeling surprised, he saw the blue-robed middle-aged man move again. He was also a high-level god emperor, but he was obviously stronger than Xianxia. With just a few moves, he suppressed and restrained Xianxia. Miss Ningxue, you'd better not play any tricks. I didn't kill you because you still have some value. I know that you are very important to Yun Qingyan, the eldest son of the Yun clan. I can use you to exchange for some good things. I believe that he won't be stingy. The blue-robed middle-aged man sneered. You think too much. Xianxia said coldly. I have nothing to do with him. Don't expect him to give you anything for me. Her voice is right too. In the distance, Yu Changshu was shocked. He had seen the eldest daughter of the Xia clan in the past and remembered her voice. At that moment, he was completely sure of her identity. The appearance, the name, and the voice were right. It could not be a second person. Based on their conversation, it seems that the eldest daughter of the Xia clan is being held hostage. Moreover, the person holding her hostage wants to use her to exchange for something good with young Master Qingyan. This is crazy. A guy who hasn't even reached the ultimate god realm. Does he want to die? Yu Chengshu really thought that the person was crazy. Otherwise, why would he do such a crazy thing? It's a pity that I don't have the confidence to deal with him. I'd better go to the Yun clan and report this to young Master Qing Yan. If young Master Qing Yan saves the eldest daughter of the Xia clan, it'll be like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Who knows, she might change her mind and be willing to be with young Master Qing Yan. When that happens, I'll indirectly become their matchmaker. Yu Chengshu's eyes lit up when he thought of this. If he succeeded, young Master Qing Yan would definitely treat him well. After Yu Chengshu left, the blue-robed middle-aged man who had a fierce look on his face regained his composure. At the same time he muttered to himself, I hope Yun Qingyan doesn't have any powerful followers by his side when he comes. Even if there's a medium-level ultimate god, I hope it's not a particularly powerful one. If it's an ordinary medium-level ultimate god, I might be able to succeed. The blue-robed middle-aged man was Duan Ling Tian. Currently, he was carrying out his plan that he had recently come up with. The plan had already started and the second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect, Yu Chengshu, had been captured. He believed that Yu Chengshu would go straight to the Yun clan after leaving. Yun Qingyan is most likely in the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian only had one of his law avatars here. Of course it was his strongest law avatar, the space law avatar. As for Xianxia, who was also Conqueror, she was a manifestation of his other nomological avatar. He had spent a lot of time with Conqueror in the past. Even when Conqueror regained her memories and her appearance and voice had changed, he knew her very well. In fact, he was very familiar with her voice. It was precisely because of this that his other law avatar was able to imitate Conqueror to perfection, and it was difficult to find any flaws. On the other side, after Yu Chengshu left the canyon, he went straight to the desert next door and headed to the Yun clan. He did not even send the news back to the Hongyu sacred sect. This was because he wanted to take all the credit for himself. Soon after, Yu Chengshu arrived at the Yun clan. He told the Yun clan's first young master Yun Qingyan that he had something urgent to discuss with him. After revealing his identity, Yu Chengshu quickly saw Yun Qingyan. The second elder of the Hongyu sacred sect? Why are you looking for me? Yun Qingyan's appearance had not changed at all compared to the past. He was still as arrogant as before. He stared at Yu Chengshu in front of him and spoke indifferently. Chapter 42-30. Young Master Qingyan. In front of Yun Qingyan, Yu Chengshu, who held a high position in the Hongyu sacred sect, appeared extremely humble. I'm in a hurry to see you because I have something urgent to tell you. When Yu Chengshu noticed the impatience in Yun Qingyan's eyes, he did not dare to keep him in suspense. He hurriedly said, It has something to do with Xianxia, the daughter of the Xia family. She is your cousin. Upon hearing Yu Chengshu's words, the impatient Yun Qingyan narrowed his eyes. He stared at Yu Chengshu as he took a step forward. An invisible pressure emanated from him, causing Yu Chengshu to feel a little suffocated. He instinctively took a step back. Speak. Yun Qingyan spoke as though he was a man of few words. However, he was obviously not in the right state of mind. His eyes were glowing with a sharp light. Young Master Qingyan. Sensing Yun Qingyan's anxiety, Yu Chengshu did not dare to delay. He quickly told Yun Qingyan about Xianxia's abduction. Young Master Qingyan, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, I'm worried that the person might change his location. At that time, it'll be difficult for you to find him. Yun Qingyan, who was still a little anxious, calmed down when he heard Yu Chengshu's words. Do you mean an upper-rank great god kidnapped my cousin and wanted to make a deal with me in exchange for benefits? Young Master Qingyan. Yu Chengshu could hear the sarcasm in Yun Qingyan's tone. In fact, I find it unbelievable as well. A mere upper-rank great god or even a half-step ultimate god would not have the guts to make a deal with you. The problem is, such a person has indeed appeared. Furthermore, I recognize Miss Ning Shui. I've met her once before, and I've even heard her voice. Furthermore, after the other party revealed the purpose of kidnapping her, She directly said that it had nothing to do with you, young Master Qing Yan. If it weren't for the fact that I was worried about alerting the enemy by recording everything in the floating image pearl, I would have recorded everything in the floating image pearl for you to see. Upon hearing Yu Chengshu's words, Yun Qingyan, who had calmed down, began to waver. Yun Qingyan stared at Yu Chengshu for a while before he said coldly, "You should know that lying to me won't end well for you." Hearing this, Yu Chengshu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He then said bitterly, "Young Master Qingyan, I'm just an insignificant person in front of you. I know my place and naturally wouldn't dare to deceive you." What a joke! Although he was the second elder of Hongyu sacred sect, if the person in front of him wanted him dead, the ultimate god expert of Hongyu sacred sect would not let him go even without the Yun clan's help. In the eyes of the godly venerable level expert of Hongyu sacred clan, and even the entire Hongyu sacred clan, he was nothing compared to the person in front of him. He could be abandoned at any time. Humph! Yun Qingyan snorted coldly. He knew the person in front of him would not dare to deceive him. Yun Qingyan only said that to show off his authority. Yun Qingyan fell silent after he snorted coldly. Yu Chengshu, on the other hand, waited silently by the side. At the same time, it was not difficult to guess that young Master Qingyan was most likely calling for someone to accompany him on his journey. As expected, after a dozen breaths of time, an old man and a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yu Chengshu. "Young Master." When the two of them appeared, they bowed respectfully at Yun Qingyan. From the beginning until the end, they did not even look at Yu Chengshu. It was as though they treated Yu Chengshu as invisible. When Yu Chengshu saw the two of them, he couldn't help but inhale a breath of cold air. He knew both of them. In other words, he knew them, but they did not know him. Both of them were mid-level ultimate gods from the Yun clan. They were not the kind who had just stepped into the mid-level ultimate god realm. Both of them were mid-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. It was said that one of them had mastered the power of law to the point where he could create a 100,000-mile light vision on the dimensional battlefield. One more step and he would be able to create a 100,000-mile light vision on the dimensional battlefield. This young Master Qingyan is really careful, Yu Chengshu thought to himself. Of course, he knew young Master Qingyan had his reasons for being cautious. After all, he was the future successor of the Yun clan. Unless he was absolutely sure that nothing would happen to him, he would be very careful. Even so, Yu Chengshu still felt that young Master Qingyan was being overly cautious. There was only one half-step ultimate god over there. Young Master Qingyan could easily deal with him, so there was no need for him to bring anyone with him. It seems like young Master Qingyan doesn't trust me enough. Yu Chengshu smiled bitterly at that thought. Does young Master Qingyan think I'll trick him into going out and kill him? Do I have the guts to do that? Do I have a death wish? Everyone knew that the current patriarch of the Yun clan loved his son the most and had long appointed him as the next successor of the Yun clan. He had even gained the approval of several high-level ultimate gods in the Yun clan. Forget it. It's not bad for him to be cautious. At least, I'm not afraid even if there's someone else behind that half-step ultimate god. He would have been worried if he and the young master of the Yun clan were to go there alone. Now, he was completely relieved. What was there to worry about with two of the Yun clan's most powerful mid-level ultimate gods accompanying him? Lead the way. Yun Qingyan looked at Yu Chengshu and said calmly, "Yes, young Master Qingyan." Upon hearing this, Yu Chengshu did not dare to dawdle and immediately led the way. Soon, they arrived at the canyon that they had secretly explored earlier. Who would have thought that an ultimate god divine artifact spaceship would soar into the sky as soon as they got close to the canyon? At the same time, two figures teleported to the side of the divine artifact spaceship and entered it. Cousin! The sharp-eyed Yun Qingyan immediately recognized one of the two people. It was his cousin who had been in the interdimensional battlefield for many years. He did not expect to see his cousin here. This was the first time he had seen his cousin ever since he had brought her back from the lower secondary plane and sent her back to the Xia family. He was more familiar with his cousin than Yu Chengshu. With a single glance, he recognized the other party. There was no difference in terms of appearance, body shape, expression, or even the slightest movement. Whoosh! In the next moment, the old man behind Yun Qingyan took out a divine artifact spaceship as well. The divine artifact spaceship in front of them had already left at an unbelievable speed. An ultimate god spaceship was traveling at the speed of a high-level ultimate god. It was too fast. The two mid-level ultimate gods that Xianxia brought were confident that they could not catch up with the divine artifact spaceship. However, they had an ultimate god spaceship as well. Young master, enter the spaceship. Xianxia and the other middle-aged man entered the spaceship at the old man's beckoning. The old man followed suit and activated the spaceship. As for Yu Chengshu, he was left behind. I hope young master Qing Yan can successfully rescue Miss Ning Shui. At that time, I'm sure young master Qing Yan will treat me well. Yu Chengshu stood where he was and muttered to himself. Whoosh! The divine artifact spaceship that Xianxia boarded was also an ultimate god spaceship. It was traveling at the speed of a high-level ultimate god as well. However, since they were traveling at the same speed, they maintained the same distance from the divine artifact spaceship in front of them. Naturally, they could still see the silhouette of the divine artifact spaceship in front of them. Elder Chen, can't we catch up? Xianxia asked in a low voice as he stared at the divine artifact spaceship in front of them. First, young master, we can only deplete their divine crystals and wait for them to slow down. The divine crystals they have are probably not as good as the divine crystals we have. Xianxia nodded. Swoosh! As soon as the old man finished speaking, Xianxia raised his hand and poured all the divine crystals in his spatial ring into the divine artifact spaceship. Then, he stared at the divine artifact spaceship in front of them coldly. This time, I won't let my cousin leave my side. He had sent his cousin, Ning Shui, back to the Xia clan because he wanted to use the people he had brought back as a threat to force his cousin to marry him. However, he did not expect the Xia clan to be so unreliable and allow his cousin to leave the Xia clan and enter the realm battlefield. Later on, he found out that the group of people whom he had captured to threaten his cousin had been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xianxia. At that time, he had wanted to kill and destroy the Xia clan. Now, he saw his cousin here. Although she was being held hostage, he still felt that this was a blessing from the heavens, sending his cousin to his side again. Cousin, no matter what, I won't let you leave my side this time. If you dare to leave, I'll wait until the realm battlefield closes and the passage between the realms of gods and the Devata realms reopens. At that time, I'll bring the Yun clan's godly revered elders there and kill everyone related to Duanling Tian. None of them will be spared. Xianxia's eyes flashed with incomparable madness. The two godly venerable grade divine artifact spaceships chased after each other. He's changing directions. The middle-aged man who had been silent all this while suddenly spoke. The divine artifact spaceship in front of them suddenly changed directions and flew to the right. After him. The old man hesitated, feeling that something was not right. However, Xianxia's cold shout dispelled his doubts. He turned around and chased after Xianxia. The two godly venerable grade divine artifact spaceships chased after each other at the speed of a high-level godly venerable. During this process, a large amount of divine crystals were consumed as if they didn't cost money. The two divine artifact spaceships were flying at a high speed. Chapter 42-31. An ultimate god spaceship would consume a lot of divine crystals to fly at the speed of a high-level ultimate god. Not many people from the Overlord ultimate god forces would be so extravagant. Xianxia wanted to catch up with the person in front of him. Otherwise, he would not be able to afford such extravagance even if he had two mid-level ultimate gods from Overlord clans with him. The old man had to use up his own divine crystals first. Originally, he was still thinking that the other party would slow down before he ran out of divine crystals. He did not expect his opponent's spaceship to show no signs of slowing down even when he was running out of divine crystals. It was obvious that his opponent had as many divine crystals as he did. The old man had no choice but to use the divine crystals that Xianxia had taken out earlier. The divine gems became the power source of the ultimate god divine artifact spaceship as if they were free. The ultimate god divine artifact spaceship flew at the speed of a high-level ultimate god and caught up with the spaceship in front of it. Xianxia was still staring at the spaceship in front of him and did not look at the divine crystals that were being consumed. It was only when the divine crystals he had taken out were about to run out that his expression darkened. That guy has quite a lot of divine crystals. He did not think much of it as he did not usually carry many divine crystals with him.
It was fine as long as he had enough to use. Occasionally, he would ask his father for more when he needed to spend more. His father was the current patriarch of the Yun clan and had access to the vast amount of divine crystals in the Yun clan. Just a few of them would be enough for him to squander. "Young master, I don't have many divine crystals either." Yun Qingyan saw that his divine crystals were almost used up and looked at the middle-aged man who was not far away. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Take them all out. I'll return them to you when we get back," Yun Qingyan said. When the middle-aged man heard this, he did not hesitate and took out all the divine gems in his storage ring without holding anything back.
Since the young master had said he would return them to him, he had nothing to worry about.
Soon, Yun Qingyan's divine crystals were used up and he began to use up the middle-aged man's divine crystals. Apart from Yun Qingyan, the middle-aged man and the old man had worried expressions on their faces. Could it be that the three of them combined could not compare to the divine crystals in the young man's hands? The young man had too many divine crystals. Was he really a half-step ultimate god? In the spaceship in front, Duan Ling Tian was controlling an ultimate god-grade spaceship. Divine crystals were piled up like mountains. These divine crystals were mainly obtained from the dimensional battlefield in the profound Handle Land. Many of the god emperors and ultimate gods at the pilgrimage grounds were tricked by Duan Ling Tian and Yang Yuchen before they died. They were forced to hand over their storage rings, but they still couldn't escape death in the end. During this process, Yang Yuchen did not ask for any divine crystals. He gave all of them to Duan Ling Tian. In addition, Duan Ling Tian had also obtained a lot of divine crystals in the divine trial grounds. Because there was no self-destructing storage ring, anyone he killed would receive divine crystals as his spoils of war.
Originally, he thought that he might not be able to bring the divine crystals out of the trial grounds.
He didn't expect that he would bring all of them out. Under such circumstances, the amount of divine crystals he had accumulated had also reached an extremely large amount. They really have a lot of divine crystals. Duan Ling Tian sighed. When they run out of divine crystals, it'll be time for me to slow down. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. After about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian's eyes suddenly narrowed. After flying for some distance, he began to slow down and moved forward at the speed of a medium ultimate god. Behind him, Yun Qingyan, who was a little annoyed by the depletion of his divine crystals, suddenly brightened when he saw the scene in front of him. He's slowing down. He should be running out of divine crystals soon. Go after him. Put away the spaceship and chase after him. Yun Qingyan shouted loudly. In the next moment, the old man put away the spaceship and flew forward with the middle-aged man carrying Yun Qingyan.
However, since they were carrying another person, their speed was always the same as the spaceship in front of them. This was because the two medium ultimate gods beside Yun Qingyan were not proficient in the law of wind. Neither of them were medium ultimate gods who were proficient in speed. Just leave one of you to carry me. The other one will chase after him, Yun Qingyan hurriedly said when he saw the problem. In the end, the old man who was stronger chased after the spaceship and got closer to it. As for the middle-aged man, he carried Yun Qingyan and chased after them at a speed slower than the spaceship. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the old man and Yun Qingyan had widened. The distance between them was still increasing. We're about to catch up. Yun Qingyan's eyes lit up when he saw the old man who was getting closer to the spaceship and further away from him.
Elder Chen, be careful not to let him hurt my cousin, Yun Qingyan reminded the old man.
I know, eldest young master, the old man replied.
At the same time, he felt a little anxious. This was because he suddenly realized that the distance between him and the spaceship in front of him wasn't getting any closer every time. Had his speed unknowingly slowed down? That was impossible. There should be no difference. What was going on? The old man's eyes narrowed and his expression changed drastically as though he had thought of something. At the same time, he sent a message to Yun Qingyan.
Be careful, eldest young master.
As soon as the old man's message reached Yun Qingyan's ears lit up. Swoosh! A gust of wind blew before a purple figure appeared in front of Yun Qingyan and the middle-aged man, blocking their path. It was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows. At this moment, a spatial storm swept out from his body.
A terrifying 7-colored sword ray transformed into a huge sword that shot toward the duo. Boom! Rumble! Since Yun Qingyan and the middle-aged man were caught off guard and focused on what was in front of them, they could not react in time. Both of them were severely injured. The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, Yun Qingyan's face was contorted from the pressure. His eyes were wide open and filled with shock and disbelief. How's this possible? At this moment, this was the only thought in his mind. He knew the purple-clad young man who had ambushed them. Moreover, he had a deep impression of him. The purple-clad young man was none other than the native from the mundane realm, who was as insignificant as an ant in front of him. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. If his cousin had not threatened him with her life, he would have killed the purple-clad young man. Yet today, this person had actually appeared before him once again. Moreover, he had done so in such a domineering manner. His strength was so great that even he was indescribably shocked. Whoosh! While Yun Qingyan was still in shock, a rainbow-colored sword ray flashed through the air, and a drop of liquid appeared in the middle-aged man's hand. The rainbow-colored sword ray pierced into the middle-aged man's body, killing him. The drop of liquid that was supposed to fall into the middle-aged man's hand missed its mark. I hope it's useful to me, Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. At the same time, he moved his hand and grabbed the drop of liquid. It was the supreme expert's divine power that the middle-aged man beside Yun Qingyan had taken out. When the liquid entered his body, Duan Lingtian could feel the divine power in his body suddenly burning and boiling. It raged and caused him to feel pain all over his body. The pain only subsided when his 99 heavenly veins began to circulate crazily. However, he still felt bloated as if there was some kind of energy crashing in his body that was going to explode. Is this the supreme expert's divine power? Is this the power that only those above the ultimate god level can use? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt extremely powerful. It was as if he could crush a towering mountain or destroy the sun, moon, and stars with a snap of his fingers. This was a terrifying power that did not belong to him, but he could control it as if it was his own arm. Boom! At the same time, Yun Qingyan, who was nearby, also released a violent energy. He had also used the supreme expert's divine power when the middle-aged man was killed. An ultimate god's divine power rose, causing the divine power in his body to instantly transform. He was originally only a lower-level ultimate god, but at that moment, the lower-level ultimate god divine power in his body transformed to that of a medium ultimate god. Elder Chen, come and help me. Although the supreme expert's divine power had temporarily increased his cultivation base to that of a medium ultimate god, Yun Qingyan did not feel safe at all. After all, a medium ultimate god had just died in front of him. Although he had been severely injured by his opponent's sneak attack, he might not be in as much of a better state as his opponent after the sneak attack. Therefore, the first thing he did after the supreme expert's divine power was not to fight the purple-clad young man, but to escape in the direction the old man was coming from. Whoosh! At this moment, the old man had also used a drop of the supreme expert's divine power. His divine power skyrocketed to the upper-level ultimate god level as he rushed to Yun Qingyan's rescue at an incredible speed. Yun Qingyan, you must die today. Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold as the 7-colored sword ray whizzed out and caught up with Yun Qingyan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already thought of a way to escape. After killing Yun Qingyan, he would teleport away a second time. After that, he would let his law clone restrain the old man. As long as he could delay him for a second time, it would not be difficult for him to escape under the old man's nose. He would be able to delay the old man until the supreme expert's divine power faded away. At that time, the ultimate god-grade flying ship would be able to escape at the speed of a medium ultimate god. The old man would not be able to catch up with him. He did not think the old man would be willing to use a second drop of the supreme expert's divine power after Yun Qingyan's death. In fact, he suspected the old man might not even have a second drop of the supreme expert's divine power. The supreme expert's divine power was extremely rare and precious. Not everyone had the ability to obtain it. You want to kill me? Dream on. A hint of determination could be seen on Yun Qingyan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian. A bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows as blood that shone faintly with golden light gushed out of it. "Father, save me!"
Yun Qingyan screamed. Chapter 42-32. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, golden blood gushed out of the hole between Yun Qingyan's eyebrows, giving him a suffocating feeling. His scalp went numb. "Master, teleport away." Huang Er's panicked voice entered his ears at the right time to remind him. In fact, as soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian had already teleported away as soon as he sensed the abnormality of the blood. He left behind an illusory seven-colored sword ray as he continued to charge toward Yun Qingyan. Bang! There was a loud noise. It was the wisp of golden blood that instantly turned into a tall middle-aged man. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, a beam of light shot out from his finger and annihilated the seven-colored sword light. The void vibrated as rays of light whistled through the air as though they were a foil to the middle-aged man's strength. Trying to escape? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow as his illusory figure gradually solidified. He then nodded his head and a terrifying beam of light seemed to have crossed the void and shot into the distance. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian, who had teleported a second time, was horrified. At this moment, he could clearly smell the scent of death. "Walao, Sister Shui, I need your help." The terrifying power behind him made Duan Lingtian tremble. He did not even need to compare himself to know that he would not be able to block that attack. That was the power of a high-level ultimate god. Moreover, it was definitely not an ordinary high-level ultimate god. It was impossible for an ordinary high-level ultimate god to be so powerful. Is that Yun Qingyan's father, the current patriarch of the Yun clan? The Yun clan was one of the most powerful overlord ultimate god clans in the Divine Offering Land. The person who was in charge of the Yun clan was definitely one of the most powerful people in the Divine Offering Land. There was no doubt about that. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had heard that the leaders of the various Overlord Ultimate God clans in the Divine Plains were all taken special care of by the Overlord Ultimate God clans. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary upper-level Ultimate God. Duan Lingtian's miniature world opened, and a sigh sounded. It was the primal chaos Divine Flame's voice. Other than the world-cleansing divine water, the other 5 divine elements also sighed softly. After that, the 5 extremely powerful energies passed through the little world in Duan Lingtian's body, and merged with his own attack before it collided with the attack that was rapidly approaching him from behind. Bang! A loud sound rang out, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. The surrounding void shook, and tiny spatial cracks appeared and then quickly closed. A large area of clouds and mist in the surrounding area was instantly dispersed, and a large vacuum area appeared. At this moment, the mountain peaks below were all broken in half. Countless pieces of rubble fluttered in the air as one weak life form after another escaped from the forest in the mountain range below with injuries. Wails filled the air as if they had experienced the baptism of doomsday. 5 divine elements? 5 types of divine elements? Moreover, their forms are not low. The solidified shadow in the air where Yun Qingyan was standing spoke for the first time. There was a hint of surprise in his voice as he said, "However, this is all you can do." In the next moment, the solidified shadow dissipated. Then, a tall figure appeared in front of Yun Qingyan as though he had traveled through space. In the blink of an eye, he looked exactly the same as the dissipated shadow. Patriarch. The old man who had used the Supreme Expert's divine energy to temporarily raise his cultivation base to the upper-level ultimate god realm had arrived beside Yun Qingyan. He bowed respectfully when he saw the middle-aged man who had just appeared. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Yun clan, the strongest expert in the clan. The divine tree of life? In the next moment, the middle-aged man who was about to give chase stopped in his tracks with a frown on his face. Sword Principle. The Tao of Control. 5 divine elements gathered in one body. The divine tree of life in one's body. A complete divine tree of life. The middle-aged man's originally calm expression couldn't help but change slightly at this moment. It was impossible for him to catch up.
The life energy from the divine tree of life shook the void and resonated with the life energy from the divine tree of life in the divine offering land. It disrupted the spiritual energy and made it impossible for him to locate the fleeing man. Otherwise, he could have caught up with him and killed him. Father, we must kill him. Yun Qingyan's handsome and elegant face was slightly distorted at this moment. We can't catch up with him. The middle-aged man shook his head. He ran away. He has many tricks up his sleeve. Even if I catch up with him, I won't be able to find him. Let's go back. The middle-aged man lowered his head to look at his son. He saw that his son was in a daze and seemed to be thinking about something. With a wave of his hand, the middle-aged man brought his son and the old man who had used the Supreme Expert's divine energy back to the Yun clan. On the way back, the middle-aged man said, Yun Chen, you used a drop of the Supreme Expert's divine energy for my son. When we return, I'll return you 2 drops of the Supreme Expert's divine energy. Thank you, Patriarch. The old man thanked the middle-aged man respectfully. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. His gloomy mood from the death of his comrade was gone at this moment. After all, the Supreme Expert was only a friend to him at most. He was just an ordinary friend with a slightly better relationship. Too powerful. I was almost done for. Duan Ling Tian boarded the ultimate god flying ship and met up with his space law clone. After escaping with the speed of an advanced ultimate god, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Fear still lingered on his face. If it were not for the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water that had mobilized the divine tree of life's energy to cover his tracks at the critical moment, he would have been dead by now. The patriarch of the Yun clan had first sent a bloodline illusion and then his true self. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. I was too careless. I should have known. Yun Qingyan is the young master of a giant ultimate god clan and is regarded as the successor. It won't be easy to kill him. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. At the same time he felt guilty. The 5 divine elements, who had just recovered slightly, had fallen into a deep slumber due to exhaustion. He would not be able to count on them to help him for the time being. When I become a paramount expert in the future, I'll return them their freedom and do my best to help them. Duan Ling Tian made a promise in his heart. It was a promise that the 5 divine elements were not aware of. There's still the divine tree of life. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the divine tree of life in his little world. The divine tree of life that had been thriving and exuding a rich aura of life seemed to have withered at this moment. 1/10 of its green leaves had withered while half of them fell to the ground and drifted away with the wind. The divine tree of life in the divine offering land was forcefully absorbing the divine tree of life's vitality earlier. Is this what they mean by, 2 tigers cannot live on the same mountain? Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Earlier, when the world-cleansing divine water had used the divine tree of life's energy to cover his tracks, it had also alerted the divine tree of life in the world of divine offering. The divine tree of life had tried to suck the divine tree of life dry in his little world. At the critical moment, the world-cleansing divine water had reminded him to temporarily close the little world in order to prevent the divine tree of life from succeeding. Everything had been so dangerous. Duan Ling Tian still felt the lingering fear of being on the brink of death. At the same time, he made up his mind that he would never take such a huge risk again. The leader of a giant ultimate god force is indeed someone who has received special treatment from a paramount expert. It's truly terrifying. If it weren't for the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life, I would have died today. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as a smile appeared on his stiff face. Although I didn't manage to kill Yun Qingyan this time, I should have scared him out of his wits, right? He must have had mixed feelings when he saw me and was severely injured by me. Perhaps he didn't expect that I, who used to be an ant in the mundane realm, would possess strength that surpassed his. Duan Ling Tian's mood improved as he thought of this. The gloom that had accumulated in his heart for hundreds of years due to Yun Qingyan's humiliation was instantly lifted. Back then, Jian Wushuang was like an ant in front of Yun Qingyan. Today, Yun Qingyan was nothing in front of Jian Wushuang. If Yun Qingyan's father had not left a mark on Jian Wushuang's body, Jian Wushuang would have killed Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan is extremely arrogant. This is his first setback, so he must have had a lot of inner demons. I just hope he doesn't die in the next millennium tribulation. I still want to kill him with my own hands. Duan Lingtian felt a surge of joy when he thought of this. At the same time, the divine power in Duan Lingtian's body began to surge. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not expect his cultivation base to subtly improve as the humiliation and gloom buried deep in his heart was swept away. Although he had yet to enter the lower ultimate god realm, he was getting closer to the final bottleneck of the lower ultimate god realm. As long as he entered the bottleneck and consumed the last heavenly Dao fruit, he would definitely be able to enter the ultimate god realm. The Yun clan. Yun Qingyan was still in a daze after being brought back by his father. In his mind, the scene from before kept flashing and replaying. How is this possible? He's just a commoner in a mundane realm. How could he improve so quickly in just a few hundred years? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yun Qingyan comforted himself inwardly. It must be someone else who changed his appearance on purpose to scare me and disgust me. Is it someone from the Xia clan? It must be. It must be someone from the Xia clan who doesn't like me and deliberately did this. Come back to your senses. Yun Qingyan only regained his senses when the middle-aged man beside him spoke in a deafening voice. He looked at his father. How did you offend that person? The middle-aged man frowned as he looked at his son. In his opinion, that person was definitely someone with heaven-defying luck. As long as he did not die, he would definitely soar into the sky in the future. This time, even though he had personally appeared, he still could not kill that person. That person's luck was truly heaven-defying. Chapter 42-33. Father, it's someone from the Xia clan. It must be someone from the Xia clan. Yun Qingyan said through gritted teeth. Only someone from the Xia clan would know my cousin and me so well. I suspect it's Xianxia. Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be Xianxia? Xianxia? What a joke. Even Xiajia's elder brother, Xia Yu, the current patriarch of the Xia clan and his brother-in-law, did not possess such karmic luck. If Xiajia possessed such karmic luck, his younger sister, Xia Yu, would not have become the patriarch of the Xia clan. It's not Xiajia? Yun Qingyan believed his father's words. He could not help but frown. If it's not Xiajia, it must be someone close to him. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to want to kill me. In his opinion, among the direct descendants of the Xia clan, only Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan, wanted to kill him. That person could disguise himself as a native from the mundane realm perfectly. Moreover, he did not notice anything when his cousin appeared earlier. This meant that the person knew his cousin very well. As long as he was not stupid, he would be able to guess that his cousin, Xianing Shui, was not the real person. The real person was most likely still in the realm battlefield. He had acted rashly earlier because he was not calm enough. If he had calmed down and thought about his cousin's character, she might not have come out until the realm battlefield closed in order to get rid of him and the Xia clan. A member of the Xia clan? The middle-aged man frowned again. There's such a person in the Xia clan? Do you know him? He knew all the important figures in the Xia clan. He even knew some of the younger generation of the Xia clan. However, he had never seen the young man he had met earlier. Was he a hidden genius of the Xia clan? If so, why did he want to kill his son? He could not figure it out. I don't know him. Yun Qingyan shook his head. I don't know who he is. However, I know the owner of the face he disguised himself with. I've seen him before. He's just a native from the mundane realm. Disguised himself with that face? At this moment, the middle-aged man realized that his son did not think that person's real face was someone else who had disguised himself to kill him. That person didn't change his appearance. This was something that the middle-aged man was absolutely certain of. Even if he had only guessed the identity of his true self later on, his bloodline illusion earlier was enough to confirm that the other party had not changed his appearance. That was his true appearance. That is his true appearance. When the middle-aged man's words entered Yun Qingyan's ears, it instantly crushed the last bit of hope in his heart. It caused his face to turn pale as he muttered to himself in a daze. How is this possible?
How is this possible? Father, are you sure that's his real face?
Yun Qingyan raised his head and looked at his father as though he was making a final struggle. When the middle-aged man confirmed with him, Yun Qingyan was stunned. Impossible! 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 Yun Qingyan was on the verge of breaking down. It completely collapsed. A few hundred years ago, a person who could only be trampled under his feet, who was powerless to even struggle, actually had the strength to surpass him after a few hundred years. Moreover, that person was just a native of a mundane realm. On the other hand, he was the great young master of the Yun clan, a powerful ultimate god clan in the divine offering land in the realms of gods. He was doted on by many. The cultivation resources and environment he enjoyed were the envy of many.
You know him?
At this moment, the middle-aged man finally realized that something was amiss. When Yun Qingyan regained his senses, his eyes were filled with killing intent and fear when he looked at the middle-aged man. Father, we must find him and kill him at all costs. Otherwise, he'll become a huge threat to the Yun clan sooner or later. There's no way he'll let the Yun clan go. Although Yun Qingyan was unwilling to accept this shocking fact, he knew he had no choice but to accept it. After accepting it, his first reaction was to urge his father to use the power of the Yun family to kill that man so that he would not be able to grow any further. How long had it been? That person had already grown to such a level. If he was given another few hundred years, would there be anyone in the Yun clan who could stop him? At this moment, Yun Qingyan's heart was filled with regret. Although he had spared Yun Qingyan's life because his cousin, Xianxia, had threatened to kill him, he no longer cared about Yun Qingyan after the spatial passage between the Devata realms and the realms of gods had been sealed. Otherwise, even if the spatial passage had been sealed, he could have sent the revered elders of the Yun clan to return to the lower realms through the divine void-piercing shuttle to kill Yun Qingyan. At that time, even if his cousin, Xianxia, saw Yun Qingyan's soul pearl shattering, she might not suspect him. Moreover, he had to take Yun Qingyan's family and friends into consideration. It was unlikely that his cousin, Xianxia, would follow Yun Qingyan.
I was too careless. I was too careless. I was too careless.
Yun Qingyan's heart was filled with regret. If he had known Yun Qingyan would grow to such a level, he would not have underestimated him.
Who is he?
The middle-aged man frowned. He could sense his son's emotions fluctuating. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Father, he's my cousin's husband in the mundane realm. Yun Qingyan said in a deep voice. Back then when I found my cousin, I wanted to kill him. However, she threatened me with her own life so I spared his life. After I returned to the divine offering land, the realm battlefield opened, and the spatial passage between the realms of gods and the lower realms was sealed. After that, I no longer cared about him. He's just a native from the mundane realm. What can he do even if he doesn't die? I didn't expect him to grow to such a level in just over 700 years. When I met him back then, his cultivation base was not even at the heavenly celestial stage in the Devata realms.
It's obvious he used my cousin as bait to kill me.
If you didn't leave a bloodline phantom in me, I would have died. The bloodline phantom was a complicated technique that could be used to forcibly infiltrate a direct descendant's body with some treasures. At a critical moment, the bloodline phantom could be used to protect the descendant's life. It was extremely difficult to obtain a bloodline phantom. At the very least, the clan leader of the Yun clan could not leave a bloodline phantom in Yun Qingyan's body since it required some rare treasures. For this reason, Yun Qingyan would not use the bloodline phantom his father had left on him unless he was on the brink of death. It was his final trump card. However, he had used it when he was lured by Duanling Tian. From today onwards, he would have one less life-saving talisman on him that could save his life at critical moments. Is there no way to resolve the enmity between you and him? The middle-aged man frowned slightly when he heard his son's words. Yun Qingyan had an expression of disbelief on his face. Why would his father ask such a question? Was his father trying to resolve the enmity between them? If you give up on your cousin, the enmity between you and him will be resolved, the middle-aged man said. Yun Qingyan's eyes widened in shock when he heard the middle-aged man's words. For a moment, He wondered if the middle-aged man was his biological father. Why would he say such a thing? The middle-aged man seemed to have noticed the shock on Yun Qingyan's face. He said in a deep voice, "Let's not talk about that person. In just a few hundred years, he's already strong enough to kill a medium ultimate god even though he's only a greater god. Based on the techniques he possesses, it's obvious that he's blessed by providence. You know about the 4 Daos of heaven and earth? That person has mastered 2 of them. The weapon Dao, the sword Dao, and the control Dao are not in their embryonic forms. He has a deep understanding of them. Apart from that, he also has the 5 divine elements in his body. Not just 1 but 5. All 5 divine elements are in one body, and they're not weak at all. It's common knowledge that the 5 divine elements aren't willing to coexist in a person's body, unless the person is worth it for them to give up their possessiveness. Theoretically speaking, it's only a matter of time before those who are able to obtain the acknowledgement of the 5 divine elements become the strongest expert in the world, as long as they don't die prematurely. Apart from that, there's also a complete divine tree of life in his little world. A complete divine tree of life only exists in the realms of gods. There's only one possibility for a person who isn't a supreme expert to possess a complete divine tree of life. He must have gone to the ruins of a destroyed realm of gods and obtained the divine tree of life. At this point, the middle-aged man paused for a moment and looked at his son who had fallen into a daze. There are many paths for a greater god to take to become a supreme expert. Sword Dao. This is a feasible path. The control Dao is a viable path as well. A single 5 divine element is a viable path. It's also possible to obtain a complete divine tree of life. If Duanling Tian's fortuitous encounter is split up, theoretically speaking, it's enough to create 8 supreme powerhouses. This shows how heaven-defying his luck is. It's extremely difficult to kill someone like that. Unless he never grows, it'll be disastrous to make an enemy out of him. In fact, every word the middle-aged man said made Yun Qingyan's heart tremble. He couldn't accept it. How's this possible? He's just a lowly piece of trash from a mundane realm. How could he obtain so many fortuitous encounters that even I can only dream of? How could he? Heaven and earth are unfair. Heaven and earth are unfair. At this moment, Yun Qingyan's heart was raging with jealousy. His face was contorted in anger and malevolence. The middle-aged man studied Yun Qingyan again before he sighed and said, "It's not worth it for a woman to have such heaven-defying luck. If it's possible, give up on Ning Shui and fulfill their wish. Although the enmity between you and Ning Shui is huge, you didn't do anything to her. There's still room for negotiation." The middle-aged man was unaware that his son had not only taken Duan Lingtian's wife away. Moreover, his son had humiliated Duan Lingtian and crushed his pride as a man. At that time, Duan Lingtian had even considered killing himself. If the middle-aged man had known about this, he would not have suggested making peace with Duan Lingtian. "Father, that's impossible." Yun Qingyan finally regained his senses and smiled sadly. Back then, Following that, Yun Qingyan recounted everything that had happened to Duan Lingtian. He did not hide anything from Duan Lingtian. He knew this was the only way his father would stop trying to reconcile with Duan Lingtian. He did not want to reconcile with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian must die. He must die. Chapter 42-34. After listening to his son's words, the clan leader of Yun clan finally understood what was going on. As it turned out, his son had humiliated Yun Qingyan to the point where there was no turning back. It was no longer a simple enmity of taking Yun Qingyan's wife away. Unless the Yun clan gave up on Yun Qingyan, there was no way they could negotiate with the other party. Naturally, even if the Yun clan gave up on Yun Qingyan might not believe them. Even if the Yun clan gave up on Yun Qingyan might still make things difficult for the Yun clan. After all, Yun Qingyan was rooted in the Yun clan. It was because of the Yun clan that Yun Qingyan became who he was. That was why Yun Qingyan could be so arrogant and humiliate Yun Qingyan. If word of this spreads in the clan, I'm sure there will be people who want to give up on my son. I can't give up on my son. the clan leader of Yun clan said resolutely. Although he had more than one son, his son was the most outstanding and resembled him the most. In fact, everyone in the clan thought Yun Qingyan was the successor of the clan leader of Yun clan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was impossible for him to give up on his son for a person with amazing luck who had yet to mature. You can tell me about this. There's no need to tell anyone else about this. The clan leader of Yun clan looked at Yun Qingyan and said in a deep voice, "From today onward, I'll order everyone in the clan to keep an eye out for that person. If they discover him, inform the clan immediately and kill him without mercy. His luck is indeed heaven-defying, but the Yun clan has been around for many years. Moreover, we have the protection of a supreme powerhouse. Why would we be afraid of him? Naturally, it's best if we don't let such a person mature." Upon hearing his father's words, Yun Qingyan felt relieved. However, he was still a little annoyed. He could not let it go. The person who used to be like an ant in his eyes was now riding on his head. If he had known this would happen, he would have thought of a way to kill Yun Qingyan. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everyone has their own destiny. As Yun Qingyan's father, he seemed to have read Yun Qingyan's mind. He shook his head and said, although he comes from a humble background, his luck is heaven-defying. With the things he has, it's not surprising that he has achieved what he has today. You come from a noble background, and your life has been smooth sailing since young. Compared to him, you have both advantages and disadvantages. After a while, I'll go see the ancestor and ask him if he can let you cultivate by his side for a period of time. If the ancestor is willing to let you stay and give you some guidance, it'll be enough for you to benefit endlessly. Yun Qingyan's eyes lit up when he heard his father's words. Ancestor. He naturally knew what the grand ancestor that his father spoke of represented. Even to him, that person was a legendary figure. He had never seen him before. The other party was the ultimate powerhouse behind the Yun family. He was also an ancestor of the Yun family. A supreme expert. An existence that stood at the pinnacle of this world. If I can cultivate by the ancestor's side, not to mention other improvements, even if that Duan Lingtian has thousands of tricks up his sleeve, he won't be able to touch me again. If he still dares to show his face, ancestor's breath will be enough to kill him. At this moment, Yun Qingyan's confidence returned. That day, the patriarch of the Yun family gave an order to the higher-ups to inform them of Duan Lingtian's existence. He was a person with heaven-defying luck. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already an upper-ranked divine emperor who could kill an ordinary intermediate ultimate god. Apart from that, he had mastered the sword principle and the control principle. His attainments in both were extremely high. Moreover, he had the 5 divine elements in his body. He was extremely talented and possessed the complete divine tree of life in his little world. He had the potential to be an ultimate powerhouse. The Yun family is irreconcilable with this person. He killed our father and stole our wife. From today onward, the Yun family will do our best to search for him and find a way to kill him. The Yun family will owe anyone who kills him a favor. As long as it's within the Yun family's power, we'll do our best to help. Even if you want to seek enlightenment in front of the ancestor, I'll do my best to help. After the patriarch of the Yun family gave the order and made a promise, a commotion broke out among the higher-ups of the Yun family. Everyone knew the name Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. That name sounds familiar. A medium ultimate god from the Yun family, who had just returned from outside, felt that the name sounded familiar. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. After thinking for about a dozen breaths, he finally came back to his senses. I remember now. I brought my wife and son back to my family in the Xianxia land some time ago. I've heard of him. A heaven-defying student of the Myriad Law Academy from the Xianxia land. A heaven-defying force. He entered the divine trial ground and stepped into the Upper God Emperor realm from the Upper God Emperor realm in 3 years. He could easily kill an Emperor God when he was just a upper-ranked divine emperor. It was said that he could kill an ultimate god when he was just a upper-ranked divine emperor. I didn't expect it to be true. Moreover, the patriarch said that he could even kill an ordinary intermediate ultimate god? The middle-level ultimate god from the Yun clan could not help but gasp at the thought of that. After a while, the medium ultimate god from the Yun family reported what he knew to the patriarch of the Yun family. The patriarch also personally went to the Xiangang land. It was obvious that he was wary of Duan Lingtian and valued him greatly. After a trip, he confirmed that the Duan Lingtian in the Xiangang land was the same Duan Lingtian who had lured his son, Yun Qingyan, to death. At this time, he also learned about Duan Lingtian's growth. He had risen from the Xiangang land at an astonishing speed and with heaven-defying luck. Moreover, those who thought they knew about Duan Lingtian in the Xiangang land only knew a little about him. There were many things that they did not know. For example, he had the 5 divine elements. Another example was the complete deep water of life in his little world. The Myriad Arts Academy? On the surface, the Myriad Arts Academy doesn't seem to have any supreme experts backing it. However, according to the Patriarch, the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xiangang land is a little special. On the surface, it doesn't seem to have any supreme experts backing it, but in fact, there are several supreme experts keeping an eye on it. In the past, there seemed to be a giant ultimate god force in the Xiangang land who wanted to seize something from the Myriad Arts Academy. However, they were stopped by the supreme experts backing them up. The Myriad Arts Academy is a little complicated. If it was an ordinary ultimate god force, I would have just threatened them. Although the patriarch of the Yun family was somewhat wary of the Myriad Arts Academy, he still personally went to the Myriad Arts Academy to visit the Palace Master, Su Baili. Greetings, Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, Su Baili. After learning the identity of the visitor, even Su Baili, the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, could not help but gasp. The patriarch of the Yun family. On the surface, he was one of the few strongest higher ultimate gods in the world of divine offering. The Yun family was also a giant ultimate god force in the world of divine offering. Their ancestor was a living supreme expert. May I know the reason for your visit to the Myriad Arts Academy, Patriarch Yun? Su Baili was a little puzzled by the visitor's visit. He did not know why the visitor suddenly came to visit. The Myriad Arts Academy and the Yun family in the world of divine offering did not have any interactions. Could it be because of Duan Lingtian? Su Baili suddenly remembered that recently, many giant ultimate god forces in the Xiangang land had sent people to contact him. They were all testing him and wanted to recruit Duan Lingtian. Perhaps this important person from the Yun family in the world of divine offering was also here for Duan Lingtian? Other than that, he could not think of any other reason. Palace Master Su. The patriarch of the Yun family looked at Su Baili and smiled faintly. I'm here to ask for a favor from you, Palace Master Su. I wonder if it's convenient? Asked the patriarch of the Yun family. His question immediately convinced Su Baili of his previous thoughts. However, he still maintained his composure. Patriarch Yun, what kind of favor do you want? If it's within my power, I don't mind doing you a favor. It's my honor to be friends with Patriarch Yun. Su Baili knew very well that although he and the person in front of him were both high-level ultimate gods, if they were to engage in a life-and-death battle, he might not be able to last more than 10 moves. Such a person was no longer on the same level as him. Palace Master Su is straightforward. The patriarch of the Yun family smiled. Then his eyes narrowed and he said bluntly, Palace Master Su, why don't you issue a statement to expel Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Arts Academy? The patriarch of the Yun family's words stunned Su Baili. He originally thought that the patriarch of the Yun family wanted the Myriad Arts Academy to give Duan Lingtian to him. However, he did not expect that the patriarch of the Yun family wanted the Myriad Arts Academy to expel Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he wants to recruit Duan Lingtian at the same time as the Myriad Arts Academy expel Duan Lingtian? That's not right. He wants me to issue a statement. When that time comes, Duan Lingtian will have plenty of choices. Why would he choose the distant Yun family in the Divine Offering Land when the Xiangang land is nearby? At this moment, Su Baili, the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy, was a little confused. On second thought, a thought flashed in his mind. His pupils shrank slightly as he thought of another possibility. Duan Lingtian offended the Yun family? Su Baili secretly took a deep breath, looked at the patriarch of the Yun family, and asked bluntly, Patriarch Yun, did Duan Lingtian offend your Yun family? In response to Su Baili's question, the patriarch of the Yun family only replied with 4 words. I must kill him. These 4 words showed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Su Baili's expression changed. He was no longer as enthusiastic as before and became somewhat cold. Patriarch Yun, isn't it a little inappropriate to say that you want to kill a student of the Myriad Arts Academy in front of the Palace Master of the Myriad Arts Academy? The patriarch of the Yun family saw the change in Su Baili's expression and looked at him deeply. Palace Master Su, do you think that you can defeat me? As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power on the patriarch of the Yun family vibrated. A terrifying aura raged out, causing the surrounding space to tremble and ferocious spatial cracks to appear. When Su Baili saw this, his gaze turned cold. Yun Tengqiu, I, Su Baili, am no match for you. However, in my Myriad Arts Academy, it's not your turn to be presumptuous. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Baili's aura shook the void. In an instant, the entire Myriad Arts Academy trembled. Then, an earth-shattering power rose from all over the Myriad Arts Academy, as vast as the sea. The Myriad Arts Academy's palace-protecting Grand Array, which had been dormant for many years, was instantly activated. What's happening? Why is the palace-protecting Grand Array activated? Is a great enemy attacking? In my life, this is the first time I've seen the palace-protecting Grand Array activated. Is a great enemy coming to our Myriad Arts Academy? Everywhere in the Myriad Arts Academy, there was a commotion as figures soared into the sky. Chapter 42-35. Within the 10,000 Arts Academy, the Great Protective Array was activated, causing the void to tremble. Anyone within the 10,000 Arts Academy could clearly see that the void was swaying and rippling like water. It was as if the sky could collapse at any moment. A terrifying aura pierced through the void, as if it carried an extremely terrifying power. It condensed at a single point, and the power was so strong that it seemed to be able to penetrate everything. At the same time, the Yun family head, Yun Tengqiu, who had originally appeared strong in front of Su Baili, instantly withdrew his solemn expression when he sensed the terrifying aura of the Great Protective Array and that oppressive feeling of suffocation. In an instant, the aura on his body was also withdrawn, and his entire person returned to how it was before the outbreak. Palace Master Su, this Yun was just joking. I hope you don't take offense. Yun Tengqiu looked at Su Baili, who was staring at him coldly, and smiled slightly as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had really just made a harmless joke. As for Su Baili, after taking a deep look at him, he also withdrew the Great Protective Array of the 10,000 Arts Academy. Family head Yun, it's best not to joke around. If this happens again, the Great Protective Array of the 10,000 Arts Academy will not be so easy to withdraw. Su Baili's words were already considered a threat. However, Yun Tengqiu was in the wrong after all, so he was not angry. Rest assured, Palace Master Su, there won't be a next time. Since Palace Master Su is unwilling, this Yun won't force you. I'll take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Su Baili, Yun Tengqiu turned around and left. I won't see you out. As for Su Baili's indifferent words, Yun Tengqiu pretended not to hear them. In fact, at this time, Yun Tengqiu's thoughts were not on Su Baili. The originally turbulent 10,000 Arts Academy regained its calm due to the withdrawal of the Great Protective Array. In fact, many people did not even know what had just happened. Only a few people knew that the Myriad Arts Academy must have encountered a powerful enemy. Otherwise, the palace-protecting Grand Array wouldn't have been activated so suddenly. As for why the palace-protecting Grand Array was quickly withdrawn, although they didn't know the specific situation, it wasn't difficult to guess that the powerful enemy should have been scared away by the palace-protecting Grand Array of their Myriad Arts Academy. After all, they had long heard that their 10,000 Arts Academy's palace-protecting Grand Formation was something left behind by an extremely powerful expert. It was to the extent that their Myriad Law Palace was known as the Xiangang Land, the safest place under the giant god venerable level forces. Giant godly venerable level forces all had supreme experts behind them. Among them was the sect-protecting formation. The clan protection formation would definitely be the work of an ultimate powerhouse. Furthermore, there would be an ultimate powerhouse protecting them from behind. Once there was a real crisis, the ultimate powerhouse would most likely appear personally. Therefore, no one doubted that the venerable god-level forces were the safest places in the Mystic Handle land. As for the Myriad Arts Academy, it could be considered the safest place under the god-venerable level forces. One could imagine how powerful the palace-protecting Grand Formation was. How generous! After leaving the Myriad Law Academy, Yun Tengqiu, the patriarch of the Yun family, a giant god-venerable level family in the world of divine remains, had a look of lingering fear on his face. The Myriad Law Academy's great protective array is definitely the work of many supreme masters. It's definitely not weaker than the Yun family's great protective array. If it's really activated, I'll definitely die if I don't leave the Myriad Law Academy within 3 strikes. In fact, Yun Tengqiu did not really intend to do anything to the Myriad Law Academy's patriarch, Su Baili. He was more of a probe to see how important Duanling Tian was to Su Baili. Now it seems that although Duanling Tian hasn't been in the Myriad Law Academy for long, he has already gained the recognition of the Myriad Law Academy. In his opinion, gaining the recognition of Su Baili, the patriarch of the Myriad Law Academy, was equivalent to gaining the recognition of the entire Myriad Law Academy. This was because the patriarch was the most respected person in the Myriad Law Academy. It's a little unrealistic to get rid of Duanling Tian through the Myriad Law Academy. I can only think of a way myself. Thinking of this, Yun Tengqiu could not help but frown slightly. A guy with heaven-defying luck. Could he and the Yun family really get rid of him before he matured? Of course, even if Duanling Tian really matured, he and the Yun family had nothing to fear. After all, they still had an ultimate expert behind them. To be exact, it was an utmost expert and that utmost expert's other utmost expert friends. If he wanted to touch the foundation of the Yun family, he would have to go through the ultimate expert behind the Yun family. Of course, even if the Yun family was not afraid, if they really made a strong enemy, it was not something that he or even the Yun family wished to see. After all, although they had supreme experts behind them, the supreme experts could also protect them at all times. Ultimate experts also had their own things to do. Sometimes, they could not even spare time to do anything else because they had to be on duty to guard the outer realm. That girl Ning Shui really knows how to find a man. When he left the Xiangang land, Yun Tengqiu thought of his niece and shook his head. Maybe Yan really doesn't deserve her. But, suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed through his eyes. After the dimensional battlefield closes, Yan and her will still have to follow the agreement with the Xia family and get married normally. That Duanling Tian wants to seduce and kill my son. Then, I'll let Yan take his wife. At that time, he won't be able to sit still. He'll definitely show up. The day he shows up will be the day he dies. Yun Tengqiu could not help but look forward to the day when Duanling Tian would show up and die. Of course, that's on the premise that Ning Shui is safe in the dimensional battlefield. However, when Yun Tengqiu returned to the Yun family in the world of divine remains and learned from his son that the group of people from the Xia family who came to threaten Xia Ningxue had been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xianxia, his expression changed. If that was the case, would Xia Ningxue still be threatened and marry his son? After all, the people who could threaten Xia Ningxue had been released. Xianxia, you've ruined my plan. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Yun Tengqiu's eyes. If that was the case, his plan to force Duanling Tian to show up and kill Duanling Tian on the day of his son's wedding with Xia Ningxue would be difficult to achieve. Yun Tengqiu took a deep breath as his eyes gleamed coldly. I don't think Ningxue knows about this yet, right? Unless Xianxia finds her in the dimensional battlefield, she won't know about it. Yun Qingyan paused for a moment before he added, at the very least, she won't know about it before she comes out. That's good. Yun Tengqiu nodded when he heard this. His expression softened a little. I'll make a trip to the Xia family now to meet your uncle. We must keep the news of Xianxia releasing those people a secret. Moreover, if Xianxia returns, we must capture him and imprison him as well. We mustn't let Ningxue know that Duanling Tian's family and friends have been released by Xianxia. Otherwise, she won't be forced to marry you anymore. Yun Qingyan's eyes lit up when he heard Yun Tengqiu's words. He had thought his plan to marry his cousin Xia Ningxue would be ruined after 100 years. However, it seemed like with his father's help, his plan could still be carried out as long as his cousin did not die in the dimensional battlefield. He could not help but look forward to it. Duan Lingtian, even if you're lucky enough to be stronger than me in a few hundred years, so what? You're nothing but a nobody. I have the Yun family behind me. How are you going to fight me? The Myriad Law Academy is merely a heavyweight godly venerable rank force. They might not even stand up for you. Even if they do, what can they change? Yun Qingyan sneered inwardly. Duan Lingtian was unaware of the series of events that happened in the Yun family after he failed to kill Yun Qingyan. He also did not know that the patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tengqiu, had personally gone to the Myriad Law Academy in the Xiangang land for him. Now, he had entered the dimensional battlefield again. This time, he entered the planar battlefield as a member of the world of divine remains. His next goal was to break through to the godly venerable realm. Previously, he had almost died in the hands of the Yun family patriarch in the divine offering land. He was still traumatized and was eager to improve his strength. Although I'm stronger than Yun Qingyan, he has the Yun family behind him. It'll be harder for me to kill him before I can do anything to the Yun family. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Previously, he had alerted Yun Qingyan. It was almost impossible for him to lure Yun Qingyan into killing him. Even if he did, Yun Qingyan would not fall for it. The dimensional battlefield is too big. I wonder where Kerr is. In the divine adjudication battlefield, where the divine offering land and the punishment lands intersected, it was rare to encounter a godly venerable realm cultivator without entering the inner area. Duan Lingtian was unimpeded in the divine adjudication battlefield. No one was his match. However, after entering the inner area, he would encounter some godly venerable realm cultivators. He would kill them and plunder their rewards. As he digested the rewards, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base continued to improve. He was getting closer and closer to the bottleneck to becoming a higher god emperor. There are still more than 30 years before the opening of the four-dimensional battlefield. I'll try my best to break through to the godly venerable realm within these 30 years. At that time, the dimensional battlefield of the realms of gods will converge and the most dangerous area will open. Danger also represents opportunity. That place will tempt those who desire to become stronger. Kerr must have entered the dimensional battlefield to become stronger. At that time, she'll definitely enter the dimensional battlefield as well. When the dimensional battlefield of the realms of gods converged, a chaotic area would appear. It would only appear once every 100 years. Every 1,000 years since the planar battlefield opened, that area would appear 10 times. It was said that there were more fortuitous opportunities in the dimensional battlefield. The secret zones, treasures, and fortuitous opportunities that appeared there were more and better. Chapter 42-36. It was very difficult to obtain battle merits in the dimensional battlefield. Especially if one wanted to open secret realms that targeted upper-rank emperor gods, it required a lot of battle merits. Usually, upper-rank emperor gods would need to spend hundreds of years to accumulate enough battle merits. However, for Duan Lingtian, it was much easier to obtain battle merits. This was because he could kill ordinary ultimate gods and steal their battle merits. Under such circumstances, although he was only an upper-rank emperor god, his speed of accumulating battle merits was much faster than ordinary medium ultimate gods. I am an upper-rank emperor god. When I open a secret realm, I can only open a corresponding secret realm. There are secret realms for multiple people and single people. A single-person secret realm requires a certain amount of battle merits to open. As for the secret realms for multiple people, they don't require that much battle merits. However, if one pays more battle merits, there will be fewer competitors in the secret realm. When opening a secret realm, if it wasn't a single-person secret realm or a multiple-person secret realm, everyone would pay the same amount of battle merits. If someone paid enough battle merits, they might be able to open a secret realm for 2 people. As for a single-person secret realm, one would need to reach a certain threshold to open it. Moreover, once one reached that threshold, they would definitely be able to open it. Of course, One could also accumulate more battle merits to open a single-person secret realm. If one's battle merits far exceeded the threshold, they would be able to upgrade the single-person secret realm to a higher-level secret realm. A higher-level secret realm would have more treasures and more opportunities. Next, I'll just keep accumulating battle merits and not enter any secret realms. I'll wait until that area is about to open before I open the single-person secret realm. With my current speed of accumulating battle merits, I'll definitely be able to obtain an amazing amount of battle merits by that time. The single-person secret realm won't be bad with that amount of battle merits. Of course, it's best to enter the secret realm after breaking through to the ultimate god realm. In that case, the secret realm I enter will be a secret realm targeted at lower-rank ultimate gods. In the dimensional battlefield, secret realms corresponded to one's cultivation level. People of different cultivation levels would not appear in the same secret realm. Even if there was a situation, it would definitely be someone who made a temporary breakthrough in the secret realm. People of different cultivation levels would not be able to enter the same secret realm. There were some fortuitous encounters that could only be used by supreme gods and not by god emperors. They would not appear in the the arch-mystic realm. On the other hand, things that were useful to god emperors and not to divine venerables would not appear in the divine venerables secret realm. For that reason, Duan Ling Tian felt that it was best for him to use all his battle merits to open a single secret realm before the opening of that area. Who knows, he might be able to completely consolidate his cultivation inside. This was also one of Duan Ling Tian's current ambitions. In the following period of time, Duan Ling Tian began to focus on collecting battle merits. At the same time, he did not forget to absorb the rewards of the rules and improve his cultivation base. His cultivation base was rising with every passing moment. Under such circumstances, once the quantity accumulated to a certain extent, it would inevitably usher in a qualitative change. At that time, Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through his current cultivation base and officially step into the ultimate god realm with the help of the last heavenly Dao fruit. On this day, Duan Ling Tian suddenly felt like he was being spied on after killing a superior god emperor from the land of sanctions. He focused his eyes and looked at a barren hill in the distance before using his divine consciousness to scan the area. In the next moment, he discovered that there was a superior god emperor hiding there. I mean no harm. At the same time when Duan Ling Tian discovered the other party flew out and looked at Duan Ling Tian apologetically. I'm also from the land of divine remains and happened to hear the commotion here, so I came over to take a look. Then, I saw you kill a man from the land of sanctions with my own eyes. You're indeed very powerful. You killed him with ease. You should be a half-step ultimate god, right? The person who came was a seemingly gentle and weak young man. He seemed a little extroverted, but he was still wary of Duan Ling Tian. However, when he asked if Duan Ling Tian was a half-step ultimate god, there was a hint of anticipation in the depth of his eyes as if he was looking forward to something. Half-step ultimate god? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the other party's words. He then nodded slightly. You can say that. The strongest superior god emperor seemed to be called a half-step ultimate god. If that was the case, it would not be a problem to say that he was a half-step ultimate god. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had not only killed a group of god emperors and ultimate gods from the land of sanctions, but he had also killed quite a few from the land of divine remains. However, most of them were from the land of divine remains who attacked him first. He did not touch those from the land of divine remains who did not take the initiative to attack him. However, up until now, apart from a few higher god emperors, most of the people from the divine offering land whom Duan Ling Tian had encountered had attacked him. Even the two lower-rank ultimate gods from the world of divine remains attacked him. Of course, the result was self-evident. They were both killed by him. After receiving Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, the seemingly weak young man's eyes suddenly lit up. My name is Ho Lianyu. I'm from the Ho clan, a heavyweight ultimate god clan from the land of divine remains. How may I address you? Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the other party as he responded. He did not expect the other party to be from a heavyweight ultimate god clan from the land of divine remains. A heavyweight ultimate god clan from the land of divine remains was in existence on par with the Myriad Art Academy and the Mon-Origin Divine Sect in the Xiangang land. Elder Brother Duan. Ho Lianyu addressed Duan Ling Tian as Elder Brother, when he spoke again. Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. I may not be older than you. I know. Hou Lianyu smiled. However, in my eyes, those who are stronger are the seniors. Elder brother Duan, you're stronger than me. It's normal for me to address you as elder brother. Elder brother Duan, it's fate to meet you. I'm looking for someone to enter the secret realm with. I wonder if you're interested? Elder brother Duan, don't worry. You don't have to pay any battle merits. The secret realms I'm talking about are the natural secret realms that you accidentally encounter in the dimensional battlefield. There's no need to pay any battle merits. That's what we encountered by luck. Hou Lianyu continued. Upon hearing Hou Lianyu's words, Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave and stop being entangled with Hou Lianyu, became interested. You encountered a secret realm with a few people? There were indeed some natural secret realms in the dimensional battlefield. Those secret realms were even more mysterious and very rare. Those who were not extremely lucky would not encounter them. At least, he had not encountered any. Even his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, who had wandered the planar battlefield for nearly 1,000 years, had never encountered a mystic realm like this. Generally speaking, there was a limit to the number of people who could enter such secret realms. Moreover, there was a limit to one's cultivation base as well. Only those with the same cultivation base could enter. It's the secret realm that I found with the other three, Lin Feng said. Hou Lianyu grinned. One of the other three people is also from our Hou clan. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to this point, it was not difficult for him to notice a hint of disgust that flashed in the depth of Hou Lianyu's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Duan Lingtian still noticed it. As for the other two people, they're from another powerful force in the Divine Offering Land. They're both people I know. This time, the four of us agreed to find one person from the dimensional battlefield to enter the secret realm. That secret realm can accommodate 10 people, but we're only planning to send 8 people in. This way, it's fair to all four of us. It can't be that one person can only invite one person while the other person can invite 2 people, right? Previously, I've met other powerful upper god emperors from other forces. I wanted to invite them, but they either wanted to kill me or ignored me. They were afraid that I would kill them with others, so they rejected me. Hou Lianyu looked helpless. Elder brother Duan, if you're unwilling, I won't force you. Hou Lianyu said again. Obviously, she was mentally prepared. Why don't you find someone you know instead of someone else from the dimensional battlefield? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. This was really puzzling because they could have found someone from their own clan to enter with them. There was no need to look everywhere. We all have our concerns, Hou Lianyu said. Hou Lianyu said, if it's someone from the same force, it might not be a good thing for us to expose that we encountered that kind of natural secret realm. After all, the four of us don't have any special status in our own forces. In addition, it's useless to find someone from another force if they're weak. If they're too strong, it won't be a good thing for us either. Although Hou Lianyu didn't say too much, Duan Lingtian could guess what she was worried about. They came from the same force, but the other party was stronger than them, and they knew that they entered a secret realm with them. They knew what treasures they obtained. This was indeed not a good thing. If it was an outsider, even if they ran to the gate of your force and shouted that you obtained some treasures, most people wouldn't take them seriously. They would only think that the other party was deliberately slandering and disgusting them. Hearing Hou Qingyu's words, Duan Lingtian looked deeply at him and asked, if I enter the secret realm with you and join forces with you, how will we split everything we obtain inside? When Hou Lianyu heard that, she smiled and said, Big brother Duan, your strength far surpasses mine. Whatever you obtain with your personal strength is all yours. If you need my help to obtain it, you take 70% and I take 30%. How about it? As for you and I, we both have the ability to deal with it. Whoever moves faster gets it. How about it? Hou Lianyu's words were very sincere. Sure. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. Apart from that, if I get something I don't need and you need it, I can give you some. Take it as a reward for inviting me. The smile on Hou Lianyu's face brightened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. I really found the right person. Elder brother Duan, You're such a picky person. She didn't forget to give Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up to show her admiration. Big brother Duan, we agreed to meet 3 months from now, and there's less than a month's time left. Next, shall we head towards the direction we agreed to meet? Ho Lianyu asked for Duan Ling Tian's opinion. Sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He was not worried that Ho Lianyu would lie to him. First, it was unnecessary. Second, it was unlikely that Ho Lianyu would find a half-step ultimate god if she really wanted to trick him. Moreover, he was quite good at reading people. He dared not say he was 100% sure that Ho Lianyu was not lying, but he was at least 80% or 90% sure. Chapter 42-37. Sometimes luck was something that could not be envied. For example, Ho Lianyu, whom Duan Ling Tian had just met, came from an extraordinary background. She was the descendant of the Ho clan, one of the most influential clans in the world of divine remains. She was born with great luck. And after entering the planar battlefield, he actually encountered a natural mystic realm. Many people had lived for tens of thousands of years and stayed in the dimensional battlefield for thousands of years, but they had never encountered a natural secret realm even once. Natural secret realms were left behind by supreme experts in the dimensional battlefield, waiting for the fated ones to open them. They did not require battle merits to open them. Battle merits secret realms were reserved for the unlucky ones. This group of people was also the largest group of people in the dimensional battlefield. Elder brother Duan, which clan or clan do I come from in the world of divine remains? Ho Lianyu curiously asked Duan Ling Tian about his background along the way. Jian Wushuang had a good impression of the humble half-step ultimate god, and did not underestimate him from the beginning to the end. Even though his strength was close to that of a half-step ultimate god, many half-step ultimate gods looked down on him and were extremely arrogant in front of him. I'm just a rogue cultivator. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly and did not say that he was not from the world of divine remains but from the Xiangang land. He was not familiar with Ho Lianyu. There was no need to completely reveal his background. A rogue cultivator? Ho Lianyu's eyes widened. Elder brother Duan, you're just a rogue cultivator? You don't even look older than me. I thought you came from some powerful clan, but you're just a rogue cultivator? It's hard to imagine that a rogue cultivator could have the strength of a half-step ultimate god at such a young age. Although he did not specifically check Duan Lingtian's bone age, he could still vaguely sense the gap between them when there was a large age gap between them. Just like now, he could vaguely sense that Duan Ling Tian was younger than him. Generally speaking, if people of the same cultivation base had such an age gap, it meant that they were at least 3,000 years apart. I've thought about it before. If I were a rogue cultivator, would I have the strength I have today? If I had to choose again, would I choose to become a loose cultivator or a young master of the Ho clan? However, the answer is usually the latter. Ho Lianyu sighed. Elder brother Duan, as a rogue cultivator, you must have suffered a lot to achieve your current strength, right? It's all right. Duan Ling Tian smiled. I can only say that everyone has their own opportunities. If one is born with an extraordinary background and is content with the status quo, one can only rely on one's birth. If one is willing to venture out, one is not much different from an unaffiliated cultivator. Perhaps one might even be able to find some fortuitous encounters that should only belong to unaffiliated cultivators. Regardless of one's background, it all depends on the person. Duan Ling Tian could not help but think of Yun Qingyan from the Yun clan. Back when he was still in the mundane realm, he had thought that Yun Qingyan was unreachable and powerful. But looking back now, it was just like that. In less than 1,000 years, he had surpassed his opponent. In terms of background, he could not compare to Yun Qingyan at all. However, Yun Qingyan could not compare to him at all when it came to the dangers he had gone through along the way. If Yun Qingyan was born in the Yun clan and was willing to venture out, with his adventurous spirit, he might have become a high-level ultimate god by now. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew it was impossible. Even if he was born in a powerful ultimate god clan like the Yun clan, it was impossible for him to give up a comfortable life and venture out. Moreover, he had a motive for venturing out to the mundane realm so he could bring his wife, Ker, home. From the moment he left the mundane realm and entered the Devata realms, he wanted to go to the divine offering land and bring his wife, Ker, home. He wanted to save his family and friends. Later on, his family and friends were saved by Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan. His only goal was to bring his wife, Ker, home. It was all for this reason that he had grown stronger. Of course, during this process, he had broadened his horizons and realized the strength of the strong. He further realized that this world was dominated by the strong. He wanted to become stronger not only to bring his wife home, but also to protect his family better in the future. Becoming a godly god was not enough. Only by becoming a supreme powerhouse could one be fearless. Perhaps after becoming a supreme powerhouse, there would be some veteran supreme powerhouses who were stronger than him. For this reason, becoming a supreme powerhouse might not be the end. In any case, Duan Ling Tian would not give up on becoming stronger. He would live his life to become stronger and protect the people and things he wanted to protect. Ever since Duan Ling Tian met Ho Lianyu and the other 3 people he mentioned, he did not meet anyone from the land of punishment. He did meet someone from the Mystic Gangland, but since that person did not take the initiative to attack him, he did not make a move as well. As for Ho Lianyu, he did not make a move as well. For this reason, everything was peaceful. A month later, Duan Ling Tian followed Ho Lianyu and met the other 3 people he mentioned. One of them was from the Ho clan, a powerful clan in the land of divine remains. As for the other 2, they were also from powerful clans in the land of divine remains, but they were from the same sect. They were a pair of martial brothers and sisters. However, judging from the man's flattery in front of the woman, it was obvious that the woman had a higher status. At this moment, there was another person beside the 3 of them. Ho Lianyu, this person you found seems to be younger than you. Is he reliable? The other person from the Ho clan was also a young man. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian beside Ho Lianyu and said with a mocking expression. Duan Ling Tian was young, and even Ho Lianyu could vaguely sense it, let alone this person from the Ho clan who was slightly older than Ho Lianyu. Ho Dong. Ho Lianyu glanced at him indifferently. You don't have to worry about this. I'll make my own decisions about the person I found. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. The young man named Ho Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm just worried about you. If you die with me, I'm afraid your big brother will come after me. After all, this time, my brother asked me to go with you for your big brother's sake. Ho Dong said. Ho Lianyu sneered. Ho Dong, don't flatter yourself. Your strength is about the same as mine. Even if you're slightly stronger, you haven't reached the half-step ultimate god realm. Aren't you going with me for your own safety? Along the way, there have been at least 3 times. If I didn't make a move and you took the initiative to provoke others, would you have survived? Ho Lianyu was a little annoyed when she thought of Ho Dong taking the initiative to attack a few of her own people from the land of divine remains. She had no intention of taking the initiative to attack people from the land of divine remains, but Ho Dong did not care about that. He wanted to pinch them whenever he saw them as soft persimmons. There were a few times when Ho Dong was almost no match for them. It was only because he took action that they were defeated or killed. Ho Dong glanced at Ho Lianyu disdainfully. Ho Lianyu, if you're really so pure and simple, don't share the spoils with me if you dare. Ho Lianyu snorted coldly. Since I took action, of course I have to share the spoils. This has nothing to do with you stirring up trouble. Ho Dong had provoked people from the land of divine remains. After he helped Ho Dong kill the other party, he usually took the other party's divine weapon for himself. As for the spatial ring, Ho Dong did not gain anything. He did this not only to share the spoils, but also to make Ho Dong behave and stop stirring up trouble. If he stirred up trouble, the spoils might not necessarily belong to Ho Dong. Obviously, Ho Dong did not notice his good intentions and only thought that he wanted to take advantage of him. That's enough. At this moment, the senior brother of the senior brother and junior sister, a tall young man, glanced at Ho Dong indifferently. Both of you be quiet. Now, introduce the people you've brought. No matter what, we still need to work together when we enter the secret realm. As soon as the tall young man spoke, Ho Lianyu and Ho Dong stopped arguing with each other. Let me introduce my friend first. Ho Lianyu was the first to speak. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, his name is Duan Lingtian. He's the helper I've found for this trip to the secret realm. He's also my friend. Elder brother Duan is a sectless cultivator, Hou Lianyu said. Hou Lianyu said, a sectless cultivator? As soon as Hou Lianyu finished speaking, not only Hou Dong, but the group of senior brother and junior sister and the other 3 people brought by the 3 of them instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian. To them, the term sectless cultivator was a little distant. There was no lack of powerhouses among the sectless cultivators. However, compared to those who came from a certain force, there were fewer of them. If they were to compare the number of powerhouses, they were not on the same level at all. Therefore, when Hou Lianyu said that the person she brought was a sectless cultivator, the few of them looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Elder brother Duan, this is Hou Dong. He's also a member of our Hou clan. This is Qiu Ping. He's from our Divine Offering Land's heavyweight ultimate god sect, the Misty Rain Divine sect. This is Jianghu. She's also a disciple of the Misty Rain Divine sect. She's also the direct descendant of a mid-level ultimate god expert in the Misty Rain Divine sect. As soon as Hou Lianyu said that, Duan Lingtian looked calm and did not feel anything. It was not like he had never killed a mid-level ultimate god before. However, the people brought by Hou Dong and Qiu Ping changed their expressions. They did not expect there to be such a person in their group. On the other hand, the veiled young lady brought by Jianghu did not seem to react at all. Of course, it could be that the veil was hiding the shock on her face. As soon as Hou Lianyu finished speaking, Hou Dong also introduced the person he brought along. Although this friend of mine is not from a heavyweight ultimate god sect, he's also a genius from an ultimate god sect. His strength is almost on par with an ultimate god. He's a half-step ultimate god. He glanced at Hou Lianyu proudly as he finished his sentence. Hou Lianyu frowned upon hearing that. It was not a good thing for Hou Dong to find a half-step ultimate god. He was not worried that Hou Dong would steal anything from him, but he was worried that Hou Dong's arrogance would drag the group down. Chapter 42-38. As Hou Dong introduced the half-step ultimate gods, Qiu Ping and Jianghu also introduced the people around them. The people around Qiu Ping were also half-step ultimate gods, so Qiu Ping specifically mentioned them. However, Jianghu only mentioned the name of the young woman with a veil on her face beside Jianghu. She did not mention how strong she was. Since everyone is here, let's go straight there. Although we've hidden the place, things might change if we delay. Once someone discovers the formation we left behind and attacks it, the natural secret realm will be frightened and leave its original location. Qiu Ping said. Only those who were lucky could find the natural secret realms in the dimensional battlefield. Once found, one could choose not to enter for the time being and set up a formation to conceal it. However, if the formation was not removed normally and was forcefully destroyed, the natural secret realm's entrance would be disturbed and leave its original location. The natural secret realm's entrance was not stable. Once there was a violent vibration around it, it would be frightened and leave its original location. Let's go there now. Hou Dong seemed to be a little anxious after hearing Qiu Ping's words and hurriedly urged them. Due to his anxiety, he did not quarrel with Hou Lianyu for the rest of the journey and was fully focused on their journey. The dimensional battlefield did not allow the use of divine weapons or spaceships. Once a divine weapon or spaceship was taken out, it would be directly destroyed by the dimensional battlefield's power of law. That was also the dimensional battlefield's rule. Because of that, those who entered the dimensional battlefield for the first time with elders were warned not to take out divine weapons or spaceships in the dimensional battlefield. That was because taking out a divine weapon or spaceship in the dimensional battlefield was no different from destroying it. Most of the places in the dimensional battlefield were very barren. There was nothing to see and the sky was dark. However, there were a few places that had some vegetation. However, the vegetation there was not emerald green. Instead, it was withered yellow. There were also towering mountains here, but there was no greenery in the mountains. There was only withered yellow everywhere. Presently, Duan Lingtian was following Hou Lianyu and the others as they moved through an expanse of towering mountains and lofty ridges before finally descending into a valley. After entering the valley, There was a very inconspicuous cave. After everyone entered and passed through the cave, they entered a world inside the cave that looked like a paradise. It was extremely dark inside. They could only see clearly by lighting up the flames in their hands. So hidden. The half-step ultimate god that Qiu Ping brought along was a middle-aged man from the Divine Offering Land. He was surprised. The middle-aged man came from an ultimate god sect in the Divine Offering Land. That ultimate god sect had some connections with the Mist Rain sect that Qiu Ping was from. Therefore, Qiu Ping found that person. Although Qiu Ping kept his distance from the dimensional battlefield, Duan Ling Tian guessed that Qiu Ping had left the dimensional battlefield and went to the outside. It was impossible to use soul orbs to communicate in the dimensional battlefield, but there was no such restriction when one left the dimensional battlefield and returned to the world of divine remains. Similarly, Duan Ling Tian suspected that Jianghu was the one who had brought the young woman from the Misty Rain divine sect. On the other hand, the two naive Ho clan did not go out to find someone. They only found a helper in the dimensional battlefield. Of course, it was also possible that the two of them did not know anyone other than their own clan members. Clans had a lot of limitations compared to sections. Clans were even more isolated. If it wasn't hidden, we wouldn't have found it. Ho Dong grinned and seemed a little proud. This secret realm was discovered by him, Ho Lianyu, Qiu Ping, and Jianghu. Although the four of them were quite strong, they were not too strong. They could avoid a lot of danger by traveling together in the dimensional battlefield. Many people did that in the dimensional battlefield. Of course, traveling together had its advantages and disadvantages. They also had to be wary of the people around them who might stab them in the back. Among the four of them, Ho Dong and Ho Lianyu had been together since the beginning. Jianghu and Qiu Ping had also been together since the beginning. When the four of them met in pairs and their strengths were similar, they decided to travel together. Qiu Ping, deactivate the formation. Ho Dong looked at Qiu Ping and said, "The first formation outside was left behind by you. You need to deactivate it yourself. The second formation was left behind by me. I'll deactivate it." The formations were not complicated. There were 4 in total. The 4 of them each had to deactivate one by themselves. They were not very complicated formations, but there was no way out. They could only be deactivated by sacrificing their own blood. Apart from that, no matter how skilled a formation master was, he would not be able to do anything. Sometimes the simpler something was, the safer it was. The 4 of them stepped forward and deactivated the formations. After the 4 formations were deactivated, a mysterious aura spread throughout the cave. Then, a pitch-black spatial vortex appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others. As soon as the spatial vortex appeared, a message appeared in the minds of Duan Ling Tian and the others. A natural secret realm discovered by 4 higher god emperors. At most, 10 higher god emperors can enter. If even one person enters, the secret realm will be opened. The secret realm will be open for a month. After a month, all the people in the secret realm will be sent out. They will be sent out of the military camp nearby. When the message appeared in the minds of the 4 of them, they did not react strangely. It was as though they already knew this was how the natural secret realm worked. However, Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. This was because he had only entered secret realms that were opened with battle merits. Those secret realms that were opened with battle merits would not be sent out of the military camp nearby. Instead, they would be sent to random locations in the realm battlefield. In fact, they might even be sent to the inner region. Those who enter the natural secret realm are given such preferential treatment? Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. I didn't hear third senior brother mention this before. Perhaps he didn't know about it? Or perhaps he heard about it from others but didn't think much of it. After all, he had never encountered it before, and he didn't think I would be able to encounter it. Perhaps he didn't think there was a need to remind me? Now, I wonder how third senior brother is doing. After I separated from him, he should be much more carefree, right? Duan Ling Tian knew very well that when he was with his third senior brother in the Xiangang land and pilgrimage grounds, he was dragging his third senior brother down to a certain extent. Otherwise, his third senior brother would have gone deep into the inner region. I just don't know. If he knew that I'm about to enter the natural secret realm now, what would he think? When he mentioned the natural secret realm earlier, there was a hint of regret in his words. He regretted that he had never entered the natural secret realm before. Thinking of this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but look forward to it. The next time they met, his third senior brother would definitely be envious of this trip to the natural secret realm, right? However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not expect this at all. His third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, was currently in a natural secret realm. That natural secret realm was encountered by Yang Yuchen when he returned to the Xiangang battlefield after sending Duan Ling Tian to the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. He just happened to appear near that natural secret realm. Little junior brother is really my lucky star. Yang Yuchen even said this because he was returning from sending Duan Ling Tian to the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, and just happened to bump into the entrance of a natural secret realm. One had to know that the entrance to a natural secret realm was something that could only be encountered by chance. Even if he came back at another time, he might not have encountered it. Everything was a coincidence within a coincidence. The natural secret realm that Yang Yuchen encountered could allow 3 medium ultimate gods to enter, so he was not in a hurry to enter. He directly found a nearby military camp and left the battlefield of the dimensions. He returned to the Xiangang land to take a look and found 2 medium ultimate gods to enter with him. The 2 medium ultimate gods were his few good friends and sworn brothers in the Xiangang land. One was a rogue cultivator, and the other was from a giant ultimate god level force. Both of them were very strong, at least not weaker than Yang Yuchen. Of course, they were much older than Yang Yuchen. Third brother, your luck is really good. You actually encountered a natural secret realm. Amazing. The air in this natural secret realm smells different. The 2 people who entered the natural secret realm with Yang Yuchen were both young men. One of them was wearing a light golden robe, with a handsome face and sharp eyes. The other was wearing a white robe and holding a folding fan. He looked very scholarly and was dressed like a scholar. These 2 people were not only Yang Yuchen's good friends, they were also Yang Yuchen's sworn brothers. One of them was more than 3,000 years older than Yang Yuchen. The other was more than 1,000 years older than Yang Yuchen. Both of them met in the battlefield of the dimensions when Yang Yuchen was 10,000 years old. At that time, the 3 of them were besieged by experts from another battlefield of the dimensions. They joined forces and put their lives in each other's hands. They trusted each other and luckily survived. After that, the 3 of them became sworn brothers under the suggestion of one of them. As a rogue cultivator, the white-robed young man who usually dressed like a scholar became the big brother, because he was older and stronger than Yang Yuchen and the other person at that time. The other golden-robed young man from a giant ultimate god-level force became the second brother. At that time, his strength was not much different from Yang Yuchen's, but because he was older, he took the position of second brother. Yang Yuchen became the third brother of the 3. Yang Yuchen didn't reject this. After all, he was the current generation of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. At that time he was also ranked third, just like now. This is all thanks to my junior brother. Yang Yuchen trusted his big brother and second brother unconditionally because even after 10,000 years since they became sworn brothers, they had never disappointed him. Many times when he asked them for help, they were very reliable and never sloppy. Time revealed a person's heart. After 10,000 years together, even if they did not see each other often, it did not affect the development of their relationship to the point where it was better than ordinary brothers. Chapter 42-39. Come to think of it, we owe little junior brother a favor. The golden-robed young man from the ultimate god faction in the Mystic Gangland said with a smile. The white-clad young man nodded in agreement. We'll find a way to repay this favor in the future. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He knew his 2 sworn brothers were very particular people. Even if he said there was no need for favors, they would ignore him. Moreover, he also felt his little junior brother might need this favor in the future. Perhaps it would come in handy. Although his little junior brother came from a lower realm, he still had many enemies in the realms of gods. Just the mystic gangland's heavyweight sect, the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, wanted his little junior brother's life at all times. Although the Mon-Origin Divine Sect had sent someone to compromise, they would not let his little junior brother live if they had the chance. A dead person was the least threatening. After cultivating for so many years, Yang Yuchen knew this very well. He could guess the Mon-Origin Divine Sect's intentions. For a sect like the Mon-Origin Divine Sect, it was common for them to change their orders. After Duanling Tian followed Hou Lianyu and the others into the natural secret realm, what appeared in the next instant was a vast and boundless canyon. Moreover, the canyon was covered in darkness as though it was covered in dark clouds. Heavens! They're all great demons. When Hodong's slightly terrified and sharp voice sounded out, Duanling Tian and the others raised their heads to look carefully, and they noticed that it wasn't dark clouds that had gathered above the gorge, but numerous demon beasts with enormous bodies. These demonic beasts originally had their eyes closed. Due to the lack of light, it was impossible to see their forms clearly. But now, they had opened their eyes one after another. Their blood-red eyes appeared somewhat eerie and cold in the dim light of the Great Canyon. At the same time, the sound of heavy breathing entered Duanling Tian and the others' ears. This should be the first obstacle in this natural secret realm, Qiu Ping said solemnly. Qiu Ping said with a serious expression, among these great demons, I'm afraid the weakest one is a lower god emperor, or even higher. If the weakest one is a lower god emperor, then this natural secret realm wouldn't be considered a very good one. However, if the weakest one is a middle god emperor, then this natural secret realm would definitely be one of the better ones among the natural secret realms that are suitable for our cultivation. Hou Lianyu, Hodong, the half-step ultimate god brought by Hodong, and the other half-step ultimate god brought by Qiu Ping had their eyes lit up. I hope that the weakest of these great demons is a middle divine lord. Hodong had already begun to mutter to himself. At this moment, Qiu Ping added, these greater demons are getting impatient. It won't be a problem for us to deal with the first obstacle. Everyone, attack together and defeat them. No matter how good a natural secret realm is, it's impossible for a half-step ultimate god great demon to appear in the first challenge. At most, there will be one or two great demons that are close to the half-step ultimate god realm. From Qiu Ping's words, it was obvious that he knew a lot about natural secret realms. Qiu Ping, have you entered a natural secret realm before? Hou Lianyu asked curiously. No. Qiu Ping shook his head. Qiu Ping shook his head. I've only heard about the natural secret realms in the planar battlefield from some of the elders of the Fog Rain Divine Sect. Some of our people have entered the natural secret realms and recorded their experiences. That's why I know a little. Hou Lianyu was enlightened. I thought you were lucky enough to have encountered a natural secret realm before. Qiu Ping shook his head again. It's not that easy to encounter a natural secret realm. Some of the ancestors in the Misty Rain Divine Sect have lived for tens of thousands of years and have entered the planar battlefield several times. They've been in the planar battlefield for thousands of years, but they've never encountered a natural secret realm before. This time, the fact that we've encountered a natural secret realm is already enough to make many people jealous. Qiu Ping said. Let's stop chatting. At this time, Hodong opened his mouth and said impatiently, Everyone, let's hurry up and defeat this first trial. What nonsense do you have to say? Wait until we get out, then you can talk about it slowly. As soon as Hodong finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack. As soon as he moved, it was earth-shattering. A vast ocean appeared on his body as if it was carrying a monstrous wave. It rose into the air and rolled towards the group of great demons above the canyon. The group of great demons were already restless. Now that Hodong had taken the initiative to attack, they were no longer apprehensive. In the next instant, they let out all sorts of roars and howls, and then they tore through the air and attacked Hodong in unison. Attack! Hodong's imposing manner was like a rainbow, but when he saw the sky full of great demons charging towards him, he could not help but feel a little guilty. His face turned slightly pale as he hastily shouted. Bang! The half-step ultimate god that Hodong brought with him moved. Flames raged under his feet as he was lifted into the air by the flames. A moment later, he arrived beside Hodong and attacked the sky full of great demons before Hodong could. Whoosh! The half-step ultimate god was proficient in the law of fire. With just a wave of his sleeve, Flames raged and burned. A dozen great demons gathered in one direction to ashes. In an instant, a small gap appeared among the hundreds and thousands of great demons. Kill! Ho Dong's eyes lit up when more than a dozen law rewards fell from the sky and entered the half-step ultimate god's body. He followed suit and attacked. Waves after waves of great demons were forcefully destroyed by his techniques, and turned into a bloody mist that was washed away by his law of water in the blink of an eye. The law rewards fell from the sky and entered Ho Dong's body. Let's go and kill them too. Qiu Ping called out to the people beside him and flew into the air. Jianghu glanced at the young lady beside her, and the two of them flew into the air as well. The four of them joined the battle and the great demons fell one by one. Elder brother Duan, let's go too. Ho Lianyu originally wanted to wait for Duan Lingtian to make his move. However, after waiting for a long time, he realized that his elder brother was still as calm as before. He could not wait any longer and joined the battle. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this and also flew into the air. He actually did not plan to join the battle. However, now that Ho Lianyu had joined the battle, it would not be good if he did not join the battle. Hence, he followed suit. To be honest, he was not interested in the law rewards for killing these Emperor God Realm demons. Moreover, there were not many Upper God Realm demons in this group of great demons. Most of them were Middle God Realm demons. The law rewards were even more useless to him. After joining the battle, Duan Lingtian saw the flames on the half-step ultimate gods that Ho Dong found. Every time he attacked, the flames would burn the great demons to ashes. He was excited and the flames on his body grew stronger. The Law of Fire. After so many years, Duan Lingtian felt that it was a long time ago when he used the Law of Fire in an actual battle again. Bang! He threw out a punch and the flames surged, wreaking havoc in the air. In the blink of an eye, a Middle God Realm demon exploded. Not good enough. Duan Lingtian shook his head and attacked again. The flames that were wreaking havoc surged again. This time, Duan Lingtian tried to integrate the Law of Fire into the Law of Fire. The Law of Fire was immediately enhanced by the Law of Fire. Bang! Another attack. This time, it was even stronger. It killed a few Middle God Realm demons. Ho Dong, who initially scoffed at Duan Lingtian's strength when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than his, could not help but frown when he saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weaker than his. He originally wanted to mock Ho Lianyu's helper for being powerful, but he did not say anything. Although the other party was not a half-step ultimate god, his strength was not weaker than Ho Lianyu and himself. He was qualified to explore this natural secret realm with them. At that moment, Ho Dong was not the only one paying attention to Duan Lingtian. Even the others were paying attention to Duan Lingtian. They were also curious about the strength of Ho Lianyu's helper. If he was strong, they would inevitably have one more competitor when they encountered treasures later on. Now that they saw that Duan Lingtian's strength was only so, they were instantly relieved. Elder brother Duan, Ho Lianyu also took the time to look at Duan Lingtian. When she saw that Duan Lingtian's fire law was also so powerful, she could not help but be shocked. Elder brother Duan's fire law is not weaker than mine? He knew that his elder brother Duan was not an expert in the fire law, but the space law. Earlier, he saw with his own eyes that his elder brother Duan instantly killed a half-step ultimate god from the land of sanctions who was not much weaker than him. However, he did not point it out. He was not an idiot. At that moment, he could not help but guess that elder brother Duan was pretending to be weak and only showed his true strength at the crucial moment. Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and the two half-step ultimate gods they brought along did not seem to care when they saw elder brother Duan. This must be elder brother Duan's plan. Duan Lingtian did not know what Ho Lianyu was thinking at that moment. Otherwise, he would have been speechless. He did not use the space law but the fire law. It was just a spur-of-the-moment joke. As for pretending to be weak, was that necessary? If he really went all out, everyone present, including Ho Lianyu, would not be a match for him even if they all joined forces. Jiang Yue's helper. Soon, Ho Lianyu's gaze also landed on Jiang Yue's helper, the young woman with a veil on her face. She killed one greater demon after another with each attack, and the strength she displayed was on par with him. Ho Dong, Qiu Ping, and Jiang Yue. They were all close to a half-step ultimate god but not at the level of a half-step ultimate god.
Could she be hiding her strength on purpose? When Hou Lianyu thought about how her big brother Duan was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, she could not help but start to scheme in her heart. However, the others obviously did not think so. Even Ho Dong had a look of disdain in his eyes when he saw the veiled woman's attack. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.